The disciple of the Beast-Master Sect, Ruan, was unexpectedly thrust into a temporal rift during a sect war and found herself transported to an interstellar beast realm. In this world, males can transform into beasts, possessing formidable combat abilities. Conversely, females, while lacking physical strength, are endowed with spiritual power, capable of soothing the males and preventing their descent into madness. Upon her sudden transmigration, Ruan was unjustly accused and sentenced to servitude. Had she been the original owner of this body, her fate would have been tragically dire. However, as a disciple of the Beast-Master Sect and the cherished daughter of the sect leader, she possesses numerous extraordinary artifacts and techniques. To her, the Beastmen are akin to mere magical creatures. The volatile nature of the Beastmen serves as a tonic for her cultivation. Consequently, she adeptly reduced or even completely nullified the rage levels of several Beastmen on the verge of exceeding their limits. Unintentionally, she advanced to the divine transformation stage, becoming the first S-class female in the Federation. Moreover, she inadvertently established the Beast-Master Sect, generating a plethora of elite combatants to rescue the Federation from peril. To her astonishment, she emerged as the savior of the Interstellar Federation. Chapter 1. Sentenced to Servitude. You all should be aware of why you are here. The Federation's decision not to sentence you to death is an act of leniency. Since you have chosen servitude over execution, you must obediently adhere to the rules here and diligently work to alleviate the beastman's rage. Although the mortality rate here is exceedingly high, there have been instances of females leaving alive. After all, the Federation is merciful, granting you a limited time for your service. An elderly female shouted in front. Ruan stood amongst a group of expressionless females, absorbing the elder's teachings. All the females present, like her, had been sentenced to death. They had opted for servitude as a means to escape the death penalty. She was unaware of their service duration but knew that her own would last a year, an outcome resulting from her half-sister and fiancé's desperate plea to the judge for a lenient sentence, fearing for her survival. Typically, females arriving here meet their demise swiftly, and those who survive rarely exceed 6 months of service. Ruan, being a transmigrator, was different. Originally from a realm of cultivation, she was a disciple of the Beast-Master Sect. After much hardship, she was finally recognized by her infatuated sect leader father as his daughter from a past union with a mortal woman. Just as she began to relish her newfound life, internal strife within the sect ensnared her in a temporal rift. Now, she had miraculously retained her life, albeit in a different vessel. Fortunately, her new form resembled her original self, bore the same name, and she had not lost the storage ring bestowed upon her by her father. Every female serving here must provide spiritual comfort to 5 beastmen daily. They are heroes of the Federation, compelled to seek assistance due to their elevated rage levels. I will now impart techniques to help you reduce the beastman's rage more efficiently while minimizing your own risk of injury. Pay close attention as I explain, and once you have learned, return to your respective quarters to commence your duties. With that, the elderly female projected some instructional videos and began her discourse. Essentially, it involved employing spiritual energy to expel the volatile elements from within the beastmen. If one wished to accelerate the process, a deeper calming technique could be employed. However, the elder merely touched upon this, advising everyone to proceed within their limits and respect the beastman's autonomy without coercion. With memories from her past life, Ruan had a rough understanding of the situation. Realizing this was a world with a male-to-female ratio of 10-to-1, where polyandry was practiced, she readily accepted the elder's guidance. An hour later, the elder concluded her instructions. Now is the time for questions. Anyone with inquiries may raise their hand. Ruan scanned the room and noticed someone had raised their hand. You, the elder pointed at one of the females. I wish to ask, if a beastman deliberately harms us, can we file a complaint and punish them? A flicker of disdain crossed the elder's eyes. Females, accustomed to being cherished by society, often retain their previous attitudes, leading to conflicts, which ultimately harmed both the beastmen and themselves. The beastmen here have all undergone rigorous evaluation. Their valor and character withstand scrutiny. They would not intentionally harm females. If you wish to lodge a complaint, you may do so afterward. We will conduct an investigation. If it is found to be a false accusation, your service duration will be extended by a month. Next, can we call for help? What if a beastman suddenly transforms? Another female asked. You may, but only after the beastman has transformed, replied the elder. The transformation process is gradual and does not result in immediate insanity. Previous incidents of false alarms had led to wasted resources, preventing genuine emergencies from receiving assistance. If the guard team enters and finds the beast man has not transformed, the female who called for help will have her service extended by a month. Furthermore, should this occur twice, the female will permanently lose the right to seek assistance. The elder's tone was chillingly indifferent. Whispers of discontent rippled through the females, who felt the rules were grossly unfair. Silence. Those who cannot keep their mouths shut will be sent back and executed. The elder's sharp command restored order. How naive to think they were outside these walls. They were all heinous criminals. Having a chance to atone for their sins was a privilege, not a right. Is everything clear now? If so, proceed to your quarters and begin your work, the elder declared, ushering them along. Yet she noticed another hand raised. Frowning, she spoke with irritation. You there, what further issue do you have? Realizing the elder was referring to her, Song Wan squeezed through the crowd. Her petite stature and delicate features momentarily stunned the elder. This female seemed frail and innocent, seemingly unrelated to the word criminal. However, the elder quickly dismissed that notion. Females sent here for punishment were rarely virtuous. This girl, appearing harmless, likely harbored a dark past. With a stern expression, the elder thought, yet another who dreams of bending the rules. I wish to inquire if I serve more beastmen in a day, can I reduce my service time? Song Wan hastily articulated her question. She had no intention of employing the elder's methods to provide spiritual comfort to the beastmen. As a disciple of the Beast-Master Sect, she regarded the beastmen as mere shape-shifting magical beasts. Although the beastmen here possessed strength comparable to formidable demons, she had treasures from her father to ensure her safety while helping them reduce their rage levels. Chapter 2 Chinin. Song Wan extended her wrist. After the guard robot scanned it, a mechanical voice echoed. Welcome, Song Ruan. For the next year, you shall work and reside here. I hope your endeavors in room 6 prove fruitful and your stay pleasant. With that, the guard robot stepped aside. Song Wan walked towards the main entrance of the house. Upon entering, she took stock of her surroundings. The dwelling comprised a single bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, with a housekeeping robot present in the living room. Master, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am your living and working assistant, Xiaomi. I shall aid you in your tasks and ensure your daily life is well organized. The housekeeping robot informed her. In half an hour, your work shift commences. And you must begin your preparations. What preparations are necessary? Song Wan inquired. Please wash up and don your work attire. Be advised. There is a regulation in this area that mandates wearing work attire to clock in. A single late clock-in will result in a deduction of 50 from your salary at month's end. 2 late clock-ins will lead to the forfeiture of your entire monthly wage. 3 late clock-ins constitute a serious violation of local regulations, resulting in deportation and execution. Song Ruan's eyelids twitched. That is indeed rather stringent. May I request a leave? That is not permissible. I will take a shower first, she declared, surrendering to the circumstances as she headed toward the bathroom. After crossing into this body, she retained all the memories of its former occupant, knowing precisely how to utilize the amenities within the bathroom. As she indulged in a shower, her frustrations gradually dissipated, and for the first time, she felt the allure of this world. Her abilities were modest, having entered the Beast-Master Sect. She had struggled for 3 years in the outer sect to barely complete her foundational training. The living conditions in the outer sect were harsh, and before acknowledging her relationship with the sect leader, she faced numerous adversities due to her lack of wealth and status, refusing to submit to the unscrupulous overseer. Despite that detestable overseer, it was not uncommon for her to go days without bathing. When she did bathe, it was furtively in secluded locations, hastily cleansing herself in a lake. How could that compare to now, where she could luxuriate in a safe place with hot water? After her shower, Song Wan felt rejuvenated. Upon exiting the bathroom, she admired her reflection, a beautiful figure that evoked a mix of shyness and a hint of pride. This body was as exquisite as her previous life. After brushing her teeth and lingering a moment longer, she donned her form-fitting attire and slipped into her work uniform before stepping out of the bathroom. The housekeeping robot promptly approached her. After scanning her attire, it paused before speaking. Master, Xiaomi does not recommend that you continue wearing your previous soiled clothing for work. To better fulfill your duties, Xiaomi suggests you remove the garments beneath your work uniform. Song Wan felt a surge of anxiety. The robot had mistakenly presumed that her fitted garments were the previous dirty clothes. May I decline your suggestion? She inquired. Yes. A wave of relief washed over her. I find this outfit satisfactory, so I shall not change. The housekeeping robot hesitated before responding. Understood. Xiaomi reminds you, there are 10 minutes remaining until your shift begins. On the table, there are 5 nutritional liquids prepared by the military for you. These liquids can swiftly replenish your energy, alleviate the pressures of rapid mental fatigue, and help you recover your strength. Following the robot's gaze, Song Wan indeed spotted 5 vials of nutritional liquid. Feeling hunger pangs, she approached and took one to drink. The taste of the liquid was unremarkable, reminiscent of her previous memories, yet it quickly quelled her hunger. With her appetite satisfied, she felt a renewed sense of ease. Subsequently, with the assistance of the housekeeping robot, she clocked in for work ahead of time. At that moment, at the entrance of the red tent area, several beastmen rushed towards her with a stretcher.
Quick!
Over there! One beastman shouted. Captain, hold on. We're almost at red tent 6. As long as we can lower your agitation levels, Dr. Liu will be able to treat your injuries. Another beastman echoed. Faster. Came another urgent call. Soon. The group with the stretcher reached the front of Song Ruan's house. One beastman stepped forward, activating his holographic device to have the guard robot verify their identities. I am Fan Yong, the first appointment for today. I transfer my slot to our captain, Qinin. In times of battle, these individuals were at the forefront, often facing the most perilous situations. Thus, such exchanges were permissible. The guard robot immediately scanned Fan Yong's information.
Hello, Fan Yong.
Identity verification successful. Please have Qin proceed with verification. Quick, bring the captain over.
Fan Yong command.
The stretcher advanced, arriving at the guard robot. Captain, hurry, activate your holographic device. Fan Yong urged, reaching for the hand of the beast man on the stretcher. However, the beast man suddenly resisted, pulling away from his grasp. I refuse to go, Qin protested. He had no need to reduce his agitation levels in such a manner. The females of the empire were brazen and tyrannical, a fact he found repugnant. Otherwise, he would not have run away from a marriage to come to the front lines. Even in death, he did not wish to be sullied by a female, especially one accused of grave crimes and relegated to serve in the red tent. Really, at a time like this, you're still clinging to your chastity. Fan Yong exclaimed in frustration. Once in the vanguard camp, each day could be one's last. Everyone longed for the fleeting chance to be noticed by a female and to share a moment with her, rendering their existence in this world not entirely in vain. Who still clung to the ideals of chastity. With that, Fan Yong seized Qin Yin's wrist, collaborating with several other team members to access Qin Yin's identity verification page. This was a special provision allowing colleagues to assist in identity verification to prevent unforeseen complications. Let go of me. Qin Yin's face flushed, whether from rage or injury. He could not tell. Qin Yin, identity verification successful. Please enter, the guard robot announced, igniting a desire to flee within Qin Yin. Yet, Fan Yong seemed to sense his intention and firmly grasped his shoulder. Quickly, let us get the captain inside. With Fan Yong's command, several beastmen lifted Qin Yin and proceeded inside. Meanwhile, in the living room, the housekeeping robot chimed in. Xiaomi reminds you, Master, your first guest, Qin Yin, has arrived. Please open the door to welcome him. Song Ruan's body trembled slightly as her gaze fell upon the door, which was promptly knocked upon. Not daring to delay, she hurried to open it. Chapter 3. What a gentle female. Her beautiful apricot eyes met the gazes of the 4 beastmen outside. The 4 beastmen carrying Qin Yin froze in place. This was the female of Red Tent 6, with bright eyes and a radiant smile. Her skin was so fair it seemed to glisten. She was undeniably more stunning than the starlets on the Interstellar networks. Hello, which one of you is Qin Yin? Song Ruan asked somewhat awkwardly, her gaze inevitably drifting toward the figure on the stretcher. She surmised that the one lying down must be Qin Yin, yet confirmation was necessary. Qin Yin remained silent, eyes closed. Upon hearing Song Ruan's voice, his heart inexplicably trembled. Damn it, it must be that my agitation levels are too high, causing such a strong reaction to a female's voice. He despised females, particularly those from the red tent. He had no need for their emotional solace. This is our captain. He overexerted his abilities to fend off an 8th level star beast, resulting in his agitation levels soaring past 80. He is at risk of beast transformation at any moment. Please assist him in calming down. Fan Yong was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming loudly. Upon hearing this, Song Ruan disregarded her hesitation, fully opening the door to allow the group entry. Hurry and get the captain inside.
Fan Yong uget.
The beastmen hurriedly lifted Qin Yin and brought him into the room. Furious beyond measure, Qin opened his eyes, intent on reprimanding his subordinates. As fate would have it, their gazes met, and Song Ruan appeared before him, a vision of ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a celestial maiden. Yet, to his astonishment, her eyes held no trace of disdain or arrogance, only deep concern. As his gaze fell, Qin found himself unable to articulate the words of refusal that lingered on the tip of his tongue. Damn it, the volatile impulses must be at play. For he could not tear his eyes away from this female presence. I apologize for the trouble, but please wait outside, Song Ruan instructed. Noticing that the three beastmen had set Qin down yet lingered nearby, the three beastmen could scarcely believe their ears. Did the female just express gratitude towards them? This female was truly remarkable in her gentle demeanor. They dared not even glance at her. We are honored, my lady, one of them managed to utter before hastily urging the others to depart. The last of them, upon exiting, remembered to shut the door behind him. As the door clicked shut, locking them out, Song Ruan exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling the weight of 4 fewer souls in the room. Outside, the 4 beastmen were still in a daze, as if they had just awoken from a dream. Did that female just say she was sorry for the trouble she caused us? One beastman questioned. Indeed, I heard it as well, another responded. She is so gentle, so beautiful, more exquisite than any female I have ever encountered, the third beastman chimed in, his expression betraying a hint of infatuation. The fourth, Fan Yong, who had relinquished his chance for mental solace, silently concurred while feeling a pang of regret. After all, this opportunity for contact with a female was originally his. How unfortunate that their leader chose this moment for disaster, causing him to forfeit such a splendid chance. He resolved to submit an application to re-register and queue for a session of mental solace with this enchanting female. Meanwhile, inside the room, Qin lay on the floor, gazing up at Song Ruan, who loomed over him, and his heart raced with an erratic rhythm. Her gaze was so tender. Qin, the captain of the 8th Squad of the Vanguard Corps, an A-class peak beast man with a current volatility rate of 82, heard a voice in his mind. Master, you need to reduce his volatility by at least 2 to complete this task. Given your mental strength, I suggest you perform a deep mental solace. Song Ruan felt a twinge of helplessness. Deep mental solace was an act reserved for spouses. She struggled to embrace the liberated notions prevalent in this era. In this age, females often took multiple mates without concern, and some even prided themselves on their flirtations. Conversely, many beast men were more chaste than the mortal women of her previous world, with most committing to a single mate for life. Upon hearing the suggestion, Qin Yin's awareness sharpened. Yet, oddly, he found himself reluctant to resist. He suspected that the volatility was clouding his judgment, shifting his desires to crave the solace of a female, even in such an intimate manner. Surely, he had lost his mind to consider Fan Yong's words at this juncture. Boss, for us brothers, today may be our last. With volatility rates nearing 80, one battle could claim our lives on the battlefield. To perish without ever having touched a female or experienced profound mental solace would render this existence futile. Unbeknownst to Song Ruan, Qin Yin's thoughts spiraled. She crouched down and asked, "Are you alright? Let me fetch some water for you to wash your face." As she approached, Qin Yin's breath quickened. Could this truly be a female? One who spoke to him with such kindness? Would she find him repulsive in his current state of filth? Before he could respond, Song Ruan assumed he was too injured to speak and decided for him. "Please wait here, I will get some water," she said, rising and heading to the bathroom. In the restroom, Song Ruan filled a basin with warm water and retrieved a pill from her spatial ring, dissolving it in the water. This was a special sedative designed for magical beasts, which worked best when ingested, but was also effective through skin contact, ensuring the beastmen outside would be subdued. The pill dissolved quickly, leaving the water colorless and odorless. Once prepared, she returned with the warm water and instructed her assistant, Xiaomi, to fetch a towel. Earlier, she had inquired about the household supplies, knowing they were well stocked. Furthermore, to respect privacy, the robotic butler would not relay any occurrences within the room, meaning Song Ruan's efforts to soothe and heal the beastmen could proceed without concern for being overheard. When the towel arrived, Song Ruan dipped it into the water and gently wiped Qin Yin's face. The surreal nature of the moment struck him. The beauty of her face loomed larger in his vision, and his breath hitched. Chapter 4. The White Tiger Revealed. His thoughts grew sluggish, eyelids growing heavy, and he eventually succumbed to sleep just as Song Ruan finished cleaning the blood from his face. The beastman's features were striking, his brows sharp, nose dignified, and thin lips pressed in a way that accentuated his handsomeness, causing even someone accustomed to the beauty of the immortal realm to momentarily lose her composure. It was said that magical beasts were most splendid in their transformed forms, and this was indeed true. Not only did Qin possess remarkable looks, but the beast men who had escorted him also bore pleasing appearances. However, there was a distinct difference between merely handsome and strikingly beautiful. Qin countenance could easily grace the entertainment industry in the interstellar realm. After a brief moment of admiration for the sleeping beauty, Song Wan quickly refocused. Glancing at Xiaomi, she confirmed that the robotic assistant was of limited intelligence before retrieving a beast master ring from her spatial ring. The ring emitted a soft, radiant glow, appearing diminutive in her palm. Yet, as she formed the incantation with her fingers, the ring detached from her grasp and soared toward the beastman's neck, expanding and encircling him. With the successful application of the beast master ring, Song Wan felt a wave of relief wash over her. This ring, a treasured artifact bestowed by her father, was a bane to magical beasts, boasting formidable offensive capabilities while also binding and suppressing their powers. With the ring, even if she was vastly outmatched in strength, she could still tame and soothe the beast. Xiaomi, monitor his volatility. I shall begin the soothing process now, she instructed, once again forming the incantation. This was the foundational technique of the Beast-Taming Sect, designed to calm and tame magical beasts. Outer disciples practiced the basic version, while those who reached the core stage could learn advanced forms. After reaching the transformation stage, they could access the supreme version. Having spent 3 years in the outer sect, she had only achieved the foundational stage due to a lack of resources and suitable magical beasts for her training. Now, however, this world was teeming with magical creatures, and with so many available, she was confident she would reach the core stage soon. Yet, as she continued her efforts, Song Wan began to feel the strain. It dawned on her that even if she suppressed the white tiger's power, activating the foundational technique would still be challenging against him. Realizing this, she sighed internally. Alas, it should not be this dire. If only my powers had not diminished after my arrival here. With no other option, she resolved to deploy additional beast master rings to further suppress the creature's strength. Fortunately, her father had generously provided her with 2 rings. With a thought, another beast master ring materialized before her. She swiftly formed another incantation, sending the second ring to encircle the beastman's neck. With the added suppression from the second ring, Song Wan finally felt a sense of ease and resumed her efforts to soothe the beastman. The orc's once heavy breathing gradually calmed, and the atmosphere within the room grew increasingly tranquil. As the heart sutra flowed through her, Song Wan finally slipped into the orc's dreams. To her astonishment, the essence of this orc manifested as a magnificent white tiger. The snow-white creature, devoid of any blemish, captured Song Ruan's heart at first glance. The king of beasts, and such exquisite form. Even her father had never possessed a pet as stunning. If only she could forge a pact with this white tiger to make it her companion. Yet, Song Wan merely entertained the thought. She was only at the foundational level of cultivation, lacking the ability to contract a magical beast. Moreover, even if she were to obtain such power in the future, the beast must willingly consent for the contract to be successful. This was no simple matter. Gathering her focus, Song Wan approached the white tiger. At that moment, it lay on the ground, ensnared by dark energy, barely clinging to life. Upon her approach, it exhibited no resistance whatsoever. When she reached out to stroke its head, it even leaned into her hand with a soft whimper. Enchanted, Song Wan reveled in the sensation of petting the tiger. She had previously caressed birds, cats, and even snakes, but never had she encountered such a fierce beast. The tiger's fur felt incredibly soothing to the touch. After a time of enjoyment, she reminded herself to return to the task at hand, capturing the dark energy enveloping the white tiger for refinement. This dark energy was likely the cause of the orc's rising agitation levels. In the world of cultivation, magical beasts also bore this dark energy, albeit in far lesser quantities. The magical beasts Song Wan had encountered possessed significantly less. The Beast-Taming Sect's disciples practiced the Heart Sutra of Beast Mastery precisely to refine such dark energy, which could then be transformed into genuine qi, nourishing the practitioner. To put it more plainly, the cultivation of the Beast-Taming Sect disciples relied on assisting magical beasts in refining dark energy to replenish themselves. Thus, faced with such an abundance of dark energy, Song Wan could hardly contain her joy. If her conjecture was correct, and this dark energy truly correlated with the orc's agitation levels, What did that imply? It signified that this world was a veritable paradise for her cultivation. Not only could she aspire to the golden core stage, but even the nascent soul, spirit transformation, and perhaps even transcendence to immortality were within reach. Achieving immortality would grant her the power to tear through the fabric of time and space, potentially allowing her to return to her previous world and inherit her father's Beast-Taming Sect. No, she chided herself. She must not indulge in fanciful thinking. It was time to focus on her cultivation. Determined, Song Wan banished the distractions from her mind, honing her focus as she accelerated her efforts to capture the dark energy. However, due to her low strength and the swift nature of the dark energy, her efficiency was not particularly high. Nevertheless, she possessed great patience, capturing it strand by strand before diligently refining it. Time slipped away, and eventually, a voice broke the silence. Congratulations, Master. Qining's agitation level has decreased to 81. Song Wan was elated. Indeed, her assumptions had proven correct. The dark energy was linked to the orc's agitation levels. By refining the dark energy, the orc's agitation could be diminished. Realizing her cultivation had already recovered significantly, she felt a surge of joy. Truly, great beasts were formidable. Merely aiding him in reducing his agitation by one had restored much of her strength. If she continued, her cultivation would surely not only fully recover, but grow. With renewed determination, Song Wan resumed her practice. After some time, as she refined more and more dark energy, her cultivation finally returned to its peak and even began to grow. Yet, soon fatigue washed over her. At that moment, the voice of Little Honey resonated once more. Congratulations, Master. Qining's agitation level has fallen below 80. You have completed this task. With a sigh of relief, Song Wan ceased her efforts to capture the dark energy. She had previously only heard tales of practitioners who were so abundant in resources that they cultivated to the point of fainting. Today, she had truly witnessed it herself. Had she continued capturing and refining the dark energy, she would have soon been overwhelmed. Stopping her cultivation, Song Wan glanced down at the white tiger beside her. The little creature had succumbed to comfort and was now fast asleep, even snoring softly. She reached out once more, caressing its head a few times, reluctant to leave the dream realm. In the real world, Song Wan opened her eyes to find the handsome orc indeed snoring gently on the floor. The sound was soft, and he appeared to be in a deep, satisfied slumber, his face adorned with a blissful smile. Beautiful individuals looked all the more enchanting when they smiled, and Song Wan couldn't help but smile in return. Summoning her two beast masterings back into her spatial ring, she instructed Little Honey, "Let us submit the task." Understood, Master. The task has been submitted. Given that your first client is of a higher rank, you now have a 3-hour break. After 3 hours, you must resume your duties. How considerate, Song Wan remarked with a hint of exasperation. She straightened her garments and made her way to the door. Upon opening it, she found Fan Yong and 3 others waiting not far outside. Hearing the commotion, they immediately looked her way. Captain Qin's agitation level has returned to a temporarily safe range. You may take him away. The 4 were taken aback, and Fan Yong quickly regained his composure. Thank you, esteemed one, he exclaimed, hurrying to express his gratitude. Quickly, let us carry the captain out. He urged the other members of the Vanguard Corps. The 4 rushed in unison, entering Song Ruan's room. Their eyes dared not wander, only glancing briefly at the living room and their captain on the stretcher. To their surprise, the captain appeared unchanged from before. His clothing seemed untouched, merely his face had been cleaned. Thus, how had this female managed to soothe their captain's agitation? Among the 3 members of the Vanguard Corps, glances were exchanged, questioning the circumstances. Fan Yong, equally perplexed, pondered, could it be that their captain's face has been cleaned? Who could resist such a handsome face? Moreover, the captain was an A-grade pinnacle orc, while the female he had scheduled was apparently only a C-grade. How could she have succeeded in calming him? Noticing the expression on Qining's face, Fan Yong's suspicion deepened. Surely, their captain had been enamored by Song Ruan. If not, how could he appear so blissful? Jealousy bubbled within him. He had only recently secured an appointment with this female for comfort, hoping to impress her and end his bachelorhood, yet their captain had encountered a predicament. Uncertain of who first took hold of the stretcher, Fan Yong, along with the other 3 orcs, carefully carried Qining out. Just before exiting, Fan Yong cast a lingering glance back at Song Ruan, resolutely vowing that he would secure another opportunity with this female before meeting his end in battle. Unbeknownst to him, the other 3 orcs harbored similar thoughts. After seeing them off, Song-won closed the door once they had moved a sufficient distance away. At that moment, the aftereffects of her cultivation surged forth, a profound hunger nearly causing her to stumble. She hastily approached the table and drank down 2 vials of nutritional liquid, feeling somewhat revitalized before retreating to her room to rest. Her eyelids felt heavy. It turned out that refining too much dark energy at once could lead to such overwhelming fatigue. Upon entering her room, Song-won collapsed onto her bed, surrendering to slumber. Meanwhile, Chin-in was taken to the medical facility by his comrades. Dr. Liu Zhao personally examined Chin-in and administered treatment. After assessing Chin-in's condition, Liu Zhao was taken aback. When Chin-in was brought in, his agitation level had soared to 82, exceeding the safety threshold by 2, hindering his ability to provide extensive treatment. At that moment, Fan Yong had mentioned the availability of a comfort appointment for Chin-in, noting she was a C-grade female. In the absence of the comfort physician, he could only send Fan Yong and Chin-in to test their luck. Logically, a C-grade female would have a limited effect on soothing an A-grade pinnacle male, even within death comfort. However, it had only been a little over an hour since the lad had left, and his agitation levels had surprisingly diminished to below a safe threshold. Moreover, upon being brought back, he had fallen asleep, and despite being subjected to an exhaustive examination, he remained blissfully unaware. Let him sleep, I suppose. Even in slumber. His face bore an indecent smile. Was the experience with the female truly that pleasurable? As this thought crossed his mind, Liu Zhao's gaze shifted downward, settling on Qin Yin's groin. Could it be that he had indeed indulged with the female? Suddenly, Liu Zhao felt a tremor in his wrist. A video call was coming in. Clearing his throat, Liu Zhao forced himself to regain composure. A glance at his holographic device revealed it was a call from the marshal. Suppressing his unease, Liu Zhao stood at attention and answered the call. Marshal.
Salute.
I've heard that Xiao Yin has encountered a problem and is currently with you. Qin Jin's tone was not inquiring, it was authoritative. Qin Yin was his nephew, an individual of considerable talent and numerous virtues, whom he idolized and emulated in all matters. Yet, to his chagrin, the boy had stubbornly refused to consider marrying a female. Even worse, he had fled to his fierce tiger corps to escape an arranged marriage, ultimately joining the vanguard army. After learning of the situation, his elder brother frequently bombarded him with calls, much to his irritation. Despite his annoyance with his brother's incessant calls, he harbored genuine concern for his nephew. Following a meeting, upon hearing that his nephew's agitation levels had breached the safe threshold, he immediately reached out. Liu Zhao felt a moment of tension. Returning to you, Marshal, Captain Qin is right here. As he spoke, he directed the camera towards Qin Yin. Upon seeing Qin Yin and the lascivious smile gracing his features, Qin Zhen's expression momentarily faltered. Xiao Yin. Liu Zhao cast a sidelong glance at the euphoric Qin Yin. Returning to you, Marshal, Captain Qin is now fine. A little over an hour ago, Deputy Captain Fan and the others escorted him to the red tent. Currently, Captain Qin's agitation levels have dropped below 80. I just completed his treatment, and the reason he remains asleep is simply due to being excessively comfortable. Liu Zhao intentionally emphasized the phrase excessively comfortable. The moment the words left his mouth, he witnessed the marshal's astonishment. You mean, Xiao Yin went to the red tent? What level of female is there to soothe him? Qin Zhen, who was usually unflappable, stumbled over his words this time. Liu Zhao smiled knowingly. Indeed, the one who successfully calmed Captain Qin is a C-grade female. A cough from Qin Zhen indicated he was nearly choked by his own saliva. It was over, his nephew's status as a male was lost. Yet, it struck him that his nephew despised females and had no intention of marrying, so preserving his chastity was moot. Perhaps this encounter with a female could enlighten him. It might even be a good thing? Well, at the very least, he was unharmed. Noticing Liu Zhao's gaze upon him, Qin Zhen swiftly regained his seriousness. Please take good care, Xiao Yin. Understood. Liu Zhao responded loudly. With that, Qin Zhen ended the video call. Liu Zhao retracted his holographic device and turned his attention to the unconscious Qin Yin, whose enchanting face was adorned with a triumphant smile. About an hour later, Song-won awoke, well-rested. The bed provided in the red tent was both large and plush, complete with certain pleasurable features. Though she had not utilized them, they had nonetheless afforded her a deeply satisfying sleep. Upon waking, Song-won found she had nearly an hour of rest time remaining. Feeling hunger pangs, she consumed a nutrient solution to stave off her hunger, and then took a moment to explore her surroundings. Upon discovering clothing in the bedroom, she unhesitatingly added a set of loungewear to her work attire. Chapter 6. Sanjua. The little assistant, upon witnessing this, refrained from offering further prompts, leading Song Wan to assume that her attire was acceptable. Upon entering the living room, she glanced at the last remaining nutrient solution on the table, her stomach growling in discomfort. The nutrient solutions of this era were hardly nutritious. They merely provided a fleeting sense of satiety and met the most basic energy requirements. If she were an ordinary person, it might suffice for her needs, but as a cultivator who practiced daily, ordinary food was barely adequate to counter her energy expenditure, let alone nutrient solutions. Moreover, she was aware that in the realm of cultivation, common food was referred to as natural food in this era, and due to a scarcity of cultivation bases, it held significant value. Contemplating this, Song Ruan's brow furrowed. She was currently deep in debt, her StarNet account barely holding a 3-digit balance. How could she afford natural food? Forget it. I'll fill my stomach first, she muttered to herself, downing the last nutrient solution in one go. To her dismay, the solution only provided comfort for a few minutes before she found herself hungry once more. With no other option, Song Wan retrieved a bright red apple from her spatial ring and devoured it in a few bites. Her spatial ring contained a plethora of spirit fruits and medicinal pills, all prepared by her father. Spirit fruits were rich in energy. Even a low-grade spirit fruit contained energy equivalent to that of several ordinary fruits. After consuming one, Song Wan finally felt somewhat satiated. Little assistant, let us get to work. She addressed her robotic assistant. Yes, master. Activating work mode, it responded. After a brief while, the assistant chimed in again. Congratulations, master. The second guest has responded and will arrive in 10 minutes. Please prepare for their reception. Understood, Song Wan replied, awaiting the arrival of her second guest. Before long, the assistant alerted her that the guest had arrived, prompting Song Wan to open the door. This time, the orc arrived alone, a figure exuding masculine strength, his physique adorned with well-defined muscles. Upon seeing Song Wan, the orc initially froze, and then his ruggedly handsome face flushed crimson. Song Wan, esteemed lady, greetings, he stammered, averting his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Song Wan found the orc's reaction amusing. Hello, please come in. She greeted him warmly, stepping aside. The orc awkwardly entered, following her instructions to sit on the sofa. Would you like some water? Song Wan asked, bringing a cup of warm water mixed with flavorings and offering it to him. The orc, taken aback, accepted the water with both hands, his ears turning red. Thank you. At that moment, Sanjwa's heart raced. How could he have encountered such a beautiful and gentle female? No wonder the veterans of the Vanguard Army all lined up to book sessions with the soothing females in the red tent. To spend time alone with such a wonderful female, receiving her spiritual comfort, was worth any risk, even if it meant facing death in battle thereafter. No need to be polite. Please drink, Song Wan said with a gentle smile, nearly causing Sanjwa to drown in her warmth. After a moment of dazed surprise, he finally took a sip of water, only to promptly lose consciousness. Song Ruan's lips curled into a smile. Little assistant, check the data. Let us begin our work. She commanded her robotic assistant. Understood, master, it replied, moving closer. Sanjwa, a new recruit in the 3rd Squad of the Vanguard Army, currently at mid-B level strength, with an agitation ratio of 798. Master, you need to lower his agitation by at least 2 to complete and submit this task. Based on your spiritual strength, you may either use your powers or delve deeper to calm Sanjwa. The latter method will yield more pronounced effects, and it is estimated that a single attempt will suffice. Song Wan cast a glance at her assistant, still feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the notion of delving deeply to quell agitation. What happens if I use my spiritual power to calm him? She inquired. Using your spiritual power to calm him, given your current strength, would likely take at least 4 hours to complete this task and would deplete approximately 80 of your spiritual energy. For your well-being, I would recommend the deeper calming method instead, the assistant advised. Song Wan thought to herself. Fortunately, she was not her predecessor. Let us start monitoring his agitation levels. Let us get to work, she quickly declared. Yes, master. Song Wan retrieved the Beast Master ring and placed it around Sanjwa's neck. Then, she activated the Beast Master Heart Sutra. Sanjwa, at mid-B level strength, was far inferior to the peak A level Chinin. This time, Song Wan successfully entered Sanjwa's dream realm without employing a second Beast Master ring. The upright giant, whose beastly form resembles that of a brown bear, is enshrouded in a thick veil of dark energy, much like the white tiger. Approaching the bear, Song-won offered a moment of solace before embarking on the task of capturing and refining the dark energy. Approximately 15 minutes later, a notification chimed. Congratulations, Master. Sunju's agitation level has decreased to 79. The diligent Song-won, engrossed in her practice, allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. The dark energy emanating from a B-grade beast man is notably easier to capture and refine at her current pace. Soothing 5 beastmen in a day would hardly be a daunting task. Continuing her cultivation, another 15 minutes passed before the little AI chimed in once more. Congratulations, Master. Sunju's agitation level has been reduced to 78. 8. You have completed this task. Was that not rather swift? She felt she had not yet fully cultivated enough. After a brief moment of hesitation, Song-won refined an additional 8 strands of dark energy before concluding her work and exiting Sunju's dreamscape. She still had 3 guests to attend to that day, so she need not worry about a shortage of dark energy for her cultivation. Conserving her energy was prudent. Completing the task was paramount. Little AI, submit the task and kindly invite the next guest to join us, she instructed the robotic butler. Understood, Master. The task has been submitted. The 3rd guest has responded and will arrive in 15 minutes. Please prepare for their reception. Rising, Song-won retrieved a pill from her spatial ring, held it beneath Sunju's nose for him to sniff, and then returned it to her storage. Sunju, who had been peacefully asleep moments ago, quickly awoke. Upon seeing Song-won smiling at him from across the table, he returned her gaze with an enamored expression. He realized that he had indeed fallen asleep and dreamt of the female before him caressing him. Her touch was so warm, sending waves of comfort through him that made him yearn for more. Suddenly, a realization struck him. A flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes. My agitation level has decreased. And substantially at that. Song-won nodded with a smile. Your agitation level has dropped below 79. You are free to leave now. Sunju's eyes widened in astonishment. So soon? How did she manage to calm him down? Glancing down at his attire, he noticed no visible change. Checking the time on his wrist communicator, he realized that barely half an hour had elapsed since he entered. Coming to the understanding that the female across from him had not made any advances, he felt a pang of disappointment. Song Ruan's restraint, it seemed, was a sign of her disinterest in him. Chapter 7. What to do when you're too poor. Indeed, his beastly form as a brown bear was not the most appealing to females. Contemplating this, Sunju felt a wave of dejection wash over him. Even though his agitation level had lowered, the comfort it provided could not dispel his disheartenment. Although your agitation level has decreased to a safe range, it remains close to the threshold. Should the opportunity arise, you may once again book a session for my mental soothing services. Next time, I can assist you in lowering it further, the little AI informed him. Given Sunju's B-grade, mid-tier strength, the prospect of reducing his agitation level by 1 more point did not constitute an excessive workload for her. She envisioned building rapport with the beastmen after completing her daily tasks and taking on private jobs for profit. Upon hearing this, Sunju's eyes gleamed with hope. Really? Thank you, Lady Song-won. The fact that she was willing to assist him further was astonishing. Did this mean Lady Song-won did not harbor any disdain for him? Perhaps even held some interest? The mere thought sent a thrill of joy coursing through him. It is my honor to be of assistance to you, she replied graciously. Your next guest is arriving soon. Allow me to escort you out. As Song-won rose, Sunju gazed at her with admiration, nearly starry-eyed. Lady Song-won was not only beautiful but also cultured, a true embodiment of grace. Her earlier restraint in not advancing towards him was surely a consideration for his dignity. Unwilling to tarnish her own purity, he resolved to make a name for himself in the vanguard camp, to earn military merit and increase his strength, all in hopes of following Lady Song-won. Even if he could not marry her in the future, he would remain devoted to her. Unbeknownst to Song-won, after escorting the reluctant Sunju out, she soon welcomed her 3rd guest. This guest also belonged to the B-grade category, possessing strength similar to Sunju's, and was likewise at the mid-tier. Following her established routine, Song-won completed another session of work. After instructing the little AI to submit the task, she expressed her desire to continue working. The task has been submitted, the little AI replied. It is now 11:30, approaching lunchtime. I recommend that you eat before resuming your work. Feeling her stomach, Song-won realized that after soothing 2 beastmen consecutively, the spirit fruit she had previously consumed was nearly depleted. Such significant consumption was not solely due to the two B-grade beast men, but also because the residual effects of soothing Chin had yet to dissipate completely. Regardless, taking a break for lunch seemed prudent. Let us dine before resuming work. Does the red tent have lunch arranged? Where shall we eat? Master. The red tent has not arranged lunch. However, it has a partnership with the military cafeteria, and my system supports paid meal orders. As the little AI spoke, a holographic menu displaying various dishes and their prices appeared before Song Ruan. Both meat and vegetable options were available, with ordinary dishes priced affordably, while meat dishes hovered around 20 star coins each, and vegetable dishes around 10 star coins. Noticing that the meat options significantly diminished under the natural food category, Song Ruan found that a single meat dish cost over 1,000 star coins, and even the vegetable options reached upwards of 400 star coins. Reflecting on her meager balance in the 3-digit range, her mood grew heavy. Are there any nutritional supplements available? Perhaps I should purchase a few to tide me over. Ordinary food in this world was often tainted. The beast men, with their robust physiques, could consume it without much consequence, but the females dared not indulge. Excessive consumption of contaminated food could jeopardize a female's mental fortitude, leading to permanent psychological and physical harm. Nutritional supplements, although derived from ordinary ingredients, had over 90 of harmful substances removed, making them the optimal choice for females aside from natural food sources. Yes, Master. Please return to the main page and click on the mall option to browse the military supermarket. Nutritional supplements are available for purchase there. Moreover, orders exceeding 5,000 star coins can be delivered to your residence. Hearing about the 5,000 star coin delivery threshold made Song Ruan sigh in disbelief. Her paltry 3-digit balance. Despite this, she ventured into the military supermarket, discovering a plethora of options: vegetables, fruits, grains, oils, beverages, and sundries. A cursory glance confirmed that the prices for natural ingredients far surpassed those of ordinary ones. With no funds to spare, Song Ruan quickly abandoned her search for natural ingredients and sought out nutritional supplements. To her dismay, she found that the ones allocated for the females in the red tent were actually second-grade supplements, priced at a staggering 100 star coins each. The highest quality supplements available in the store were indeed second-grade. The first-grade supplements contained only half the energy of the second-grade ones, yet still cost 60 star coins. I shall purchase 2 second-grade supplements, as it is better than nothing. Song Ruan quickly made her decision, only to ponder another thought. If my shopping total falls short of 5,000 star coins, can I collect or purchase items from the military supermarket myself? No, the little AI replied. As you have yet to complete your work for the day, you must remain within the confines of the red tent until your tasks are concluded. Song Ruan felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Nutritional supplements could only swiftly replenish her energy, but offered little nutritional value for the females. It was not advisable for her to rely on them as a substitute for meals. Natural ingredients are undoubtedly the most suitable sustenance for females, and it is advisable for the owner to procure natural meals. Ordering from the military canteen's natural meal options incurs no additional delivery fees, as the canteen will arrange for direct home delivery. Song Ruan's expression appeared rather despondent. I am well aware that natural meals are far more delectable and nutritious. But what can I do if I lack funds? This remark was merely a complaint, with Song Ruan harboring no genuine expectation that the robot could resolve her predicament. To her surprise, however, Xiaomi spoke up. If the owner's star coin account balance is insufficient, you may apply to the military for a modification in the disbursement method of your salary. Instead of receiving the full month's salary at the end of the month, it can be adjusted to reflect actual labor and settle daily wages. Following this alteration in salary disbursement, the owner will receive 50 of the remuneration for each completed task immediately, with the remaining 50 disbursed in full at the end of the month. The rationale behind withholding 50 is to deter females from violating regulations, thereby facilitating penalties at month end. Song Ruan's eyes sparkled with hope. Then please assist me in applying, she urged eagerly. Certainly, owner. Your application has been approved. As soon as Xiaomi finished speaking, Song Ruan's wrist vibrated several times. Upon accessing her light brain, she discovered multiple notifications confirming the receipt of funds. She opened the notifications to find the Tiger Legion Military Department has transferred a salary of 50,000 star coins to you. Note, Chinin. The Tiger Legion Military Department has transferred a salary of 500 star coins to you. Note, Sanjua. The Tiger Legion Military Department has transferred a salary of 500 star coins to you. Note, Zhangqua. Chapter 8. Unreliable Friends. The disparity was stark, 50,000 from Qinin, while Sun Jue and Zhang Kuo received a mere 2,500 each. Did the military employ differential pricing based on the varying ranks of the beastmen? Indeed, owner. In accordance with a soothing rate of 2, the remuneration for a red account female soothing a pioneer soldier ranges from 1,000 to 100,000 star coins. For B-grade males, the remuneration for the soother is rated at 1,000, 5,000, and 10,000 star coins for the initial, mid, and peak stages, respectively. For A-grade males, the corresponding wages are 20,000, 50,000, and 100,000 star coins. Song Wan quickly grasped the situation. Since Qin Yin was an A-grade peak beast man, she could have earned 100,000 star coins for soothing him, but she could only access half of that as an advance, hence the 50,000 star coins. Sun Jue and Zhang Kuo were valued at 5,000 star coins each, so they each received 2,500. Excellent! Song Wan exclaimed, a radiant smile illuminating her face. It seemed that she would no longer need to fret over the inability to afford meals. However, as she opened the subsequent notifications, her smile faded. Your account has been debited 25,000 star coins. Note: Empire Star 1008 Execution Bureau, debt interest deduction. Your account has been debited 1,250 star coins. Note: Empire Star 1008 Execution Bureau, debt interest deduction. Your account has been debited 1,250 star coins. Note: Empire Star 1008 Execution Bureau, debt interest deduction. After reviewing the notifications, Song Wan hastily checked her star coin account balance. Seeing that she still had over 27,000 remaining, she sighed in relief. Damn it. My previous self was swindled, not only landing me in the red account but also leaving me with a colossal debt of 100 million star coins. Just as I received a modest sum, the Execution Bureau swooped in to deduct. Fortunately, only 50 was deducted. The remaining funds sufficed for her sustenance. After glancing at the deduction information, Song Wan sighed again. She needed to swiftly strengthen her cultivation to reach the core formation stage. Only then could she unlock the medicinal space within the jade pendant her father had given her. Once she could access that medicinal space, she would no longer have to worry about elixirs or various spiritual fruits and vegetables. Moreover, there would be hope for her to repay her debts promptly. Collecting her thoughts, Song Wan stowed away her light brain and decided to place an order. Spending over 2,000 star coins, she ordered a meat dish, a vegetable dish, and rice. She then browsed the military supermarket page, noting that her household supplies were mostly sufficient, so she purchased some vegetables, meats, and seasonings. The culinary techniques of this time and space were rather lacking, and the seasonings were not complete, but she could concoct and create her own seasonings. Henceforth, she resolved to prepare her own meals. After placing her order, a mere 10 minutes later, Xiaomi informed her that her food had arrived. Upon opening the door, the guard robot delivered her meal. Song Wan marveled at the military canteen's efficiency as she took her meal to the table to enjoy. The flavor was indeed subpar. Yet the energy contained within surpassed that of nutritional liquids. Adhering to her principle of not wasting food, she compelled herself to consume every morsel. After finishing her meal, the goods she ordered from the military supermarket also arrived. Song Wan received the items, inspected them, and stored everything in her spatial ring. Xiaomi, let us continue working, she instructed the robotic butler. Understood, owner. Work mode activated. The fourth guest has responded and will arrive in 10 minutes. Please prepare for their reception. Song Wan marveled at the efficiency of the pioneer army and proceeded to fetch water and prepare additional supplies. Subsequently, she attended to 2 B-grade beastmen. One was a B-grade peak, and the other a B-grade early stage. After half of the wages were deposited, the Execution Bureau deducted another half, leaving her balance increased by only 2,750 star coins. Congratulations, owner, on successfully completing today's work. You may now freely arrange your time. Looking at the time, Song Wan noted it was merely 1:30 p.m. Considering that she had just crossed over and it was her first day in the red account, she chose not to work overtime on her very first day. Changing out of her work uniform, she headed to the kitchen. She intended to mix and create some seasonings for future use. This kept her busy for the entire afternoon. By the end, she not only prepared the seasonings she needed but also cooked several dishes to store in her space. The space ring her father had given her contained a time-stopping area. Whatever was stored within remained unchanged, and retrieving items was more efficient than the refrigerators of this time and space. After a productive afternoon, Song Wan grew fond of her little kitchen. The energy usage in this time and space was incomparable to that of the cultivation world, due to her lower cultivation level. In the cultivation realm, she had to chop wood and expend considerable energy to make other preparations. Each time she cooked, it consumed a significant portion of her time. However, this time and space's little kitchen was remarkably intelligent. With minimal effort, she could prepare a variety of dishes. At 6 o'clock, Song Wan enjoyed a delightful meal, then opened her light brain to browse and learn more about the happenings in this world. Occasionally, she exchanged a few words with Xiaomi, inquiring about the Tiger Legion, the Pioneer Army, and the Red Account. As she absorbed more information, her sense of unease about this world gradually diminished. Meanwhile, in the medical room, Qin, who had been in a deep slumber, finally awoke. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. Not far away, his unreliable friend Lu Zhao was observing him with a smirk. "You really had a good sleep. Is the female named Song Wan that intoxicating?" Lu Zhao's face broke into a mischievous grin. "Huh, this guy previously claimed he would never match with a female or accept their deep soothing. It turns out his body is more honest than anyone." As a realization struck him, Qin Yin's face flushed crimson. "Don't spout nonsense," he admonished, though his tone lacked conviction, only prompting Lu Zhao to whistle in response. It seems that being a young master and an inexperienced male are truly different. Such charm, tsk. Embarrassed and enraged, Qin Yin's face grew even redder. "Enough, Lu Zhao. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll turn hostile." Finally, Lu Zhao ceased his teasing, wiping his hands. "You really can't take a joke," he remarked, before moving closer to the hospital bed. "Your levels of agitation have dropped below the safety threshold. For the immediate future, as long as you manage your emotions well and refrain from activating abilities above level 80, your agitation levels will not surpass the safety line again. By the way, during your slumber, the Marshal visited twice via video call, requesting that you seek him out upon awakening." Qin promptly rolled out of bed, but was halted by Lu Chao. "Wait," Qin paused, looking at Lu Chao, who smiled broadly. "Tell me the truth. Did that female named Song Wan truly take advantage of you?"
Chapter 9. Yuan. Ouch.
Lu Chao suddenly clutched his head in pain. "You brute. Are you really playing with me, Qin?" Having sidestepped, Qin responded seriously. "If you dare to make jokes about Her Excellency Song Wan again,
It won't just be a mere tap next time."
Lu Chao's expression froze. "Her Excellency Song Wan? This kid is serious." "You." Qin, his ears reddening, insisted, "Her Excellency Song Wan is virtuous and kind. There is nothing sordid between us." Though asleep during her soothing intervention, he was aware that she had not overstepped boundaries. Although somewhat disappointing, this only deepened his admiration for her character. Resolving to become her devoted follower, he even contemplated the notion of marrying her, should she not object. Lu Chao stared at Qin in disbelief. Is this the same Qin who previously loathed females? Has he been possessed? Feeling awkward under Lu Chao's gaze, Qin quickly declared, "I must be on my way," and left in haste.
"Hey, wait."
Lu Chao called after him, but Qin ignored him, swiftly disappearing upon exiting. Lu Chao, feeling a bit downcast for failing to catch up, returned to the medical room and activated his holographic computer. Searching the soothing therapy registration system, he found Song Wan's name. Qin wouldn't lie. This Her Excellency Song Wan is capable of bringing his agitation levels to safety without in-depth intervention. A C-class female? Is that even possible? Qin is at the peak of A-class. Even a B-class female would struggle to help him calm down. He realized he belonged to the Vanguard Corps and was eligible to apply for assistance from the Red Tent females. Perhaps I should pay a visit?
Meanwhile,
Qin dashed out of the medical room, finally slowing his pace once he had successfully evaded the bothersome Lu Chao. Glancing back, he sighed in relief upon confirming Lu Chao was not pursuing him. Remembering the message from his uncle, he gathered his composure and made his way to Qin Zhen's residence. At the Marshal's residence, Qin Zhen was attending to matters in his office when the robotic butler notified him of Qin Yin's arrival. "Have him wait in the living room. I'll be down shortly," Qin Zhen instructed, wrapping up his work and rising. Upon entering the living room, he found Qin Yin already seated on the sofa. Seeing Qin Zhen approach, Qin Yin quickly stood and saluted. "Marshal." Qin Zhen raised a hand to quell the formality. "No need for such politeness at home. Have you eaten? Not yet, Qin Yin replied, plopping back down onto the sofa without hesitation. A flicker of affection crossed Qin Jun's eyes. Little Yin was the only child of his elder brother and had always been fond of clinging to him. He regarded him almost as his own child. Then let us eat together, he said, instructing the robotic butler to notify the kitchen to serve the meal. Soon, household robots emerged from the kitchen, bringing dishes to the dining table. As the uncle and nephew began their meal, Qin Jin suddenly inquired, Little Yin, what is your current agitation level? This matter weighed heavily on him. He had previously been informed by his brother that Qin Yin's agitation levels were nearing dangerous thresholds, yet he had not personally checked, nearly leading to a crisis for his only nephew. Thankfully, Lu Chao had managed the situation well, sparing Qin Yin from trouble. Qin Yin's expression stiffened slightly. It has already dropped to a safe level, uncle. You need not worry, he replied, a hint of tension in his voice. I need to know the specific ratio. Qin Jun stated firmly, producing a device to measure agitation levels. Qin Jun also possessed a spatial ring, albeit smaller than Song Ruan's. Come here, he commanded. Reluctantly, Qin Yin approached, knowing refusal would be futile. Qin Jun assessed his troublesome nephew. And the results appeared swiftly. His levels had indeed fallen below 80, but remained alarmingly high at 798. Furrowing his brow at the results, Qin Jun declared, You must continue to calm down. For the next few days, refrain from missions. I will contact Her Excellency Ji Yuan to come and assist you.
Yi Yuan.
An A-class mid-tier female, was not employed by the military but occasionally volunteered her services to help soldiers of the Tiger Corps. The reason behind this was the Emperor's desire to match Ji Yuan with him. Having reached double S-class, and with no S-class females in the Federation, he could only consider marrying an A-class female to accept deeper soothing. Ji Yuan was one of the few A-class females in the Federation that matched him well, and at merely 35 years of age, she was exceptionally rare, holding potential to ascend to S-class. Yet, he was reluctant to resign himself to fate. However, he had to consider his nephew's situation. With Qin Yin's strength at the peak of A-class and soon to rise to S-class, this child harbored a profound aversion to females and refused to marry. If he were unable to find an A-class female to help him calm down, he feared he might face a crisis even sooner than himself. If one of them was destined to make a sacrifice, it should be him.
No.
Unexpectedly, Qin Yin rejected the notion. That Ji Yuan is not a good female. She already has 6 husbands and is entangled with many males. I refuse to believe you are unaware of her intentions toward you. I want to have you sacrificing for me. If my life must be exchanged for your happiness, I would rather die right now. Qin Jun's face turned grave, his silence speaking volumes. This child had his temperament. If he were to summon Ji Yuan, it was likely Qin Yin would rush into battle and endanger himself. Perhaps you need not be so anxious, Qin Yin suddenly added. Qin Jun frowned. My agitation levels only returned to safety thanks to Her Excellency Song Ruan. I will continue to register for her soothing sessions. I am certain I can lower my agitation levels even further. As this confession left his lips, Qin Yin's ears flushed crimson, and his gaze averted from Qin Jun. Only then did Qin Jun recall Lu Chao's earlier words. Observing his nephew's peculiar demeanor and actions, he was taken aback. Her Excellency Song Ruan? The one from the red tent? Did you truly accept her deeper soothing? At this moment, he was unsure whether to feel joy or anger. It was rare for his nephew to find a female he did not despise. If he could truly accept her, it would be a positive turn. Yet, being from the red tent, one could not help but question the quality of such a female. Qin Yin's face flushed even deeper. Yes, Her Excellency Song Ruan is indeed from the red tent, but she is virtuous, kind, and gentle. She does not resemble a malicious person. I believe there must be some misunderstanding regarding her assignment to the red tent. Qin Jun was astonished. Was this truly the same nephew who had despised females? Chapter 10, A Heartfelt Obsession. Little Yin, blushing for a female and defending her character, even questioning the Federation's judicial integrity. Qin Jun found himself at a loss for words. Realizing the implications, Qin Yin hastily clarified, Uncle, please don't misunderstand. Her Excellency Song Ruan hasn't conducted any deeper soothing on me. As the conversation progressed, Qin Yin's handsome visage turned a deep shade of crimson. At this moment, Qin Jun found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel relieved or regretful. The female in question had not engaged with Xiao Yin in that manner, which meant he remained unblemished. Given Xiao Yin's disposition, it was likely he would never marry in this lifetime. However, he thought, Even if his future daughter-in-law were a woman relegated to a red tent, he could accept that. After all, she could help temper Xiao Yin's temperament, and he did not seem averse to her. As for her character, he could keep a watchful eye on her, and she would surely refrain from any misdeeds. Indeed, Lady Song Ruan was quite upright. Yet, wasn't she merely a C-grade female? If she did not possess the ability to deeply soothe him, how could she effectively calm his temperament? Qin Zhen's expression reflected skepticism. At that moment, he fervently wished his nephew was merely jesting. If his nephew had indeed shared a bed with a female named Song Ruan, then he could devise a plan to unite them and resolve his nephew's lifelong dilemma. Subsequently, he could expedite his nephew's retirement and facilitate his return to a safer environment. As long as he distanced himself from the front lines and had a female to temper his temperament, his nephew's volatility would not escalate so rapidly as to threaten his life. Perhaps her mental prowess had indeed improved. Uncle, you need not doubt. I am quite certain that Lady Song Ruan has not laid a finger on me. With his head lowered, Qin Yin suddenly mustered the courage to meet Qin Zhen's gaze. Moreover, I wish to pursue Lady Song Ruan. If she is willing, I desire to marry her and serve her as my sovereign. Qin Zhen's mouth dropped open in astonishment. What did you say? He questioned, unsure if he had misheard. Qin Yin's eyes were resolute. Uncle, I am certain she is the one. She is unlike any other female. I cannot envision marrying anyone else. Qin Zhen's countenance brightened with joy. Excellent. Wonderful. Well done, Xiao Yin. Your uncle fully supports you. He laughed heartily, never expecting that the once iron tree of their family would finally bloom. Now, he could provide his elder brother with a satisfactory account. Although she was a woman from a red tent, her mental prowess must have reached B-grade. B-grade females were rare within the entire Federation. If Xiao Yin were to marry her, even if he ascended to S-grade, he need not worry about his volatility. As for her background, she was a convict, exiled to the red tent, so what? A B-grade female could temper A-grade and B-grade males even without employing deep soothing techniques. Provided everything was arranged appropriately, and he issued a stern warning, she would surely not dare betray Xiao Yin. The more Qin Zhen contemplated, the more satisfied he became. Resolute in his decision, he would have someone investigate Song Ruan's background and then contact his elder brother. Upon hearing Qin Zhen's words, Qin Yin felt an overwhelming surge of happiness. Uncle, you truly support me? Of course. Strive to win her heart, and if you succeed, I will personally officiate your union. Furthermore, I will speak to your father, rather than watch you live a solitary life, always at risk of an outburst. I believe your father will accept your choice of a female from a red tent. Thank you. Qin Yin's eyes shimmered with gratitude. The uncle and nephew shared a hearty meal and exchanged heartfelt words before Qin Yin departed late that night. After his departure, Qin Zhen immediately tasked his subordinates with investigating Song Ruan. The following day, he received her dossier. Song Ruan, former chairwoman of the Song Group, had been convicted of murder for hiring a hitman to eliminate the manager of her company, who was preparing to expose her. Additionally, she had embezzled funds and bribed officials. Facing 3 charges, she should have received the death penalty and forfeited all her assets. However, due to her status as a C-grade female, the court commuted her sentence to 1 year of service in a red tent, along with a fine of 100 million star coins to the Song Group. Upon reading this information, Qin Zhen frowned deeply. She hailed from a respectable background, yet was a murderer and embezzler. This female was certainly not to be underestimated. However, she was only 18 and had never been married, which fit well with his nephew's age. As he continued to review the dossier, Qin Zhen's thoughts began to shift. After her imprisonment, the Song Group was taken over by her half-sister, Song Qing. The deceased manager, Zhao Ji, had been previously betrothed to Song Ruan. Following Zhao's death and Song Ruan's downfall, Zhao Ming, Zhao Ji's brother, became engaged to Song Qing. Both siblings had directly accused Song Ruan of the crimes, leading to her heavy sentencing. With families rife with sordid affairs, it was possible that his nephew's beloved was either a greedy and malicious individual or a simpleton deserving of pity. Regardless of the conclusion, her lack of intelligence was certain. One couldn't help but wonder if their future children would inherit her foolishness. Setting aside the dossier, Qin Zhen sent a voice message to his subordinates. Investigate matters concerning Song Ruan, clarify whether she is truly culpable, and look into her relationship with her sister and Zhao Ming. Additionally, gather insights from those close to her to ascertain her character. Compile as many details as possible and present them to me promptly. If her character is sound, a little foolishness may be tolerable, If not, I will find a way to correct her, ensuring she refrains from any ill intentions in the future. With this matter arranged, Qingjin glanced at the documents on his desk and then contacted the matron in charge of the red tent, the elderly Lu Momo, who had led the training session for Song Ruan and others the previous day. The call was answered swiftly. Marshal. Lu Momo's tone was respectful. Momo, I would like to trouble you with a matter. After a brief discussion, Qingjin swiftly arranged for Song Ruan's situation to be addressed. Consequently, just as Song Ruan submitted her second task of the day, she received a message from the red tent management, stating they would come to reassess her mental prowess level immediately. Upon receiving this notice, Song Ruan realized that her prior act of soothing Qin Yin had been exposed. However, even if the higher-ups suspected something amiss, it would likely remain mere suspicion. After all, when she had calmed Qin Yin, he had been rendered unconscious and was unaware of her methods. Now, as long as her mental prowess reached B grade, the suspicions were likely to dissipate. With this thought in mind, Song Ruan resolved to employ her skills to manipulate the results of the forthcoming assessment. If it were the old her, severely drained of power, she would have been unable to execute such manipulation. Yet, through her practice over the past 2 days, not only had her strength returned, but she also showed signs of forming a golden core. Chapter 11. B-grade pinnacle female. Moments later, the red tent management arrived, with Lu Momo personally in attendance. Upon seeing Song Ruan, she recognized her immediately. I did not expect the individual the marshal wished to look after was you. Yesterday, 16 females had gathered in the red tent, all of whom had been pretentious and resistant to the management's arrangements for their work. Only this female before her had shown a willingness to take on additional tasks. Because of this, Lu Momo's impression of Song Ruan was already more favorable than that of the other females, and now it had improved even further. Song Ruan appeared puzzled. What did the old matron mean? The marshal? To look after her? What you do not know? Lu Momo inquired with a smile. This female was strikingly beautiful and possessed a commendable demeanor. If her mental prowess truly reached B grade, she would suit their young master quite well. Under Lu Momo's scrutinizing gaze, Song Ruan felt a twinge of anxiety. She shook her head. The first client you soothed yesterday was the marshal's own nephew, Lu Momo revealed directly. The young master has attained A-grade pinnacle strength if your mental prowess can reach B-grade. Lu Momo paused. The marshal intends to arrange for you to provide long-term soothing for the young master. Regarding your fundamental task of receiving 5 orc clients each day, the administration can make adjustments, either by reducing your workload or by assigning you orcs of early B-level strength whenever possible. Although Lu Maomao intended to disclose the marshal's true intentions to Song Ruan, she hesitated at the last moment, reconsidering her approach. The matter of facilitating a connection between this female and the young master has yet to be determined. This female warrants further evaluation. There is no need to inform her prematurely that the young master is resolute in his desire to marry only her. Otherwise, how could one anticipate her potential mischief? Song Ruan's expression shifted dramatically. This cannot be allowed,
she exclaimed.
She had intended to increase her clientele, accelerate her cultivation, and simultaneously earn money to repay her debts. While it is commendable for Qin Yin to assign her the role of calming him, one must consider how much negative energy he possesses. If she is to extract and refine his negative energy daily, it will not be long before it is entirely depleted. Moreover, since Qin Yin is under the marshal's command, one cannot be certain whether she will continue to receive payment for calming him. Without high-ranking orc clients visiting, her daily income would substantially decline. If she does not exert herself, she would struggle not only to recover her principal, but also to earn daily interest. Lu Maomao's expression darkened. Song Ruan hastily added, "Oh, Maomao, please do not misunderstand. What I meant to convey is that I have accepted Captain Qin's task. Additionally, I kindly request that you do not exempt or reduce my daily task of soothing 5 male clients. I believe I can manage. Furthermore," Song Ruan cast a shy glance at Lu Maomao. "To be candid, I am in significant debt. The salary from the Red Chamber is quite substantial, and I wish to gradually earn money to repay it." Lu Maomao was taken aback. Reflecting on Song Ruan's inquiry from the previous day, she finally understood the motivation behind it. This female, despite her current predicament, has not relinquished her hope. Even in debt, she harbors no thoughts of evasion and is willing to work diligently to repay what she owes. It seems her character is commendable. We shall first assess your mental fortitude. Lu Maomao decided, her demeanor softening. "Very well," Song Ruan replied, extending her hand. Lu Maomao immediately signaled to a nearby individual. An older female brought over a testing device, fastening it to Song Ruan's wrist. The machine activated instantly, and the numbers began to fluctuate. Song Ruan focused intently on the device, silently channeling her energy. The figures swiftly surpassed the sea-level threshold, advancing into the B-level range. The ascent slowed as it transitioned from early B to mid-B, and, astonishingly, it continued to rise. Upon noticing this development, Lu Maomao approached briskly, her gaze fixed intently upon the testing device, eager to witness an even higher level. Song Ruan's previous test results, recorded 6 months prior, had indicated a mid-level C. Typically, within such a time frame, a female could expect only a tenth of a level increase through rigorous training. However, in just 6 months, Song Ruan had elevated from mid-C to early B, a testament to her extraordinary talent. The latest results, however, suggested she had surpassed even early B. This female is truly a prodigy. As Song Ruan manipulated the device, she observed Lu Maomao's reaction. After a moment's hesitation, she allowed the instrument to settle in the upper range of B. To accommodate the reception of more clients and the capture of additional negative energy for refinement, she had initially considered pushing her mental strength directly to A level. Yet, the intensity of Lu Maomao and her associates' reactions caused her to fear revealing her true capabilities.
B. Peak B.
At the sight of the outcome, Lu Maomao's voice trembled with excitement. This girl is merely 18 years old, and her mental strength has reached the pinnacle of B. Such a talent is rare even within the entire Federation.
Now at peak B,
she stands a significant chance of ascending to A-level. A-level females are invaluable treasures to the Federation. Not only would she be a suitable match for the young master, but she could also be deemed worthy of the marshal himself, who is, in fact, an even greater source of concern than the young master. Lu Maomao's heart stirred with possibilities as she regarded Song Ruan with newfound warmth. Softe. I never anticipated that your mental strength would reach peak B. Lu Maomao personally dismantled the testing device, handing it to her subordinate before warmly grasping Song Ruan's hand. Your previous request has been approved by me. From now on, in addition to attending to the young master, you may freely choose the number of orcs you wish to accommodate each day. Hehe, I believe in your diligence and sense of responsibility. You will undoubtedly enhance the overall efficiency of our operations at the Red Chamber. Song Ruan glanced at Lu Maomao, reflecting. Is this what they refer to as moral coercion in this world? I will do my utmost, she affirmed, feeling no resistance, as this was her own desire. You truly are a good child. Lu Maomao's expression radiated delight. She promptly accessed her holographic device to modify the task restrictions placed upon Song Ruan. Once completed, she engaged in conversation with Song Ruan for a while longer, before leaving with a satisfied smile. Upon returning to her quarters, Lu Maomao immediately initiated a video call with Qin Zhen. Marshal, I have confirmed that Song Ruan's mental strength level is peak B. Moreover, she is only 18 years old, and within the age range for the most rapid mental growth. There is a significant likelihood that she will elevate her mental strength to A level. Qin Zhen expressed his surprise. When his nephew had informed him that Song Ruan had not provided him with in-depth solace, he had surmised she must be a B-level female. However, he had not anticipated that her mental strength had already reached peak B. An 18-year-old peak B female is a rare and coveted find wherever she may be. Have you arranged everything I requested? Qin Zhen inquired promptly. Chapter 12, Qin Mian. Since this Song Ruan exceeds his expectations, there is no need for further hesitation. He must seize the opportunity to facilitate the blossoming of feelings between her and his nephew. Everything is arranged. The young master may visit her once daily for calming. Additionally, I have granted her special permissions. She may choose the number of Vanguard Army clients she wishes to accommodate each day, given her substantial debts. Her eagerness to take clients should ensure she does not become complacent. Qin Zhen recalled the information he had perused. He remembered that Song Ruan's debts amounted to 100 million star coins, a considerable sum. However, for the Qin family it was not particularly daunting. Proceed with your arrangements. I will notify Xiao Yin to visit shortly. By the way, I want you to personally assess her mental strength every 2 weeks and report back to me. An 18-year-old peak B female has a high likelihood of entering A-level. A-level females hold immense significance for the Qin family and their Tiger Legion. Initially, he had merely sought a wife for Xiao Yin to resolve his personal matters. However, should Song Ruan's mental strength rise to A-level, he would not hesitate to match her with Xiao Yin in exchange for a long-term partnership with her and the Tiger Legion, as she is already destined to marry him. With his presence, she would not treat his nephew poorly either. An A-level female, even if a criminal still holds such qualifications. Lu Maomao comprehended Qin Zhen's intentions. Understood. Rest assured, Marshal, I will keep a close watch on her, she replied solemnly. After ending the video call, Qin Zhen sat in contemplation for a moment before hesitating and dialing another video number. The call was promptly answered. The individual on the other end was a handsome orc, exuding elegance, whose features bore a resemblance to both Qin Yin and Qin Zhen. Brother, Qin Zhen initiated the conversation. The orc smiled warmly. Little town. It seems you've finally thought to reach out to me. How are you and Xiaoyin faring? Qin Mian, the head of the Qin family, and the elder brother of Qin Zhen, is also the father of Qin Yin. He ranks prominently on the Imperial Star's wealthy list and is renowned as one of the most eligible bachelors in the realm. Despite being divorced, his wealth and charm have not diminished his admirers. Nevertheless, since his divorce, Qin Mian has not been linked romantically with any female. We're doing well, Qin Zhen replied. Slightly apprehensively, Qin Mian furrowed his brow, his expression swiftly transforming into one of concern. Had something happened to Xiaoyin? He inquired anxiously. It's nothing to worry about, Qin Zhen hurriedly clarified. There was a minor issue earlier, but it has since been resolved. Qin Mian's demeanor relaxed slightly. What kind of issue? He asked. Only then did Qin Zhen elaborate on the situation. Upon learning the details, Qin Mian's eyes widened in astonishment. His son, unexpectedly, did not harbor any aversion towards that female and had even expressed a desire to marry her. He found it hard to believe the veracity of this matter. Meeting Qin Mian's skeptical gaze, Qin Zhen spoke up. You need not doubt. Those words were indeed spoken by Xiaoyin himself. Last night, I had someone investigate Song Ruan's background, and I will now forward the information to you. As he spoke, Qin Zhen sent a scanned document to Qin Mian. He continued, additionally, I had Lu Momo assess Song Ruan's mental prowess. Remarkably, her mental strength has reached the pinnacle of B rank. Qin Mian, on the other side, was taken aback once again. He promptly opened the document to examine it. Discovering that Song Ruan was merely 18 years old and had never been married, he felt a flicker of joy within. After reviewing the document, Qin Mian turned his gaze back to Qin Zhen. Now that Xiaoyin has found a female he genuinely likes as his uncle, you should lend him your support. At that moment, Qin Mian's face was alight with a smile, seemingly unperturbed by Song Ruan's past transgressions. However, the girl's circumstances were likely not as simple as they appeared. I will arrange for someone to investigate further. Qin Mian paused thoughtfully. Within a year, if her mental strength can ascend to a rank, our Qin family will find a way to exonerate her and reclaim the Song family. If not, she may as well remain in the Red Chamber, accompanying Xiaoyin. Compared to the prospect of her mental strength reaching a rank, he found himself hoping that she would remain confined at the pinnacle of B rank. Given the strength of the Qin family and his brother's influence within the Tiger Legion, controlling a B rank female would pose no challenge. Furthermore, even an A rank female could be managed, provided she was kept away from external influences. Under their constraints, even if that girl were reluctant, she would have no choice but to coexist harmoniously with Xiaoyin. Having suffered from the whims of females in the past, he wished to spare his son from similar experiences. However, should that female ascend to a rank, the implications would be vastly different. Not to mention her contributions to the Tiger Legion, it would also hold significant meaning for his brother. The number of A-rank females within the Federation was scarce, each possessing their own background, which had deterred his brother from marrying any of them. Yet his brother's volatility was akin to a ticking time bomb. Without marrying an A-rank female to temper his temperament, trouble was bound to arise. This Song Ruan might not just be a hope for his son, but also for his brother. Indeed, Qin Zhen agreed. In truth, he did not fully grasp the deeper implications behind Qin Mian's words. He merely perceived that an A-rank female would align with the Qin family's interests and the Tiger Legion's endeavors. Since it was a partnership, excessive interference would be unwise. The two brothers conversed for a while longer before concluding their video call. Once Qin Zhen ended the call, he reached out to Qin Yin to share the good news. Qin Yin was overjoyed, declaring that he would do everything in his power to win Song Ruan's heart. Observing his nephew's infatuated demeanor, Qin Zhen felt both a sense of helplessness and satisfaction. As soon as the video call concluded, Qin Yin accessed his holographic device, eager to book an appointment with Song Ruan for emotional support. It seemed that the situation unfolded as his uncle had described, despite it being outside of scheduled hours. He managed to secure an appointment with Song Ruan. Furthermore, after clicking to confirm, the system indicated that he could proceed immediately. Qin anxiously stared at the button to confirm his arrival, hesitating for a moment before suppressing the urge to click it. Meanwhile, after saying goodbye to Lu Momo, Song Wan decided against attending to any clients. Lu Momo had granted her additional privileges, allowing her to view the names of all the Vanguard soldiers who had requested her services the previous day. Previously, the system would only select the top 5 applicants and automatically assign them to her for the following day. However, now the compulsory arrangement had been lifted, granting her the autonomy to choose. She could select names at her discretion and schedule their appointments accordingly. If a client was unavailable, she could even reschedule or cancel their visit. As she perused her new privileges, she inquired about the new rules from Xiaomi. Once she comprehended the guidelines, she prepared to select someone for training. Just as she was about to make her choice, Xiaomi informed her that Qin had booked her for emotional support.
Chapter 13, Fruit.
Song Wan clicked to view the appointment details, discovering Qin Yin's information. Name, Qin Yin. Military rank, Captain of the 8th Vanguard Squad. Current strength level, Pinnacle A rank. Appointment anxiety reduction ratio, 2. Scheduled arrival time, highest priority undetermined. With Qin Yin's priority being the highest, what will happen if I have booked other clients and am engaged in reducing anxiety for them when he arrives? Song Wan queried Xiaomi. Her secret must not be exposed. Rest assured, if you are currently occupied with another client, the system will automatically push back Qin Yin's appointment time by 1 hour. Should Qin Yin book for an hour later and you have not completed your task by then, the system will notify him of the delay. Only when you submit your completed task and agree for him to come will he receive verification from the guarding robots to enter and receive your emotional support. Hearing this, Song Wan felt relieved. Returning to the selection page, she hesitated for a moment before ultimately closing it. Never mind. One Qin Yin is worth more than a dozen Sunjuas. I'll take some time to refuel before practicing with Qin Yin. After musing this, Song Wan retrieved a portion of the pastries she had made the previous day from her storage and settled down on the sofa to watch a documentary. Her past self had been reclusive and disinterested in learning. Despite living in this era, she remained oblivious to much information. She would have to gradually educate herself. Approximately 20 minutes later, while engrossed in the documentary, Xiaomi alerted her that Qin Yin was on his way. Song Wan felt a twinge of disappointment. She paused the documentary, preparing to receive Qin Yin. Soon, a knock echoed from the door. Song Wan approached to open it, revealing none other than Qin Yin. In just a day, the beast man appeared much improved, looking almost indistinguishable from a normal person. He had even brought a basket of fruits, which he seemed to have taken special care in selecting. From her prior visit to the military supermarket, Song Wan estimated that the contents of this fruit basket were worth over 10,000 star coins. The moment her gaze met his, Qin Yin quickly averted his eyes. Captain Qin, hello. Please come in, Song Wan greeted with a smile, taking the initiative to speak. She then stepped aside to let him pass. You're too kind. Qin Yin stammered, his face flushed with nervousness. Once inside, Qin Yin placed the fruit basket on the coffee table. I passed by the military supermarket on my way here and saw the fruits looked fresh, so I bought some for you. Thank you, Captain Qin. That was thoughtful of you, Song Wan replied, beaming. Please take a seat. I prepared some snacks and brewed some tea. I'll fetch them for you. As she spoke, Song Wan headed towards the kitchen. No need, Qin Yin quickly interjected. However, Song Wan did not stop. Oh, Captain Qin, there's no need to be so polite. We can enjoy some snacks first before we begin. Qin Yin did not insist. Then, I shall trouble you. His heart brimmed with anticipation. The snacks prepared by Lady Song and the tea she brewed must be delightful. With eager expectations, Qin Yin surveyed Song Ruan's humble abode. Though small, it was clean and tidy, exuding a certain elegance that mirrored Lady Song's character. Song Wan, is it truly elegant? Aren't all the rooms of Red Chamber females decorated in the same manner? After a short while, Song Wan returned with tea and snacks, her demeanor cheerful. Qin Yin averted his gaze, no longer daring to look around. The ingredients for the snacks and the tea leaves were all purchased from your military supermarket. I just whipped something up casually. Captain Qin, please try and see if it suits your palate. A delicate, translucent hand gracefully placed an assortment of tea snacks and tea before Qin Yin on the coffee table. Qin Yin dared not gaze at Song Wan, his attention ensnared by those slender, jade-like fingers. It was not until Song Wan withdrew her hand that he compelled himself to avert his gaze, subsequently reaching for a piece of the delectable treat. The moment the food graced his palate, Qin Yin's eyes sparkled with delight. The flavor of the snack was simply exquisite. It surpassed even the culinary skills of the esteemed chefs engaged by the Qin family. Not even the pastries from five-star hotels could compare. Before long, Qin had devoured an entire piece of the snack. Try another piece and see how my tea fares, Song Ruan suggested with a smile. There is no chef who does not revel in the delight of their patrons, especially when the customer is as strikingly beautiful as she. Indeed, Qin replied, taking another piece. After biting into half, he sipped the tea, and his expression brightened once more. When did the military supermarket begin offering such delightful tea? Or perhaps it was that Lady Song Ruan's tea brewing skills were unmatched, resulting in a brew far superior to others. Just as he prepared for a second sip, a wave of drowsiness suddenly washed over him. Within mere seconds, the figure of Song Ruan before him became indistinct. Seeing Qin drinking tea, Song Ruan was prepared. She swiftly caught the cup from his hand and, before he succumbed to slumber, gently wrapped her arm around his shoulder. With a smile gracing her lips, she set the tea back on the table and eased Qin onto the sofa. The beast man slept peacefully, his handsome features captivating Song Ruan's attention. It is often said that fox spirits and snake spirits are the most beautiful upon transformation, yet she had not anticipated that a tiger spirit could also possess such allure. Muttering this to herself, she averted her gaze. After instructing her assistant to monitor Qin's irritability levels, she retrieved her beast-tamer ring and commenced her cultivation. Drawing from her prior experiences, with the suppression of both beast-tamer rings, Song Ruan effortlessly entered Qin's dreamscape. Upon seeing her arrival, the white tiger's eyes brimmed with joy, emitting a delighted sound as it attempted to approach her. However, the overwhelming darkness suffocating it restricted its movements, and as it barely rose, it was forced back down. Noticing this, Song Ruan hastened to the tiger's side, reaching out to stroke its head, which nuzzled against her affectionately. Do not fret, I shall gradually help you purge the darkness. Once the malevolence dissipates, you shall surely stand tall again. The white tiger emitted a soft whine, leaning against Song Ruan, blissfully closing its eyes. Well then, let us commence, she declared, sitting beside the white tiger and beginning to capture the dark energy for refinement.
Soon,
she noted that merely a day had passed, yet her efficiency in capturing the dark energy had markedly increased, as had the speed of her refinement. Congratulations, mistress. Qin's irritability level has decreased to 79, her assistant announced. Not long after, the assistant's voice chimed in again. Congratulations, mistress. Qin's irritability level has now dropped to 78. At this point, Song Ruan finally sensed a hint of fatigue. However, compared to the previous day's efforts to alleviate Qin's irritability, her current state was vastly improved. After refining the last trace of dark energy, she withdrew her hands. By this time, the white tiger beside her had already succumbed to sleep, its gentle snores resembling that of a large cat. Unable to resist, Song Ruan affectionately stroked the tiger's head a few more times before exiting Qin's dream. Upon opening her eyes, Song Ruan beheld Qin's sleeping visage. Chapter 14. Forming the Golden Core. The beast man slumbered soundly, as before, with soft, fragmented snores escaping him. Song Ruan stifled the urge to reach out and touch him, opting instead to sit on the adjacent sofa. After consuming a few tea snacks, she settled into a meditative posture, ready to advance towards forming her golden core. Yesterday, she had sensed a tendency towards this milestone, and today, having refined so much dark energy, she felt the true energy coalescing within her dantian. She was acutely aware that with a slight compression of her true energy, she could successfully form her golden core.
as anticipated,
It was not long before she sensed the emergence of this transformative state. With steadfast determination, she persevered, and after half an hour, she successfully crossed into the realm of golden core formation. The female, who had previously kept her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, her expression radiating sheer ecstasy. I did it! I have formed my golden core, she exclaimed joyfully. Lowering her legs from the sofa, she retrieved a pot of tea from her spatial ring. After quenching her thirst with half a pot, she indulged in 2 plates of tea snacks. Even after this, a lingering hunger gnawed at her. She then took 2 pieces of fruit sent by Qinin, which barely alleviated her bodily hunger. Thank you, little tiger. Your support has been instrumental in my successful golden core formation. Fear not, I shall take care of the darkness that lingers within you. Following the formation of her golden core, she would soon advance to the nascent soul stage. Once she cultivated her nascent soul, she could unlock the medicinal garden space gifted by her father. Only then would she find true stability. Gazing at Qin-Yin's handsome face, Song Wan could not resist reaching out to caress his skin. Your skin is truly exquisite. Alright, I shall take a shower now. Once I am ready, I will awaken you and see you off. With her realm changing, she expelled a considerable amount of impurities. Such a disheveled appearance was not something she wished to present to the little tiger. With a light step, she made her way to the bathroom for a shower. The shower facilities of this era were truly remarkable, 1,000 times better than the cold water baths she endured in her past life. After a refreshing wash, she also took the time to cleanse her hair. Having entered the golden core stage, she effortlessly channeled her true energy through her hair, drying it without the need for a blow-dryer. Her previous attire had become soiled and was unsuitable for wear. After contemplating, she retrieved a set of clothes her father had prepared for her. After admiring her reflection in the mirror for a moment, she styled her hair into a flowing cloud bun. She found herself more accustomed to the attire and adornments of the cultivation world. Fortunately, in this era, there was a freedom of dress. Not only traditional attire, but also more eccentric fashions could be seen on the streets. Her outfit should not be considered outlandish. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion. After tidying herself up, Song Wan felt that with her elevation in realm, her aura had become even more refined. In the terms of the cultivation world, she now exuded a more ethereal quality. Returning to the living room, Song Wan approached Qin-Yin's side. After gazing at him for a moment, she produced a pill and placed it beneath his nose, helping to dispel the effects of the previous medication. Earlier, the little tiger had come accompanied, and upon falling asleep, he was taken away by someone. This time, however, he had arrived alone. If she did not awaken him, he would remain unaware. The moment Qin-Yin caught the scent of the antidote, he furrowed his brow. The antidote in Song Ruan's hand vanished instantly, and she seated herself opposite him. Upon awakening, Qin-Yin stared at the ceiling, taking in the familiar furnishings of the room. When he turned to see Song Ruan, his expression froze in awe. "Is that you, Lady Song Ruan? How stunning you seem, even more beautiful than before. Wait, what time is it? How long have I been asleep?" Lady Song Ruan has even changed her clothes and restyled her hair. A pang of anxiety struck Qin-Yin, prompting him to sit upright. "My lady, I apologize. I fell asleep." The Beast-Man's face was a portrait of regret. Song Ruan beamed. "It is quite normal to doze off. My method for reducing irritability is rather unique. It works more effectively while the Beast-Man sleeps. Your current irritability level has decreased to 78. Should you find the time, you may schedule my assistance in reducing your irritability daily. With persistence, your health will soon return to normal." Song Ruan eagerly anticipated the prospect of Qin-Yin visiting her for cultivation every day. Every day. Qin-Yin stammered with excitement. "Of course." Song Ruan replied with a smile. "I must thank you. Had it not been for you, Lu Mama would not have loosened some of my privileges. I can now autonomously select the guests I receive each day, tailoring my workload to my actual circumstances." Recalling the advice his uncle had offered him, Qin-Yin felt a surge of gratitude towards Qin-Zhen. It is said that assisting orcs in calming their agitation can be quite taxing on one's mental faculties, especially when dealing with higher-ranked orcs. You need not accept an overwhelming amount of work each day. Qin-Yin expressed this sentiment with the intention of alleviating Song Ruan's burdens. However, he soon realized that his words were somewhat inappropriate. The females in the red tent served the vanguard army, and if they were to forego their duties, the plight of the vanguard would become even more arduous. Song Wan observed Qin-Yin, fully aware of the orcs' reactions. Although the task is mentally taxing, the military provides appropriate remuneration, which is quite substantial. I rely on this to earn money and repay my debts. The mental exertion is not insurmountable. With some recuperation, I shall recover. Fear not, I shall act within my limits. Unbeknownst to her, Song Ruan's tone and demeanor towards Qin-Yin had become overly familiar. "You are in debt. How much do you owe?" Qin-Yin inquired, oblivious to the extent of his concern for her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Song Wan averted her gaze. "Just 100 million. If I work diligently, I should be able to repay it within a year, by taking on higher-paying assignments and being more industrious." She believed she could manage to repay the debt. Upon hearing the amount, Qin-Yin instinctively moved as if to offer assistance, but Song Ruan spoke first. "Having accumulated such a significant debt, the pressure is quite substantial. If you are willing to assist, you could refer any members of your team who require calming to me. Let us exchange contact information. Should you wish to visit or send someone, you can reach out to me first." While her intent to attract business was genuine, Her desire to cultivate a closer relationship with Chin was even more sincere. Little Tiger is currently her most significant training resource. Not to mention, he has the support of the marshal. Establishing a good rapport with Little Tiger would bode well for her future. Chin was taken aback, nearly believing he had misheard or was experiencing an illusion until Song Ruan activated her holographic device, revealing her identification number. All right. Chin quickly regained his composure and responded affirmatively. He too activated his device, adding Song Ruan as a friend. As he gazed at her adorable avatar, his heart nearly melted. Oh, by the way, since my mental capacity has reached the pinnacle of B rank, I plan to accept only orders with remuneration no less than 40,000 star coins. In that case, the calming ratio for orcs of slightly lower rank will exceed 2. Please inquire about their opinions. Chapter 15. Good news. She had consulted with Little B, and the calming fees for the soldiers of the Fierce Tiger Legion can be exchanged for military merits or paid for out of pocket. The Vanguard, being at the forefront of battle, accumulates the most military merit. Although the calming fees in the Red Tent are high, most members of the Vanguard possess sufficient military merits for exchange. Conversely, the females in the Red Tent are only willing to complete their daily quotas, resulting in the Vanguard struggling to secure appointments for soothing. To accommodate more members of the Vanguard and ensure that all can access soothing appointments, the Red Tent has implemented a system. It is stipulated that each member of the Vanguard may only book a soothing session once every 10 days. Once an appointment is successfully made, they must wait 10 days before they can book again. Simultaneously, the calming ratio for each appointment has been fixed at 2. This measure aims to alleviate the burden on the females while allowing for excess mental capacity to attend to more males. However, these regulations do not apply to Song Ruan. Her appointments do not count towards the 10-day limit, and she may set the calming ratio at her discretion. Upon hearing Song Ruan's words, Chin felt a surge of excitement. He was now convinced that Song Ruan held some affection for him. Earning money? The females in the Red Tent have no worries about securing soothing appointments. As long as Song Ruan signaled her willingness, there would be plenty of orcs eager to seek her calming services. She was indeed taking care of him by providing him with a special opportunity. He felt incredibly fortunate. All right, I will tell them as soon as I return. Chin Yin's heart swelled with joy, nearly bursting from his chest. After exchanging a few more words with Chin Yin, Song Ruan bid him farewell. As he stepped out of her residence, Chin Yin walked along the path feeling as though he were floating on clouds, his heart brimming with an almost surreal happiness. At the Vanguard's 8th Squad camp, Fan Yong, having completed his drills, observed his captain returning with a love-struck expression. Captain! Captain! He called out twice, receiving no response. Captain! Fan Yong approached and playfully slapped Chin Yin on the shoulder. Just as the slap was about to land, Chin Yin finally snapped back to reality, dodging the blow. What the hell? A flustered Chin Yin glared at Fan Yong. Captain, are you alright? Just now, you were smiling like a fool, and even after I called you, you didn't respond. I had to take action, Fan Yong remarked with a teasing expression. What were you thinking about, Captain? It wouldn't be about Song Ruan, would it? Chin Yin, caught off guard, suppressed his embarrassment. Go inform the others to gather in the common room for a meeting, he said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Fan Yong snapped to attention, saluting. Once Chin Yin had left, he allowed a curious expression to surface. So, the captain was indeed thinking about Song Ruan? It's fine to have such thoughts. It's not shameful to think about Song Ruan. I have too. Fan Yong dismissed his captain's behavior, heading off to gather the team. Upon returning to the 8th Squad's quarters, Chin Yin splashed some water on his face and tidied himself up before heading to the common room. The Vanguard's barracks were all constructed in this fashion, with each squad having its own set of rooms where every member had their individual quarters, while the common room was shared. When Chin Yin arrived in the common room, the squad members were already assembled. Initially, they had been discussing the reason behind their captain's lovesick smile, as noted by Fan Yong, but as soon as Chin Yin entered, all conversation ceased. They stood at attention, their demeanor serious and imposing. Captain, everyone is present. Fan Yong saluted Chin Yin, reporting the situation. Chin Yin acknowledged with a nod, casting an annoyed glance at Fan Yong. I have several matters to discuss. First, our squad will be postponing our missions for the next few days. The squad members exchanged glances, silently communicating. Nobody spoke. They had just completed a perilous mission, suffering 2 casualties and 6 injuries within their 10-member team. Had it not been for their captain's sudden outburst, which repelled the formidable enemy and protected them, the casualties would have been far worse. The higher-ups had already decreed that the squad should take a week off to recuperate and await reinforcements. Therefore, this news was neither surprising nor unwelcome. Secondly, Qin paused before continuing. For the next few days, you will follow my instructions to seek calming services from Ruan. Captain, so you did meet with Ruan? Did she agree to help us calm down? Fan Yong, as the vice-captain, was the first to speak up excitedly. Does this mean we 1T have to fight over appointments with Ruan anymore? Is it true, Captain? We can all request Ruan to provide soothing services? Can I meet her too? I want to go. If one were to name the most renowned female among the 8th squad, it would undoubtedly be Ruan. The reason, of course, was due to the enthusiastic promotion by Fan Yong and the other 3. After delivering Qin to the red tent, they had returned and spent the entire day extolling Ruan's virtues, elevating her to celestial status and proclaiming her more beautiful than any star on the network. If only one of them had made such claims, it might have been dismissed, but with 4 voices in agreement, even those who had not attended were swayed. Silence. Qin commanded sternly, successfully quieting the excited team members. Avoiding their eager gazes, he continued, Ruan has recently undergone a mental capacity assessment. The results indicate that her current mental strength has reached the pinnacle of B grade. Consequently, the Red Tent has granted her special privileges, allowing her to select individuals for mental solace at her discretion. Just a moment ago, I visited the Red Tent. Ruan helped me reduce my agitation by 2 once more. She even added my contact number, expressing her willingness to prioritize assistance for members of our 8th squad in the future. At this point, Qin felt a twinge of pride. Therefore, you all should cease your aspirations regarding Ruan. The only reason she extends her consideration to you is due to my influence. Upon hearing this, the team members were astonished, and their excitement only heightened. So, Captain, does this mean Ruan has taken a liking to you? She helped you with mental solace just yesterday, and now she seeks you out again.
Ruan,
I knew it, she's a female. How could she resist your handsome face? Ugh, why couldn't my parents have made me more attractive? I also wish to pursue Ruan. Captain, you're just showing off. This isn't fair. Why, even in the Vanguard Corps, how can there be such a disparity in treatment among individuals? I too desire a female as affection. Qin interrupted the crowd, feeling somewhat uplifted by their chatter. Do not harbor illusions about Ruan. Chapter 16, Jealousy.
Now,
listen to my arrangements. Simply seek out Ruan for mental solace. The team members cast resentful glances at their captain, feeling a strong urge to gang up on him. However, Qin was unfazed by their envious stares and proceeded to explain the regulations. He laid out the rules. Given that Ruan's mental strength has reached the pinnacle of B grade, she stated that moving forward, she would only accept assignments from the military department priced no lower than 40,000 star coins. Everyone was well aware of the pricing set by the military for seeking mental solace from the Red Tent. The team members' expressions soured. Look at the captain flaunting himself. When he was sent to the Red Tent earlier, he was adamant about refusing.
And now,
at the command of Ruan, he would likely rush to serve her immediately. While everyone was lost in their speculations, Qin had already recounted the military's pricing for mental solace from the Red Tent. In the future, the rate of mental solace would not be limited to just 2. For those at the early stage of B grade, a one-time reduction would be 80. At the mid-stage, it would be 16, and at the pinnacle stage, 8. For a grade at the early stage, it would be 4, with mid and pinnacle stages calculated at 2. Qin directly calculated the corresponding rates for various levels. He would reserve 1 slot for himself daily and allocate 1 or 2 slots for his subordinates. Before long, the agitation rate of the 8th squad would significantly diminish. Correspondingly, their ability to maintain clarity and cooperation during chaotic battles would greatly improve. This way, the 8th squad might sustain their numbers for an extended period, accumulating enough military merit to enter military academies or to be promoted out of the Vanguard Corps would provide a pathway for everyone. After all, most of the Vanguard Corps members hail from humble beginnings. Joining the military and the Vanguard Corps not only serves to protect their homeland, but also seeks opportunity. Military merit can be exchanged for solace slots, preventing excessive agitation from leading to self-destruction. Military merit can also be exchanged for promotions or to enhance scores for military academy applications. Moreover, becoming an officer or a military academy student also comes with allocations for mental solace. His situation is an exception. Having witnessed his mother's indifference from a young age and his father's suffering in a troubled marriage, he had to compromise due to his own agitation levels. With too many instances of females belittling males, he harbored little fondness for the female gender. Thus, he rejected his father's arrangement for marriage and joined the Vanguard Corps. Rather than relying on marriage for solace, he preferred to exchange military merit. It was only upon joining the Vanguard Corps that he discovered the possibility of exchanging military merit for mental solace. However, few females in the Red Tent ever reach B grade. Even if they do, they typically remain at the early stage of B grade. Given his peak A grade strength, the females from the Red Tent were wholly incapable of providing him with the solace he required through their mental strength. During his last mission, he believed he was certain to perish. Unexpectedly, Fan Yong and others forcibly brought him to the Red Tent, where he encountered the love of his life. Sir Song Ruan, unlike other females, was so kind and gentle, embodying his ideal partner. He had resolved to cherish her for life. Now, let's begin the registration, Chin Yin proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, the team members immediately surged toward him, their earlier jealousy forgotten. The priority was to secure appointments and reduce their agitation levels. They had joined the Vanguard Corps, after all, precisely for the sake of mental solace slots. Moreover, if they could obtain a slot for mental solace from Sir Song Ruan, they would be able to meet her. Females are not limited to a singular suitor. If Sir Song Ruan were to take notice of them, they would no longer have to suffer from agitation issues. Chin Yin quickly registered the team members, then left them with a reminder to not delay their training before retreating to his quarters. Upon returning to his room, Chin Yin pulled out the registration form he had prepared, feeling somewhat vexed. They were all comrades who had faced life and death together, and as the captain of the 8th Squad, he felt it was his duty to facilitate this. Yet upon completing it, he felt reluctant to assign anyone to Sir Song Ruan, fearing that his beloved might take an interest in another beastman. After grappling with his emotions for a while, a wry smile crept across Chin Yin's face. Such is the nature of jealousy and love, fraught with insecurities. Love truly is bittersweet. He tucked away the registration form and forced himself to regain his composure. After splashing some water on his face, he called Qin Jun via video. The call was quickly answered. "Uncle," Qin Yin initiated. Qin Jun replied. "Have you been to the Red Tent?" He inquired next. "Yes," Qin Yin admitted. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, Sir Song Ruan assisted me with mental solace. My agitation rate has now decreased to 78. Additionally, she requested that I continue to visit her daily for further solace. Qin Jun appeared surprised but, upon seeing his nephew's expression, understood why. Members of the Qin family are all remarkably good-looking. With him providing support for his nephew, it was only natural that a female would be drawn to him. Then go every day and reduce your agitation as much as possible. If your military merit is insufficient, I will allocate some to you. He had risen to the rank of Marshal of the Tiger Corps, and further promotions were no longer solely dependent on military merit. Among the A-grade females who signed service agreements with the Tiger Corps, only 2 were designated to provide mental solace to the officers regularly. However, this was limited to mental solace only. Deeper solace was reserved for spouses or mutual consent between male and female. As a double S-grade male, the mental solace from A-grade females was no longer effective for him. Therefore, military merit held little value for him personally. In the Tiger Corps, military merit exists in 2 forms: personal accumulated merit, used for promotions and evaluations, which is non-transferable, and account merit, which can be used as currency and is transferable. He intended to transfer the account merit to his nephew. Qin Yin initially wished to refuse. However, considering the substantial costs of daily solace and the potential strain on his subordinates' military merit, he ultimately accepted Qin Jun's generosity. Qin Jun was quite generous, directly allocating half of his military merit to Qin Yin. Upon seeing the credited amount, Qin Yin felt a wave of admiration for his uncle. "Sir Song Ruan mentioned to me that you asked Lu Momo to look after her." "Thank you, uncle. And thank you for the military merit as well." Uncle Qin Jun was a fair and principled man, yet he often altered his principles. His expression softened. "Xiao Yin, we are all pleased that you are willing to accept a female. We have discussed it and unanimously agreed that you and Song Ruan should be together." Qin Yin's eyes sparkled. His uncle had managed to persuade his father? This was truly wonderful. Previously, he was concerned that his father might look down upon the esteemed Song Ruan due to her identity as a female within the Red Tent, potentially leading his uncle to thwart his pursuit of her. Chapter 17. Qin Yin's Thoughts. Since he harbored feelings for her, it was imperative to act swiftly. Furthermore, Song Ruan's service in the Red Tent would only last for a year. After that, she would undoubtedly depart. If he wished to marry her, it would be prudent to make plans early. He could either accumulate military achievements to secure a promotion and leave the vanguard army, or enroll in the Imperial Stars Military Academy to return to the Empire. Regardless of the choice, both his father and he could facilitate arrangements on Song Ruan's behalf. It was astonishing that a female could resolve the vexing dilemma faced by him and his elder brother. Neither he nor his brother desired Xiao Yin to remain in the vanguard army for an extended period. Qin Yin remained silent. After a pause, he finally spoke. I will heed Song Ruan's wishes. In truth, he leaned toward staying with the Tiger Legion or even lingering longer in the vanguard army. Such thoughts had once seemed unattainable, but now they appeared to hold promise. The vanguard army, though perilous, offered abundant opportunities for growth and rapid enhancement of one's abilities. He was currently at the pinnacle of A rank. Once he ascended to S rank, he could potentially become his uncle's successor. He was uncertain of his uncle's volatility index. Yet since reaching double S rank, his uncle had never accepted the mental solace of a female. At present, his uncle's volatility index likely hovered perilously close to the 80 threshold. He yearned to mature and take his uncle's place, allowing him to return to the Empire for recuperation. By avoiding the front lines, the rate of volatility would significantly decrease, ensuring his uncle's safety. However, all of this hinged on his ability to marry Song Ruan. After all, a B-rank female could only alleviate the agitation of an A-rank male through profound solace. Seeing his nephew's expression, Qin Jun felt a twinge of discomfort. Even before marriage, he already exhibited a demeanor of utter devotion to his future wife. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Qin Jun concluded the video call. Following his conversation with Qin Jun, Qin Yin felt a sense of reassurance, and his mood lifted. When he noticed a message from Song Ruan, he sprang up in delight, momentarily forgetting his intention to lie down. Captain Qin, hello. Will your team members be coming for mental solace soon? I'm having lunch and will be ready to take appointments in half an hour. Along with the message, she included a picture of her meal. The dishes looked tantalizing, and just by looking at them, Qin Yin could tell they would be exquisite. After viewing the image, he unconsciously touched his stomach, realizing he too felt hungry. Unfortunately, Song Ruan had already provided herself with mental solace today. It would be inappropriate for him to intrude or seek a meal. Lady Song's culinary skills are truly remarkable, Qin Yin replied, adding several thumbs-up emojis. Our 8th squad has someone available to come for mental solace at any time. I would like to reserve your slot for 1 o'clock and will transfer it to my subordinate shortly. Song Ruan replied with a single word, accompanied by an adorable emoji. Upon seeing her response, Qin Yin felt elated, almost unable to contain his joy. He longed to converse further with Song Ruan but found himself at a loss for words. Thus, he decided to secure a slot for her solace and transfer it to Fan Yong. At that moment, Fan Yong was in the courtyard lifting weights. Suddenly, his wrist communicator vibrated. Upon reading the message, Fan Yong's face lit up with delight. I successfully booked an appointment for mental solace with Lady Song, he exclaimed, his voice booming enough for Qin Yin inside the building to hear. Qin Yin's expression soured. He had initially intended to dine in the cafeteria but now abandoned that thought. He pulled up his communicator to order food. If it weren't for that fellow giving up his slot for me yesterday, I wouldn't have arranged for him to go first. Meanwhile, Song Ruan prepared some food and stored a portion in her spatial ring. After sending a few pictures of her meal to Qin Yin, she began to eat. Being able to enjoy a peaceful meal and indulge in delicious food, with training resources soon to be delivered to her doorstep, made for a truly splendid day. However, she realized she would need to purchase more rice, flour, and vegetables. After all, ordinary food could only provide limited energy. Now that she had entered the core formation stage, her daily consumption of black energy had increased, leading to a greater demand for sustenance. She feared she might soon become a voracious eater. For the long term, it might be wise to invest in some larger cooking equipment. Yet, it seemed there were no such items available for sale at the military supermarket. Should I ask Qin Yin for assistance? His image flashed through her mind. After some contemplation, she dismissed the thought. Perhaps it would be best to wait until they became more acquainted. After finishing her meal, Song Ruan called upon Xiaomi to help her clean up the dishes in the kitchen. Although Xiaomi was a housekeeping robot, it possessed some characteristics of a domestic helper, enabling it to assist her with chores. Having spent only 2 days with Xiaomi, she had already grown fond of it. She thought to herself that when she eventually returned to the cultivation world, she would definitely bring some robots back with her. Once they wrapped up, Song Won took a short break. It wasn't until nearly 1 o'clock that Xiaomi reminded her of Fan Yong's impending arrival, prompting her to prepare for work. Just as she had done with the previous beastmen, excluding Qinin, Song Won graciously welcomed Fan Yong into her home and offered him tea. After effortlessly calming the beast man, she equipped him with the beast-taming ring and began her training. As she commenced her practice, Song Won quickly realized that her speed in capturing black energy had significantly improved, as had her rate of refining it. Fan Yong was an early A-rank beastman, and had she maintained her previous training speed, it would have taken her approximately an hour and a half to alleviate his agitation. However, this time, she completed the task in under 30 minutes. Moreover, she felt no fatigue afterward and believed she could continue training for quite some time. Reluctantly, she glanced at the black energy before her, stifling her desire to continue capturing and refining it. After all, the reward would remain unchanged regardless of how much she helped alleviate his agitation. It would be more prudent to conserve her energy for new appointments. With this thought in mind, Song Won exited Fan Yong's dreamscape. After consuming some snacks to replenish her energy, she busied herself in the kitchen for a while before returning to the living room to administer the antidote to Fan Yong and awaken him. She needed to maintain her facade of a B-rank peak mental power against the outside world, ensuring she did not reveal her true capabilities. After easily managing Fan Yong, Song Won sent him on his way before immediately checking the list of individuals who had reserved her mental solace services the previous day. The list was quite extensive, but most were B-rank males. With the agitation reduction ratio capped at 2, the prices for B-rank and even early A-rank appointments were disappointingly low. Song Won expressed her disdain. Just then, she suddenly spotted an appointment request from an A-rank beastman. Name, Lu Zhao. Military position, medical officer of the Vanguard Army. Current strength level, mid-A rank. Appointment agitation reduction ratio, 2. Appointment status, pending approval. An A-rank mid-level appointment was valued at 50,000 star coins, offering a significantly better profit than Fan Yong's case. Chapter 18. The Nine-Tailed Fox. Very well, I shall accept this Lu Zhao. With a few taps of her fingers, she activated Lu Zhao's reservation. At that moment, in the medical office, Lu Zhao was instructing several assistants to keep a close eye on the injured patients when his wrist communicator suddenly vibrated. Upon checking the message, Lu Zhao was astonished. His request for mental solace with Song Won had been approved. After his good friend had returned from being calmed by the female in the red tent named Song Ruan, he had exhibited quite unusual behavior. Out of curiosity, he had decided to sign up for an appointment with her. Unfortunately, due to the high volume of requests, he had believed he had been unsuccessful. Yet now, how could the system indicate that he had indeed secured an appointment? Upon noticing a message flashing on his mental interface, inquiring whether he wished to proceed to the red tent for mental solace, Lu Zhao hesitated for but a brief moment before confirming his decision. He was intrigued to discern what distinguished the female who had captivated his dear brother. Consequently, Lu Zhao promptly organized tasks for his assistants and set off towards the red tent. Meanwhile, Song Won prepared herself as before. When she heard a knock at the door, she went to answer it. Upon opening the door, she was momentarily stunned by the stunning visage of the individual standing before her. Was this truly Lu Zhao, the male who had scheduled a session for mental comfort? Song Won had not anticipated that on the second day of her visit to the red tent, she would encounter a male whose beauty could rival, and perhaps even surpass, that of Qinin. The latter's charm was characterized by a rugged handsomeness, while Lu Zhao's allure was more flamboyant and ostentatious. Were Song Won to assign scores to their appearances, she would likely rate Lu Zhao slightly higher. Yet, if compelled to choose one as a companion, she would unequivocally select Qinin, for the white tiger exuded an undeniable majesty and a sense of security that was far more reassuring than this overly flamboyant figure before her. Lu Zhao was equally taken aback upon seeing Song Won. Prior to his arrival, he had anticipated that the female named Song Won would possess considerable beauty. But upon meeting her, he realized that his expectations had been underestimated. This female was indeed strikingly beautiful, particularly her pair of bright, clear eyes that seemed to convey her thoughts candidly, free from lust, greed, or envy, only filled with wonder and curiosity. As Lu Zhao's gaze wandered, he noted the peculiar yet fitting attire adorning Song Won. He silently pondered, was it not said that females in the red tent typically dressed provocatively, often clad in sheer fabrics or nothing at all? Why was she so conservatively attired? Just as disappointment began to settle in, Song Wan spoke up. "Hello. May I inquire if you are Lu Zhao, Dr. Lu?" Song Wan had resumed her professional demeanor. "Yes, my lady Song Wan," Lu Zhao replied, a glint of mischief flickering in his enchanting eyes. Song Wan felt a flutter of tension in her heart. "Please, come in and let us converse," she invited, stepping aside. Lu Zhao entered, his gaze sweeping the room with an ease that starkly contrasted the timidity exhibited by others like Qinin. Song Wan felt increasingly apprehensive about how to manage this man. "Please have a seat," she suggested, guiding him to the sofa, the very same one where she often administered treatments. Lu Zhao smiled at her, nodding in acknowledgement. A flirtatious glance seemed to electrify the air as it shot toward Song Wan. She quickly lowered her gaze, evading the onslaught of his charm. Upon noticing her reaction, Lu Zhao's expression momentarily froze, only to be replaced by a glimmer of amusement as he settled onto the sofa. Song Wan inhaled deeply, attempting to maintain her composure. "This is tea I just brewed, Dr. Lu. Please have a taste," she indicated towards the teapot on the table, striving to appear nonchalant. Lu Zhao's eyes followed the direction of her gesture before returning to her, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Pretending to be uninterested. Are we? Yet. You've prepared the tea in advance, he mused internally. Unaware of Lu Zhao's thoughts and feeling increasingly uncomfortable under his bold and fiery gaze, Song Wan reached for her cup, deliberately avoiding eye contact, and gestured for him to proceed before downing her tea in one swift motion. Lu Zhao found her shyness rather amusing. He had not anticipated encountering such a bashful female. He took a sip of his tea, and just as it touched his lips, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Despite his efforts to resist, he found himself closing his eyes within mere seconds. Song Wan breathed a sigh of relief, placing her cup on the table and casting a mildly irritated glare at the striking figure across from her. She then stood, retrieving the cup from his hands and instructing her assistant to monitor his agitation levels. Subsequently, she donned her beast-taming ring and began her training. Upon entering Lu Zhao's dream, Song Wan immediately recognized the white nine-tailed fox. "So, it truly is a fox spirit, and a nine-tailed one at that," she murmured. In the span of 2 days, she had encountered 2 mythical beasts. Was it possible that the interstellar beast realm harbored not only myriad magical creatures, but also divine ones? The nine-tailed fox, much like the white tiger, was enveloped in a shroud of dark energy. Upon noticing Song Ruan's presence, it emitted a plaintive whimper for help. Her heart softened, and she approached to assess the fox's condition. As she drew near, the nine-tailed fox eagerly nudged its head against her, seeking affection. At that moment, any lingering reluctance she felt towards Lu Zhao dissipated, and she began to stroke the fox affectionately. After indulging in this tender moment for a while, Song Wan eventually resumed her training. Time passed swiftly, and after approximately half an hour, her assistant informed her that Lu Zhao's agitation levels had dropped to 74. Reluctantly, she ceased her actions, giving the sleeping nine-tailed fox a couple more affectionate strokes before exiting Lu Zhao's dream. Upon awakening, she found herself face-to-face with Lu Zhao's captivating countenance. It was nearly impossible to reconcile the brazenly flirtatious demeanor of the beast man she had encountered while awake with the adorable nine-tailed fox from her dream. With plenty of time left, she decided to replenish her strength with some food. Shifting her gaze from Lu Zhao's face, she retrieved her beast-taming ring and made her way to the kitchen. An hour later, she reminded herself to submit her task. Simultaneously, she did not forget to instruct her assistant. "Understood, master," the assistant replied. As the master and servant busied themselves in the kitchen, Lu Zhao was momentarily forgotten. After an hour had elapsed, Song Wan returned to the living room to present Lu Zhao with the antidote. As soon as he caught a whiff of it, he awakened. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had been suffering from severe insomnia. Since he had developed this condition at the age of 15, he had not participated in training for 3 years. Yet his strength had grown rapidly, only slightly less than that of Qinin, who frequently engaged in battle. The reason for his elevated agitation levels was directly tied to his chronic insomnia. His decision to join the Vanguard Army was motivated not only by a desire for companionship with his dear brother, but also by a sense of despair regarding his condition. How could one not feel despondent? He had sought treatment from every major hospital and specialist, yet none had proven effective. In his sleeplessness, he had even delved into research, honing his skills until he became a top-tier physician, yet he remained unable to cure himself. What good would it do to marry a female to alleviate his agitation? Even if his levels decreased, he would still be plagued by insomnia. Living in such a torturous state, witnessing his loved ones suffer alongside him. He believed it was better to distance himself, waiting for the day his agitation levels exceeded the safety threshold, and he could embrace death on the battlefield against the insectoid species.
But now,
He had discovered something remarkable. He had actually fallen asleep, and for over 2 hours at that. The sensation upon waking was utterly delightful. He felt as though he could consume 2 additional bowls of rice. Dr. Liu, your agitation levels have decreased, Song Ruan announced at that moment. Lu Zhao immediately turned his gaze towards her, perceiving the female before him as a celestial being radiating with ethereal light. It was no wonder that the typically aloof Qin Yin had undergone such a dramatic transformation in attitude after receiving her solace. Now, he too found himself falling for her. He resolved that he would pursue this enchanting female for the rest of his life, even to the point of marrying her. Soft Ruan, he called, his peach blossom eyes shimmering as he hastened towards her. Startled by the affectionate address, Song Ruan instinctively attempted to retreat upon seeing him approach, only to lose her footing and stumble backward. At a critical moment, Lu Zhao rushed over and wrapped his arms around Song Ruan's waist. Their eyes met, and Song Ruan saw her own reflection in the beautiful peach blossom eyes of the beast man, the amber depths mirroring her flushed face, an expression of infatuation. Realizing something was amiss, Song Ruan quickly straightened up and pushed Lu Zhao away. Thank you, she stammered, unable to meet his gaze. Damn it. How could she have revealed such a look? A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Zhao's eyes. You don't need to be so polite with me, Ruan. He extended his hand, intending to pull Song Ruan down to sit beside him. However, to his surprise, she took a step back. His hand froze in midair, and Lu Zhao's expression turned wounded. Seeing the alluring nine-tailed fox display such an expression made Song Ruan's heart soften against her will.
just call me Song Ruan.
Nevertheless, she maintained her cold demeanor. The main reason was that this person felt overly dangerous to her. Her rational mind warned her that keeping a distance was the safest option. Lu Zhao wore a hurt expression. Is Ruan so resistant to me because of Captain Qin? He suddenly asked. Song Ruan was taken aback. You know Captain Qin? Only after speaking did she remember that Lu Zhao was the chief medical officer of the Vanguard Army, so knowing Qin Yin was quite normal. Yes. Qin Yin and I are childhood friends. We joined the Vanguard Army together, Lu Zhao replied, his gaze fixed intently on Song Ruan. We even vowed to serve the same wife in the future. Of course, that was a lie. That brat Qin Yin despised females. He even disapproved of marrying into the Lu family, let alone had any thoughts of marriage before.
But now,
that brat must have changed his mind and wanted to marry Ruan. How wonderful it would be for him to marry Ruan alongside Qin Yin. In the future, they could work together to secure Ruan's heart, preventing any other males from enticing their female. The more Lu Zhao thought about it, the more plausible it seemed.
Huh?
Song Ruan gasped in surprise, recalling that this was a world with more males than females. She quickly concealed her astonishment. Dr. Liu, you might be mistaken. Captain Qin and I are just friends. It's not that kind of relationship. Lu Zhao's eyes brightened. So, you don't like Qin Yin? It doesn't matter if you don't like that brat. All that matters is that you like me. You can have just me. At this point, Lu Zhao's tail nearly wagged with excitement. To enjoy Ruan all to himself, what a delightful fortune.
No.
What I mean is, whether it's Captain Qin or you, I'm not familiar with either of you. Coughing, Song Ruan was about to send him away. But upon seeing Lu Zhao's wounded face, she found it difficult to utter her stern words. Lu Zhao, secretly activating his charm ability, felt helpless. Why would he need to use his charm on other females? A mere beckoning of his finger would have countless eager females willing to go through fire for him. Yet, his Ruan was far too resolute. Fortunately, although he had never used his charm ability on females before, the effects were still quite remarkable. Ruan, it was my fault. However, I am infatuated with you. I have determined you for this lifetime. Would you agree to date me? I swear. I will be wholeheartedly devoted to you. Whatever you ask of me, I will do. His sincere expression in those peach blossom eyes was captivating, rendering one unable to look away. Song Ruan, caught in his gaze, felt her mind nearly falter. A voice echoed in her mind, urging her to agree, to quickly say yes.
No.
Ultimately, Song Ruan resisted the suggestions in her mind and spoke. Lu Zhao's expression turned to one of astonishment. Then, Song Ruan closed her eyes, instantly dispelling Lu Zhao's influence over her. Realizing that she had been affected by his charm, Song Ruan took 2 steps back, steadying herself against the armrest of the sofa to avoid falling. Seeing this, Lu Zhao prepared to assist her, but was rejected by Song Wan's raised hand. Recognizing that his ability had failed, Lu Zhao's expression turned a shade of frustration. Dr. Lu, I'm not feeling well. So, I want to see you out. You may leave, Song Ruan said, her breath unstable, not daring to look up at Lu Zhao for fear of being influenced again. Lu Zhao furrowed his brows. Ruan was actually sending him away? Leaving now? No, if he left this time. Who knew when he would have another chance to come back? In fact, he was uncertain if he would ever have the opportunity to return. His gaze shifted slightly, and Lu Zhao took 2 steps back. Don't be afraid, Ruan. Just now I was being impulsive. Let us talk properly. With the beast man stepping back. The pressure on Song Ruan lessened significantly, yet she remained vigilant and did not move. Lu Zhao felt a twinge of disappointment. You can let me leave now, Ruan. But you must promise that after finishing your work each day, I can come and stay with you for a while. I don't ask for you to help me calm down every day, just a little mental comfort will suffice. To be honest, I suffer from severe insomnia. It's usually quite difficult for me to fall asleep. That nap earlier was the deepest I've slept in months. I just want to come here to sleep well. Song Ruan was astonished, but still did not look at Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao grew anxious. Otherwise, Ruan, you can make any request. As long as you allow me to come here to sleep, I will agree to any conditions. Lu Zhao was willing to put everything on the line. Chapter 20, Contract Beast. Song Ruan finally turned her gaze to Lu Zhao. Are you certain? She had a plan in mind. Lu Zhao hesitated for only a moment before nodding. Yes, he affirmed resolutely. He had resolved to commit to Ruan. Listening to his wife's words was the duty of every beast husband. Hearing his wife's words in advance was not an issue either. Then, how about you become my contract beast? Song Ruan proposed. This 9-tailed fox felt too dangerous to her. She had narrowly escaped this time. But she could not guarantee that she would be so fortunate next time. To eliminate future troubles, it would be best to secure him directly. Once the master-servant contract was signed, the 9-tailed fox's charm would no longer affect her. Moreover, with her as the master and the 9-tailed fox as the servant, he could not betray her, providing her an additional layer of security. Contract beast? Lu Zhao asked in confusion.
Yes.
Song Ruan averted her gaze, feeling guilty and offering no further explanation. If she elaborated, this 9-tailed fox might refuse. It was he who had taken the initiative against her. So it was no wonder she had deceived him. All right, Ruan, I will do as you wish. Lu Zhao adopted a demeanor of submissiveness, and surprisingly, there was a hint of enjoyment in his expression. However, Song Ruan did not look at him. Instead, she took out a beast-controlling ring from her pocket. The pocket was merely a cover. She had actually retrieved it from her spatial ring. Put this around your neck. She then handed the beast-controlling ring to Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao frowned, feeling troubled. How could such a small ring fit around his neck? But then he saw the ring in Song Ruan's hand suddenly enlarge into a large collar. A trace of surprise flickered in his eyes. Lu Zhao took the beast-controlling ring, examining it while wondering where the mechanism for resizing was. Noticing Song Ruan watching him, Lu Zhao, unable to find the switch, simply and boldly placed the beast-controlling ring around his neck. After donning the beast-controlling ring, he looked towards Song Ruan with an expression of pride. Song Ruan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Excellent. The first condition for contracting the magical beast. The magical beast willingly wears the beast-controlling ring was successfully fulfilled. Now, transform into your beast form, she continued, suppressing her nervousness. Lu Zhao hesitated for just a moment before complying. His beast form was a 9-tailed fox, which appeared both beautiful and adorable in its non-combat state. Song Ruan would surely love it. Thus, Lu Zhao's clothes instantly became loose, and from within them emerged a stunning little 9-tailed fox. The little 9-tailed fox wore a proportionately fitting beast-controlling ring around its neck, evoking a sense of softness in the heart. Upon transforming into the 9-tailed fox form, Lu Zhao noticed that the beast-controlling ring had changed with him and finally realized something was amiss. However, he believed that Song Ruan would not harm him, so he did not dwell on it. Approaching Song Ruan, he took the initiative to nuzzle against her with his head. What shame could a male have in appeasing a female? The affection of his beloved was of utmost importance. Upon seeing the 9-tailed fox before her, Song Ruan couldn't help but recall the one she had once treated in the dream of the Lu dynasty. However, she was acutely aware that the creature before her possessed the intelligence of a beast man from the Lu dynasty, which was vastly different from that of the naive 9-tailed fox she had encountered before. Very well, the second step, the transformation into beast form, accomplished.
Good. Now.
I shall establish the contract. Do not resist. Suppressing the urge to stroke the fox's head, Song Ruan declared. The nine-tailed fox, unable to comprehend her words, merely nodded. Whatever soft wished, so it would be. After all, he was now hers. Casting a glance at the nine-tailed fox, Song Ruan formed a seal with her fingers. A shimmering halo of mystical light appeared in the air, eliciting surprise from the fox's brilliant eyes. At this moment, Liu Dynasty finally realized that Song Ruan was not merely toying with him, but was genuinely intent on binding him as her servant. Yet he still harbored no desire to resist. If this was the swiftest path to approach his beloved and earn her trust and affection, why would he decline? Song Ruan carefully observed the nine-tailed fox's reactions, noticing that it was merely astonished and showed no signs of retreat, which surprised her. This was even better. Seizing the moment, she concentrated to summon a drop of her own blood and slowly pressed it to the fox's forehead. The nine-tailed fox lowered its head to accept, and at the instant of contact with her blood, a multitude of rules surged into his mind. He had become the master's beast companion. When the master lived, he lived. When the master perished, he perished. He must prioritize the master in all matters, for any act of betrayal would invoke punishment, and in severe cases,
Could even jeopardize his life.
Liu Dynasty was utterly astonished. Who was his master? Oh no, soft. What sort of magic had he fallen victim to? Was it the kind of magic found in mythological tales? 3 minutes later, the contract was finalized. Confirming that the nine-tailed fox posed no further threat, Song Ruan relaxed her strength and allowed herself to fall onto the sofa. The nine-tailed fox's gaze shifted, and he immediately reverted to his human form, disregarding his lack of clothing as he rushed to assist Song Ruan. Soft. Upon witnessing the provocative scene, Song Ruan's complexion, previously pale from excessive magical exertion, flushed a deep crimson.
Me fine.
You put on some clothes first. She attempted to keep her gaze solely on Liu Dynasty's face. Only then did he realize his state of undress. However, instead of feeling embarrassed, the beast man boldly declared, Soft, feel free to look. My physique is commendable. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist devoid of excess flesh, he held a confident view of his own body. Song Ruan's face grew even redder. How shameless. The audacity of this man was beyond measure. As the beast man approached to embrace her, Song Ruan quickly commanded, Go put on some clothes. Liu Dynasty found himself unprepared to comply, yet he discovered he had no choice but to obey. Yes, he must. The influence of the contract was undeniable. All right then. Soft, don't peek, Liu Dynasty playfully remarked, casting a flirtatious glance at Song Ruan as he walked away. Momentarily lost in thought, Song Ruan quickly shifted her gaze. Detecting her reaction, Liu Dynasty felt a twinge of disappointment. He swiftly retrieved his clothing from where it had fallen and donned it before returning to Song Ruan's side. I'll take you back to your room, he said. Instinctively, Song Ruan wanted to object, but remembering that the nine-tailed fox was now her pet, she realized that even if he wished to cause mischief, he could not do so without her consent. Thus, she acquiesced with a soft Liu Dynasty was elated. He swept Song Ruan into his arms and headed toward the bedroom. In those few short steps, he excitedly envisioned this moment as a prelude to their wedding night. If Soft were willing, he would gladly submit to her immediately. He had heard that the union of male and female brought ecstasy beyond compare, and he yearned to experience it with Soft. Upon entering the bedroom, Song Ruan requested Liu Dynasty to set her on the bed. He complied, but then proceeded to lie down beside her. Soft, let me warm your bed, he said with eager anticipation. Noticing Song Ruan frown in refusal, he quickly added, I can transform into beast form instead. With that, he transformed back into the nine-tailed fox. Seeing the adorable creature, Song Ruan's refusal lingered on her lips. Chapter 21. The Little Fox. As the nine-tailed fox sensed no intention from Song Ruan to dismiss him, its 9 magnificent tails swayed with pride, inadvertently sweeping its scattered clothing beneath the bed. Song Ruan observed the scene, a smile threatening to break through, yet her fatigue prevented her from laughing. I'll take a nap and explain everything to you when I wake up. You mustn't cause any trouble, she instructed. The nine-tailed fox's eyes flickered, and it obediently nodded. Only then did Song Ruan close her eyes. Before long, her breathing became steady, and she fell into slumber. The nine-tailed fox, nestled beside her, glanced at her with a mischievous glint in its eyes before resting its head back down. After a short while, it peered at her once more and then returned to its previous position. On the third glance, confirming that Song Wan was truly asleep, the nine-tailed fox transformed into a strikingly handsome young man. Lu Dynasty, grinning like a mischievous sprite, leaned closer to admire his future wife. She was truly captivating, with delicate, elongated brows and thick lashes resembling tiny fans. Her nose was adorably cute, and had he not feared waking her, he would have loved to pinch it. And her lips. Gazing at those moist, rosy lips, Lu Dynasty found it hard to divert his gaze. They appeared so delectable. The beastmen of the vanguard often jested that kissing a female could elevate one's soul. He wondered if there was any truth to such claims. With this thought, Lu Dynasty found his eyes glued to Song Ruan's lips. If he were to steal a kiss while she slept, surely she wouldn't be angry, would she? Thus, he slowly leaned down, drawing closer to those pink lips. At last he felt the soft touch. Startled, Lu Dynasty instinctively pressed harder, a primal urge surging within him. It wasn't until Song Wan stirred, sensing discomfort, that he quickly snapped back, his gaze burning intensely upon her slightly reddened lips. His heart raced with trepidation, fearing she might awaken and cast him away for his audacity. Yet, despite his fears, he longed to explore the sweetness of kissing his beloved. Ensuring she remained asleep, Lu Dynasty made another attempt. This time, he moderated his strength, savoring the moment. Then came the third kiss, followed by a fourth. The thrill of secretly stealing kisses was simply exquisite. Song Wan, however, did not enjoy a restful sleep. Instead, she dreamt of being playfully seduced by a handsome man. Strangely, in her dream, she felt no anger, even relishing the attention. It wasn't until after 5 o'clock that Song Wan finally awoke. Beside her lay the adorable nine-tailed fox, still fast asleep. After kissing Song Wan, Lu Dynasty had succumbed to drowsiness and reverted to his beast form, lying beside her. Gazing at the little creature's slumbering form, Song Wan felt a wave of tenderness. She carefully rose from the bed, ensuring not to disturb him, and made her way to the living room for a bite to eat. After a refreshing nap, her spirits revived, but a strong sense of hunger soon followed. From her spatial ring, she retrieved some food to satisfy her appetite. Once satiated, Song Wan felt restored to her normal self. After checking on the nine-tailed fox, who showed no signs of waking, she chuckled to herself. Truly cunning, this fox claimed to suffer from insomnia, yet his ability to sleep was remarkable. Shaking her head, she closed the door behind her and returned to the living room, where she activated her holographic device, preparing to select a batch of supplies. As a result, upon activating her light brain, Song Wan discovered that Qin Yin had sent her a message. 3 hours prior, Your Excellency Song Wan, are you available? 2.5 hours prior, Your Excellency Song Wan, thank you for your care towards me and our team. Tonight, the cafeteria will be serving roasted whole lamb. May I treat you to some? Half an hour prior, Your Excellency Song Wan, are you still busy? 15 minutes prior, if it is inconvenient for you to go to the cafeteria, I can order a takeout of roasted whole lamb for you. 10 minutes prior, the takeout has been ordered. Your Excellency Song Wan, please be attentive to receive it. Just as Song Wan finished reading the messages, Xiaomi issued a prompt indicating that the delivery robot had arrived with the takeout at her doorstep. Once again marveling at the efficiency of the cafeteria's delivery service, Song Wan instructed Xiaomi to retrieve the food. However, upon opening the door, she was taken aback by the delivery. She had assumed that when Xiao had mentioned treating her to roasted lamb, he only meant a portion of the meat, but to her surprise, he had indeed purchased an entire lamb. Together with Xiaomi, they placed the roasted lamb onto the dining table, nearly overwhelming her small table in size. Song Wan accessed the cafeteria's ordering system to check the price of the roasted lamb, only to find that the cost was a staggering 950,000 star coins. The exorbitant price was attributed to the use of natural ingredients and the live lamb's weight ranging between 60 to 80 kilograms. After viewing the price, Song Ruan's expression shifted to one of alarm. 950,000 star coins. For a single instance of psychological comfort, the military only allocated her 100,000 star coins. The sum of 950,000 star coins was enough for her to provide him with psychological comfort 9.5 times. The phrase wealthy beyond measure flickered through her mind, and her gaze fell upon the roasted lamb on the table, leaving her in a quandary. Such a lavish gift was not something one could easily accept. Moreover, given the culinary standards of this era, the taste of such an exorbitantly priced roasted lamb was likely not as exceptional as its cost suggested. After a moment's hesitation, Song Wan replied to Qin Yin's message. I apologize for the delay. I was quite fatigued this afternoon and have only just seen your messages. The roasted lamb has arrived. Yet I cannot finish it alone. Perhaps you could schedule another session of psychological comfort with me and join me for dinner? With Xiao Hu's presence. Along with the little fox at home, the three of them should be able to finish the roasted lamb, considering the substantial appetite of the beastmen. After sending the message, Song Wan did not expect a prompt reply, yet Qin Yin responded immediately. Your Excellency Song Wan, please hold on. I will be there shortly. Shortly thereafter, Xiaomi announced that she had received Qin Yin's appointment for psychological comfort. Song Wan accepted. Before long, Qin Yin arrived, his face alight with joy. And upon seeing Song Wan, his complexion flushed, clearly having rushed over. Captain Qin, please come in. Seeing Qin Yin brightened Song Ruan's spirits as well. She stepped aside to invite him in. As soon as he entered, Qin Yin's eyes fell upon the packed roasted lamb on the dining table. Just as he was about to offer to unwrap the thermal packaging, Song Wan urged him to take a seat. Captain Qin, please sit and have a cup of tea first. Afterward, I will assist you with your psychological comfort. Another guest has yet to arrive, and we will dine together later. Qin Yin furrowed his brow slightly. Your Excellency Song Wan has another guest?
Who might it be?
Despite feeling a twinge of jealousy, he refrained from asking. Knowing that it was common for females to have multiple partners, and he had yet to marry Song Wan, he could not leave her with a sense of jealousy.
All right.
Qin Yin replied dutifully. After about 40 minutes, the session of psychological comfort concluded. Upon exiting the dream state and returning to reality, Song Wan personally removed the beast-taming ring from around Qin Yin's neck, gazing at the beastman's handsome features for a while before rising. Initially, she had intended to contract this obedient little tiger as her beast pet, but fate had led her to acquire the nine-tailed fox instead. Fortunately, once she reached the mid-stage of core formation, she would be able to contract another beast pet. With diligent effort in refining and absorbing the dark energy, she should reach that stage quite swiftly. By then, with the sly little fox's assistance, it should not be difficult to persuade this little tiger to become her beast pet. With this thought, a slightly mischievous smile crept across Song Ruan's face. When Lu Zhao awoke and found Song Ruan absent, he transformed into human form, donned his clothing, and set out to look for her. To his astonishment, he discovered his mistress affectionately seated beside that scoundrel Qin Yin, gazing at him with deep fondness. It was a relief to see her finally rise, yet she wore such a smile. His mistress truly had a fondness for that big bug. Damn it. He felt so envious. Perhaps Lu Zhao's gaze was too filled with resentment, as Song Wan sensed something amiss. Turning her head, she spotted the beast man standing at the bedroom door, his expression one of jealousy. Ruan, Lu Zhao called out, a hint of grievance in his voice. Song Wan felt a pang in her heart. What was happening? She found herself feeling somewhat guilty. No, why should she feel guilty? She had nothing with this little fox to feel guilty about. With this thought, Song Wan straightened her expression. Captain Qin ordered a roasted whole lamb for me. I figured we couldn't finish it alone, so I invited him over. Additionally, I provided him with some psychological comfort. Lu Zhao was somewhat taken aback. Was his mistress explaining herself to him? At that moment, any lingering feelings of grievance vanished, replaced by overwhelming happiness. The fact that his mistress chose to clarify indicated that she cared for him. Does Ruan enjoy roasted whole lamb? I can buy some for you next time. Lu Zhao smiled broadly as he approached Song Wan. Seeing Lu Zhao smile, Song Wan let out a sigh of relief. No, I actually prefer cooking for myself. Ruan can cook. Lu Zhao exclaimed in surprise. Are you tired? Shall I give your shoulders a massage? Song Wan quickly evaded Lu Zhao's pause. No need. Then, without sparing a glance at Lu Zhao's pitiful expression, she retrieved several dishes from her spatial ring. Lu Zhao observed this with momentary surprise, but did not dwell on it. The spatial ring was quite valuable, and it appeared that his mistress was rather affluent. I'll go wait Captain Qin. You tidy up. We shall prepare for dinner, Song Wan instructed as she walked towards Qin Yin. She produced a pill, placing it beneath Qin Yin's nose to let him inhale its aroma. In mere moments, Qin Yin awakened. Song Wan performed these actions without attempting to conceal them from Lu Zhao. Observing this, Lu Zhao was only momentarily surprised and did not inquire further. It seemed that the method Song Wan employed for providing psychological comfort to all beastmen was a consistent routine. A cup of medicinal tea, followed by psychological comfort, and afterward, a whiff of a waking remedy to rouse them. The medicine took effect swiftly, and its potency was substantial. Earlier, after being carried out from the red tent, Qin had slept for quite a while in his medical room. Even when speaking to Song Ruan, his voice had not been particularly quiet, yet Qin remained undisturbed. Moreover, for someone like him, who could not be sedated by any sleeping pill, it was intriguing that this medicine could render him unconscious. He was curious about what exactly those two types of medicine were. Once Qin departed, he would have to inquire. Upon waking, Qin was surprised to see Lu Zhao present. Suddenly recalling that Song Ruan had mentioned another person would join them for dinner, he wondered if that person was Lu Zhao. When had this fellow come to know His Excellency Song Ruan? No. He certainly hadn't behaved as though he knew her before. Awake? If you're awake, come help. Although you bought the lamb, don't just think about eating it. Lu Zhao directed at Qin, annoyance evident in his tone. This fellow, appearing honest, had demonstrated quite the opposite behavior. Delivering a roasted whole lamb? Starting with nearly 1,000,000 star coins, flaunting wealth to showcase his affluence? Qin rose. The other guest Your Excellency Song Ruan mentioned, is that me? He inquired of Song Ruan. As he cast a glance at Lu Chao, his expression morphed into one of disdain. Although Qin was fairly certain that his suspicions were largely accurate, he nonetheless posed a question. Dr. Lu has just arrived. Let's tidy up and commence our meal. Observing the familiarity between the two, Song Ruan felt a wave of relief wash over her. You can just sit, Ruan. Leave the heavy lifting to me and to Chong. Before Qin could interject, Lu Chao had already spoken. Yes, Your Excellency Song Ruan, please wait a moment. We shall be ready shortly. Suppressing his simmering anger, Qin smiled at Song Ruan, then strode furiously towards Lu Chao. How dare this cunning fox address Song Ruan as Your Excellency Ruan? And in her presence, refer to himself as De Chong? Such insolence warranted a reprimand, indeed. Not intimidated by Qin Yin's dark demeanor, Lu Chao merely beamed brightly as he assigned Qin some tasks, muttering under his breath as he worked. Next, heed my words. I shall have Ruan accept you as a second husband. Qin halted, casting a wary glance at Lu Chao. What are you staring at? Get to work. Lu Chao chastised him instantly. Qin seethed. Lu Chao was being deliberately provocative. Yet, he heard Lu Chao murmur again. The two of us shall serve one wife together. Ensuring Ruan is firmly tethered. From now on, we shall prevent her from taking in any new suitors. Once more, Qin turned his head to Lu Chao. This time with a subtler motion, although his hands remained busy. Oh, I speak with sincerity. However, let us agree that I shall take the lead, while you play the subordinate, Lu Chao declared. Qin fell silent, genuinely swayed by Lu Chao's proposition. Song Ruan was such an exceptional individual. Even if he were to marry her, it was likely he would not be her sole husband. Rather than vying for her affection against other males and engaging in intrigue, it seemed far more prudent to share the companionship of Lu Chao. This crafty little devil excelled in subterfuge, being a true fox spirit. With him ensnaring their wife, perhaps she would indeed not seek out new partners.
So, what do you say?
Lu Chao pressed. Qin replied, a hint of agreement in his tone. Lu Chao's eyes sparkled with triumph. Then let us coordinate our efforts well. We, as brothers, shall strive to win over our wife promptly. Qin shot Lu Chao a sideways glance, uncertain yet intrigued. Oh, just follow my lead. Lu Chao retorted with a hint of annoyance. Oh, came the distracted response. At that moment, Song Ruan inquired, what are you two discussing? Oh, nothing, Ruan. I was just preparing some dipping sauces with Xiao Yin. What kinds of condiments do you prefer? Lu Chao asked, his tone overly solicitous. Qin nodded in agreement, feeling a twinge of envy at Lu Chao's eloquence, which seemed to endear him to Song Ruan. No need. I prefer to use my own sauces. If you have any dietary restrictions, please let me know, and I will prepare accordingly. Her sauces were undoubtedly more delectable than those prepared by the cafeteria. Chapter 23, A Delightful Collaboration. Then we shall enjoy Ruan sauces. Lu Chao interjected, promptly sharing his own preferences. Qin did the same. Song Ruan retrieved various seasonings from her spatial ring and, after a bit of effort, produced 3 flavorful dishes. The trio soon began their meal, and upon tasting Song Ruan's culinary creations alongside the dips, Lu Chao and Qin were utterly astonished. This is exquisite. Lu Chao exclaimed dramatically, devouring his food with gusto. This is the best meal I have ever had. It surpasses even 5-star hotel cuisine. Ruan, why don't you teach me to cook? If you share your culinary skills with me, I can prepare anything you desire in the future. His father had once told him that to win a female's heart, one must first capture her stomach. With such remarkable cooking skills, he only needed to learn from her to win her over. Beside him, Chin felt a pang of urgency. I want to learn too. Ruan. In a moment of impulsiveness, he dropped the formal address, opting instead for a more intimate Ruan. After the words escaped his lips, he felt a moment of surprise but no regret. Why should that sly fox address their wife as Ruan while he could not? He too would call her that. After all, wasn't it merely a matter of thickening one's skin? Lu Chao regarded Chin with a glimmer of approval. Well done, you sly little rascal, growing so quickly. Song Ruan, however, appeared somewhat embarrassed. The beasts of this world were indeed industrious and enthusiastic. There isn't much to learn, really. Most of what I know are simple home dishes. It's a pity that my kitchen at home is rather small, and the military supermarket doesn't sell household robots. If only I had a household robot to assist me, cooking would be much easier. Qin Yin's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Chao interjected. Which model of household robot do you fancy? I shall buy it for you. Faced with Lu Chao's triumphant expression, Qin felt a twinge of irritation. Buying it for me is one thing, but helping me acquire it is another matter. The VB008 model is quite impressive. I saw its official price on StarNet is 100,000 star coins. If I save diligently for a few days, I should be able to afford it. As her owner, how could she accept money from a beast companion? Regardless, she earned money swiftly and would soon have enough. Ruan, why are you being so polite with me? You accepted the whole roasted lamb from Xiaoyin, yet you refused to let me gift you a mere household robot? Lu Chao feigned a pitiful expression. Though Song Ruan recognized this as one of the fox spirit's usual tactics, she still felt her resolve wavering. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chao shot a meaningful glance at Qin. Qin quickly chimed in, Indeed, Ruan. It's just a household robot, not expensive at all. Let Lu Chao gift you one. By the way, do you need any other robots? I can also buy those for you. No, that's not necessary. I only need one household robot, Song Ruan quickly replied, turning her gaze towards Lu Chao. Then I shall thank Dr. Lu, she said. The little fox was her beast companion, after all. Spending his money felt like spending her own. She would simply need to treat him well in the future. Lu Chao's expression brightened. Ruan, you need not be so formal with us. Excellent. A soft heart will lead to a soft mouth. He would make Ruan reliant on him, ensuring she would never wish to leave. Indeed, Ruan, if you ever require anything in the future, do not hesitate to inform us. We will certainly see to it. Qin added in agreement. Song Ruan felt warmth in her heart and expressed her gratitude once more. The three of them chatted and ate, finishing an entire roasted lamb, and Song Ruan's dishes were thoroughly devoured as well. By the end of the meal, Song Ruan and the two beastmen had grown quite close, their bond significantly strengthened. At Lu Chao's insistence, Song Ruan not only added him as a friend but also granted him the same privileges she had given Qin. This meant that Lu Chao could now prioritize appointments with Song Ruan for spiritual comfort. At 9:30, the two beastmen, urged by Song Ruan, finally took their leave. Exiting the red tent, Lu Chao and Qin exchanged knowing glances before finding a secluded spot to converse. Earlier, what you said about that matter. Were you serious? Qin initiated. Of course. I have made up my mind about Ruan for life, Lu Chao replied earnestly. So have I, Qin concurred. Lu Chao turned his gaze towards Qin. What about your father and uncle? They have already given their consent, Qin responded, his voice tinged with joy. But what about your family? Are they truly agreeable to you marrying a female from the red tent? Lu Chao chuckled lightly. What is there to disagree about? Ruan has alleviated my insomnia, and her psychic level should be no less than C grade. Qin recalled the tea he had drunk before each session of spiritual comfort. He nodded in affirmation. The latest test results indicate a peak B grade. He shared the news with Lu Chao. Lu Chao's gaze flickered momentarily. Peak B grade? The prowess of our wife likely exceeds mere peak B grade. Many matters remained unclear to Lu Chao, and he chose not to divulge Song Ruan's secrets to Qin. De Chong would learn in due time, but only after establishing a pact with their wife. Then, let us look forward to a fruitful collaboration, Lu Chao said, his eyes radiating warmth. Qin, though slightly reluctant, extended his hand. To a fruitful collaboration. As the two parted ways, Lu Chao walked only a short distance towards the infirmary before contacting Song Ruan, then turned back towards the red tent. He certainly does not wish to part ways with Ruan. Upon receiving a message from Lu Zhao, indicating his intention to return, Song Ruan felt a certain reluctance. Nevertheless, she had numerous matters to discuss with Lu Zhao, thus she acquiesced. As Lu Zhao cheerfully entered the house, he noticed that Song Ruan had already donned her pajamas and eagerly expressed his desire to take a bath first. No need to wash up, Song Ruan replied. Once we finish our conversation, you can return to your residence to clean up. The little fox was her beast companion, originally residing with her, even sharing her bed, which seemed unremarkable. However, this beast man harbored intentions toward her, and such ambitions were rather pronounced. She had never contemplated forming a bond with a beast, though, she conceded. She had not considered it before. Historically, it appeared that a few sect leaders from the Beast-Master sect had indeed formed bonds with their contracted beasts. But that was in instances where the beasts were exceedingly powerful, benefiting the leader's cultivation. Quickly, Song Ruan interrupted her own shameful thoughts about the little fox and the little tiger. Given the abundance of cultivation resources in this world, there was no necessity for her to accelerate her training through such means. Indeed, that is the case. Lu Zhao's expression fell slightly. Aware that further pleading would only evoke disdain, he refrained from making additional requests. He settled into the nearest single sofa and began to inquire. Ruan, what is the nature of the contract we established? And, can you share your secrets with me? The gravity of Lu Zhao's demeanor starkly contrasted with his usual self. Song Ruan acknowledged him with a sound, allowing Lu Zhao to relax. That contract is a master-servant agreement between a beast master and a beast. I am the beast master, and you are the beast. Chapter 24. The Truth. Lu Zhao's expression was one of astonishment. A beast master? A beast? It sounds akin to the myths of ancient times. In truth, I do not quite belong to your world, Song Ruan continued, revealing the tale of her transmigration. Lu Zhao was utterly shocked, realizing that his wife's words were likely true. The history of the interstellar beast world spans tens of thousands of years, with ancient history being unfathomable. Yet many myths have persisted. Myths are not entirely baseless, so perhaps the origin of their interstellar beast world truly lies in the cohabitation of humans and beasts. Over millennia, the bloodlines of humans and beasts intermingled, giving rise to a new race, the beastmen and females. Could you elaborate on what the Beast Master sect is like? And the world of cultivation? Lu Zhao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Certainly, Song Ruan responded, briefly explaining the Beast Master sect and the world of cultivation. Lu Zhao was once again astounded. The Beast Master sect relied on taming beasts and refining the dark energy from their bodies for cultivation. Moreover, individuals in the world of cultivation could indeed attain immortality through their practices. Additionally, in the world of cultivation, humans are held in high regard. With a patriarchal system in place, while beasts are categorized by gender, predominantly under the dominion of females. In the past few days, I've been researching on the star network and have formed some basic conclusions. The males and females in your world both possess a certain amount of human bloodline. However, the male bloodline is less dominant, leading to a more pronounced display of beastly traits. Conversely, females inherit more of the human bloodline, hence exhibiting more human characteristics. This is also why I can invoke my techniques to refine the dark energy and help soothe the beastmen. The beastmen's irritability is likely the dark energy manifesting in their spiritual bodies. After invoking my techniques, I can access your spiritual realm, capturing the dark energy present there for refinement. Lu Zhao felt a tension within him. Is this what you refer to as cultivation? Indeed. The dark energy is akin to poison for beasts, yet for the disciples of the Beast Master sect, it serves as a resource for cultivation. In just the second day since entering the red tent, I have refined more dark energy than I did in 3 years at the Beast Master sect. Today, I successfully formed my core. At this point, a smile graced Song Ruan's face. Formed your core? Yes, Song Ruan replied, detailing the various stages of cultivation to Lu Zhao. So, does this mean your strength can further elevate? Are you capable of providing mental solace to S-rank beasts, or even those above S-rank? The highest-ranking female in the Federation, Princess Yulan, had an apex mental strength of A rank, yet she was already 90 years old and had not seen an increase in her mental strength for 5 consecutive years. Everyone speculated that the highest mental strength for females was indeed A rank. Thus, any male entering S rank would have no savior and would inevitably meet a swift demise. In truth, Even reaching double S rank, without the possibility of marrying an A rank female, would lead to a rapid downfall. Xiao Yin's uncle, the commander of the fierce Tiger Legion, currently faced the dilemma of lacking support to soothe his irritability. Of course, Song Ruan responded confidently. However, for now, I can only assist beastmen below S rank in calming their irritability. This is primarily because my father only provided me with 2 Beast Master Rings, one of which I have already used on you. The Beast Master Ring? Lu Zhao recalled the collar Song Ruan had made him wear before their contract. Yes, that very collar, Song Ruan confessed, feeling slightly guilty. The Beast Master Ring exerts a suppressive effect on beasts. 1 ring can reduce a beastman's power by 1 rank. When I was at the foundation stage, I needed to use 2 rings to lower Qin Yin's strength from A rank to C rank to alleviate his irritability. Now that I have formed my core, I will need to use 1 ring to reduce an A rank beastman's strength to B rank to assist them. Establishing a contract operates on a similar principle. Noticing Lu Zhao's hand moving toward his neck, Song Ruan continued, the Beast Master Ring on you has not vanished. Rather, it has transferred to your spiritual body. Furthermore, the current function of the ring is solely to suppress the contract and ensure its establishment, without affecting your combat capabilities. Lu Zhao internally sighed, realizing he had stumbled upon a divine artifact. Can the Beast Master Ring within my body be extracted for use? It seemed wasteful to have such a powerful artifact merely to secure the contract. Yes, once I reach the nascent soul stage, I should be able to maintain our contract without the Beast Master Ring. However, extracting it now would nullify the contract. Then let us not remove it for the time being, Lu Zhao promptly replied. His wife now trusted him immensely. He understood well that this trust stemmed from his current identity as her beast companion. Without that identity, how could he remain close to her? A smile involuntarily crept onto Song Ruan's lips. She had no intention of removing the Beast Master Ring either. After a while, Lu Zhao collected his scattered thoughts, lifted his gaze, and looked at Song Ruan again. Ruan, do you wish to contract with Qin Yin? He inquired. Song Ruan's potential exceeded his expectations. Her future would have a significant impact on the Federation. She was not solely under his control, nor could the Lu family manage her. Even with Qin Yin and the Qin family behind him, that would be insufficient. If they included the marshal, perhaps. Well, if that day were destined to arrive, having the Qin family on their side would certainly be better than having outsiders. Song Ruan cast a guilty glance at Lu Zhao, choosing not to respond. Lu Zhao chuckled. Qin Yin is the captain of the 8th Squad in the Vanguard Army and enjoys considerable prestige, along with the marshal's support. If he could become one of us, our endeavors would be more convenient. Indeed, Song Ruan replied affirmatively. Then Ruan, hurry and cultivate to elevate your strength to the nascent soul stage. At that point, we can contract with Qin Yin. Song Ruan glanced at Lu Zhao again. Seeing that he was not upset, she nodded once more, a flicker of joy crossing her heart. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao felt a sense of helplessness. After so much effort to find a beloved female, his wife turned out to be so extraordinary. He would have to be busy helping her fend off romantic advances in the future. By the way, Ruan, the sedative and antidote you used, could you spare some for me? I would like to conduct some research, Lu Zhao said, setting aside his thoughts. He then shared with Song Ruan his struggles with insomnia. Half-step intoxication is a concoction developed by the Beast-Taming Sect, specifically designed to target demonic beasts. It exhibits immediate efficacy against beasts whose strength is comparable to that of the transformation realm or lower. Given your current strength, which is roughly equivalent to the nascent soul stage, you would be unable to withstand the effects of half-step intoxication. However, I would advise against its use for treating insomnia, as this elixir induces profound slumber in demonic beasts. Should the antidote remain undiscovered, with your current capabilities, the duration of your unconsciousness would be extensive. Chapter 25. Differential treatment. Having concluded her explanation, Song Ruan produced a vial of pills from her hand. These pills are specifically formulated for demonic beasts to alleviate insomnia. When you desire to sleep, try taking one. While the onset of sleep may not be as rapid as with half-step intoxication, it should yield commendable results. Furthermore, our contractual bond suggests that your prolonged proximity to me may also alleviate your insomnia. Lu Zhao's eyes brightened. Then, Ruan, could you assist me in revoking the privileges of the guardian robot? I will come by whenever I have the time. It would be even better if I could rest here beside my wife. Yet, he sensed that such a desire might be challenging to realize in the short term. Song Ruan hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Having an additional ally would indeed facilitate matters.
Thank you, Ruan.
You are truly wonderful. Lu Zhao felt as though he were the happiest beast man in the world. After conversing with Lu Zhao for a while, Song Wan bid him farewell. The following day, Song Wan received an appointment for comfort from Qin Yin early in the morning. She promptly accepted the appointment. However, upon Qin Yin's arrival, he discovered that Lu Zhao was already present. The two shared breakfast together, which ignited jealousy in Qin Yin, who glared at Lu Zhao with an accusatory gaze. This wretched fox had the audacity to flirt with his wife behind his back. Lu Zhao felt an unusual sense of guilt. This time, it was not intentional. Their current identities had shifted. He was now the beloved pet of his wife, who could place unwavering trust in him. As for the big worm, it was unfortunate that his wife possessed only one beast ring, which could not be utilized. Song Ruan, noticing Qin Yin's expression upon discovering Lu Zhao's presence, felt a twinge of guilt as well. I will check on the housekeeping robot in the kitchen. You two continue your conversation. With that, she chose to retreat. Feeling somewhat guilty, it was not her intention to summon the little fox, but rather, he had arrived with a housekeeping robot early that morning. Not wanting to refuse the gift, she had invited him to stay for a meal, and inadvertently, it led to this situation. Enough. Stop glaring at me and Ruan like a jealous husband, Lu Zhao said as he approached Qin Yin. Qin Yin shot him a glare. You scoundrel. He replied in a low voice. What scoundrel? Lu Zhao denied the accusation. My relationship with Ruan is inherently closer than yours with her. By the way, I should inform you that Ruan has altered the security protocols outside. From now on, even if I do not schedule an appointment for mental comfort, I can still visit her. Qin Yin was taken aback, followed by a surge of anger. Just as he was about to erupt, Lu Zhao continued, henceforth, you will heed my instructions and act according to my directives. Shortly, I will discuss with Ruan about granting you access as well. Qin Yin fell silent, astonished yet doubtful. Really? He asked, struggling to believe Lu Zhao. Indeed, Lu Zhao affirmed with a serious nod. But you must follow my lead. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhao added, to be frank, the reason Ruan trusts me so implicitly has its origins, though I cannot divulge that reason at present. However, I assure you that if you comply with my guidance, within a month, you will also earn Ruan's trust. Lu Zhao's expression was grave as he placed a reassuring hand on Qin Yin's shoulder. I swear, on our 18 years of brotherhood, he declared solemnly. Fine, I believe you. Qin Yin finally replied. Lu Zhao smiled widely, good brother, and patted Qin Yin's shoulder. Qin Yin's demeanor brightened considerably. What do you need me to do? He inquired. Nothing much. For the next few days, we will take turns seeking Ruan's mental comfort. We each need to lower our agitation levels to below 20. Ruan's secrets must remain confidential. Presently, aside from myself, you are the only one I can trust, Lu Zhao explained. However, since Ruan had not formed a contract with Qin Yin, they could not fully trust him just yet. The only viable plan was to await Ruan's ascension to the nascent soul stage and then establish a contract with Qin Yin, fully integrating the Qin family into their plans. Just us two? Qin Yin questioned immediately. Your team members will be scheduled for the next round, Lu Zhao interjected. Qin Yin's eyes flickered with realization. He nodded in agreement. Lu Zhao knew that Qin Yin must have noticed the inconsistencies, particularly regarding Ruan's handling of half-step intoxication, which was far from subtle. However, he chose not to elaborate, and Qin Yin did not press for details. Lu Zhao then shared some additional details with Qin Yin. The tea is ready. We shall commence once we drink. Lu Zhao remarked, directing his gaze towards the teapot on the table. Qin Yin glanced at the tea, sat down, and drank obediently, then closed his eyes. Lu Zhao's lips curled into a smile as he helped his good brother lie down before heading towards the kitchen.
Ruan.
Song Wan turned around to see only Lu Zhao approaching. Where is Captain Qin? She inquired. He drank the tea and has already fallen asleep. By the way, I discussed with Qin Yin that we will take turns receiving your mental comfort. From now on, our sessions will only require one system appointment each day. Any additional fees for calming should be settled in star coins. Also, could you grant Qin Yin access to the guardian robot? Song Wan paused for a moment before agreeing. Her displayed mental energy level was peak B grade. Taking on too many clients could raise suspicions, while accepting too few might provoke discontent from the Red Account Management Office. Henceforth, handling 2 appointments for A-grade beasts daily seemed just right. A hint of reluctance flashed in Lu Zhao's eyes. Then I shall take my leave for now. I will return for lunch, and in the afternoon, I will train with you. He needed to arrange matters at the medical department. His subordinates possessed commendable medical skills. and he resolved to provide them with more opportunities while also carving out time to accompany his wife. "All right, I will see you off," Song Wan replied, not finding anything amiss with Lu Zhao's remark about returning for lunch. Lu Zhao smiled as he grasped her hand. Startled, Song Wan attempted to withdraw, but he held her firmly. "Let us go." The beastman's visage resembled that of a peach blossom, captivating and enchanting. In a moment of distraction, Song Wan found herself being led away by Lu Zhao. Upon reaching the door, he reluctantly released her hand. "I am leaving now, Ruan. Remember to think of me." With that, the beast man bowed his head and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Song Ruan's mind erupted in a flurry of emotions, her cheeks flushing crimson. Only after the door closed did she realize she had been kissed by her own pet. "Damn it, why do I not find it unpleasant?" she mused. Perhaps marrying a beast man was not such a bad idea after all. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Song Ruan's expression shifted, compelling herself to dismiss them.
Outside.
Lu Zhao's eyes gleamed with triumph as he walked away, his steps imbued with a newfound vigor. With 4 hours remaining until noon, he wished fervently for time to hasten. Having just parted from his wife, he couldn't help but yearn for her presence. Inside the house, Song Wan stood at the door for a while, grappling with her newfound feelings for her pet.
No, stop thinking about that.
"Training is paramount," she muttered, forcing herself to refocus. Turning to glance at Qinin, who lay sprawled on the sofa, she made her way over to him. Chapter 26. The golden core is well fed as before. Song Wan instructed the little bee to monitor Qinin's agitation levels and began her work. Once the little bee signaled that the task was complete, she withdrew from Qinin's dream and submitted her report. Unlike before, however, she did not awaken him but instead re-entered his dream to continue her cultivation. The little fox spoke wisely. She must seize the moment to cultivate her primordial infant and bind this little tiger to her contract. Only then could her secrets remain concealed indefinitely. Song Wan continuously captured the dark energy, refining it with unyielding focus. Time slipped away unnoticed until fatigue and hunger finally crept upon her. Drawing from her previous experience of overexertion, Song Wan chose to pause her practice. Awakening to reality, she glanced at the clock and was astonished to find it was already 11 o'clock. Meanwhile, Qinin's irritability level had surged beyond 6. Song Wan retrieved a spirit fruit from her spatial ring and consumed it, quickly alleviating her discomfort. Just then, her wrist vibrated. It was a message from Lu Zhao. Wan, are you done? I still have 40 minutes before I finish work and will pass by the military supermarket. Do you need anything?" A warm feeling coursed through Song Ruan's heart as she began to reply. "Just finished. The ingredients you brought this morning are sufficient. No need to buy anything extra. Captain Sheen and I are preparing lunch. You can join us when you get off work." Before sending the message, she amended the last part to say, "So, you can come over after you finish work." Once the message was dispatched, Song Wan felt a wave of relief. Lu Zhao, upon reading the message, smiled and quickly replied, "Wait for me." The brevity of his response sent a flutter through Song Ruan's heart. Quickly gathering her thoughts, she resolved to awaken Qinin first. She placed the antidote for half-drunkenness under Qinin's nose, and within mere seconds, he stirred awake. Ruan, he smiled upon seeing her. "I have already completed the mental soothing. The irritability reduction this time is approximately 6. Qinin's eyes widened in astonishment. Ruan, you're truly remarkable." Without further testing, he swiftly accessed his light brain and transferred 300,000 star coins to Song Wan. Seeing the transaction notification, she promptly returned 100,000 to him. "The 100,000 star coins from the military reservation will be credited to me once I submit the task. You needn't send me so much." Qinin seemed poised to articulate something further, but Song Wan interjected, "It's past 11. Dr. Lu will be coming over for lunch soon. If you're free, could you assist me in the kitchen?" I'm free. Qinin's eyes lit up as he responded eagerly, springing up from the sofa. Song Wan couldn't help but chuckle. "Just help me a little, let us go." They headed towards the kitchen. Both she and the two beast men had hearty appetites, and since lunch was a substantial meal, they needed to prepare adequately. Despite the time constraints, they were fortunate to have the household robot and Qinin's help, allowing Song Wan to cook swiftly. By the time Lu Zhao arrived, the last dish was nearly ready. Upon hearing that the final dish was complete, Lu Zhao playfully pushed Song Wan to the side, declaring that the remaining tasks were to be handled by himself and Qinin. Song Wan complied. Before long, the three of them gathered around a lavish table laden with dishes. The two beast men praised the meal profusely. Ruan, I'm not going to worry about it anymore. From now on, I will come home for all my meals. After eating, I'll order the ingredients, and later this afternoon, you can teach me and Xiao Yin to cook. Once we learn, we can take turns preparing meals for you. Lu Zhao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Indeed. Qin Yin nodded in agreement, casting a grateful glance at his good brother. Finally, the cunning fox had not abandoned him. He would remember this favor. Song Wan felt a twinge of emotion, but thought it inappropriate. You need not be so polite, Wan. We are more than willing to serve you. Lu Zhao's gaze was sincere. Only you, Ruan, are so kind and courteous. If it were any other female, she would likely have agreed immediately and begun to boss us around. Indeed, Qin Yin echoed, his eyes reflecting the same sincerity. His brother's sentiments mirrored his own.
Well.
All right then, Song Wan finally conceded. Lu Zhao and Qin Yin exchanged excited glances. It was a joyous moment, as their wife had agreed to let them learn culinary skills and cook for her in the future. After the meal, the household robot took care of the cleanup. Qin Yin was given the dismissal order. Despite his reluctance to leave, he complied when Song Wan spoke. As he stepped out of the house, a hint of melancholy lingered in his heart. His wife's trust in Lu Zhao seemed far greater than in him. He hoped that Lu Zhao was truthful and that he could soon become one of the individuals most trusted by their wife, just like him. Once Qin Yin left, Song Wan began to soothe Lu Zhao's irritability. Given their familiarity, the half-drunkenness antidote was unnecessary. Under the influence of their contract, even without medication, Song Wan effortlessly lulled Lu Zhao into slumber. Entering Lu Zhao's dreams, she once again encountered the adorable nine-tailed fox. The little fox wore a beast-controlling ring that emitted a soft white glow, making it even cuter. Song Wan approached and played with the little fox for a while before resuming her capture and refinement of dark energy. Lu Zhao's strength was not as formidable as Qin Yin's, allowing Song Wan to work with even greater efficiency than in the morning. This time, she refined dark energy for 3 hours before ceasing her cultivation. It was not due to physical exhaustion or hunger, but rather because the golden core in her dantian had reached its saturation point. This signified that her cultivation for the day was complete. After 3 hours, Lu Zhao's irritability had actually diminished by 13, surpassing Song Ruan's expectations. Given that he hadn't consumed the half-drunkenness antidote, Lu Zhao awoke as soon as Song Ruan finished her work. However, upon discovering that his irritability had reduced so significantly, Lu Zhao felt surprisingly disappointed. At this rate, his irritability level would soon drop below 20. Wouldn't that mean all of his wife's time would belong to the bigworm? How did your cultivation go, Ruan? Lu Zhao inquired after gauging his own irritability. I reached the current upper limit of golden core absorption, Song Ruan beamed. If I could maintain this pace daily, perhaps I could break through the core soon, with the primordial infant within reach. She mused that, even with her father supplementing resources from the Beast-Taming Sect, she would likely not progress so rapidly. She found herself growing quite fond of this world. Ruan, you're incredibly impressive. Lu Zhao flattered. I'm not that remarkable. It's primarily due to your and Captain Qin's cooperation. By the way, it's already past 4. How about you contact Captain Qin? If he is not busy, we could invite him over to cook dinner together. Lu Zhao expressed a hint of disappointment.
All right.
She nodded in response, then sent Lu Zhao the payment for reducing his irritability. Subsequently, she messaged Qin Yin, who replied almost instantly, stating he would arrive shortly. Chapter 27. The Blissful Life of a Family of 3. True to his word, Qin Yin arrived within 10 minutes, knocking on the door. Song Wan instructed the 2 beast men to tidy up the living room, preparing to teach them how to make dumplings. In this era, culinary techniques were scarce, and foods like dumplings and buns did not exist. While making dumplings was intended for dinner, Song Wan also aimed to prepare extras to store in the refrigerator for future busy days, allowing the household robot to steam or boil them directly. As she mixed the dough, crafted the wrappers, and demonstrated the process, both beast men observed attentively. After just one demonstration, they quickly grasped the technique. Next came the filling, which was also straightforward. The 2 beast men noted the approximate ratios and managed to create a delicious filling. With preparations complete, the dumpling-making process became lively and joyous, as the 3 of them chatted and laughed like a bustling family. By nearly 6 o'clock, the dumplings were ready to be boiled. Lu Zhao and Qin Yin followed Song Ruan's instructions, preparing both steamed and boiled dumplings. Soon, the steaming dumplings and boiled dumplings were served at the table. Meanwhile, Song Wan had prepared dipping sauces according to everyone's preferences. As the steaming dumplings hit their mouths, The eyes of the two beast men sparkled with delight. They praised Song Ruan's culinary skills incessantly, their chopsticks never ceasing to move. The companions at the dining table possessed hearty appetites, and so did Song Ruan. After nearly a full day of cultivation, her consumption was considerable, and she indulged in a substantial amount of food. Remarkably, the three of them managed to finish off an impressive number of dumplings. As they entrusted the dishes to the household robot for cleaning, Chin-in suggested, Ruan, why don't you join us for a stroll to aid digestion? Though female inhabitants of the Red Tent rarely ventured beyond its confines, it was not unheard of for them to do so. Occasionally, one might catch a glimpse of them in places like the military supermarket or the mess hall. Lu Chao refrained from chiming in, directing his gaze towards Song Ruan, honoring her perspective. Since her arrival at the Red Tent, she had showcased astonishing prowess, elevating her spiritual energy to the pinnacle of grade B. Presently, her presence in the Red Tent was sufficiently conspicuous. Should she step outside, her striking appearance would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Until she achieved the nascent soul stage, excessive attention was not advisable. Song Ruan exchanged a glance with Lu Chao, sharing his sentiment. They could venture out at any time. For now, maintaining a low profile and quietly developing their abilities was the prudent course. Consequently, she declined the invitation, stating, "You go ahead. I plan to organize the menu for the next few days and see what supplies we might need." Chin-in cast a glance at Lu Chao, feeling somewhat disheartened. As anticipated, Song Ruan appeared more concerned about that wily fox. If Ruan isn't going out, then neither will I. I'll stay and help her set the menu, Lu Chao declared, entirely unconcerned by Chin-in's jealous gaze, casting a solicitous look at Song Ruan. I want to go either. I'll join you in determining the menu. When the menu is finalized, the ingredients are on me, Chin-in asserted boldly. Though he lacked the sweet-talking charm of Lu Chao, his military accolades and wealth surpassed those of the latter, enabling him to provide a more comfortable life for their shared partner. Upon hearing Chin-in's words, Song Ruan genuinely regarded him with admiration. Naturally, quality ingredients were costly, and with the three of them being hearty eaters, the expenses would not be trivial. Chin-in relished this acknowledgement, throwing a smug glance at Lu Chao, which almost made Lu Chao chuckle. Thus, after their meal, the trio refrained from going out. Song Ruan activated her holographic brain and meticulously organized a series of menus, subsequently engaging in discussions with the two beast men to finalize the menu for the upcoming week. Lu Chao and Chin-in were astonished, realizing their partner possessed an impressive culinary repertoire with many dishes they had never even heard of before. Once the menu was established, Song Ruan began calculating the necessary ingredients and quantities. After compiling the ingredient list, she discovered that a considerable amount of supplies and seasonings would be required. However, for Chin-in, who was laden with military honors and wealth, these expenses were but a trifling matter. With a few clicks, Chin-in swiftly ordered the items from the military supermarket online, and astonishingly, from the moment he placed the order to the delivery of goods, only 15 minutes elapsed. Together with the two beast men and the household robot, they transported the items to the kitchen and organized them, while Song Ruan assumed the role of a hands-off manager. Once everything was in order, the two beast men showed no inclination to leave. Song Ruan, however, had to issue an invitation to depart, declaring her fatigue and desire for rest. It was only then that Lu Chao and Chin-in took their leave. In the blink of an eye, for days passed, Song Ruan continued her routine as before, providing spiritual comfort to Chin-in and Lu Chao each afternoon. With the golden core absorbing spiritual energy daily to saturation, her prowess surged dramatically, and the quantity of dark energy she refined steadily increased, hinting at a burgeoning capacity to attain the nascent soul stage. At present, Chin-in's irritability ratio had decreased to 38, while Lu Chao's had been entirely eliminated. With his irritability cleared, Lu Chao felt remarkably at ease, and his insomnia had virtually vanished. Now, he could enjoy a sound sleep without resorting to sleep aids. Furthermore, he noticed that with his irritability resolved, his strength exhibited a trend of advancement. Following the significant reduction of Chin-in's irritability, he too experienced a sense of physical liberation. The feeling of complete relaxation and the pleasure of breathing fresh air was indescribable. Captain Chin, Lu Chao's irritability has been completely alleviated. In the next 2 days, I shall focus on providing you with spiritual comfort. Conveniently, your holiday concludes in 2 days, so I will strive to help clear your irritability as well. While simultaneously progressing toward my own breakthrough, Song Ruan announced. Chin-in's eyes sparkled with joy. Excellent. Thank you, Ruan, he exclaimed, grateful. At 10 p.m., upon returning to his residence, Qin received a video call from Qin. Over the past few days, Qin had been quite occupied. Yet he had not forgotten to inquire about his nephew. I've heard that you and Lu Chao have been reporting to the Red Tent daily, dining with the females there. Are you not practically living with them? Qin asked with a smile. By now, he found it hard to believe that his nephew, who had always detested females, could become so enamored with one. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qin scratched his head. Ruan's cooking is delicious. After Lu Chao and I tried it, we couldn't resist going back for more. It's quite something to have a female cook for you. Qin remarked with a chuckle, indicating his good spirits. Despite the elevated status of females in the household, he did not believe that cooking was a duty solely reserved for males. The fact that his nephew could have a female willingly cook for him was a testament to his charm. No. Lu Chao and I have asked Ruan to teach us how to cook. Now, unless we're preparing new dishes at home, it's either Lu Chao or me taking turns in the kitchen, Qin stated, only to see Qin's smile falter. He internally cursed. What a disappointment. Qin, noticing his uncle's darkening expression, hesitated, unsure if he had misspoken. Qin suppressed his displeasure and shifted the conversation back to more serious matters. By the way, what is going on with Lu Chao? As a military doctor, why is he constantly seeking appointments for spiritual comfort and with the same female at that? This boy really needs to get a grip. Not only does he not put a stop to it, but it seems he is also delighted to accompany Lu Chao to the Red Tent. If he allows her to steal the heart of that female, he'll regret it when it's too late. It wasn't that he looked down upon his nephew. It was primarily because Lu Chao was too alluring and his actions too enigmatic. While males might find him off-putting, females were undeniably drawn to him. If his nephew were to compete for a female with him, he would be at a distinct disadvantage. Qin's gaze faltered momentarily. After a moment's hesitation, he tentatively broached the subject. Uncle, what do you think about Lu Chao and me sharing a partner in the future? Qin's expression darkened. What a disappointment, he exclaimed, explicitly voicing his thoughts. Qin lowered his head in response to the reprimand. But Lu Chao and I have already discussed it. My personality isn't as charming as his, and he has many ideas. With him around, we can ensure our partner is well cared for and that no outside males can encroach upon her. Qin's expression grew even darker. She dares, he replied in a low tone. For a female of the Red Tent, it is already an honor for you to see her favorably. How dare she go out and flirt? I'll break her legs. No. Qin quickly interjected, no longer fearing his uncle. If you intend to break Ruan's legs, then you'll have to break mine first. Qin could hardly contain his frustration, cursing himself for ever thinking his nephew resembled him. He reminded himself to remain calm to avoid raising his irritability levels and refrained from exploding. This afternoon, your father video called me, expressing a desire for you to marry that Ruan. And here you are, contemplating sharing a partner with someone else. Think carefully about whether you truly want to marry her. Brother has already investigated the Song family matters. That Ruan was indeed wronged. She is quite the naive fool. However, since arriving at the Red Tent, she has seemed to have an epiphany. Not only has she captured your heart, but even Lu Chao has taken a liking to her. Qin was taken aback. Marry? If Ruan truly comes to marry me, then there could only be her and no one else. Are you not moved? Of course I am. Even though he felt a surge of impulsiveness, wanting to immediately request his uncle to propose to Ruan on his behalf, reason prevailed and quelled his fervor. Ruan had never reciprocated the affections he and Lu Chao had expressed, yet he remained confident that, with time and sincerity, he could win her heart. Enlisting his uncle's help, given his nature, would undoubtedly lead to a forceful approach. Even if it resulted in success, Ruan would likely harbor resentment towards him, which he wished to avoid. Moreover, he believed that Ruan's spiritual power would eventually break through to grade A, or perhaps even stronger. When that day arrived, not even his father or uncle would be able to contain her. He dreaded the thought of discord arising within the family. Consequently, Qin declined. Ruan would never agree to join the Qin family in such a manner, and he did not wish for her to become a wife through such means. Uncle, please allow me to handle matters regarding Ruan on my own. Qin was taken aback and furious. To dissuade him from his thoughts, Qin added, I have a premonition that Ruan's spiritual power may soon ascend to grade A. An A-grade female, regardless of her origins, would never willingly accept a subordinate position. However, Qin Zhen dismissed this notion, believing that Qin Yin was simply viewing Song Ruoro through rose-colored glasses, perceiving her as exceptional. While her talent was commendable, elevating one's spiritual power was no trivial feat. The leap from grade B to grade A was notoriously challenging. Otherwise, how could there be so few A-grade females in the Federation? Nevertheless, he thought, time was still on their side. Ruoro's character remained to be evaluated. The prospect of her marrying into the family could be revisited later. With the advantageous conditions of the Qin family and his nephew's merits, he was certain that when he personally proposed, she would not refuse. Thus, the conversation between the uncle and nephew concluded swiftly. 2 days passed, and Song Ruoro had indeed managed to bring Qin Yin's irritability to a complete halt. Moreover, as anticipated, she successfully transitioned from golden core to nascent soul, significantly enhancing her capabilities. Had it not been so late, she would have sought someone to conduct a test. Not to assess the lethality of her magical power, but merely to gauge her current ability to refine dark energy, which would suffice to clarify her present strength. Upon learning this delightful news, Lu Zhao felt genuine joy for Song Ruoro. Now that Ruoro had ascended to nascent soul, could she not form a contract with Qin Yin? As he spoke, he glanced toward the couch where Qin Yin lay sleeping soundly. The Tiger Legion represented the Qin family's might, and only with Qin Yin's inclusion could their mistress be assured safety. Indeed, Song Ruoro also turned her gaze towards Qin Yin. She understood the little fox's concerns. Her diligent training in recent days was aimed at forming a contract with the little tiger as soon as possible. A glint of cunning flickered in Lu Zhao's eyes.
Burrow.
Go rest, I will speak with him. When you emerge later, you can directly form the contract. Lu Zhao was brimming with confidence. Song Ruoro hesitated for but a moment before handing him the antidote for half-drunkenness, then retreated to her room. After her departure, Lu Zhao roused Qin Yin. Upon awakening and seeing Lu Zhao without Ruoro in sight, Qin Yin furrowed his brow slightly. Where is Ruoro? He inquired. Ruoro has gone to rest. The time has come for the matter I mentioned earlier. Consider whether you wish to become the person Ruoro trusts the most, just as I have. Lu Zhao delved directly into the subject. Qin Yin was taken aback and, without hesitation, nodded vigorously. Of course. Lu Zhao's lips curved into a smile. But hold your enthusiasm. Binding the contract will impose certain restrictions upon you. From now on, if Ruoro lives, we live. If Ruoro dies, we die. We must heed her words and never defy her. Understood, he replied without a moment's hesitation. A glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Lu Zhao's eyes. Excellent. I shall fetch Ruoro now, and you will follow my instructions. With that, Lu Zhao turned and knocked on the bedroom door. Inside, Song Ruoro had not yet lain down to rest. She was anxiously awaiting Lu Zhao's news. Upon hearing the knock, she hurriedly opened the door. Seeing Lu Zhao arrive so swiftly, she understood. Qin Yin had agreed and would comply with her wishes. Ruoro, come out and form the contract with him, Lu Zhao urged. Suppressing her excitement, she nodded in acknowledgement. Moving ahead, she proceeded to the living room. Upon entering, Song Ruoro noticed Qin Yin and felt a wave of nervousness. Unsure of how to begin. Before she could speak, Lu Zhao took the lead. Xiao Yin, transform into your beast form. Qin Yin glanced at Lu Zhao and, without a second thought, complied. His garments slipped from his small tiger frame. The little tiger cast a glance at Song Ruoro, seemingly shy, before averting his gaze.
Pharaoh.
The Beastmaster ring. Lu Zhao extended his hand toward her. At her current strength, Song Ruoro could form a contract with Qin Yin without the Beastmaster ring. However, utilizing it would facilitate a smoother process. She glanced at Lu Zhao and acquiesced. Then, she retrieved the remaining Beastmaster ring from her space and handed it to Lu Zhao. Originally small, the ring expanded into a large collar in his hands. Lu Zhao, unperturbed, approached the white tiger. I will place the Beastmaster ring on you. Once secured, Ruoro will commence the contract. Remember to cooperate and refrain from resistance. The white tiger suppressed its curiosity and nodded, extending its head to allow the ring to rest upon its neck. As soon as the ring was attached, it shrank to fit the white tiger's size. The white tiger's eyes widened in surprise, yet it remained obediently still. Burrow, you may begin, Lu Zhao directed once more. All right, Song Ruoro affirmed, then raised her hand to form a seal. A magical ring appeared in the air. Qin Yin, much like Lu Zhao before him, was astonished by the unfolding scene. He, too, did not resist, willingly accepting Song Ruoro's blood to mark the contract. Thus, the contract was forged. Numerous rules flooded into Qin Yin's mind. and many of his previous questions and doubts found clarity, or at least relative answers, in that moment. Once the contract was complete, Song Ruoro stumbled slightly. Thankfully, Lu Zhao was there to catch her just in time. "I will take you back to your room to rest. Leave the rest to me," he said tenderly. Their mistress had just ascended to nascent soul and immediately formed a contract with Qin, which must have been a significant drain on her energy. Recalling how weak she had been after contracting with him, Lu Zhao couldn't help but regret urging her to contract with Qin so soon. "All right," she responded, closing her eyes in peaceful repose. "I will be waiting here. I will explain everything to you shortly." Casting a glance at the white tiger, Lu Zhao gently lifted Song Ruoro into his arms and carried her toward the bedroom. Upon arriving, he found her already asleep, which tugged at his heartstrings. He carefully laid her on the bed, tucked her in, and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before reluctantly departing. In the living room, Qin had yet to revert to his human form. Seeing Lu Zhao emerge, the white tiger approached nervously. Lu Zhao, bemused by the sight, replied, "Now you can shift back to your human form. Take your clothes to the bathroom, change, and then we can talk." The white tiger complied. Shortly after, dressed appropriately, Qin returned to the living room and took a seat. Lu Zhao directed his gaze toward the single sofa beside him. Qin followed suit. Lu Zhao then finally shared Song Ruoro's secret with Qin. The latter was simultaneously astonished and enlightened, ultimately digesting and accepting everything with ease. "Xiao Yin, from this day forth, we are truly brothers, family to whom we can entrust our lives." Suddenly, Lu Zhao spoke, his gaze steady upon Qin. He realized that if someone else were to serve their mistress, he could not align his heart with theirs, and might even seek to drive them away. Only with his childhood friend could he accept such a partnership. Certainly, there is also that individual. Together, we shall protect Ruan. Qin responded earnestly. Lu Zhao paused momentarily. "Relying solely on us, I fear we may not be able to safeguard her." Qin's expression grew tense. "You are well aware of Ruan's uniqueness. If she continues her cultivation, there exists a substantial possibility that she may become the first female in the Federation with strength equivalent to an S-class psychic ability. Indeed, there is even a chance she could attain a double S-class status. On that day, countless individuals will be fixated upon her, especially those who have transcended to the double S-class. The individuals who have achieved a breakthrough to the double S-class in the Federation are all formidable figures. Upon closer inspection, their numbers are not insignificant. Among them, several are not yet mated, at least openly. When considering those who have retired from the front lines, the number increases even further. These exceptionally gifted individuals possess lofty ambitions. They would rather endure their volatile temperament than marry an arrogant A-class female. Of course, another reason for their reluctance to marry is that even if an A-class female were to engage in physical relations, her ability to mitigate the volatility of a double S-class male is rather feeble. Marriage does not resolve the issue. It merely postpones the inevitable demise. Moreover, some of these influential figures believe that it is preferable not to marry at all, rather than endure a tumultuous marriage that could exacerbate their volatility. However, should an S-class female emerge, everything would change. Marrying an S-class female would mean the problem of volatility could be entirely resolved. If there is hope for survival, who would willingly march towards death? Upon hearing Lu Zhao's words, Qin shot him an irritable glance. What does this brat mean? Is he implying that his uncle is perverse? Lu Zhao caught his gaze and quickly clarified, except for the marshal. Our marshal is wise and valiant, a paragon of integrity, incomparable to those perverse individuals. Qin's expression finally softened a bit. "So, what shall we do?" Returning to the main topic, he inquired of Lu Zhao. If one day, Ruan truly reveals her S-class psychic ability, it is indeed unlikely that he and Lu Zhao could protect her. Lu Zhao's eyes flickered. "Little Yin, have you considered enlisting the marshal's assistance?" Qin's expression froze momentarily. Then, unexpectedly, he felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, Ruan has ascended to the nascent soul stage, comparable to an A-class female. If they were to simultaneously employ 2 Beastmaster rings, perhaps they could alleviate the volatility of the double S-class uncle. Even though the Beastmaster rings would exhibit diminished effects on higher-tier demonic beasts, Ruan may not yet be capable of calming her uncle's volatility. However, in the future, as Ruan's cultivation level rises, she would undoubtedly be able to help her uncle achieve tranquility. Contemplating this, Qin's heart raced with exhilaration. The issue of his uncle's volatility could be resolved. Excellent. Let us enlist the uncle's help. Thus, Qin quickly declared. Wen Yuan is so wonderful. The uncle is bound to like her. If he truly does not, then it would be even better, allowing both himself and Lu Zhao to continue monopolizing Wen Yuan. Considering that the uncle is his own kin, Wen Yuan would likely assist in alleviating her uncle's volatility as well. Lu Zhao's eyes brightened. All right then. Let us prepare dinner and converse while we are busy. When Wen Yuan wakes up, it will be convenient for her to eat right away. Indeed. Qin concurred. Thus, the two beastmen summoned the household robot and headed to the kitchen together. Song Wen Yuan had fallen into a rather deep slumber. Upon awakening, she discovered that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Feeling a gnawing hunger in her stomach, she retrieved a spirit fruit from her spatial ring to consume. Ordinarily, one spirit fruit would quickly quell her hunger. However, this time, even after eating the spirit fruit, she still felt quite famished. Consequently, Song Wen Yuan consumed another spirit fruit. Still feeling insufficiently satiated, she continued to eat 5 more spirit fruits before finally feeling somewhat comfortable. Chapter 30. The Medicine Garden Space. Now feeling physically at ease, Song Wen Yuan suddenly remembered something. An ancient jade pendant appeared in her hand. After a brief moment of contemplation, she formed a seal and pressed it against the jade pendant. Instantly, the pendant resonated. Song Wen Yuan's eyes flickered as she bit her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the pendant. Immediately, the pendant generated a pulling force, drawing Song Wen Yuan into its depths. After a brief stumble, she steadied herself and realized she had entered a small world. Before her stood a quaint wooden cabin, and upon turning, she beheld 10 plots of spiritual land. Among these 10 plots, 8 were cultivated with medicinal herbs. The remaining 2 plots contained 1 growing vegetables and the other several fruit trees. At this moment, both the herbs and the produce had matured, enticing any onlooker to harvest them. Yet, Song Wen Yuan restrained herself and chose instead to enter the cabin. This medicinal garden space was a bequest from her father, previously belonging to him. When her father entrusted the jade pendant to her, he merely mentioned that she could claim ownership of it upon reaching the nascent soul stage and utilize the garden within, saying nothing else. Perhaps within the cabin, she would uncover the answer she sought. Pushing open the door, Song Wen Yuan stepped inside. The interior was modest, containing only a table, a bed, and a bookshelf. Hanging above the bed was a painting of a beautiful woman who bore a striking resemblance to her. Approaching the painting, Song Wen Yuan discovered that the inscription was indeed penned by her father, beloved wife, White Lotus. Song Wen Yuan read the words aloud. Ah, so this truly is my mother. Her father indeed cherished her mother deeply, and thus extended that affection to her. After gazing at the painting for a while, Song Wen Yuan turned to the small table within the room. On the table lay a letter. She approached and saw that the envelope bore the words, "To my beloved daughter Wen Yuan." It seemed her father had made arrangements before giving her the jade pendant. Song Wen Yuan picked up the letter and opened it to read. My beloved daughter, congratulations on successfully achieving the nascent soul stage. This is a gift prepared for you by your father, and I believe you will surely appreciate it. You must have many questions regarding this medicinal garden space, so allow me to explain. This space is, in fact, a treasure of our sect. Initially managed by the sect leader. When the sect leader favors a successor, they may pass it on to them, allowing the successor to utilize the resources within to expedite their cultivation and become a prodigy, subsequently assuming the position of sect leader. Now my dear daughter understands, right? The reason I was able to become the sect leader was not solely due to my exceptional talent, but rather because the former sect leader, your grandfather, allowed me to use the resources within this space ahead of time and then passed it on to me. Upon reading this, Song Wen Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. What? The former sect leader is actually her grandfather? Not only is she a beneficiary, but her father is as well? Suppressing her surprise, Song Wen Yuan continued to read the letter. This space is truly remarkable. It possesses the ability to transform dark energy into spiritual energy and seal it within. At this point, my dear daughter, you must be curious. Isn't the spiritual energy within this space self-generated? Allow me to clarify. Indeed, it is not self-generated. Rather, after becoming the sect leader, I took the time to extract dark energy from demonic beasts and stored it in this space, where it was subsequently transformed. Each successive sect leader could freely consume the resources within the Jade Pendant space before becoming the leader, yet upon ascending to that position, they also bore the responsibility of accumulating resources for future successors. My capabilities are limited, and when I pass this medicinal garden space to you, The spiritual energy contained within was only half of what your grandfather had bestowed upon me. I apologize for that. But who could have anticipated your arrival would be so delayed? Initially, I thought the space would need to be passed on to outsiders, which is why I did not diligently store dark energy within it. Nevertheless, do not fear, dear daughter. Even though the spiritual energy here is only half of what your grandfather left, it is still sufficient to support your cultivation up to the divine transformation stage. Once you attain the status of a divine transformation cultivator, you will be able to practice the supreme version of the Beastmaster Heart Sutra of our sect. The primary distinction between the supreme version and the advanced version lies in the speed of capturing dark energy. Upon entering the divine transformation stage, your speed in capturing dark energy will increase exponentially, potentially by dozens or even hundreds of times. As long as you can capture enough demonic beasts, you will soon be able to replenish the spiritual energy of this space. If, at that time, the spiritual energy is abundant, you might consider planting more medicinal herbs and refining them into elixirs to distribute to the capable disciples within our Beast-Master Sect. After all, while we can forcibly elevate individuals to the transformation stage through the sheer accumulation of resources, advancing further to the void refinement stage remains a Herculean task. Do not doubt the veracity of my words, dear daughter. In the over 5 millennia of our sect's history, we have yet to produce a single practitioner of the void refinement stage, which speaks volumes about the challenges we face. Alas, a significant part of our struggle stems from the scarcity of dark energy in lower-tier demonic beasts, while the more formidable ones are beyond our capacity to capture. But let us not dwell on that. Allow me to continue discussing the matter of this space. The fields within are rich with spatial spiritual energy, nurturing the crops sown therein. Once the seeds are planted, there is no need for further care. Within a day, they will reach a harvestable state, becoming first-tier spirit plants. If left unharvested, they will continue to absorb spiritual energy, achieving second-tier status by the next day. Should you allow them to keep absorbing energy, they will reach third-tier status by the 4th day. Upon attaining third-tier status, the crops will cease to absorb further energy and will remain at that level indefinitely. First-tier spirit plants yield favorable effects for those at the golden core stage, second-tier for those at the nascent soul stage, and third-tier for those at the transformation stage. The spirit fruits I previously provided you are first tier, suitable for consumption before you reach the nascent soul stage. Once you advance to that level, you will need to consume second-tier spirit plants. At that point, you will require spiritual sustenance daily to replenish your energy. Mundane food will only satisfy your palate, devoid of the nourishing properties. Ruan suddenly understood. No wonder she felt perpetually hungry despite consuming copious amounts of ordinary food. It was only after eating several spirit fruits that she felt a slight alleviation. Continuing to read, she learned that upon reaching the transformation stage, you must consume third-tier spirit plants, with first-tier plants becoming entirely ineffective for you. Currently, in this space, your father has cultivated a considerable variety of medicinal herbs. The pills produced from these herbs are classified into 3 tiers based on the quality of the ingredients. For instance, first-tier beast medicines are effective for demonic beasts at the golden core stage and below, second-tier for the nascent soul stage and below, and third-tier for the transformation stage and below. For safety's sake, to prevent you from sustaining injuries while capturing demonic beasts, the medicines I provided you are all third-tier. Although this may seem wasteful given your strength, it significantly enhances your safety. Third-tier beast medicines perform admirably against demonic beasts at the transformation stage and below, and even exert a mild effect on beasts at the void refinement stage, ensuring your protection should not pose a challenge. Upon reaching this point, Ruan felt a pang of sympathy. The creation of beast medicines is quite straightforward. No wonder the half-step intoxication elixir her father provided was so effective. It targets the transformation stage, while A-grade beastmen are only comparable to the nascent soul stage, and B-grade beastmen are merely akin to the golden core. In such a case of misallocation, could those medicines be anything but useful? Continuing with the letter, our Beast-Master Sect specializes in the crafting of beast medicines. While the variety is vast, the process remains uncomplicated. The recipes are conveniently located on the nearby bookshelf, should you require them in the future. Simply follow the ratios and steps outlined therein. Ruan glanced at the bookshelf, clutching the letter as she approached. Indeed, she discovered a tome titled Beast-Master Sect Formulas among the volumes. She picked it up and flipped through its pages, finding the content refreshingly straightforward and comprehensible. Resuming her reading, she came to the section on seeds. Your father has prepared some for you on the bookshelf. Make use of them for the time being. Should you run out, Do not fret. These seeds are merely common seeds from the mortal realm. If you exhaust them, you can simply purchase more from the mundane marketplace to replenish your stock. Having penned so much, I believe I have conveyed all pertinent information.
Oh.
And one more thing. When your grandfather passed the space to me, he mentioned that if the spiritual energy is sufficiently abundant, it might be capable of upgrading.
Although
Your father, do not believe you will be able to achieve this. I thought it prudent to mention it. After all, if you cannot, perhaps your future children will. Our Song family must produce a talented individual to elevate the Beast-Taming Sect to greatness. With that, I believe I have omitted nothing. Finally, I wish my dear daughter an early advancement to the transformation stage, so she may succeed me as the sect leader. Setting down the letter, Song Ruan felt a glimmer of emotion welling up in her eyes. This was her devoted father, doing all he could to pave a path for her and arrange everything meticulously. Amid the chaos within the sect on that fateful day, she could not help but worry whether her father was safe. No, she must find a way to ascend to immortality, return to the realm of cultivation, and reunite with her father. The reason her father and ancestors could not reach the void refinement stage was due to their inability to capture enough high-level demonic beasts to facilitate their cultivation. However, this world is replete with demonic beasts, many of which would willingly present themselves. Not only would reaching the void refinement stage be feasible, but further advancements beyond that could also be achieved. Furthermore, with regard to this medicinal garden space, while her father and ancestors lacked the ability to upgrade it, she might be capable of doing so herself. Once the space is upgraded, she might cultivate 4th-tier crops or even 5th and 6th-tier ones. As long as she has high-level spirit plants to replenish her energy, she would continuously grow stronger. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, a resolute glint sparkled in Song Ruan's eyes. She carefully stored the letter and exited the wooden hut, glancing at the ground in front of her before striding towards the field where the fruit trees were planted. The trees stood at her height, each bearing 10 fruits, marked with the number 3. How considerate. The levels of the spirit fruits are clearly labeled. Muttering to herself, she recalled her father's explanation that the crops in this space had not been harvested for several days, and thus they should all have matured to 3rd-tier spirit plants. Given that 3rd-tier spirit plants are suited for the transformation stage, consuming them now might be overwhelming for her. After a moment's hesitation, Song Ruan decided to harvest all the crops from the field. After all, replanting and waiting another couple of days would only yield 2nd-tier crops. Then something miraculous occurred. A control panel appeared in her mind, indicating that a one-click harvesting option was available. Elated, Song Ruan immediately consented. In mere moments, the medicinal herbs, vegetables, and fruits from the field were piled before her. A grin spread across her face as she waved her hand, collecting everything into her spatial ring. Next came the planting. Song Ruan was preparing to return to the small wooden hut to retrieve the seeds her father had left for her when the control panel reappeared in her mind. It clearly displayed the quantity of seeds she could use and the maximum number of each type of crop she could plant. Her face lit up with joy as she made her arrangements. After completing the operation, she remembered that the little fox and the small tiger were still waiting for her outside. Song Ruan decided to exit the space. However, just as she was about to leave, it struck her that her father hadn't informed her how to enter and exit the space. But since she had already established ownership of the space, perhaps she could control it with her thoughts. With a hopeful mindset, Song Ruan mentally uttered the command to exit. In an instant, she found herself back in her bedroom, her heart swelling with joy. She then thought to herself, enter. To her astonishment, she found herself back at the spot where she had first entered the space, right in front of the little wooden hut. A smile crept onto her lips. Song Ruan exited the space once more. At that moment, a knock sounded at her bedroom door. Ruan, are you awake? It's Lu Zhao. I'm up. Song Ruan replied. Glancing at the time displayed on her wrist device, she realized it was nearly 9 o'clock. Remembering that the 2 beast men had yet to eat, she made her way to the door and opened it. Ruan, Lu Zhao beamed upon seeing her. The food is ready. Let us go eat. Sure. Song Ruan responded with a smile. Although ordinary food could no longer satisfy her hunger, it did not detract from her enjoyment of its flavors. Pairing it with the 1st-tier spirit fruits her father had gifted her, she could certainly indulge in several to fill her belly. After waiting for 2 days, the secondary vegetables and fruits in the space would be ready for harvest, allowing her to finally enjoy a proper diet. Upon entering the living room, she found Qin already present. Noticing Song Ruan had emerged, Qin immediately suggested they fetch some vegetables from the kitchen. The meals had been prepared for a while and were kept warm in the pot. The two were concerned that Song Wan might not be fully awake, which was why they hadn't called for her. Song Wan was seated at the table, with Lu Chao also heading to the kitchen to assist. Soon, a lavish spread of dishes was laid out before them. However, instead of diving into the meal, Song Wan retrieved a basket of spiritual fruits. Upon seeing the puzzled expressions on the faces of the two beast men, she explained her recent discovery about the medicinal garden she had activated. Currently, Fan Shi is unable to provide me with energy. I suspect it may not be able to offer you much either. During this time, while you've been dining with me, have you perhaps indulged in extra meals upon returning? Both the little fox and the little tiger had powers comparable to the nascent soul stage, and if Fan Shi couldn't supply her with energy, it likely wouldn't suffice for them either. Mutated ingredients were easily obtainable. Beast men typically consumed mutated foods that matched their levels to replenish energy. Additionally, she harbored doubts that the females in this world could not break through from A grade to S grade in spiritual power, which was perhaps related to the absence of spiritual plants in this realm. Even using naturally sourced food, highly refined to create nutritional liquids, the energy contained within could at most reach the level of a first-grade spiritual plant. Relying on first-grade spiritual plants to advance to the divine transformation stage was nothing more than a pipe dream. Qin Yin and Lu Chao exchanged glances, with Lu Chao's eyes reflecting a moment of contemplation. While natural food might not satiate hunger, its taste surpassed that of mutated food. They were delighted to share exquisite culinary experiences with Ruan. Qin Yin nodded in agreement from the side, eliciting a smile from Song Ruan. Once the secondary vegetables in my space are ready, we should use spiritual vegetables for cooking. We'll also strive to make our own seasonings. If we truly lack anything, we can substitute it with ordinary food. Consistent consumption of spiritual plants will be beneficial for your strength. Qin Yin turned his gaze toward Lu Chao once more.
All right.
Lu Chao replied with a smile directed at Song Ruan. Qin Yin nodded in affirmation again. Song Ruan shifted to the next topic. Next, I wish to concoct a batch of medicine.
Dr. Lu, she began.
Just call me by my name, or you can refer to me as Brother Chao. Lu Chao responded with a charming smile. Song Ruan's cheeks flushed slightly as she averted her gaze. Yes, Ruan, from now on, you can call us by our names. You can also call me Brother Yin. Qin Yin interjected eagerly. Lu Chao cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yin, offering an appreciative look in return. That's more like it. When it's time to cooperate, we should indeed do so. Fine, Song Ruan replied, her face still warm. Lu Chao, if you're available, starting the day after tomorrow, I would like you to assist me with the medicine-making process. The prescriptions left by my father, although simple, are unfamiliar to me, and I might not execute them smoothly. As a military doctor, you should have more expertise than I do. With your help, I am certain the task will succeed. I'm free. The medical room is staffed with several assistants who can manage the workload. If you require assistance, I can come over at any time, Lu Chao declared, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Qin Yin observed the two, and felt a sense of urgency. He wished to help, but the squad's holiday was over, and he would have to undertake missions intermittently, fearing he might not be able to visit daily. Song Wan noticed the expression on Qin Yin's face. Then it settled. Additionally, Qin Yin, I have a favor to ask of you. Anything, Ruan. Qin Yin responded immediately. I would like to trouble you to arrange for your subordinates to line up for spiritual soothing starting the day after tomorrow. Now that I have reached the nascent soul stage, my efficiency in capturing and refining the black energy has significantly improved. I should be able to eliminate their agitation value swiftly. The secondary vegetables had yet to mature, so she wouldn't be practicing in the next couple of days. She planned to rest tomorrow, begin making medicine with the little fox the day after, and then fully immerse herself in cultivation the day after that. Qin Yin's eyes brightened. Absolutely. I will arrange for people to come over starting the day after tomorrow. Also, we will stick to the previous agreement of only scheduling for a 2 reduction in agitation, with the rest settled in star coins. Furthermore, with my presence, they won't disclose anything occurring here. Song Ruan exchanged a glance with Lu Chao. When the beast men come for spiritual soothing next time, Ruan, you should directly offer them the half-step intoxication potion for consumption. Just say it's a sleep aid we developed together, designed to help beast men fall asleep quickly, thereby enhancing the effectiveness of the spiritual soothing. Song Ruan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Lu Chao then turned back to Qin Yin. Ruan's cultivation needs are increasing, relying solely on your 8th squad won't suffice. When you undertake missions, engage with the captains of other squads. Start bringing some reliable ones over to assist Ruan in her cultivation. As long as we can conceal Ruan's situation, We should do so for as long as possible. It's impossible to keep it hidden indefinitely, but the longer it takes for her to be discovered, the stronger she will become. Meanwhile, they will also grow stronger, increasing their chances of protecting her. Qin's expression turned serious as he nodded in agreement. By the way, Ruan, what are your plans for tomorrow? Lu Chao looked back at Song Ruan, his demeanor gentle. From what I gathered from my wife, it seems she plans to rest tomorrow. If my wife takes a break, I naturally must accompany her. Qin's face displayed urgency. But I have a mission tomorrow and 1 tea of time. Suddenly, an idea struck him. How about we visit uncle tomorrow evening? He had become a family with Ruan, and thus his uncle was also her uncle. As for Lu Chao, well, he could join too. Lu Chao's eyes flickered momentarily. I think Xiaoyin's suggestion is quite good, he spoke up. The three of us should pay a visit to our elders. Moreover, that elder may even choose to lower their status in the future. Song Ruan felt a surge of anxiety. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to just show up unannounced? That S.A. Marshal, the iron-blooded and cold-hearted god of war of the Federation. She had schemed against Qin, and now, facing his uncle, she felt a twinge of guilt. It wouldn't be unannounced if we give prior notice. I'll discuss this matter with uncle, and we can all go to his house for dinner tomorrow evening, Qin suggested. If Ruan is worried, during the day, Lu Chao can accompany you around the military camp and perhaps visit the military supermarket to buy some items. But honestly, uncle has everything he needs. So even if you don't buy anything, it's perfectly fine. Song Ruan glanced at Lu Chao, feeling reluctant to visit Qin Zhen's home. However, Lu Chao reassured her, let us go meet uncle. As juniors, he won't make things difficult for us. Song Ruan's heart softened. Alright, she finally conceded. The following day, Lu Chao arrived early to find Song Ruan and took her on a tour of the military camp. This was Song Ruan's first time leaving the red tent area since her arrival, and she was quite curious about the outside world. As soon as they stepped out of the red tent area, they attracted a considerable amount of attention. The beast men were strikingly handsome, and the females were stunningly beautiful. Especially with Song Ruan clad in an ethereal long dress, her hair simply styled in a bun secured with a hairpin, she exuded an otherworldly charm. The beast men quickly recognized Lu Chao's identity, and those with a bit more courage approached to engage in conversation, subtly probing about Song Ruan's identity. Upon noticing some beastmen's stares lingering on Song Ruan, Lu Chao felt an inner fury. Did these individuals possess no sense of decency? Were they unaware that staring so brazenly at a female was exceedingly rude? Song Ruan maintained her composure, responding politely to the beastmen's greetings without any inappropriate behavior. However, she noted that her little fox's expression was darkening rapidly, despite Song Ruan's polite responses. It was already an overwhelming surprise for the beast men to receive such attention from a female, who typically held a proud demeanor and was accustomed to being aloof. Many beast men were experiencing their first encounter with a female's smile and gentle reply. Naturally, they were thrilled. Moreover, with Song Ruan's beauty, her smile nearly captivated their very souls. Before long, Lu Zhao and Song Ruan found themselves encircled by a group of orcs. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, Lu Zhao seized the opportunity to grasp Song Ruan's hand and fled. Fortunately, Song Ruan was cooperative, and after an intense sprint, they managed to elude their pursuers. Still shaken, Lu Zhao abandoned the idea of parading Song Ruan around and suggested they dine at a restaurant outside the military cafeteria. The few establishments available catered to the female personnel accompanying the military, as well as those serving at the base. Given the exorbitant prices and the unsatisfying nature of the food for males, it was rare to see a male dining there alone. While Song Ruan had no particular inclination towards dining out, her curiosity about the military cafeteria and the surrounding restaurants led her to acquiesce. Upon arriving at the military cafeteria, despite it not being mealtime yet, the 6-story establishment was already bustling with patrons. The orcs recognized Song Ruan, inciting a commotion. Sensing the escalating situation, Lu Zhao hurriedly led Song Ruan away, finding refuge in a restaurant that successfully severed the orcs' gaze. This establishment boasted a pleasant ambience, with soothing music that quickly put one at ease. Song Ruan chose a table by the window, and they settled down together. The menu was digital, and after casually selecting a couple of signature dishes, she passed it to Lu Zhao, encouraging him to add whatever he fancied. The food could hardly satiate her hunger, serving merely as a tasting experience. Having sampled the cafeteria's offerings, which were rather unpalatable, she held little expectation for this restaurant, primarily visiting to satisfy her curiosity. In the restaurant, aside from their table, There was another group dining nearby, a female accompanied by her 2 orc husbands. Upon overhearing Song Ruan's request for the male to order more dishes, they turned to observe. The 2 orcs, recognizing Lu Zhao, regarded him with envious glances. Lu Zhao, a military doctor, was indeed fortunate. Not only was his beloved female strikingly beautiful, but she was also considerate. Unlike their own partners, who, despite periodic visits, often displayed irritability and infidelity, causing them endless worry. The wives of the 2 orcs also cast their eyes upon Lu Zhao, their expressions brightening momentarily before flickering with jealousy upon glimpsing Song Ruan. Unexpectedly, the female rose, took a glass of wine, and approached their table. The 2 males exchanged glances of resignation, following her lead. Lu Zhao, noticing the unfolding situation, furrowed his brow. He had intended to escape the male gaze, but had forgotten the potential annoyance from the females present. Song Ruan noticed Lu Zhao's discomfort and quietly inquired, "What's wrong?" "That female is quite bothersome. Please help me send her away," Lu Zhao replied, his irritation palpable. No sooner had he spoken than the female arrived. "Dr. Lu, what a surprise to see you. I visited the medical office last time, but they said you were unavailable. The medications prescribed by the on-duty doctor were utterly ineffective. Since you are here, could you take a look at me?" The female fixed her gaze on Lu Zhao, her eyes betraying an unabashed desire. Witnessing this, Song Ruan felt a surge of distaste. Before Lu Zhao could respond, she interjected, "Madam, it is not Dr. Lu's working hours. If you require medical attention, you may visit the medical office during his hours. We are currently dining, and I kindly ask you to leave." Her tone was relatively polite, showcasing her upbringing. Lu Zhao cast a grateful look at Song Ruan upon hearing her words. Apart from his wife and mother, he believed that few females in this world were genuinely decent, including his sister, who, despite already having 5 husbands, still sought to ensnare Xiao Yin into marriage, forgetting that she was 15 years his senior. The females outside were even worse. Take the one before him, for instance. She had her orc husband right beside her, yet dared to flirt with him. Such females were not rare. It was precisely due to frequent harassment that he had requested the military to only treat male patients in the future, avoiding female patients altogether. His medical skills were exceptional, and he had received special permission from the marshal to evade much trouble. Yet here he was, unexpectedly confronted by this bothersome individual. The female glared at Song Ruan, and upon seeing her beauty, a flash of jealousy crossed her features. "Who do you think you are to interrupt my conversation with Dr. Lu?" Her voice was shrill, and her demeanor aggressive. This was the first time Song Ruan had encountered such unreasonable behavior, and her expression darkened. "And who are you to disturb my meal with Lu Zhao? If you cannot converse properly, perhaps you should remain at home and refrain from barking like a mad dog." "You called me a mad dog." The female's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed an accusatory finger at Song Ruan, her voice piercing. Song Ruan merely touched her ear. "Your barking barely compares to a mad dog's," she continued, her voice calm and composed, standing in stark contrast to the hysterical female. "Vile wretch, you are courting death." The female screamed, unleashing a whip of mental energy towards Song Ruan. The expressions of the 3 orcs in attendance shifted dramatically. This was the female's mental attack, ineffective against males, but devastatingly harmful to females with lower mental prowess. It could cause severe injury or even permanent damage to one's mental capacity. The ferocity of her attack indicated her malicious intent. Yet she had gravely underestimated Song Ruan's abilities while overestimating her own. In an instant, Song Ruan sensed the incoming assault. A mental whip, twice the thickness of the opponent's, shot back towards the aggressor. The female's expression morphed from malice to sheer terror upon witnessing Song Ruan's mental whip. "No! Ah!" Her scream echoed as she was sent flying, crashing onto a nearby table, blood spilling from her mouth before she succumbed to unconsciousness. "Madam!" The 2 orcs rushed to assist the fallen female. One cradled her, checking her condition, while the other turned to glare at Song Ruan in indignation. Song Ruan frowned, about to explain that her actions were merely in self-defense when Lu Zhao stood up, blocking the male's accusatory gaze. She then witnessed Lu Zhao turning towards the 2 orcs. Just as she anticipated a confrontation, the orc supporting the female spoke up. "Dr. Lu, please, we beg you to save our wife." The orc who had previously glared at Song Ruan no longer focused on her, but instead implored Lu Zhao. "I will examine her," Lu Zhao replied, moving towards the trio. After a brief assessment of the female's condition, he spoke, his words met with anxious glances from the 2 orcs. "Her mental foundation has been damaged, Even if saved, she will be rendered incapacitated. The orcs' faces paled. Their wife had reached the pinnacle of C-grade mental power. How could she be so easily incapacitated? Dr. Liu, I apologize for my wife's actions. However, she possesses C-grade peak mental power and is a distinguished guest of the military. We humbly request that you do not let personal biases prevent you from offering aid. The more rational orc spoke up, desperation lacing his tone. Lu Zhao shot a sidelong glance at the speaker. Do you think I would jest with my medical ethics? My fiancée's mental power is at the peak of B grade and is on the verge of breaking into A grade. For her to attack someone of C grade and end up in this predicament is entirely her own doing. Both orcs were taken aback. The female was actually at B grade peak. Lu Zhao noted their reactions, lowering his voice. She is already beyond saving. I can no longer assist you with mental consolation. Are you truly certain that you wish for me to rescue her, only to endure her myriad of bad temperaments in the future? The two orcs were taken aback. They were brothers, both classified as B-rank orcs. Following their parents' divorce, their father had exerted immense effort to secure them a C-rank mate. Although their wife possessed a foul temper and was quite promiscuous, she would visit the military camp monthly, assisting them in deep relaxation sessions to ensure they would not lose control on the battlefield. However, now that her mental fortitude had been shattered, she could no longer provide them with such support. Should they still endeavor to save her? If they did, upon her return, she would undoubtedly cease her visits to the camp. It was likely she would consume their dowry and continue to burden them with her and her family's idle males. Contemplating this, the more rational of the two brothers hesitated. The other brother, however, fixed his gaze on the unconscious female, his eyes reddening. With their wife's mental capabilities destroyed, what would he and his brother do in the future? Though married males could apply for mental solace from the military, the difficulty was significantly greater than for their unmarried counterparts. Lu Zhao discerned the expressions of the two orcs and understood their concerns. If it were a matter of anxiety regarding their temperamental states, perhaps he could offer assistance. He spoke up. The two orcs immediately turned their attention to Lu Zhao. You may come to my medical room. I will arrange for someone to provide you with mental solace. Moreover, for those below A rank, the single-session anxiety reduction rate will not be less than 10. The two orcs were astounded. The more rational brother could not help but glance back at Ruan. The person arranged by Dr. Liu, could it possibly be his fiancée? Earlier, Dr. Liu had mentioned that her mental strength was at the pinnacle of B rank, which indeed granted her such capability. However, there would be a fee involved. The charges will be settled in star coins. Priced similarly to the mental solace you would apply for through the military, Lu Zhao continued. The two orcs exchanged glances. Very well. Ultimately, the more sensible orc acquiesced. The military supported the conversion of military achievements into cash, and they had previously accumulated military merits, regularly exchanging them for star coins to provide for their wife. Yet, despite transferring so many star coins to her, she had saved none, frivolously spending it all alongside her idle male relatives. Even when their father fell ill, she could not muster any funds. If they could indeed spend money to alleviate their anxiety, and in such a considerable amount at that, they would certainly prefer to invest the funds in themselves. A smile graced Lu Zhao's lips as he activated his holographic device. Let us exchange contact information. Once I have made the arrangements, I will reach out to you. Rest assured, it will not take more than 3 days. The brothers exchanged one last glance before adding Lu Zhao as a friend. Thus, a dispute was effortlessly resolved. By the time the security team arrived, both parties had reached a consensus, and the case's nature was clearly defined. Neither Lu Zhao nor Ruan was called in for questioning. After the security personnel departed, to avoid any further disturbances, Lu Zhao escorted Ruan to a more private booth. This time, ordering and serving the dishes proceeded smoothly. I didn't intend to strike her so severely, Ruan suddenly remarked while they dined. She initiated the confrontation. I was merely acting in self-defense. Little did I know she would prove so fragile. I hope she isn't dead. She had researched the dire consequences of mental attacks on females. Lu Zhao gazed at her with a smile. You are truly kind-hearted, soft. She wished to harm you, and yet you concern yourself with her well-being. Well, it's not that I am worried for her, she replied. Rather, I feel she does not deserve death. I believe incapacitating her mental faculties serves as sufficient punishment. The act of rendering one's mental strength impotent is akin to stripping away one's magical abilities in a world of cultivation, severing their connection to the essence of their power. To extinguish a person's hope and break their pride is indeed a severe punishment. Lu Zhao's eyes flickered momentarily. Very well, it appears I misunderstood. Rest assured, She should be beyond consciousness now. Song Wan responded with surprise. Lu Zhao elaborated on the situation. Your strike, while impactful, was not fatal. Had I intervened, I could have saved her, albeit leaving her irrevocably damaged. I conveyed the circumstances to her 2 orc husbands, and they unanimously decided against her rescue. Song Wan contemplated this, and replied with an "oh." That female's poor temperament and flirtatious nature would likely lead her to meet her demise from the perspective of the 2 orcs. Lu Zhao was somewhat astonished by Song Ruan's acceptance of the situation. Do you not think those 2 orcs are rather cold-hearted? He inquired. I do not, Song Ruan countered. That female disrespected them and exhibited a vile disposition. Their marriage to her was likely motivated solely by the desire for mental solace. However, with her faculties compromised, even if she were saved, she would no longer be able to provide them with relief and would only invite further complications. Were I in their position, I too would opt against her rescue. Lu Zhao felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, only a wife could empathize so profoundly with the plight of the males. Viewing the matter from an equitable standpoint. Soft, rest assured, even if one day you find yourself with nothing, stripped of your mental faculties, I will never abandon you. He declared with conviction. Song Wan froze momentarily, her cheeks flushing as she grasped the meaning behind his words. I won't encounter such a fate, she mumbled softly. She was already a yawning cultivator, let alone females, even many orcs could not harm her. In the unlikely event she faced an unbeatable opponent, she could always retreat into the medicinal space to evade injury. Noticing Song Ruan's reaction, Lu Zhao felt a sense of delight. By the way, I have an idea. He began. Yes, Song Ruan asked, puzzled. I wish to establish a special treatment room within the medical facility to urgently assist those soldiers in dire need of anxiety relief. Observing her continued confusion, Lu Zhao elaborated, the orcs' high levels of agitation can significantly hamper treatment efficacy, even rendering therapeutic methods ineffective. This was why I instructed Fan Yong and the others to send Qin Yin to the Red Tent that day. Fortunately, Qin Yin was fortunate enough to encounter you. Had he met someone else, the situation could have deteriorated further. Song Wan nodded in understanding. Tonight, we are scheduled to meet with the marshal, right? I would like to propose this matter to him, suggesting that you assist in the medical facility. If we manage this effectively, allowing the injured to bypass the appointment system and settle the costs for mental solace with star coins should make it easier to conceal. After contemplating, Song Wan realized that assisting in the medical facility would indeed prevent anyone from seeking her out in the Red Tent. Additionally, with the little fox present in the medical office, she felt reassured by his arrangements. All right, she agreed. Lu Zhao's eyes sparkled with joy.
Thank you, Soft.
On behalf of all the soldiers of the Vanguard, I express my deepest gratitude for your kindness. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under Lu Zhao's gaze, Song Wan replied, I'm not as noble as you might think. The reason I am doing this is primarily for cultivation, and, of course, to earn some money. Please don't elevate my motives to such a grandiose level. I can be quite selfish. Lu Zhao chuckled. You're simply adorable, Soft. After finishing their meal, the two left the dining hall. In the afternoon, Lu Zhao guided Song Wan around the military camp for a while longer before taking her to the military supermarket. The supermarket's array of goods was dazzling, far more abundant than online options. The tactile experience of shopping in person was also far more gratifying than virtual shopping. As they strolled through the aisles, Lu Zhao acted as both guide and sales assistant, leading Song Wan while introducing various products, having previously been a homebody. Her life experience left her lacking in knowledge in this area. Their sweet interactions drew the attention of many within the supermarket. Females looked on with disdain. Orcs gazed enviously. Yet no one dared to approach them with ill intentions. After their shopping excursion, Song Wan returned with her arms laden with goods, conveniently stowed away thanks to her spatial ring. Upon exiting the supermarket, the two decided to return to the Red Tent first. With only 2.5 hours remaining until their scheduled meeting with Qin Yin at the marshal's residence, Song Wan felt the need to freshen up and prepare. Meeting the highest leader of the Tiger Legion, who happened to be the uncle of Little Tiger, made her quite anxious. She wished to be thoroughly prepared. Upon returning to the Red Tent, Song Wan promptly retrieved the gift she had purchased for Qin Zhen from the supermarket. After enlisting Lu Zhao as assistants to tidy up the items, she proceeded to wash up and change her attire. After spending a considerable amount of time on her grooming, Song Wan felt satisfied with her appearance. Upon stepping into the living room, she immediately captivated both Lu Zhao and the recently arrived Qin Yin. Ruan, I almost feel reluctant to let you accompany us to your uncle's house, Lu Zhao remarked. The mistress had always been beautiful, and with this adornment, she appeared even more exquisite. Even a marshal would find it difficult to resist her allure. However, as they approached this moment, he found himself somewhat hesitant. Qin Yin exchanged a glance with Lu Zhao, feeling similarly. "Let us go. I've summoned the hover car. We shall travel there," he stated. While others might not appreciate the sight of their mistress's beauty this evening, their uncle surely would. Song Ruan glanced at the time on her light brain. "Is it too early to go now?" she inquired. The hover car was quite swift, and it seemed that the marshal's residence was not far from their location. "It's fine. Arriving early will give us more time to chat with your uncle," Lu Zhao reassured her. "Don't be nervous, Ruan. Your uncle may appear stern, but he is actually quite amiable." He shot a glance at Qin Yin, thinking, perhaps only you find the marshal easy to approach. Nevertheless, it was better to arrive early. The esteemed marshal would need to understand just how wonderful their mistress truly is. Well, all right then. With Lu Zhao remaining silent, Song Ruan had no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, the three of them set out and boarded Qin Yin's hover car. Within mere minutes, they arrived at Qin Zhen's residence. Qin Yin approached to validate his iris, and the door swung open. As they entered, a robotic butler greeted them, informing them that Qin Zhen was currently engaged in a video conference and would not be available for at least another hour. "Your uncle dislikes having too many people at home. He has only hired one chef, and the rest of the staff are robots," Qin Yin explained to Song Ruan and Lu Zhao. Song Ruan stealthily surveyed the interior of Qin Zhen's abode, noting the dark-toned decor which exuded an air of authority and aloofness. "Since the marshal won't be finished for another hour, and we have time to spare, why don't we head to the kitchen to lend a hand?" Lu Zhao suggested. "If we can prepare a sumptuous meal, the marshal will surely be pleased. This is our chance to impress him." Qin Yin nodded in agreement, turning his gaze towards Song Ruan. "All right then," she concurred. Consequently, the trio made their way to the kitchen. The chef, a middle-aged man, had initially been preparing the meal but quickly realized that Song Ruan was not merely indulging in frivolities. She was, in fact, a culinary expert. He promptly shifted his attitude, learning from her and occasionally seeking her guidance. Lu Zhao and Qin Yin could not bear to remain idle. They frequently interjected, ensuring the chef maintained a respectful distance from their mistress. An hour later, with the efforts of the kitchen staff and robots, a lavish spread of dishes was ready. As Qin Zhen concluded his meeting and descended the stairs, he was greeted by the sight of a dining table laden with an abundance of food. The enticing aroma had even distracted him during the latter half of his meeting. At that moment, Qin Yin and Lu Zhao emerged with dishes in hand. Upon seeing Qin Zhen, their faces lit up with smiles. "Uncle!" they exclaimed in unison. Qin Zhen's expression momentarily faltered as he glanced at Lu Zhao, thinking that the young man had quite the audacity. "Where is Lady Ruan?" he inquired, his mood buoyed by the delectable spread, allowing him to overlook Lu Zhao's boldness. "Ruan is finishing up the last dish in the kitchen. I'll go fetch her," Qin Yin replied with a smile. He placed the dishes on the table and promptly returned to the kitchen. Qin Zhen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Most of these dishes were suggested by Ruan," Lu Zhao explained. "A few she insisted on preparing herself, fearing we might not do them justice. We used homemade seasonings and employed meticulous cooking methods. Once you try them, Uncle, I am certain you will be impressed. Please have a seat. They'll be out shortly," Lu Zhao added, gesturing toward the table. Qin Zhen glanced at Lu Zhao before taking his seat at the head of the table. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yin and Song Ruan returned. As Qin Zhen heard the commotion, his gaze turned, and he was struck by a fleeting emotion as he beheld the young woman. "So, this is the female that Xiao Yin fancies? She indeed resembles the photos, yet her aura is entirely different." The person in the photographs appeared vacant, somewhat dazed, whereas this woman radiated vitality and charm, exuding an ethereal quality, especially in her current attire. "Uncle, this is Ruan," Qin Yin declared, neglecting to place the dishes down as he guided Song Ruan toward Qin Zhen. Meeting Qin Zhen's gaze, Song Ruan quickly averted her eyes. "Uncle," she murmured shyly, her heart racing. This was the uncle of the little tiger? He seemed far too youthful. Perhaps she had misjudged earlier. The lifespan of mythical beasts correlates with their strength. The marshal, being of double S rank, was in the void refinement stage. Even in a century, he would likely retain this youthful visage. Qin Zhen acknowledged. "I heard from Xiaolu that the spread was prepared by you and Xiao Yin?" he queried. Song Ruan glanced at Lu Zhao, who winked at her. She nodded. keeping her head lowered in modesty. Chapter 36. Uncle seems to like you quite a bit. Noticing her demeanor, Qin thought to himself, my nephew's future bride is not only beautiful but also possesses impressive culinary skills and is respectful toward her elders. Quite a rarity. However, curiously, while he appreciated Song Wan's qualities, his mood soured slightly. There's no need to be formal. Please sit and enjoy the meal, Qin offered. Thank you, uncle. Song Wan replied gratefully before taking her seat. Qin furrowed his brow slightly, which did not go unnoticed by Qin and Lu Zhao as they settled beside Song Wan. Once seated, Qin leaned closer to Song Wan and whispered. Uncle said not to be formal, so just relax. Song Wan nodded, though she still felt a twinge of anxiety. She could sense the powerful gaze of the person at the head of the table upon her. It was the scrutiny of a formidable being, one far beyond her own capabilities, and even devoid of malice. It was difficult for her to feel at ease. Let us eat, Lu Zhao declared, nudging a dish toward Song Wan. Qin, noticing this, also offered her a chopstick full of her favorite food. Thank you, Song Wan said gratefully as she accepted their offerings. Observing the harmonious interaction among the three, Qin felt inexplicably glum. These dishes are quite delectable. It is rare for a female to possess such culinary prowess, Qin suddenly remarked. Song Wan looked up. Thank you for the compliment, uncle, she replied, striving to suppress her nervousness and maintain her composure. Qin's gaze flickered momentarily. Indeed, there is progress. I've heard your spiritual power has reached the peak of B rank. Do you have any plans for the future? He inquired, his eyes briefly darting to Qin beside her. Song Wan was taken aback. Plans? Her intention was to focus on her cultivation and ascend to the divine transformation stage. Then capture the dark energy to upgrade her space, ultimately continuing her advancement to the void refinement stage. However, she could not voice this. Moreover, the Marshall's inquiry likely pertained to something beyond her immediate aspirations. After a moment's thought, Song Wan responded, I do not have long-term plans at the moment. However, Lu Zhao and I have been discussing something, and I would like to seek your opinion, uncle. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin's eyes. What matter is this? Song Wan glanced at Lu Zhao, who immediately chimed in, Uncle, it's like this. I wish to establish a specialized treatment room within the medical office, dedicated to addressing the urgent need for calming those orcs who experience sudden crises, thereby facilitating their treatment. The gentle and nurturing spirit of Ruan has reached the pinnacle of B grade, making her the most suitable candidate to assist in this special treatment room. However, due to her unique status, we would like to seek your esteemed opinion. Qin pondered for a moment. Are you willing to assist in the medical office? He then cast a glance towards Song Ruansoft. Yes, she affirmed with conviction in her gaze. A satisfied expression crossed Qin's face. The medical office of the Vanguard Army is in dire need of support for soldiers requiring urgent calming. Many of these soldiers have perished due to delays in receiving care, resulting in unsuccessful resuscitation efforts. If we can resolve this issue, the mortality rate within the Vanguard Army may indeed decrease. However, upon contemplating further, Qin hesitated again. After a brief moment, he finally turned his attention to Lu Chao. I can approve the establishment of the special treatment room, and she may work in the medical office. Yet, you must ensure that proper arrangements are made to prevent any chaos. Every female in the barracks is a valued guest, and incidents of harm must not recur. Both Lu Chao and Song Ruansoft were taken aback, quickly realizing that Qin must have learned about the incident at noon when Song Ruansoft utilized her mental power to retaliate against that female, resulting in her demise. After considering this, Lu Chao responded, understood. Qin nodded in approval, resuming his enjoyment of the exquisite meal before him. The delightful dishes on the table were partly a result of his nephew's efforts, and he resolved to summon his nephew occasionally to prepare meals for him, relishing the prospect of culinary delights. Gradually, the conversation shifted to lighter topics of daily life. Lu Chao, being quite articulate, helped to create a relaxed atmosphere at the table. After the meal, Qin had no intention of prolonging the gathering and promptly bid farewell to his guests. Upon leaving the Marshall's residence, Song Ruansoft felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. The subtle expressions on her face brought smiles to both Lu Chao and Qin. Your uncle seems quite fond of you, Qin remarked suddenly. Song Ruansoft turned to him. Yes, he appreciates me greatly, Lu Chao added. Song Ruansoft then looked back at Lu Chao. Your uncle appears to have a keen interest in the special treatment room. If we manage to succeed in reducing the mortality rate within the medical office, perhaps the military department could assist in applying for a commutation of sentence. Is it possible not to apply? Upon hearing the mention of commutation, Song Ruinsoft felt no joy. To her, serving a sentence within the vanguard army was not a punishment, but rather an opportunity. After leaving, where else could she find such abundant resources for her cultivation? With a laugh, Lu Chao found her musings amusing. What are you thinking? Even after commutation, it doesn't mean you can't remain in the vanguard army. Not to mention which army on the front lines isn't in need of females with mental power. Especially those with higher levels of mental energy. They are quite sought after. Song Ruinsoft turned thoughtful. Right, she said, tapping her forehead, nearly melting the hearts of the two orcs. Upon returning to the red tent, Lu Chao and Qin Yin sat for a while before departing. Upon returning to his residence, Qin Yin received a message from Qin Zhen. This Song Ruinsoft is rather impressive. However, you must strive harder and not let Lu Chao overshadow you. Also, let us invite her over again next weekend. A smile graced Qin Yin's lips. Understood, uncle. I will do my best. Thank you for supporting my relationship with Ruinsoft. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yin sent another message. By the way, uncle, please take a look at the gifts Ruinsoft sent you. Among them are 2 bottles of pills. Pain relief pills and half-drunken pills. The pain relief pills can quickly alleviate pain, while the half-drunken pills can promote sleep. Although these pills do not reduce agitation levels, they can suppress them to a certain extent, preventing extreme increases in agitation during critical situations. I know many medications are ineffective for you now, but with a higher dosage, these might still yield some effect. Remember to use them in emergencies. Ruinsoft mentioned that these 2 bottles of pills were made from level 3 spiritual plants, which work exceptionally well on orcs of S grade and below. For an orc of your caliber, being dual S grade, the effect might be somewhat diminished, but with increased dosage, they could still prove effective. Upon reading the message, Qin Zhen glanced toward the pile of gifts sent by Song Ruinsoft. After rummaging through, he indeed found 2 small porcelain bottles containing the pills. The labels on the bottles bore elegant handwriting, indicating pain relief pill and half-drunken pill. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Zhen placed the 2 bottles into his spatial ring, but did not take Qin Yin's words to heart. Since his power had ascended to dual S grade, few medications could exert any influence on him. The problems that confounded the Federation's pharmacists could hardly be solved by a mere young female. Please convey my gratitude to your future bride, he replied, setting aside his light brain. Chapter 37. Pharmacology. On another note, after Lu Chao and Qin Yin departed, Song Ruinsoft did not rush to wash up and sleep. Instead, she entered the medicinal garden space to harvest some first-grade medicinal materials. Once Lu Chao's special treatment room was operational, she would need to assist, and she estimated that a considerable quantity of first-grade spiritual medicine would be required. Naturally, second and third-grade materials would also come into play. She needed to prepare gradually. After harvesting a portion of first-grade medicinal materials, Song Ruinsoft planted new ones before returning to the real world to wash up and sleep. Although she intended to rest today, it felt more exhausting than her usual practice. Fortunately, she could stay home tomorrow to concoct medicines. I wonder if the little fox will still be available then. It would be wonderful if he could come to help. As a new day dawned, Song Ruinsoft rose early, washed up, and took some first-grade spiritual fruits from her space to eat. She hadn't harvested any first-grade spiritual vegetables or fruits from the medicinal garden space the previous night. If she could hold out until tonight, they would grow into second-grade spiritual vegetables and fruits. Soon, she would not lack for energy matching and suitable rations. After consuming 5 first-grade spiritual fruits and alleviating her hunger, Song Ruinsoft retrieved the Beast-Taming Sect pharmacopoeia left to her by her father. To avoid damaging or soiling the precious text, she first scanned it to create a backup. Only then did she feel secure enough to examine it. After merely finishing one formula, Song Ruinsoft felt a sense of unease. The process of concocting medicines seemed simple, yet the handling of medicinal materials was quite intricate. And she would also need to prepare some tools. Just as she was feeling troubled, Littleby reminded her that Lu Chao had arrived. Joy surged on Song Ruinsoft's face as she hurried to open the door. Aren't you busy arranging matters for the special treatment room? What brings you here? With a newfound sense of assurance, her previously anxious emotions dissipated instantly. After returning last night, I promptly organized everything. I cannot go back on my promise to assist you in concocting medicines, Lu Chao said, appreciating Song Ruinsoft's enthusiasm. Have you already commenced? He inquired, glancing at the medicinal materials laid out in the living room. Song Ruinsoft's expression immediately turned glum. As they walked further inside, she explained, I was preparing to start but realized I lacked the necessary tools. What tools do you need? a dryer, a mortar and pestle, a pharmacological furnace, and so forth. Song Ruansoft replied, though uncertainty lingered in her tone. The pharmacological equipment of this era must be superior to that of the cultivation world, yet she had not familiarized herself with it. Here are the formulas and the methods for concocting medicines. Take a look. Knowing that Lu Chao was more knowledgeable about pharmacology than herself, Song Ruansoft handed him the Beast-Taming Sect pharmacopoeia. After flipping through a few pages, Lu Chao formulated a plan in his mind. Leave the matter of the pharmacological tools to me. First, gather all the materials needed for the half-drunken pills. Once the tools arrive, we will prioritize concocting this medicine. All right, Song Ruansoft replied, taking the book and busily setting to work. She realized she preferred simpler tasks. Lu Chao observed her with affectionate eyes. Moving aside, he activated his light brain to begin contacting suppliers. Within half an hour, the items he requested were delivered to Song Ruansoft. Song Ruansoft was taken aback by Lu Chao's efficiency, a reliance on him growing stronger. With the tools in hand, the two quickly commenced their work. The pharmacological instruments of the starry beast world indeed proved effective, processing materials with efficiency that far surpassed that of the cultivation realm by dozens or even hundreds of times. After a series of procedures, the two swiftly produced over 100 bottles of half-step intoxication, using large bottles capable of holding 100 pills each. The quantity of half-step intoxication should suffice for the time being. Perhaps they could concoct some other pills next? Stowing the freshly created bottles into her spatial ring, Song Ruan cheerfully addressed Lu Zhao. All right, Lu Zhao responded with enthusiasm. Thus, by the end of the day, the duo had successfully crafted 8 varieties of pills, totaling more than 600 bottles. However, the overwhelming volume of production dulled Song Ruan's initial excitement, rendering her somewhat apathetic. In contrast, Lu Zhao remained invigorated. Had Song Ruan not claimed fatigue and suggested they call it a day, he would have continued working tirelessly. If you find the process tedious, you can simply provide me with the medicinal materials and recipes. I will take the time to create the pills and deliver them to you, he readily offered, eager to alleviate his wife's burdens. Song Ruan's eyes sparkled with delight. That sounds wonderful, she exclaimed. However, my time is limited each day, so I cannot guarantee the speed of production. Lu Zhao added, no worries. Medicine is produced in batches. Once I create a batch, I doubt I will run out for a year, just to conserve the third-tier spiritual medicine. Otherwise, even without additional production, the supplies I have will last me a while. Hearing this, Lu Zhao felt reassured. Then I shall expedite the creation of a batch of first- and second-tier spiritual medicines. The special treatment room in the medical facility is nearly ready. You can start working there tomorrow. I will come to pick you up in the morning. Just as Song Ruan was about to agree, a video call came in. Seeing that the caller was Qin, she glanced at Lu Zhao and chose to answer. As soon as the call connected, Qin's handsome figure appeared on the screen. Ruan. Upon seeing Song Ruan, the beast man beamed with a radiant smile. Song Ruan couldn't help but smile back. Noticing that the background behind Qin did not resemble a military camp, she asked, have you returned to the military? Where are you now? No, our team is on a mission and it is still ongoing. Ruan. I apologize for not contacting you all day or coming to see you. How are you and Lu Zhao? Is the pill production going smoothly? Song Ruan exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Zhao, sharing a smile. We are doing quite well. We produced several hundred bottles of pills today. By the way, Lu Zhao mentioned that the special treatment room in their medical department is almost ready, and I can start working there tomorrow. The joy on Qin's face shifted to concern. You're going alone? He inquired. Rest assured, I will come to pick Ruan up in the morning. Lu Zhao interjected. After work, I will ensure she returns home safely. Qin's expression grew complex. Observing this, Lu Zhao continued. Focus on your mission outside. Once it concludes, head directly to the medical department to find us. I have reapplied for housing, and my new place is right next to the medical department. You can rest there when you arrive. The warmth in Qin's heart swelled. All right, he replied, letting go of his jealousy. Song Ruan watched the entire exchange, astonished by the harmonious relationship between the two beast men, and felt a tinge of joy. Her fortune was surely enviable by many. After chatting for a while longer, Qin reluctantly ended the video call. Following that, Lu Zhao offered a few reminders to Song Ruan before packing up the medicinal tools and some spiritual plants to take with him. Unable to sleep upon returning home, he decided to create more pills for his beloved. After Lu Zhao departed, Song Ruan lay on the sofa for a brief rest. Once the time seemed appropriate, She entered the medicinal garden space to harvest the second-tier vegetables and spiritual fruits, as well as some second-tier medicinal materials. Afterwards, she replanted the areas that had been harvested. Chapter 38. Starting work at the medical department at last, with second-tier ingredients at her disposal, Song-won decided to sample a spiritual fruit. Just one bite filled her with a sense of satisfaction. Although first-tier spiritual fruits could stave off hunger when consumed in larger quantities, they failed to provide her with true contentment. Second-tier ingredients were indeed the most suitable for her. She resolved that if time allowed tomorrow, she would prepare more dishes using the second-tier ingredients. After freshening up, Song-won fell into a deep, restful sleep. In her dreams, she first transcended to the divine transformation stage, then facilitated the evolution of her space, subsequently ascending through various stages until ultimately becoming a true immortal. She even tore through the fabric of time and space, bringing along a little fox and a small tiger back to the Beast-Taming Sect, where she wreaked havoc. Her father was immensely pleased with them, organizing a wedding for her and the two beast men, which drew the envy of countless female cultivators. The dream was so beautiful and lengthy that it caused Song-won to oversleep. It was only when Lu Zhao arrived at her doorstep that she awoke. As she opened the door for him, her gaze met Lu Zhao's radiant smile, momentarily rendering her speechless before she quickly averted her eyes, feeling a hint of guilt. Last night, she not only dreamt of marrying the little fox and the small tiger, but oh dear, how brazen of her. "What's the matter, Wan?" Lu Zhao inquired with a smile as he stepped inside. Nothing at all. Please wait a moment while I wash up and change my clothes. I'll be right out," she hurriedly replied before slipping away. How embarrassing. Thankfully, it was merely a dream. As soon as Song-won entered the bathroom, Lu Zhao followed her. "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? There's still time. What would you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you," came the considerate voice from outside the door. Song-won recalled the second-tier vegetables she had harvested the previous night. Opening the door, she suggested, "How about boiling some noodles and adding plenty of vegetables?" With that, a basket of fresh vegetables appeared in her hands. Lu Zhao was momentarily taken aback before quickly deducing the situation. "Why don't you give me a variety of vegetables? I'll finish work early today and come back to cook for you." Song Ruan's eyes lit up. "All right," she exclaimed, hurrying into the living room. She proceeded to retrieve all the vegetables she had harvested the previous night from her spatial ring. She also took out a significant portion of the spiritual fruits, keeping only a small quantity for storage. Lu Zhao was astonished by Song-won's bountiful harvest. "Fortunately, I bought a larger capacity spatial ring yesterday. Rest assured, Ruan, I will make time to process all of these. With me around, you will never go hungry." Song-won felt a surge of trust as she looked at the beast man before her, feeling increasingly pleased. Reflecting on her dream from the previous night, her heart swelled with sweetness. Surely, she was the most fortunate female cultivator in the realm of immortality. After arranging everything, Song-won returned to the bathroom to wash up. Once she was done and had changed her clothes, she found Lu Zhao waiting with two steaming bowls of noodles in the living room. Song Ruan's bowl was filled with natural ingredients and spiritual plants, a delightful mix of both. Lu Zhao's bowl, on the other hand, utilized mutated ingredients and also included some spiritual plants. As they began to eat, the delicious noodles, enhanced by the second-tier spiritual plants, transcended the realm of mere sustenance, becoming a spiritual feast that left Song-won utterly satisfied. Lu Zhao's noodles also experienced a significant enhancement in taste due to the addition of spiritual plants. Although they were not of the ordinary variety, their flavor surpassed that of common food. More importantly, he could sense that the spiritual plants purified the harmful substances within the mutated food while also nourishing his meridians. Song-won had previously mentioned that long-term consumption of spiritual plants by demon beasts aided in the enhancement of their strength, and it was indeed true. Once they had finished, Lu Zhao instructed the household robot to tidy up the dishes before leading Song-won out the door. He had arrived in a floating vehicle today, its dazzling design matching his striking appearance. He wanted everyone to know that Ruan was the female he was pursuing, signaling to other males to refrain from overstepping their bounds. Once the vehicle was in motion, they soon arrived at the medical department. The personnel there had already been informed that a female would be reporting for duty today, and that she was none other than Dr. Lu's beloved. Upon hearing the commotion, many people emerged to catch a glimpse.
Wow.
Is this Lady Song-won? She's so beautiful. Lady Song-won, look over here.
Ah.
Lady Song-won looked at me. She's so gentle. How could there be a female who smiles with such kindness and gentleness?
I.
I think I have fallen for her. A sharp gaze shot forth like a dagger. The male who had just spoken sensed the murderous intent, and at the same moment, was silenced by his companion. Shut your mouth. Are you foolish? Saying you like the female that Dr. Liu is pursuing in front of him. Be careful, or you might not even know how you met your end. Finally coming to his senses, the silenced male gestured for his colleague to release him. Once freed, he hurriedly called out to Lu Zhao not far away. Dr. Liu, I was just joking. Lu Zhao responded with a cold smile, taking Song Wan with him as they walked away. Upon entering a private elevator, Lu Zhao's expression turned gloomy. He suddenly regretted allowing Wan Wan to work at the medical office. Remembering the earlier incident, Song Wan couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Zhao's expression. Even if I don't come here, I still have to go out. I can't stop others from having eyes and mouths. Noticing Lu Zhao's expression grow even more somber, Song Wan stifled a laugh. Unexpectedly, she reached out and took his hand. Alright, I'll just ignore them. As soon as the words left her mouth, Song Wan felt something amiss. What was happening? Why did her words sound a bit like those of a fickle-hearted woman? Lu Zhao, however, was quite touched and grasped Song Ruan's hand in return. You are truly wonderful. Song Wan mused. The expectations placed on females in this world are indeed quite low. The two soon arrived on the 5th floor, the highest level of the medical office, which had previously belonged solely to Lu Zhao. His office, treatment room, and laboratory were all situated on this floor. With the recent addition of a special treatment room, Lu Zhao arranged for Song Ruan's office to be next to his, and had the two offices connected. This meant that moving forward, he could work alongside his wife and share the 10 treatment rooms on the 5th floor. After a brief tour of the 5th floor with Lu Zhao, Song Wan noticed a problem, but did not mind it. Being with Lu Zhao was quite pleasant and helped her resolve numerous issues. Once they entered the office, it wasn't long before Lu Zhao received a message from his medical assistant, indicating an emergency. Bring the patient up, Lu Zhao instructed calmly. Then informed Song Wan of the situation, asking her to sit for a moment. Song Wan complied. As sounds from the elevator echoed outside, Lu Zhao donned a white coat and stepped out. After he left, Song Wan began to explore their office, envisioning her upcoming work life. When Lu Zhao returned, Wan, the patient requires a calming treatment. I have administered half-step drunk and inquired about his willingness beforehand, scheduling your psychological comfort session for him. Officially, it's a calming treatment level 4, but in reality, it's level 40. He will pay the difference, with star coins upon awakening. Chapter 39. Treating the patient. I have checked his military account, and after conversion, the amount of star coins is sufficient. Song Ruan's eyes brightened. Let us go, she exclaimed, immediately heading outside. Lu Zhao followed suit, and they arrived at the adjacent treatment room area, which was quite spacious and unattended. The nurse and medical assistant who had brought the patient up had already departed. Let us go. The patient is in treatment room 5201. Alright, Song Wan replied, keeping pace with Lu Zhao. Upon opening the door to room 5201, they found a modest space containing a bed with the patient lying on it, some medical equipment, and a comfortable-looking chair positioned beside the bed. Knowing that chair was meant for her warmed Song Ruan's heart. Looking at the beast man on the bed, Song Wan noticed he had begun to exhibit signs of beastification. His feet had transformed into a pair of eagle claws, which appeared quite fearsome. Thankfully, due to the half-step drunk, he had not completely beastified. His condition was even more severe than that of Xiao Yin previously. Lu Zhao's expression darkened. I'll help him calm down first, Song Wan stated. He is at the peak of B-level strength. I should be able to complete the calming process in half an hour. Having advanced to the nascent soul stage, her abilities had significantly improved. Alright, I'll stay here and watch. We will return to the office once his beastification subsides. Lu Zhao replied. Currently, the beastman's agitation level was at an alarming 84. Only by reducing it below 80 would the beastification gradually dissipate. Although he had great faith in the effectiveness of half-step drunk, he did not dare to take any risks that would endanger his wife. Understanding Lu Zhao's concerns, Song Wan did not object. After sitting down, she began her meditation. As a nascent soul, she effortlessly entered the beastman's dream. The beastman's beast form was indeed that of a black eagle. Due to the agitation level exceeding the safe threshold, the black eagle was being eroded by dark energy. The immense pain caused the black eagle to struggle continuously, yet each attempt only made it more susceptible to the dark energy's assault. Seeing the black eagle cry out in despair, Song Wan wasted no time and approached, beginning to capture the dark energy and swiftly refine it. The tumultuous dark energy diminished under her control, and its movement slowed. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Zhao observed the patient's agitation level on the medical device beginning to decline. 839, 838, 837. It dropped by 0.1 points in a short span, at a remarkably rapid pace. Lu Zhao was both astonished and exhilarated. His wife was incredibly capable. Before long, the patient's agitation level fell below 80. Lu Zhao glanced at the beastman's feet and saw the eagle claws beginning to revert to human feet. He let out a sigh of relief, confirming that all the patient's vital signs were stable before stepping out. Song Wan continued her meditation, listening as the medical device periodically reported the patient's agitation level. It was not until the value decreased to 44 that she finally paused. At this point, the Black Eagle could withstand the dark energy's erosion thanks to its own defenses and had comfortably drifted off to sleep. A smile crept onto Song Ruan's lips as she exited the dream. Returning to the real world, she checked her light brain and found that she had only spent about 26 minutes meditating. Glancing at the patient soundly asleep on the bed, she refrained from administering the antidote and instead stepped out of the treatment room to find Lu Zhao. As she exited the compartment, she spotted Lu Zhao approaching. Surprised to see Song Wan had emerged early, he asked, Ruan, regarding the patient in room 501. I've already finished. I checked on his condition earlier, and his beastification has disappeared. He is now sleeping soundly. By the way, do you have more work for me? Song Wan looked at Lu Zhao with eager anticipation. Having only meditated for less than half an hour, she still had plenty of energy. Yes, Lu Zhao replied promptly, leading Song Wan to treatment room 502. Another patient lay there. Although he had not beastified, the medical device indicated he was at B-level mid-stage with an agitation level of 81. How low does it need to go? Song Wan inquired directly. To 41, Lu Zhao responded. Song Wan wrinkled her nose in distaste. Can it be zeroed out? Yes, only B-level mid-stage. I can work quickly. This task will probably only take me a little over 10 minutes. Just drop it to 40. There were intense battles on the front lines yesterday, and many have surpassed the safe threshold for agitation levels. Currently, treatment rooms 5203 and 5204 are occupied. Several doctors and my assistants are applying to transfer patients to us. We're likely to be quite busy today. Upon hearing this, Song Wan not only felt no concern but rather a surge of excitement. Being busy is good. I enjoy it. I'll start calming him down now. You go on and handle your tasks. Even 10 minutes of meditation is still meditation. I want to finish this and move on to the next one. I'll leave once I see the patient's agitation level drop below 80, Lu Zhao insisted. No matter how urgent it is, my wife's safety is paramount. All right. Song Wan conceded without further insistence and immediately began her meditation. Before long, Lu Zhao saw the patient's agitation level commencing its descent, and this time, the rate of decrease was even faster than what he had previously observed. Soon, the medical apparatus indicated that the patient's agitation level had diminished to 799. Lu Zhao finally turned away, needing to summon medical assistants and nurses to transfer patient 5201 for further treatment. Additionally, he had to approve a couple of requests to allow more patients to be sent up. Furthermore, the matter of charging extra fees for additional calming measures required his personal discussion with the patient, along with administering a dose of halfway drunk. Quite astonishingly, as a physician, he found himself performing the duties of both nurse and assistant. But what of it? The opportunity to save more patients and assist his beloved wife filled him with a sense of honor. Meanwhile, Song Wan swiftly concluded her second case. Upon exiting the treatment room 5202, she intended to contact Lu Zhao, only to discover him seated at the nurse's station. Their eyes met, and Lu Zhao smiled as he approached her. Let us proceed to 5203. Song Wan nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at 5203, they encountered another peak-level B-class orc. Half of his body exhibiting signs of beastification. His agitation level had risen to 87, and given the critical situation, she had no choice but to administer a dose of halfway drunk first. Ruan, please reduce his agitation to 40, Lu Zhao instructed. After he regains consciousness, I will send him the bill. The billing process should pose no significant issues. Understood. Song Wan replied without a moment's hesitation, promptly taking her seat to commence her practice. Lu Zhao initially harbored concerns, as the severity of the patient's beastification could make it challenging to lower the agitation levels. However, he soon realized he had underestimated his wife's capabilities. The display on the medical instrument revealed a rapid decline in the patient's agitation, swiftly dropping below 80.
Subsequently,
The half-beastified portion of the patient's body rapidly reverted to human form. Lu Zhao exhaled in relief before departing. After Song, Ruan completed her third case. She continued on to finish 4 more. Upon concluding the 7th case, she exited the treatment room only to find Qin Yin present as well. Chapter 40. Qin Yin's Advancement. Learning that Qin Yin had successfully completed his mission and even achieved a breakthrough on the battlefield to ascend to S-class orc status, Song Ruan felt genuinely pleased for him. Alright, you two can discuss things later, Lu Zhao interjected. Ruan, we currently have 8 patients in our treatment room requiring urgent agitation reduction. I have already prepared everything and handed it over to Xiaoyin. Now, let him accompany you to provide mental comfort to the remaining patients. The effects of halfway drunk are quite effective. They won't awaken in the short term, and their conditions won't worsen. Take your time. He had distributed about 10 doses of halfway drunk to each department. Even if the treatment rooms on the 5th floor were insufficient, the patients in critical condition could be temporarily managed without further complications. They still had half a day left, and with his wife present, he was confident that none of the patients sent from their medical office would perish. I'll return to prepare dinner and bring it to you once it's ready. He understood that providing mental comfort to so many patients would undoubtedly be exhausting for his wife, so he needed to ensure her nourishment was well taken care of. Song Ruan rubbed her stomach, realizing she was indeed feeling a bit hungry.
all right,
Just prepare a few dishes. Suddenly recalling something, she retrieved a substantial amount of Tier 3 vegetables from her spatial storage. Since Qin Yin is now an S-class orc, let us add some Tier 3 vegetables to his meal, while we stick to Tier 2. Qin Yin's eyes shimmered with gratitude. Lu Zhao agreed, taking the vegetables. After a moment of thought, Song Ruan added 3 spirit fruits to her collection, 2 Tier 2 and 1 Tier 3. Let us have a little snack, she said, distributing one to both Lu Zhao and Qin Yin. Lu Zhao's was Tier 2, just like hers, while Qin Yin received the Tier 3 fruit. The 3 shared smiles as they began to munch on the fruits. They're quite sweet. After taking a few bites, Lu Zhao excused himself. Song Ruan and Qin Yin watched him walk away before continuing to nibble on their spirit fruits while heading back to the treatment room. Qin Yin soon witnessed the formidable prowess of his wife, realizing that Lu Zhao's earlier words had not been exaggerated. Upon entering the treatment room, Song Ruan was somewhat taken aback, for the individual lying on the bed was someone she recognized, one of the beast husbands who had attacked her that day, only to be slain in self-defense by her. How unfortunate, she murmured under her breath, before commencing the process of reducing his agitation. That day, she had taken the life of his mate, which had prevented him from lowering his agitation levels. Perhaps this was why his agitation had surpassed the safety threshold.
now,
As she worked to alleviate his agitation, it could be seen as a form of atonement. The agitation reduction rate set by Lu Zhao for this case was 60, likely influenced by the circumstances. Qin Yin, hearing Song Ruan's remarks, felt a hint of confusion but refrained from asking further. Once Song Ruan completed her task, he finally voiced his curiosity. I am one of the beast husbands of the female you killed that day, he stated. Earlier, Lu Zhao had promised to arrange mental comfort for the 2 brothers, but unfortunately, that had yet to happen before they encountered this situation. Thankfully, he had come to work today, and the patient was no longer in danger. Qin Yin regarded the orc on the bed with a touch of sympathy. Most females in this world are rather domineering and spoiled, and many possess malicious thoughts. There are far too few like your wife. He understood that a male could ruin his life if he married the wrong person. Let us move on to the next patient. Given the predicament faced by this orc, his brother likely was not faring any better. The next patient could very well be his brother. Song Ruan's suspicion proved correct. The orc lying in the next treatment room was indeed the brother of the patient from the previous room. This one also requires agitation reduction at 60, Qin Yin said, pulling up his holographic interface to verify. Alright, Song Ruan acknowledged and got to work. Once she finished, Qin Yin indicated that Lu Zhao was on his way back. At that moment, Song Ruan abandoned her intention to continue working and waited with Qin Yin at the nurse's station for Lu Zhao's return. By the way, what is your current agitation level? She suddenly inquired. Although she was of a lower tier than Xiao Hu, her beast pet, who wore a beast control ring, she could still assist him in reducing his agitation. Not yet at 10, Qin Yin replied, his eyes reflecting gratitude. Song Ruan was taken aback. It has risen to 10 so quickly? I just cleared your agitation. It's not at 10, it's just a little over 7, he clarified. The increase is due to some complications during this mission. He had initially intended to describe it as perilous, but opted for a gentler term, concerned about how it might affect Song Ruan. However, Song Ruan's brow furrowed. I encountered a breakthrough on the battlefield, which is why my agitation increased significantly. Song Ruan's expression softened slightly. How long will you be on leave this time? She asked. The vanguard troops don't have to engage in battle every day unless special circumstances arise. After completing a mission, there is a designated rest period. Since no one perished this time, I can take a full 3-day break. He had come straight to her after returning, delegating the task of submitting reports to Fan Yong, who had yet to message him. Once things settle down here, I will help you clear your agitation levels, Song Ruan promptly stated. Qin Yin's eyes sparkled with emotion.
No need for that.
Rather than focusing on me, I would prefer if you could provide mental comfort for my team members. Although no one in our squad perished, 2 of them have agitation levels exceeding the safety threshold. I obtained 2 doses of halfway drunk from Lu Zhao and have placed them in a ward on the 4th floor. As soon as some patients are cleared from here, I will arrange for them to come up. Aside from those 2 serious cases, the rest of my team members, myself included, have agitation levels above 70. Even if this mission went smoothly, we are likely to face issues in the future. Song Ruan contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Once we finish here, have them come over. Earlier, she had proactively sought out Xiao, who to introduce her to his team members for agitation reduction. However, that matter had been delayed, and was now due for resolution. Thank you, Ruan. Qin Yin expressed, his eyes brimming with excitement. As Song Ruan was about to say no need to be polite, she noticed Lu Zhao returning. Lu Zhao approached with a smile, then retrieved a meal from his spatial ring. Qin Yin's meal was served on a tray, prepared as an individual portion, while Song Ruan and Lu Zhao shared a delightful assortment of 4 dishes and a soup. Qin Yin showed no objections and relished his meal, frequently offering dishes to Song Ruan alongside Lu Zhao. The atmosphere was warm and lively among the 3. In the afternoon, Lu Zhao adjusted the sedation ratio for the injured, lowering it from an initial 40 to 20, primarily to enhance efficiency and ensure that those in critical condition received prompt treatment. With Qin Yin available to assist, Lu Zhao entrusted the 5th floor to him and Song Ruan, while he himself attended to duties below. Chapter 41. Assisting Qin Yin with sedation. Later that afternoon, the influx of emergency cases to the 5th floor noticeably increased. Song Ruan hardly paused in her efforts. Fortunately, her strength had reached the infant stage, and with the aid of suitable second-tier spiritual vegetables and fruits, she did not experience exhaustion from overexertion. The nascent soul within her dantian seemed insatiable, absorbing every bit of true energy she refined. The more she practiced, the more she felt that her ascension to the divine transformation stage might be imminent. Around 3 in the afternoon, she began receiving transfer notifications. After descending from the 5th floor, Lu Zhao remained busy. Besides attending to consultations, he took the time to fill out a series of billing forms. The format of the billing forms was standardized. By entering the sedation ratio, the corresponding amount would be automatically generated. With a click to send, the bills were dispatched to the respective patients' light brains. Upon awakening, the patients were elated to see that their agitation ratios had significantly decreased, leaving no room for reluctance in settling their bills. They promptly made their payments, and those short on star coins immediately logged onto the military website to convert their military merits into currency for payment. After completing their transactions, the patients did not forget to leave messages of gratitude along with their transfers. Seeing the incoming notifications invigorated Song Ruan even more. Burdened by substantial debt, she had previously worried she might struggle to cover even the annual interest. Now, however, she felt confident that she would eventually repay her debts in full. Around 7 in the evening, Lu Zhao brought dinner. The family enjoyed a warm mealtime together. Lu Zhao, are there still critical cases below? Song Ruan inquired while eating, noticing that only a few individuals remained in the special treatment room. Not for the moment. Once you finish providing emotional support to them, you may clock out. Lu Zhao replied before looking at Qin Yin. Xiao Yin, could you escort Ruan home later? I need to stay in the lab to prepare medicine. The effects of the medicine my dear wife provided are extraordinary. He wished to make the most of his time to concoct all the medicinal materials given by his wife into pills. Qin Yin's expression brightened, ready to agree. But Song Ruan interjected, I'm not tired yet. Since I would be idle at home, I might as well stay here and continue my cultivation for a while. She then turned to Qin Yin. How about you arrange for your team members to come over? I can assist some of them with their emotional support. After considering it, Qin Yin nodded.
All right.
Thus, the plan was set. After dinner, Song Wan busied herself, once more, while Qin Yin accompanied her in her tasks and arranged for his subordinates to come. At the residence of the 8th Squad of the Vanguard Army, team member Huang Shan was thrilled to receive a message from his captain. The captain sent a message, asking me to go to the medical office for emotional support from Lady Song Wan. Brothers, I have to go, Huang Shan exclaimed, dashing out. The others only realized what had happened after they had exited the living room. Lady Song Wan? That kid just mentioned Lady Song Wan, right? Fan Yong asked loudly. It is indeed Lady Song Wan. The captain previously mentioned wanting her to provide emotional support for everyone, and it turns out to be true. Another chimed in. I also want to meet Lady Song Wan. When will it be my turn?
Why are you looking at me?
I want to go too.
Fan Jong Vito.
Did you not go last time, Deputy Captain? Someone muttered with displeasure.
So what if I did?
The last opportunity was given back to the captain. It doesn't count.
Fan Jong Atgo.
He had barely spoken to Lady Song Wan last time before dozing off. This time, he resolved to talk to her more, ensuring she would remember him. The team members continued to murmur their discontent in hushed tones. The deputy captain is still dreaming of being favored by Lady Song Wan. With the captain and Dr. Liu as precedents, do you think Lady Song Wan is blind enough to notice him? Meanwhile, Huang Shan rushed from the camp to the medical office. Qin Yin granted him access, allowing him to ascend to the 5th floor. Upon arriving at the special treatment room, Huang Shan was curious, but dared not look around. Qin Yin led him into one of the examination rooms. Consider yourself lucky, kid. Lady Song Wan has agreed to help you clear your agitation value. Given that you are under my command, Huang Shan was astonished.
Clear it.
He couldn't help but swallow hard. Yes. What? Are you unwilling? No. Of course I'm willing.
Captain.
Clearing my agitation value?
Who would refuse that?
Huang Shan eagerly replied. Then let us first measure your current agitation value ratio, and based on that, you will transfer the corresponding amount to Lady Song Wan, Qin Yin urged. Okay. Huang Shan had no doubts and promptly measured his agitation value ratio. Afterward, he followed Qin Yin's instructions and transferred the payment to Song Wan. Seeing this, Qin Yin's expression turned satisfied. He had Huang Shan lie on the medical bed and gave him a dose of half-step drunkenness. This will help during the emotional support session. Lady Song Wan will be here shortly, he informed. Huang Shan accepted the pill without hesitation and promptly closed his eyes. A smirk appeared on Qin Yin's face. They all think they can chat with my wife. How naive. Having arranged for the first patient, Qin Yin accessed his light brain and called in another team member. After setting up one more, he finally paused. Unbeknownst to Song Wan, Qin Yin had been treating the beastmen merely as tools for cultivation and profit. At 7:30, after completing her duties at the medical office, Song Wan began to provide emotional support for Qin Yin's team members. There was no need to worry about any issues arising during the sedation process, as Qin Yin waited at the nurse's station for her, handling some matters in the meantime. At that moment, Qin Jin called through video. Qin Yin hesitated for a moment before answering. Uncle, he greeted. Qin Jin responded. Where are you now? Noting the background behind his nephew did not resemble his usual dwelling. Oh, I'm at the medical office. Ruan and Lu Zhao are still busy. So I came to lend a hand. Now that I have no further tasks, I'm just waiting for them here. Qin Jin was somewhat surprised. While it was understandable for Lu Zhao to work overtime as a doctor, it was quite rare for Song Wan, a female, to willingly stay late. After grasping the situation, Qin Jin refrained from probing further and inquired about other matters. I heard you've broken through to S level? His expression turned serious. His nephew's advancement at this time was not necessarily a good sign. Yes. Qin Yin's demeanor was somewhat excited. However, Qin Jin frowned. What is your current agitation value ratio? He asked. Qin Yin was taken aback. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to speak the truth. 78. High or low? Qin Jin assumed he had misheard. After all, he had personally measured his nephew's agitation value ratio before. What was it back then? 798? He knew that Song Wan had been consistently assisting his nephew with emotional support recently, so the agitation value should have decreased. Chapter 42. Are future in-laws coming? However, it shouldn't have dropped this low. Moreover, beastmen experiencing breakthroughs on the battlefield typically saw a significant increase in agitation values. Although the safety threshold for agitation values would rise after leveling up. However, the escalating rage values tend to surpass previous levels significantly. Within the Tiger Legion, many orcs have advanced on the battlefield, yet the mortality rate is alarmingly high. When he ascended from A rank to S rank, it was also amidst the chaos of battle. Nearly engulfed by the surging tide of rage that threatened his sanity, Qin sheepishly scratched his head. Truly, it is quite the predicament. Before embarking on this mission, Ruoro had assisted me in resetting my rage value to 0. It is likely for this reason that no unforeseen incidents occurred during my advancement. Qin eyes widened in surprise. He maintained a stern expression, striving to keep his emotions in check. If his nephew's rage value had indeed been reset to 0, then advancing on the battlefield would not adversely affect him. Reflecting on the interactions between Song Ruoro and his nephew, an unusual sentiment flickered across Qin's heart. It appeared that Song Ruoro genuinely cared for his nephew. Resetting the rage value of an A-rank peak orc is no trivial task, especially considering that the female has yet to marry his nephew. Surely there is nothing more between them, right? Casting a probing glance at Qin ultimately decided against pursuing the matter further. What difference does it make? Whether there is or isn't, his nephew's heart is undoubtedly devoted to that female. It is a good thing that he can advance safely. Moving forward, he should nurture his relationship with Song Ruoro. After a moment's thought, Qin added, they should solidify their relationship as soon as possible. Although she is still serving her sentence, they can still get married. Your father contacted me today and mentioned he would be coming over this weekend. It will be the perfect opportunity to meet Song Ruoro. Just moments ago, Qin had been relaxed, but suddenly he grew tense. Dad is coming.
Yes. What?
Afraid to meet your father? A rare smile spread across Qin's face.
No.
It's a good thing that Dad is coming.
I'm thrilled.
Qin exclaimed, slightly overexcited. His father's willingness to come in person surely indicates his approval of Ruoro as a future daughter-in-law. He also wishes to solidify his relationship with Ruoro and marry her soon. Qin regarded Qin with a knowing glance. There's another piece of news. Your Aunt Lu and others might come along as well. Qin was taken aback. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with realization. Are you suggesting that Aunt Lu and the others also agreed to Lu Zhao marrying Ruoro in the future? Qin deliberately masked his amusement. I did not say that, he replied. Really, how lacking in ambition. Learning that a rival intends to pursue a woman, rather than feeling anger, you're actually delighted for them. Yet Qin remained cheerful. Indeed, uncle, you didn't say it. That's just my interpretation. I'll share this good news with Ruoro and Lu Zhao later. Qin felt a pang of discomfort. Alright, let's discuss something serious. Now that your strength has risen to S rank and you have accumulated sufficient military merit in the Vanguard Army, have you considered leaving the Vanguard Army to become an officer in the regular army? He truly wished for his nephew to apply to the Imperial Military Academy and further his studies on the Imperial Star. However, he understood that his nephew would likely be reluctant to leave Song Ruoro. Thus, he could only suggest a compromise by mentioning the possibility of transferring out of the Vanguard Army.
No.
The Vanguard Army offers more opportunities for real combat, and accruing military merit is easier. I wish to remain here. Once Ruoro completes her sentence, I will adjust my plans accordingly. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since I have committed to my partner, I will certainly prioritize her. Qin was at a loss for words. He no longer wished to chastise his nephew for his lack of ambition. After chatting with Qin for a while longer, he ended the video call. At 9:30, Song Ruoro finally completed her work. Qin suggested that she go find Lu Zhao while he roused the 3 team members. After sending them away, he sought out Song Ruoro and Lu Zhao. In the laboratory, Lu Zhao had produced a large quantity of pills. When Qin arrived, Lu Zhao and Song Ruoro were finishing up their tasks. Qin relayed the news he had received from Qin. Song Ruoro was taken aback and immediately grew anxious. Was she truly going to meet the formidable patriarch and her future mother-in-law? Lu Zhao was also somewhat surprised, but then he took Song Ruoro's hand reassuringly. Don't worry. Soft, my parents really like you. They're coming to see you. Observing this, Qin quickly grasped Song Ruoro's other hand. My dad is the same. Soft. My dad is easy to get along with. After meeting him, you will like him. With both orcs holding her hands, Song Ruoro's anxiety dissipated. Alright, she replied softly. Let us go and talk as we walk. The trio then departed the infirmary. The 2 orcs escorted Song Ruoro home and lingered for a while before leaving. Once outside, they arranged for Qin to pick Song Ruoro up the next day while Lu Zhao would prepare breakfast before parting ways. Upon returning to his residence, Qin discovered that all the team members were wide awake, causing quite a commotion in the living room.
See?
My rage value has been completely reset. Let me describe how I feel right now. I feel as though I am walking on clouds, utterly relaxed and at ease. It feels as if I could soar. Yes. Yes, yes. I feel light and clean, and my mind has never been so clear. One of the team members exclaimed. Lady Songruoro is truly remarkable. In such a short time, she managed to reset all 3 of our rage values. I doubt even an A-rank female possesses such abilities. Hearing the tone shift, Chin-in immediately interjected. The living room fell silent. As he entered, the team members tensed, realizing that their captain had been eavesdropping. When had he started listening? How much had he overheard? For a moment, those who had just spoken felt a wave of anxiety. Had they said anything inappropriate? Chin-in maintained a stern demeanor as he approached the living room. Captain, haha, please have a seat. Fan Yong, who had stood up, offered a spot on the couch to Chin-in. Casting a glance at Fan Yong, Chin-in walked over and sat down. After scanning the faces of his team members, he finally spoke. I have 3 matters to discuss. First, the reason Lady Songruoro agreed to provide spiritual comfort to our team and reset everyone's rage values is due to my influence. From this day forward, you are to regard Lady Songruoro as your sister-in-law. We have fought together, and we are brothers. The principle of respecting a brother's wife must be upheld. I hope you all remember this well. Previously, some of you harbored unrealistic fantasies, which I can overlook. However, should I discover any of you harboring intentions toward my future wife, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond. The room fell into a heavy silence. Several members glanced at Fan Yong, who felt guilty and could not bear to meet their gazes. If he were to abandon his interest in Lady Songruoro, it would hardly be a loss. He was not a toad dreaming of eating swan meat, after all. Chin-in surveyed the crowd, satisfied with their reactions. Continuing, he stated, Second, aside from Xiaoshan and the other 3, the rest of you may also seek spiritual comfort from Lady Songruoro and have your rage values reset. I will make arrangements over the next 2 days, so be prepared. The team exchanged excited glances, buzzing with anticipation. Third, Chin-in continued, prompting everyone to hush. He cast an annoyed glance at the group. Regarding your visits to the infirmary for spiritual comfort, you are strictly forbidden from leaking any information. Furthermore, any details concerning Lady Songruoro's assistance must remain confidential. Should anyone dare to disclose such information, you will be expelled from our 8th squad. Moreover, if I catch you, I will not hesitate to take action, regardless of the consequences. Rest assured, Captain, if a traitor emerges from our squad, not only will you deal with him, but Fan Yong, will too. Fan Yong was the first to respond. Yes, Captain. We will stand with you and the Vice-Captain in dealing with any traitors. Another member chimed in. Lady Songruoro has shown us such kindness. We cannot be ungrateful by spilling her secrets. Don't worry, Captain. We will keep it a secret. Chin-in nodded in satisfaction, then dismissed them to return to their rooms. In the living room, the atmosphere had shifted. The previous exuberance had dissipated as everyone exchanged glances, one after another, until they gradually dispersed. It was early morning when Song-won rose from her slumber and proceeded to freshen up in the bathroom. Xiaomi reminded her that Chin-in had arrived. Without taking the time to dry her face, Song-won hurried to open the door for him. Just a moment. Let me finish washing up and change my clothes, she called out. No rush, take your time, came his reassuring response. Lu Zhao just messaged me, mentioning that his breakfast isn't ready yet. We should arrive there in about half an hour, which should be perfect timing. The hovercar's speed was swift, taking only 5 minutes to reach their destination, leaving them ample time to spare. Oh, all right, Song-won replied, dashing back to the bathroom. She was not accustomed to keeping others waiting, so she made haste to prepare herself for departure. After completing her morning routine and changing her attire, Song-won quickly readied herself, stepping out with Chin-in to head to work. Upon arriving at the medical office, they ascended directly to the 5th floor. Shortly thereafter, Lu Zhao also made his appearance, bringing with him a delightful breakfast that the 3 of them devoured with great enthusiasm. After their meal, Lu Zhao began to gather the materials for Song-won's training. With a cheerful disposition, she eagerly started to move the bricks. Today, the number of critically ill patients at the medical office had significantly decreased compared to the previous day, yet this did not hinder Song-won's training. Fewer patients meant an opportunity to enhance the calming ratio for each individual. Additionally, within the medical office, it was exceedingly easy to find those willing to pay extra for calming treatments. Furthermore, several members of the 8th squad had yet to receive psychological comfort. Song Wan dedicated some of her time to assist them without needing Lu Zhao to reach out to the ordinary patients at the medical office. In truth, Song Wan thrived in the medical office, enjoying an abundance of resources for her training. By the third day, every member of the 8th squad had successfully reduced their agitation levels to 0. On the 4th day, Qin Yin was dispatched on a mission, leaving Song Wan with one less person to assist her. However, after several days of practice, she had grown adept at managing her responsibilities independently. Initially, Lu Zhao harbored some concerns about allowing Song Wan to calm the beastmen exhibiting signs of transformation.
Yet.
Those beastmen had never shown any signs of losing control after consuming the half-step drunkenness. After witnessing Song Wan demonstrate her combat skills, which were surprisingly on par with peak A-grade beastmen, Lu Zhao finally permitted her to handle the calming treatments on her own. In just a few short days, the severely injured patients at the medical office were systematically healed and swiftly discharged. Remarkably, there had not been a single death reported recently. On this day, Marshal Qin Zhen of the Tiger Corps finally caught wind of this news. After reviewing the information provided by his subordinates, he immediately contacted Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao was currently reviewing data on his light brain, preparing to issue payment reminders to several beastmen when Qin Zhen's video call came through. His heart raced, but he steadied himself before answering. "Little uncle," Lu Zhao greeted with a radiant smile, no longer addressing him as Marshal but rather as little uncle. Considering that both he and Xiao Yin were to marry the same wife, thus making Qin Yin his little uncle. Qin Zhen's expression stiffened momentarily, but he refrained from dwelling on it. "I noticed from the reports from your medical office that the recent mortality rate has dropped significantly." Lu Zhao felt a surge of excitement at this acknowledgement. Indeed, it has not only decreased, but if we consider the past few days, the mortality rate has plummeted to 0, all thanks to the special diagnostic room and Lady Song Wan. Qin Zhen's gaze shifted slightly. He recognized the effort Song Wan had put in during this period. He had reviewed her patient records and noted that during peak times, her patient load was quite substantial. Even with her peak B-grade mental capacity, it must have been challenging for her. "By the way, the half-step drunkenness and pain relief pills, were they developed by you?" he inquired, as the report from below indicated that these two medications were created collaboratively by Lu Zhao and Song Wan. However, considering that Song Wan was a female without any formal medical background, Qin Zhen found it hard to believe she could produce such effective medicines. The medical office had conducted clinical tests, confirming that the half-step drunkenness could induce a coma quite effortlessly, lasting up to 6 to 12 hours without an antidote. While the pain relief pills were even more effective than anesthetics, capable of alleviating pain and halting the rise of agitation levels during their efficacy. These medications were not only crucial for the Vanguard Army but also held significant importance for the Tiger Corps and the entire Federation. Previously, Qin Zhen had regarded Lu Zhao merely as a talented individual in the medical field, a protégé he appreciated. However, now he perceived him as a true gem. To be precise, it was Lady Song Wan who provided the formula and we collaborated on its production, Lu Zhao clarified. In truth, he had merely followed the recipe, performing some mechanized tasks. "Lady Song Wan's formula?" Qin Zhen responded skeptically, suspecting Lu Zhao of attempting to share the accolades with her. Indeed, it was quite unexpectedly obtained by her. Moreover, the materials for crafting the pills are rather rare and not available on the market. My wife is yet to ascend to the divine realm, so she cannot replenish the spiritual energy for her medicinal garden. Currently, the spiritual energy nurturing the herbs and vegetables within her space diminishes with every use. We do not have an abundance of pills to share. Then, recalling something, Lu Zhao added, "Those pills are categorized by grade. Level 1 pills are most effective for B-grade or lower beastmen, Level 2 corresponds to A-grade, and Level 3 is meant for S-grade. At present, the highest grade of pills we possess is Level 3. The 2 bottles of pills that Song Wan gifted you last time were indeed Level 3, Lu Zhao continued. Although Level 3 pills may not be particularly effective for a dual S-grade beast like yourself, consuming them in larger quantities could yield some benefit. If you require them, do feel free to take them." Qin Zhen was taken aback. Initially, he had dismissed the efficacy of those pills, but after hearing Lu Zhao's words, he suddenly believed in their value. Level 3 pills were undoubtedly precious. What kind of materials are needed? If they are unavailable on the market, I can send someone to find them, Qin Zhen offered. Such excellent medicine should be produced in abundance, even if not sold externally. Our Tiger Corps should have enough for internal use. I'm afraid it may be difficult to procure, Lu Zhao replied. The materials listed in the formula are quite unique, and their formation conditions are rather complex. I cannot disclose the formula to you, but I can tell you that those materials are indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the higher the grade, the rarer the materials become. Thus, the 2 bottles I sent you are truly precious. You must cherish them, understood? Qin Jun fell silent for a moment. How many pills do you still have on hand? He finally asked, opting not to pursue the matter of the materials further. Lu Zhao glanced at Qin Jun. Not many. We have a surplus of level 1 pills, around a few thousand, while levels 2 and 3 are in shorter supply, he replied. Qin Jun's gaze shifted. He realized Lu Zhao was not being entirely forthright. Give me 2,000 level 1 pills, 500 level 2 pills, and 100 level 3 pills. The military will purchase them with military merits. You can set the price, Qin Jun instructed. These 2 types of medicine could be considered life-saving. Even if we cannot supply each soldier with one, having one per team would certainly be beneficial. With such resources, some individuals on the battlefield may even reclaim their lives. Lu Zhao frowned. Marshal. Do not respond immediately. Discuss it with Song Ruan and let me know once you have reached a decision, he interjected, confident that Song Ruan would not refuse this request from her elder. Upon considering the term elder, Qin Jun couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. For some reason, he was rather reluctant to assume the role of Song Ruan's elder. Very well, Lu Zhao conceded with a hint of resignation. Qin Jun encouraged Lu Zhao a couple of times before mentioning that he would be dining at his home the day after tomorrow, then ended the video call. Lu Zhao, once at ease, now felt a surge of restlessness. He pondered how long it would take for Song Ruan to ascend to the divine realm. Their current resources were still insufficient. During the lunchtime, Lu Zhao mentioned that Qin Jun had called for a video conference. Ruan, what is your current strength? How long do you think it will take for you to advance to the transformation stage? Lu Zhao inquired. Song Ruan glanced at Lu Zhao, recognizing his concern. The transition from the nascent soul to the transformation stage requires an immense amount of vital energy. At present, I am approximately at the mid-nascent soul stage. And as for reaching transformation, it may still take a few days, perhaps 7 or 8 days. Lu Zhao's eyes widened, and he soon exhaled in relief. Transformation is comparable to an S level. In just a few days, my wife will reach the level of an S level female. The speed at which her strength is increasing rivals that of a spacecraft. Is she actually dissatisfied with the pace? Perhaps you could find me some individuals for mental solace? Preferably A-level ones. I can work extra hours these next few days to expedite the process. In truth, she was already putting in overtime daily, which had resulted in her current achievements. However, she felt she could manage more hours if necessary. She too yearned for an earlier advancement. By reaching transformation, she could refine the supreme version of the Beast Master's Heart Sutra. At that point, her ability to capture the black energy would multiply by several times, perhaps even dozens. In the vanguard army, there were countless restless beastmen, and soon she could enhance the spiritual energy of the medicinal garden, facilitating its upgrade. By then, would she not have an abundance of medicinal materials, spiritual vegetables, and fruits at her disposal? If the marshal required them, she would even sell them at a discount. What did a debt of 100 million mean? She could easily repay it. Lu Zhao grasped Song Ruan's hand. Let's not dwell on that. You've already worked very hard. My parents and Uncle Qin will be arriving the day after tomorrow, and we must prepare. Upon recalling this, Song Ruan felt a twinge of anxiety. What do my uncle and aunt like? She asked Lu Zhao. A smile spread across Lu Zhao's face. Dad enjoys drinking, while Mom prefers gourmet food. Song Ruan was taken aback. Didn't you give me some spiritual fruits earlier? I've made some third-tier fruit wine. This would be perfect to bring to Uncle's house. We can share it with Dad, Uncle, and Uncle Qin. They will surely love it. Both his father and Uncle Qin were S-level beastmen, while Uncle Qin was a double S-level beastman. The third-tier fruit wine would undoubtedly cater to their tastes. As for Uncle, he could make do with it as well. For Mom, let us prepare some delicious dishes and gift her some spiritual fruits. She will surely appreciate that. Since she is a B-level female, first-tier spiritual fruits are quite suitable for her. With the treasures in her possession, Song Ruan need not worry about winning over her future in-laws. The elders already favored her, and receiving gifts would surely enhance their affection. Seizing the opportunity, perhaps they could also broach the topic of their marriage. The mere thought of this possibility made Lu Zhao's ears flush. Song Ruan's eyes sparkled at the prospect. When it comes to gifting, it is best to reach the depths of their hearts. In addition to the spiritual wine, let us also prepare some third-tier pills for the 2 uncles. And for Aunt, besides the spiritual fruits, we could also prepare some spiritual vegetables.
Oh.
And we can even create some seasonings to give her. The spiritual energy in her medicinal garden was still abundant, more than sufficient to support her advancement to the transformation stage. Once she achieved that, she would no longer lack these items. Lu Zhao's gaze softened with gratitude. His wife treated him exceptionally well. Should I prepare the items, and you can arrange them? Song Wan asked. Indeed. I will ensure everything is handled properly. Also, regarding Uncle S' purchase of pills, perhaps you could oversee that as well? Song Wan continued. Lu Zhao paused for a moment, deeply moved by the trust his wife placed in him. Ruan, rest assured, I will negotiate the price with Uncle. Song Wan beamed, enchanted by her capable and considerate little fox. How could she not adore him? Time flew by, and finally, the weekend arrived, the day for dinner at Qin Zhen's home. Both Qin Yin and Lu Zhao received a message from Qin Zhen, urging them to arrive early to prepare dinner. As for Song Wan, there were no instructions from Qin Zhen, but she did not wish to go alone, so she chose to accompany Lu Zhao and Qin Yin. Upon entering Qin Zhen's home, the trio heard laughter emanating from the once quiet hall. Unlike Lu Zhao and Qin Yin, who wore smiles, Song Wan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Had she known, she would have chosen to arrive later. Sensing her unease, the two beastmen each took hold of one of her hands, offering comfort. With their support, Song Wan felt her tension ease, and she gathered her courage to enter the room alongside the two beastmen. Cao Cao is here, exclaimed a striking beastman, who bore a 7-part resemblance to Lu Zhao. Xiao Yin, another beastman, resembling Qin Yin, chimed in. Chapter 45. How much is owed? So this is Xiao Song? Before Song Wan could process the situation, a gracefully dressed female stood up from the sofa and approached her. Indeed, she was stunningly beautiful, exuding elegance. The female fixed her gaze on Song Wan, her eyes filled with satisfaction. Guided by Lu Zhao and Qin Yin, Song Wan approached the female. Wan, this is my mom. Lu Zhao introduced warmly. Aunt Lu, Song Wan quickly said, her face flushing. Hello, Aunt Lu. Qin Yin followed suit with a greeting. Good. Lu Hongxia glanced at Qin Yin and then smiled as she took Song Ruan's hand. Come, let's chat over here. At that moment, Qin Zhen interjected. The ingredients in the kitchen are ready. You two go help out. He was addressing Lu Zhao and Qin Yin, responding to Song Ruan's pleading gaze. The two beastmen exchanged a glance and offered her a comforting look before heading to the kitchen. The elders in their family were easygoing. They would certainly not make things difficult for her. With no other option, Song Wan had to follow Lu Hongxia to the sofa. As soon as she arrived, 4 pairs of eyes were upon her. Though Lu Hongxia guided her to sit, Song Wan only dared to perch herself on the edge of the seat. Lu Hongxia noticed Song Ruan's nervousness and felt amused. Her future daughter-in-law seemed rather shy. Xiao Song, don't be anxious. Let me introduce you. This is your Uncle Lu, Cao Cao's father. That gentleman is your Uncle Qin, Xiao Yin's father. Song Wan promptly stood. Uncle Lu, hello. Uncle Qin, hello. And, Uncle. She greeted them in quick succession, bowing 3 times in unison. The striking beastman by Junshin and Qin Mian exchanged a glance, both revealing expressions of satisfaction. Qin Zhen briefly scanned Song Wan before averting his gaze. Oh, dear, Xiao Song, please don't be so formal. Bai Junshin urged. Indeed, Xiao Song, please sit down. Qin Mian added. Haha, let us chat while seated, Lu Hongxiao encouraged, gently guiding Song Wan back onto the sofa. Recalling something, Song Wan retrieved several bottles of pills from her spatial ring. Upon seeing the pill bottles, Qin Zhen, who had appeared in different moments ago, immediately sat up straight. Uncle Lu. Uncle Qin, this is a gift I prepared for you. These pills. Song Wan began, but Bai Junshin and Qin Mian had already reached out to take them. Pain relief pills and sleep aids. I've heard from Cao Cao that one is effective for pain relief, while the other promotes quick sleep. Bai Junshin's eyes gleamed with excitement. He too suffered from insomnia, though not as severely as his son. His son had mentioned that after taking the sleep aids from Xiao Song for a while, his insomnia had greatly improved. Previously, his son had sent him half a bottle of the sleep aids, which had worked wonders. Recently, I've depended on those sleep aids to get decent rest. My irritability has stabilized considerably. Lu Hongxia was also aware of this matter, and seeing Song Wan directly present her beast husband with 2 large bottles of precious pills further enhanced her satisfaction with her future daughter-in-law. Song Wan smiled and nodded. Uncle Lu can start using them now, and we will send more later. Once I can replenish the spiritual energy in the medicinal garden, these items will be in abundance. Upon hearing those words, Qingjin cast a glance at Song Ruan. Unfortunately, Song Ruan was entirely enveloped by Junchen and others, completely oblivious to him. This child truly possesses a heart of filial piety. Junchen beamed, his strikingly beautiful face radiating with joy as he accepted 2 bottles of pills. Thank you, Xiao Song. Qin Mian followed suit, accepting the pills as well. These level 3 semi-drunkenness and pain relief pills, as your uncle has mentioned, are of considerable value and can indeed be life-saving. You are very thoughtful. Just earlier, Xiaozhan had been boasting about acquiring 2 bottles of excellent medicine.
Now,
He too had some. Considering his brother's greater need for these pills, he would generously share half with him afterward. With this thought, Qin Mian cast a knowing look at Qingjin, who promptly averted his gaze. As long as it helps Uncle Qin, he replied. In due time. We shall send you more. Song Wan echoed a similar promise to Qin Mian. Qin Mian nodded in satisfaction, much like his wife, Lu Hongxia, who was thoroughly pleased with their potential future daughter-in-law. By the way, Aunt Lu, I have a gift for you, Song Wan said, turning her gaze toward Lu Hongxia. Then, she retrieved a fruit basket, along with some fresh vegetables and various seasonings crafted by Lu Zhao from her spatial ring. Upon hearing that she too had a gift, Lu Hongxia's eyes brightened momentarily. However, her enthusiasm slightly waned upon discovering it contained fruits and vegetables, only to reignite upon seeing the seasonings. These fruits and vegetables appeared remarkably fresh. She had heard about the seasonings before, and was pleasantly surprised that her son, who typically shunned the kitchen, had taken the initiative to cook for a female companion. It was rumored that he had even learned a thing or two from her.
oh,
It was made by Lu Zhao and me. Here are some for you to take home. You can try them in your dishes, she added, though she hadn't actually contributed much beyond offering a few suggestions. However, Lu Zhao had instructed her to say this, and so she did. Lu Hongxia's eyes sparkled. In this day and age, a female who could and was willing to cook was a rare find. Zhao Zhao has truly found a wonderful daughter-in-law. Thank you, Xiao Song. Your kindness is greatly appreciated, Lu Hongxia exclaimed, grasping Song Ruan's hand. The more she looked at Song Ruan, the more she liked her and the more satisfied she became. With the exchange of gifts as a foundation, the ensuing conversation flowed more easily. Lu Hongxia and the others posed numerous questions to Song Ruan. Who else was in her family? Where had she studied previously? What was her current life like? What were her future aspirations? These inquiries, though the elders already had answers to, were merely a means to foster a closer relationship with Song Ruan. Song Ruan cooperatively answered every question, providing honest responses that elicited nods of approval from the elders. Qin Zhan observed as Song Ruan was showered with attention, his expression somewhat cool. Everyone else has received gifts, yet I have none. A couple more bottles of medicine would have sufficed. However, Song Ruan remained oblivious to Qin Zhan's discontent, primarily due to the overwhelming enthusiasm from Lu Hongxia and the others. Xiao Song, regarding your sentence, though it may seem long, it is but a year. Time passes swiftly. Have you considered how you will arrange your life thereafter? Lu Hongxia inquired. Song Ruan glanced around at everyone. For now, I have no specific plans. I wish to repay my debts first. Lu Hongxia's expression stiffened momentarily, then she burst into laughter. How much do you owe? She asked playfully. 100 million, Song Ruan replied softly, her demeanor slightly embarrassed. That's simple. We can help you pay it off. After all, both the Lu and Qin families must prepare dowries for Zhao Zhao and Xiao Yin, Lu Hongxia stated, looking toward Qin Mian, who nodded in agreement. However, Song Ruan's expression shifted. No need, she quickly interjected. Noticing the change in the crowd's expressions, she hastened to clarify, what I mean is, I can repay those debts on my own. It is unreasonable to touch my husband's dowry. In this world, where females held dominion and males were subordinate, females controlled the household finances. Although the law stipulated that the dowry belonged to the male partner, in practice, many females accessed their husbands' dowries. Yet, she had no intention of doing so. In their cultivation world, males were the heads of the family. Touching a wife's dowry would earn one a bad reputation. Since she aspired to be the head of the household, she could not engage in such disgraceful acts. Moreover, given her current earning pace, she would soon clear her debts without relying on others, having already accrued nearly 10 million star coins from selling pills. Upon hearing her words, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Then, Lu Hongxia excitedly patted Song Ruan's hand. Excellent. Xiao Song. Auntie knew I had not misjudged you. The others shared her enthusiasm. In this day and age, finding a female with such determination was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Xiao Song, let us be direct with you, Qin Mian suddenly said. The primary purpose of our visit was to assess you, and secondly, to facilitate your marriage. Lu Hongxia and Bai Junchen nodded in agreement. Song Wan was taken aback. Marriage? Not engagement? Isn't this progress a bit too swift? If you agree, I hope you can register tomorrow, Qin Mian replied. Though you are still serving your sentence. The federal law does not prohibit marriage during this period. As long as you and Xiao Yin register, I promise to gather evidence to assist in your case as appeal. Once your case is overturned, I can arrange for you and Xiao Yin to attend the Imperial Military University. The Qin family can also be entrusted to your children, provided one of them carries the surname Qin. Qin Mian spoke earnestly. Their family was small, his brother had not married, and he had only Xiao Yin as his child. When he divorced his ex-wife, he had exerted considerable effort to take Xiao Yin with him and to have him change his surname. If Xiao Yin were to marry Song Wan and have children, as long as one could carry the Qin name, it would suffice even without formally adopting Song Wan into the family. It was no wonder he was so eager, primarily because his son had ascended to S rank, while Song Ruan's mental strength was only at B rank. Although she was at the pinnacle of B rank, the disparity in power compared to A rank was significant. If he did not expedite their marriage, Song Wan might struggle to provide the emotional support his son required. In truth, he would not mind if his son cohabited with Song Wan early on. However, the latest news from his brother indicated that Song Wan was neither living with his son nor with Lu Zhao. With such a principled future daughter-in-law, respecting the male, he was left uncertain whether to feel gratified or frustrated.
Huh.
Song Ruan's expression froze at the proposal. Assistance with her case, opportunities at prestigious schools, and an inheritance? We at the Lu family do not require your future children with Zhao Zhao to bear the Lu surname. The Lu family can coordinate with the Qin family to assist in your case as appeal. Furthermore, Zhao Zhao can also join you at the Imperial Military University. Additionally, we will not ask for a bride price, but will provide an additional 800 million star coins as a dowry, along with a luxurious residence on the Imperial Star. When you return, you may reside in that house. At this, Song Wan could not help but gape. No bride price. Yet an additional 800 million star coins and a mansion? Such generosity was astonishing. Qin Mian glanced at Lu Hongxia and continued. As long as you agree to have your first child with Xiao Yin carry the surname Qin, the Qin family will be Xiao Yin's dowry. Moreover, we do not require a bride price either. Uncle Qin, Aunt Lu. Song Wan forced herself to regain her composure and began to speak, but was interrupted by Qin Zhen. Shouldn't we consult Xiao Yin and Lu Zhao on this matter? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Qin Zhen. Qin Mian frowned, casting a warning glance at Qin Zhen, prompting him to fall silent. Lu Hongxia and Bai Junchen quickly realized they had been a bit hasty. Yes, uncle is right. Perhaps we should discuss this with the two of them first, Song Wan hastily suggested, casting a grateful look at Qin Zhen. Marriage was not a trivial matter. She was not quite prepared yet. Qin Zhen. Never mind, it seems he should not have interjected. Aunt Lu, I just heard you say that you like. Sensing the atmosphere was turning awkward, Song Wan promptly changed the subject. Lu Hongxia seized the opportunity to engage Song Wan in a different conversation. They would not be returning to the Imperial Star until the day after tomorrow, so this matter could be deferred a little. Qin Mian, however, maintained a more serious demeanor. He cast several disapproving glances at Qin Zhen, making Qin Zhen hesitant to look in that direction. After more than an hour, the dishes in the kitchen were ready. Lu Chao and Qin Yin brought plate after plate of sumptuous dishes to the table, and everyone began to eat. Lu Chao pulled out a chair for Song Wan to sit down. Together with Qin Yin, they sat on either side of her, unconcerned by the gaze of their elders, effectively sandwiching her in between. Seeing this, Lu Hongxia and the others exchanged knowing smiles, understanding but choosing not to voice it. The delectable food and fruit wine soon captivated everyone's attention. As they enjoyed their meal, the topic of marriage was conveniently forgotten. Lu Hongxia had never tasted dishes so pleasing to her palate. She felt that tonight's meal not only delighted her taste buds but also provided an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Bai Junchen and Qin Mian became enamored with the fruit wine prepared by Lu Chao. They kept pouring each other drinks, and by the end of the meal, both were pleasantly tipsy. The dinner was filled with familial joy. After the meal, Song Wan sat for a while before taking her leave. Qin Yin was tasked with seeing her off, while Lu Chao led his parents to his residence. Lu Chao's house was spacious enough, prompting Lu Hongxia and Bai Junshen to decide to stay with their son. Ruan, did my dad give you any trouble today? Observing how his wife interacted with the elders, Qin felt she had not been put in a difficult position, yet he still asked.
No.
Uncle and the others were very kind to me and showed genuine concern. She could sense the elders' affection, which, although not as selfless as her own father's, was quite remarkable given that it was their first meeting. That's good, Qin replied, feeling relieved. Aunt Lu and the others will be staying here for 2 days, while my dad will remain longer. Qin suddenly halted, his gaze betraying an unspoken hesitation.
Huh?
Song Ruan inquired, puzzled. Ruan, I wish to ask you for a favor. You may speak, Song Ruan responded, sensing the seriousness in his demeanor. Chapter 47. Is it excessive? I would like you to provide my father with some emotional comfort, Qin said solemnly. I know this request may put you in a difficult position. Not at all, she interjected before he could finish. Qin's expression momentarily froze, before transforming into one of elation. Really? Ruan, you agree? Yes, Song Ruan affirmed. Today, Uncle Qin approached me, expressing a desire for us to register our marriage tomorrow. He even said that if I agree, our first child could take the Qin surname, and he would gift you the Qin family assets as a dowry. Qin was taken aback. Father would make such an impertinent request. Ruan, rest assured. I will tell him that our children will carry your surname. Song Ruan exclaimed, surprised. Is that excessive? Is it unreasonable for a child to take the father's surname? She didn't see it as excessive at all. In the realm of cultivation, children typically bore their father's name. Although this was a starry beast world, she truly did not find it problematic. Qin grasped both of Song Ruan's shoulders, his gaze earnest. Ruan, you need not worry with me around. I will not allow anyone to bully you, not even my father. Actually, you've misunderstood. I truly do not mind whether our child bears my surname or yours. Nor do I feel that Uncle Qin is making things difficult for me. You needn't defend my father, Qin insisted. Hey, I'm not defending anyone. I genuinely don't care. Song Ruan interrupted. Qin's expression was one of astonishment. Let's not discuss this further. What I meant to convey is that Uncle Qin already regards me as, his daughter-in-law. Since we will inevitably become a family, it wouldn't be unreasonable for me to assist him a little. Moreover, given that Uncle Qin is an S-class beast man with a high volatility ratio, providing him with emotional comfort might even expedite my own advancement in cultivation. At last, Qin believed Song Ruan's words, feeling a surge of emotion. His wife was incredibly considerate of him and his family. To have such a partner was indeed a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes. Thank you, Ruan. Qin suddenly took hold of her hand. I am willing to marry you. We can register at any time. Cough, Song Ruan nearly choked. This little tiger, must your thoughts leap about so erratically? Ruan, regarding the marriage, you should discuss it with Uncle Qin when you return, and then we can talk further. It's getting late. And it's rare for Uncle Qin to be here. You should return and keep him company. She hurriedly urged him to leave. Qin's eyes were filled with reluctance. Yet he nodded and departed. Meanwhile, Lu Chao had also invited Lu Hongxia and Bai Junshen back home. Noticing that the house was indeed only marked by signs of his son's life, Bai Junshen felt a twinge of disappointment. In the living room, the couple sat across from Lu Chao, discussing Song Ruan. When they learned that his parents had proposed to her but were interrupted by Qin, Lu Chao felt both elated and frustrated. Chao, your father and I both think that Xiao Song is quite a good match. However, your Uncle Qin does have a point. Marriage is a significant matter, and we must consider your opinion, Lu Hongxia said. Moreover, there is no need to rush the wedding. Chao, do you truly feel something for Xiao Song? Bai Junshen inquired, echoing his wife's sentiment. Before he could finish his question, Lu Chao interrupted. I love Ruan. Mom, Dad, I want to marry Ruan, and I hope it can happen as soon as possible. Uncle Qin's suggestion is excellent. Tomorrow is a good day. If we register then, you can be there to preside over a simple ceremony. Lu Chao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Hongxia and Bai Junshen were taken aback by their son's reaction. They had known he liked Song Ruan from their previous video call, but they hadn't anticipated his feelings to be this profound. Their son had changed remarkably over the past month. The couple exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Lu Chao, feeling anxious, continued, Mom, Dad, you should go propose to Ruan tomorrow. Since Qin has advanced to S rank, Uncle Qin will surely be eager to marry him to Ruan quickly. I do not want to lag behind. The couple's expressions shifted abruptly. So that's why old Qin was in such a hurry. Bai Junshin exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Hongxia, we cannot fall behind. Tomorrow, we must go propose for our son. Even if we cannot outpace the Qin family, we must ensure our Cao Cao marry Xiaosong without falling behind. Their son, despite being younger, should be regarded as the elder. When he marries his wife, she will already have a beast husband. Although it is a family alliance devoid of affection, he had entered first and even had a daughter with her, solidifying his position. No matter how much his wife cherished him, he would still have to yield the respect and dignity due to the elder. He had endured hardships and did not wish for his son to face the same. Lu Hongxiao looked at Bai Junshin, gently taking his hand. Understanding her husband's concerns about hierarchy, she patted his hand in comfort. All right, since you two share the same thoughts, I will go find Xiaosong tomorrow. Both father and son's faces lit up with joy. Thank you, Mom. I knew you favored Dad and me the most. Lu Chao beamed with delight. Bai Junshin shot his son a sidelong glance. You little rascal. Do not jest with your father. At the marshal's residence. After leaving the red tent, Qin quickly returned to Qin Zhen's quarters. Upon entering, the robotic butler informed him that Qin Mian was waiting for him in the room. Qin promptly sought out Qin Mian. In the spacious bedroom, the father and son sat facing each other on the sofa. Father, it has been quite a while. Qin was the first to speak. Qin Mian glanced at his son. If I hadn't come to find you this time, would you have not bothered to contact me? Not at all. Father, I'm sorry. Qin bowed his head apologetically. Qin Mian sighed.
All right.
It was indeed a lapse in my judgment to have previously arranged your marriage with the Liu family. Your departure from home to join the Tiger Legion and become part of the vanguard has now been put to rest. Let us now discuss the matter concerning Song Ruan. Qin immediately raised his head, gazing at his father. I wish to marry Ruan. Qin Mian was momentarily taken aback, internally sighing. Children grow up and cannot be kept. Has Xiaosong informed you of my proposal to her today?
He inquired.
Yes, Qin replied, a touch of shyness in his voice. And what was her response? Did she acquiesce to my request? Qin Mian hesitated before completing his question, feeling a twinge of anxiety. What if his son was so invested in Xiaosong, yet she refused to let their child bear the Qin surname? It was inconceivable to bequeath the Qin family name to someone outside their lineage. Not only did he personally disapprove, but the rest of the Qin family would also vehemently oppose such a notion. If Song Ruan did not agree to his conditions, he might have no choice but to adopt an heir from a collateral branch. However, that would hardly be fair to his son. Nor did he wish to relinquish the fruits of his decades of labor to a stranger. Chapter 48. Suddenly married to two. Indeed, Qin nodded. Ruan mentioned she has no objection to our child bearing my surname. She also expressed understanding of your predicament. Qin Mian was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter.
Ah,
splendid. I always knew that Xiaosong was a fine individual. I was right in my judgment. Qin, taken aback by his father's uncharacteristic exuberance, realized how significant the question of their child's surname was to him. After a considerable pause, Qin Mian finally regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he turned to his son. Tomorrow, I shall speak with Xiaosong again to formally propose. You two should marry swiftly. And then let Xiaosong bless our family with a lovely daughter. Whether you return to the Imperial Star for your studies or remain in the Tiger Legion, once the child is born, I shall take care of them. Qin felt a tinge of embarrassment. How had he not noticed his father's occasionally unrestrained demeanor before? Upon seeing his son's expression, Qin Mian finally recognized his own lack of decorum. Clearing his throat and sitting up straight, he added, This is also for the sake of the Qin family. Oh, Qin responded nonchalantly. Qin Mian paid him no mind and continued. You and your uncle have shown little interest in the Qin family. Henceforth, I shall not impose upon you. As long as a lovely granddaughter or grandson is born, you may pursue whatever paths you choose without interference from me. Qin Yin's eyes sparkled with delight. Very well. The emotional rift between father and son was instantaneously bridged. The subsequent conversation was imbued with lightness and joy. Late into the night, Qin Yin finally departed from Qin Mian's room to retire for the evening. The following day, Lu Zhao rose early and busied himself in the kitchen. Lu Hongxia and Bai Junshin observed the scene, astonished yet pleased. Their son had truly grown up. Knowing they were unaccustomed to outside food, and had prepared breakfast for them. Little did they know, moments later, they overheard their son engaged in a voice call. Yes. Breakfast is nearly ready. You should hurry and set off to pick up Ruan. Once you've picked her up, come over promptly. Today's breakfast is best enjoyed while still warm. Is Uncle Qin going too? Very well then. There's plenty for him to share with us. Lu Hongxia and Bai Junshan exchanged glances, finally realizing that their son's breakfast was likely not prepared solely for them. Or rather, it was made with the intention of sharing it with his future wife. Lu Hongxia felt a pang of jealousy. Aside from the one meal her son had prepared the previous day, she had never enjoyed a meal cooked by him in the 20 years of raising him. Mom, Dad, what are you two up to? Lu Zhao asked, having concluded his call and spotting his parents. Oh, we heard some commotion and came to see what was happening. Lu Hongxia replied. Are you making breakfast, son?
Yes.
Xiao Yin has gone to pick up Ruan for work. So I'm preparing breakfast to deliver to the medical office. Mom, Dad, Uncle Qin will also be heading to the medical office soon, Lu Zhao reminded them. Lu Hongxia's expression shifted in realization, recalling what her son had mentioned the previous night. Then we should go too. Before she could respond, Bai Junshan had already taken her hand, urging her to follow. With no further argument, Lu Hongxia nodded. Just remember to make enough breakfast, she instructed her son. Feeling a bit hungry, she found her son's cooking to be quite to her liking. Don't worry, Mom. Over half an hour later, on the 5th floor of the medical office, the Lu family and Qin Yin arrived in close succession. The Lu couple greeted Qin Mian, who courteously acknowledged them, sharing the same thoughts regarding the evident determination of the Qin family to see Qin Yin wed to Song Ruan. While concerned that his son might struggle against Lu Zhao in the future, he felt somewhat relieved that the two children had grown up together and maintained a good relationship. These two ought to be able to get along well. Soon, everyone sat down to enjoy breakfast. Thereafter, Qin Mian broached the subject of marriage. Bai Junshan, seeing the opportunity, also brought up his son's marriage proposal without waiting for Song Ruan's response. He expressed that, should she consent, he hoped she and Lu Zhao could register their marriage that very day. I agree that today is a fortuitous date. I have already arranged for someone to queue at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xiao Ruan, you should take Xiao Yin and Lu Zhao there shortly. It won't take more than an hour to complete the paperwork, Qin Yin said earnestly. Lu Hongxia and Bai Junshan were astonished by Qin Mian's arrangements, thinking to themselves that the Qin family was indeed more eager than they were. Finish your meal and set off right after. It's settled. As for this side, I cannot leave, so Auntie will help you cover for a while, Lu Hongxia said to Song Ruan. She was already aware of her future daughter-in-law's profession. With her mental prowess at a peak B rank and only 2 beast husbands, she had ample energy to assist her. So helping her take time off work was no issue. Song Ruan felt somewhat overwhelmed by this impromptu push for marriage. Enough of this. Xiao Ruan. We trust in your character and are willing to entrust our son to you. Hurry and eat. Once you're done, take them along, Bai Junshan urged earnestly. Both Qin Yin and Lu Zhao gazed at Song Ruan with affectionate eyes. What choice did Song Ruan have? She could only nod in agreement. Approximately an hour later, Song Ruan emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau alongside 2 beaming beast men. She had truly married, and not just one but 2 at once. Oh, dear father. It is not that your daughter is unfilial, concealing the marriage from you. Rather, it is that your daughter finds herself in a predicament, ensnared by a fox. Upon returning to the 5th floor of the medical office, Qin Mian, Lu Hongxia, and Bai Junshan reviewed the registration information of the 3 newlyweds, each unable to contain their joy. Excellent. Wonderful. Xiao Song, or rather Ruan, from this day forth, you are the beloved daughter-in-law of our family. Henceforth, you must strive to get along well with Zhao Zhao. Should you encounter any difficulties in life, feel free to video call me. Son, you rest assured, Mom. I will take good care of Ruan and ensure our happiness together. Lu Hongxia and Bai Junshan felt their eyes moisten. Just as they were about to say something more, Song Ruan interjected. Lu, oh no, Mom and Dad. Please rest assured. I will not let Lu Zhao down. Noticing that Qin Mian was about to speak, Song Ruan turned to him. And to you, Qin Yin.
Dad.
Please be assured that I will fulfill my duties and responsibilities as a wife. Qin Mian nodded, feeling a mix of joy and sadness as he looked at the 3 newlyweds before him. His son had finally married, yet to someone he had not anticipated. He hoped his son had not chosen unwisely. Enough. It's a day of great celebration. Let us not dwell on sorrow. I have taken half a day off with Ruan. I will return to prepare a meal. while Ruan and Xiao Yin can take you around the military camp.
Lu Zhao suggested.
Everyone agreed. Thus, at noon, they all gathered at Lu Zhao's home for a meal. Surprisingly, Qin Zhen also showed up, though it was unclear what had irked him, as he wore a sour expression throughout. Chapter 49 Mid-Level A. Soft, since you have already married Zhao and Xiao Yin, why not move here to reside? Lu Hongxia suddenly suggested. Song Ruan's actions came to a halt as she felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, including one particularly unfriendly stare. Just as she opened her mouth to respond, her hand was grasped by Lu Zhao. After dinner, the three of us will go move. Not only will Soft move in, but Xiao Yin will join us as well. This declaration stirred a variety of expressions among the crowd, eliciting a small uproar. Both the Lu and Qin families appeared somewhat reassured regarding the trio's relationship. Qinjin cast a glance at Lu Zhao but remained silent. After dinner, the three indeed set off to relocate, officially establishing their household together. In the evening, Lu Hongxia and Bai Junchen unexpectedly announced their intention to leave early, and soon after, they departed. As Song Ruan and Lu Zhao were still at work, Qin Mian sent a message inviting them to dinner at the Qin residence. Consequently, after finishing their shifts, the three made their way to the marshal's residence once more. Post-dinner, Qin Jin stated he had matters to discuss with Lu Zhao and Song Ruan, summoning them to the study. Meanwhile, Qin Yin was also called away by Qin Mian. In the study, Qin Jun remarked, "The healing rate of the injured from your Vanguard Army's medical department has exceeded my expectations. The batch of pills you supplied to the military has also yielded excellent results in other units. I am now considering designating your medical department as a pilot program, sending several B-grade females and doctors to learn from you, and upon completion of their training, they will be assigned to assist other medical departments."
What are your thoughts on this?
Qin Jun's gaze shifted to Lu Zhao and Song Ruan. Upon hearing this, Song Ruan felt a surge of anxiety. Could Uncle Zhen have discovered something and was now testing them? Lu Zhao grasped Song Ruan's hand to steady her. However, Lu Zhao addressed Qin Zhen. "I fear that B-grade females may not be capable of handling Soft's current responsibilities. Even in other medical departments, it would likely require 2 peak B-grade females to achieve the treatment efficacy of the Vanguard Army's medical unit." Qin Zhen's eyes flickered, not surprised by Lu Zhao's words. He glanced at their intertwined hands before diverting his gaze. "Are you willing to speak the truth now?" he inquired. Lu Zhao released Song Ruan's hand and bowed slightly to Qin Zhen. It was evident that they could not conceal the truth from Uncle Zhen any longer. In truth, Soft's mental power level is A-grade. Qin Zhen's pupils constricted as he directed a sharp gaze at Song Ruan. Feeling guilty, she averted her eyes. She had indeed advanced to the yuaning stage, comparable to A-grade mental power. Moreover, if she did not hinder her cultivation, she could ascend to the Huashan stage in a few days, becoming the first female in this world to possess mental power akin to S-grade. Qin Zhen frowned. "Song Ruan," he urged, raising her gaze. She reluctantly complied, yet dared not meet his eyes, sensing his intensity. It seemed she had not wronged him. Yet his demeanor felt unsettling. Qin Zhen tightened his brow further, but did not press the issue. "Is what Lu Zhao said true?" he asked. "Yes," Song Ruan murmured softly.
Qin Zhen's surprise deepened.
"A-grade? Mid-stage?" he continued to inquire. While he suspected it might be early stage, he still raised his question slightly. "Yes," she confirmed again, her voice barely audible. Qin Zhen inhaled sharply, nearly losing his balance. "A-grade mid-stage. How could a female just over 18 possess such power? Yet, considering the events at the medical department, it would explain how she managed to help so many with their anxiety, achieving such a high success rate. A-grade mid-stage. And that Ji Yuan who has been pestering me is only at this level." Lu Zhao glanced at Song Ruan, thinking to himself, "My wife is truly honest." However, honesty aside, the Qin family was already intertwined with them. "Uncle Zhen, we did not intend to conceal this from you." Lu Zhao apologized with another bow. Yet, Qin Zhen could only see the words "indeed. We did it on purpose" inscribed on Lu Zhao's face, stirring a mix of anger and inexplicable joy within him. Turning to Song Ruan, Qin Zhen spoke, "Since your mental power has reached A-grade mid-stage, you should take on more responsibilities. Continue your work at the Vanguard Army's medical department, and if other medical departments have urgent cases, they should send them to you. Oh, and about that last batch of pills sold to the military. You should find a way to produce another batch." Song Ruan immediately raised her head, locking eyes with Qin Zhen, whose previously stern demeanor had softened, revealing an inquisitive nature as if he could see through her. Feeling a moment of panic, Song Ruan quickly averted her gaze. Lu Zhao, noticing her discomfort, prepared to speak. But Qin Zhen raised a hand to halt him. Let her answer, he commanded in a low voice. Reluctantly, Lu Zhao had to relinquish his role as Song Ruan's shield. I need those pills in 3 days, Qin Zhen pressed directly. Can you deliver them, Song Ruan? With her head bowed low, Song Ruan hesitated. Just as Qin Zhen feared she would decline, she finally spoke. I should be able to. Qin Zhen was taken aback, realizing he had guessed correctly. The raw materials for those pills had indeed come from Song Ruan, with Lu Zhao merely serving as her shield. What a clever Song Ruan, hiding her capabilities so deeply. However, the timeline seemed tight. Could you grant me a bit more time? 10 days, perhaps? I assure you, Lu Zhao, and I can deliver the goods. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhen felt his spirits lift. Song Ruan continued, by then, I can even sell you more. At this, Qin Zhen's expression froze. Suppressing his excitement, he asked, how much more? Double? Song Ruan ventured, gauging his reaction. Qin Zhen nearly felt the urge to leap from his seat in exhilaration, maintaining his composure. What about triple? Assuming her uncle was displeased, Song Ruan pressed on. I thought you might be unhappy. Qin Zhen struggled to keep his expression neutral, his excitement bubbling beneath the surface. How many pills do you actually possess? Meanwhile, Lu Zhao stood by, speechless, pondering. What is my wife, truly? Clever or foolish? In 10 days. Let us provide the military with 3 times the previous amount. They will then directly award you military merits. Seeing Lu Zhao's expression ready to interject, Qin Zhen addressed Song Ruan. Song Ruan furrowed her brow. Could we settle in star coins instead? Uncle, I still have debts to pay. Having previously accrued debt in the hundreds of millions, she had managed to repay only a fraction from her recent earnings. Then let us settle in star coins. Qin Zhen replied without a second thought. Though the front lines were fraught with danger, they also offered abundant resources. Once the conflict concluded, the spoils would be acquired by designated merchants. The military would deposit the funds into a special account, and soldiers could exchange their merits for cash when needed. He had forgotten that Song Ruan was not a military member, and thus could not receive military merits. Thank you, uncle. Song Ruan expressed her gratitude swiftly. Qin Zhen glanced at her, but did not respond. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly proposed, since your mental power has reached A-grade mid-stage, why not assist your father with some mental soothing as well? I'll transfer the payment for the anxiety relief shortly. Ever since his brother's divorce, he had been nearly reclusive, refusing to accept the kindness of any female, which likely meant his agitation levels were quite high. In Song Ruan's eyes, a flicker of surprise flashed. Realizing that Qin Yin had not informed her uncle that she had agreed to provide mental comfort for her father-in-law, she stated, there's no need. We are family. You need not stand on ceremony with us, uncle. She continued, if Dad agrees after talking with Qin Yin, I will assist him in calming his agitation shortly. They had just secured a contract worth 30 million star coins, and there would undoubtedly be more orders in the future. She would soon be able to clear her debts and rapidly amass wealth, transforming into a wealthy woman. How could she possibly allow her earnings to burden her father-in-law? Qin Zhen's expression momentarily displayed astonishment before he nodded. After briefly discussing the arrangement for a female assistant to aid in the medical office, he allowed them to depart. Meanwhile, in Qin Mian's chamber, Qin Mian and Qin Yin engaged in various discussions. Qin Yin felt a blush creeping to his cheeks when his father unexpectedly sent him a plethora of exciting action films, advising him to study them closely to win over his wife's heart. Xiao Yin, do not shy away from this. Such matters are commonplace between spouses. Xiao Chao is a member of the Fox tribe, naturally alluring. If you do not invest effort in these matters, you shall find yourself at a disadvantage, he remarked. Oh. Qin Yin dared not lift his gaze. Among these films, several pertain to aiding females in conception. Be sure to watch them repeatedly. Your prowess has reached S rank, making you one of the stronger males. The stronger the male, the less likelihood of successful conception. You must act swiftly to ensure Xiao Song bears a child. In both the beast world and the realm of cultivation, it is increasingly difficult to bear offspring as strength increases, as these powerful beings have long lifespans. If there is a disparity of 2 ranks or more between spouses, offspring are deemed impossible. It is for this reason that the strong place significant importance on progeny. Lu Chao, Qin Yin, and Qin Zhen represent the highest probability for offspring, with Lu Chao and Song Ruan leading, followed by Qin Yin and finally Qin Zhen. Qin Yin responded again. Despite his father's increasingly provocative words, They were for his benefit, and he listened attentively, committing them to memory. After a while, Qin Mian concluded his directives. Observing his son with his head bowed, he felt a pang of reluctance. His son had finally married, becoming another family's beast husband. Very well. It is getting late. You should go find Xiao Song and Xiao Chao, Qin Mian said wearily. Qin Yin lifted his head. Not in a hurry, Dad. I have something to discuss with you. He had yet to mention his main purpose for returning. What is it? I wish for Ruan to assist you with mental comfort, Qin Yin stated. Qin Mian was taken aback, ready to refuse, but Qin Yin continued. Ruan's mental power level is actually beyond the peak of B rank. Qin Mian was astonished. Beyond B rank peak? A rank?
How could that be?
Xiao Zhen had just sent someone to measure my daughter-in-law's mental power level. How could there be an upgrade in such a short span? Qin Yin met his father's gaze with a serious nod. Ruan has already agreed to help. If you give your approval, I will summon her immediately. Qin Mian remained skeptical. Then let her come and give it a try. If this were indeed true, then... Qin Yin promptly stood up. Dad, please wait a moment. I will fetch Ruan and return. With that, he hurriedly left. Song Ruan and Lu Chao emerged from Qin Jin's study. And before they could descend the stairs, they encountered Qin Yin, who had come looking for them. Ruan, Dad has agreed to let you assist him with mental comfort. Qin Yin exclaimed excitedly, hastening towards them. Lu Chao was already aware of this matter and was not surprised. He turned his gaze towards Song Ruan. With a smile, Song Ruan suggested, then Lu Chao, why don't you head back first? I will see if I can clear Dad's agitation tonight. Afterward, I will return with Qin Yin. She had already removed Lu Chao's beast ring. With the assistance of the beast ring, providing mental comfort to an S-rank beast man should not be overly challenging. Lu Chao paused for a moment. Alright, I will wait for you at home. Remember to video call me once you are done. I want to sleep until you return. The last statement was directed at Qin Yin. Qin Yin touched his nose, aware that his brother was overthinking. Alright, he acquiesced, stepping ahead of Song Ruan. Lu Chao then bid them farewell and departed. Let us go, Ruan. Dad is waiting for us, Qin Yin said, taking hold of Song Ruan's hand and drawing her attention away from Lu Chao. Oh, Song Ruan complied as they made their way to find Qin Mian. Upon arriving in Qin Mian's room, he simply asked Song Ruan if her mental power truly reached A rank before willingly succumbing to a state of half-drunkenness. Once Qin Mian had fallen asleep, Qin Yin gently laid him down. Song Ruan retrieved the beast ring and placed it on Qin Mian, commencing her cultivation. She smoothly entered Qin Mian's dream state. In the dream, Song Ruan encountered a white tiger, significantly larger than Qin Yin in beast form. The tiger was shrouded in a pervasive black mist, nearly obscuring it entirely. Upon closer inspection, the black mist exhibited signs of eroding the tiger's body. Yet, the white tiger lay with heavy eyelids, quietly enduring the encroaching darkness. The severity of her father-in-law's condition was even worse than that of B-rank and A-rank beast men exhibiting beastification. The reason he had not beastified was likely due to his steadfast mindset, Song Ruan mused. She promptly approached the white tiger and began to capture the black mist. Indeed, the black mist of an S-rank beast man was not easily captured, but with the aid of the beast ring, Song Ruan's pace was not slow. 1 strand, 2 strands, 10 strands, 100 strands. She continued to capture and refine the black mist. Outside, Qin Yin remained by Qin Mian and Song Ruan's side, waiting. Suddenly, his light brain vibrated. Upon checking, he found a message from Qin Jin. Xiao Yin, has Xiao Song begun assisting her father with mental comfort? Qin Yin paused before responding. Yes, it has already commenced. There was a brief silence from the other side. What is your father's initial agitation value ratio? He inquired. I am uncertain. We do not possess the instruments to measure agitation values. I have one. I will deliver it to you immediately. Qin Yin's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at the sleeping Qin Mian and the already focused Song Ruan. I will come to retrieve it, he replied. I am nearly at your father's room. Qin Yin hastily rose to open the door. Before long, Qin Jun indeed arrived. Are they inside? Qin Jun asked knowingly, peering in. However, Qin Yin deliberately blocked the doorway, preventing him from seeing the situation within.
Yes.
Uncle, please hand me the testing instrument. I will take it to measure Dad's agitation. Qin Jun did not move. After a moment, he retrieved a small device from his spatial ring. Will you not invite me in for a moment? He inquired. Qin Yin looked at Qin Jun in surprise but remained silent. Chapter 51. Distribution of Benefits. He trusted his uncle, but would not divulge his wife's secret to him unless Qin, like him and Lu Chao, became a pet of his wife. With a sigh of resignation, Qin finally handed the instrument to Qin.
Take it.
Let your wife assist your father in reducing as much agitation value as possible. Qin acknowledged. He turned and returned to the room, closing the door behind him. Qin's expression faltered momentarily, and with a resigned sigh, he departed. Back in the room, Qin placed the instrument beside Qin Mian and began to measure his agitation value ratio. The resulting value was an astonishing 80-96. Qin inhaled sharply, initially suspecting a malfunction in the device. Testing himself, he discovered the reading was accurate. Suppressing his shock, Qin reattached the instrument to Qin Mian and stood vigil beside him. Ruan, who was engaged in her cultivation, heard the commotion outside, including the instrument's readings. Upon learning that her father-in-law's current agitation value stood at 80-96, she recognized her earlier assessment had been correct. Her father-in-law's condition was far worse than it appeared. The absence of beastification phenomena likely stemmed from his stable temperament and the medications he had taken for control. However, in this realm, the potion capable of affecting S-class beast men is not only exorbitantly priced, but also carries significant side effects. The urgency with which my father-in-law wishes for the little tiger to marry me likely stems from this consideration. Suppressing my thoughts, Ruan continued to capture and refine the dark energy. Time passed incrementally. Outside, Qin fixated on the electronic display of the testing instrument, observing the numbers steadily decline. Finally, the reading reached 799. Breath held in trepidation, Qin exhaled in relief. At that moment, he realized that perspiration had accumulated on his forehead, and his back was drenched. He settled onto a nearby sofa and sipped a glass of water, finally able to await the outcome with a lighter heart. At 3 a.m, Ruan successfully eliminated the last vestige of dark energy from the white tiger. Since entering her nascent soul stage, this was the first time she had engaged in such an extended period of cultivation. Upon returning to reality, Qin promptly approached her. Ruan raised her hand to prevent him from drawing near, then retrieved 2 second-grade spirit fruits from her spatial ring and began to consume them without hesitation. As the fruits settled in her stomach, spiritual energy surged through her limbs, quickly bringing her comfort. Qin watched her anxiously, hesitant to speak and disrupt the moment.
Oh.
I am starving, Ruan suddenly exclaimed. I will prepare dinner. Qin immediately responded. There's no need, Ruan quickly interjected, grasping his arm. I just need a few more spirit fruits to replenish my energy. It's quite late, and Lu Zhao is still waiting for us at home. Assist Dad to the bed to rest, and then we shall depart. It's already past 3. We have work tomorrow, and we cannot afford further delays, Qin remarked. Glancing at his father, who was deeply asleep, with a nod, he helped Qin Mian from the sofa and escorted him to bed. Once the task was complete, the couple left. In the study, Qin observed their departure through the surveillance on his holographic device. After sitting for a while, he finally rose and made his way to Qin Mian's room. 10 minutes later, Qin emerged from Qin Mian's room with a complex expression, eventually returning to his own chamber. Meanwhile, Qin and Ruan arrived home to find Lu Zhao still awake, having prepared a late-night snack for Ruan. Enjoying the delicious meal, Ruan felt enveloped in the warmth of home. Waiting for someone when it's late, and having freshly prepared food when hungry, this, she thought, must be happiness. After finishing their meal, Lu Zhao insisted that Ruan return to her room to rest. You've worked hard today, dear wife. On this, our wedding night, neither I nor Qin shall take advantage of the other. After Ruan settled into bed, the 2 beast men did not retreat to their rooms, but instead congregated in the living room to converse. Has the issue with Uncle Qin's volatility been resolved? Lu Zhao inquired. Yes, Qin responded, then turned to Lu Zhao. Uncle has grown suspicious of Ruan and wishes to observe her providing emotional comfort to my father, which I have prevented. Lu Zhao's gaze flickered slightly. You were right to intervene. Until Ruan bonds with Uncle, he must remain unaware of her secrets. Qin nodded in agreement. I share your sentiments. Rest assured, Ruan is on the verge of advancing to the divine transformation stage. With the addition of 2 beast-taming rings, she should be able to contract him. Although he was reluctant to share his beloved wife, he found himself somewhat eager to witness the marshal submit to a female. Qin recalled the beast-taming ring within him, feeling a twinge of regret, but still nodded.
Now.
Let us discuss our arrangements for attending to our wife, Lu Zhao interjected suddenly. Qin Yin's expression shifted slightly. We had previously agreed that I would take the lead, and you would follow. Therefore, I should be the one to accompany our wife to sleep first. Additionally, we shall alternate days to determine who attends to her. I'll take the odd days, you the even. That won't do. Qin Yin immediately rejected the notion. We are both wed to her. There should be no hierarchy. Besides, the distinction of who is greater should not depend on the timing of our marriage or acquaintance, but on strength. I am an S-class beast man, while you are A-class, therefore I must take precedence. Moreover, we must revise the time allocation as well. I am part of the vanguard and frequently deployed on missions, often for several days. Allocating time based on odd and even days is unfair to me. Instead, let us arrange it so that when I am on a mission, you will attend to her, and when I am not, I will. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Zhao's eyes. This fellow has become quite astute. The time allocation may be adjusted as you suggest. However, I must accompany our wife first. I have already made concessions. I was the first to bond with her, and you must allow me some advantages, he thought, having devised his strategy well in advance. It is not a concession. It is a reasonable request. As for who attends to our wife first, I will not yield. I believe you will not either. Therefore, let this matter be decided by our wife. Whoever she chooses first shall have that honor, Qin Yin stated. Lu Zhao's eyes reflected disappointment. Very well. Let us wait until tomorrow to seek our wife's opinion. Having brothers who wed the same female is indeed a blessing, allowing for negotiation and reducing the likelihood of intrigue. The following day, as Song Wan opened the door, the two beast men were there to greet her warmly. In the bathroom, the wash water was ready, and toothpaste had already been squeezed onto the brush. In the living room, a fragrant breakfast awaited. Song Wan was gently guided through a series of morning rituals before being ushered to the dining table. As she savored the delicious breakfast, gazing at the two exquisite men whose eyes were solely on her, Song Wan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It was only when the two handsome men inquired about her preference for who should accompany her to sleep first that she choked on her porridge, coughing violently until tears streamed down her face. Are you all right, Ruan? Qin Yin rushed over to support her. Take your time, Ruan, Lu Zhao added, gently patting her back. After a moment, Song Wan finally regained her composure.
We are married now.
Intimacy is a part of marriage. There is no need to feel shy. Lu Zhao remarked earnestly, gazing intently at her. Indeed, Ruan. Just express your thoughts, and tell us who you would prefer to accompany you first, Qin Yin chimed in, his fingers curling into his palm. He believed that she would likely prefer Lu Zhao, having initially chosen him as a beast companion. Lu Zhao was not only handsome, but also incredibly considerate. Lu Zhao, in turn, looked at Song Wan, equally anxious. He understood that she had first developed feelings for Qin Yin. Initially, it was he who had persistently pursued her, and she had contracted with him for the sake of safety. Song Wan glanced at Qin Yin and then at Lu Zhao, aware that her choice would inevitably cause the other to overthink. How about we settle it with a game of rock, paper, scissors? Whoever wins gets to go first, she suggested, her ears flushing with embarrassment. On their wedding night, in the bridal chamber, she felt a twinge of anticipation. Exchanging glances, Lu Zhao and Qin Yin both sensed a wave of relief. All right, they agreed in unison. On the other side, Qin Mian experienced the most restful sleep he had in over a decade. Upon waking, he discovered a note from Qin Zhen, inviting him to join for a meal. First, he headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Just before leaving, he pulled out an instrument from his spatial ring to measure his volatility index. Upon realizing that his volatility index was astonishingly low, only a single digit, and that the volatility ratio approached 0, Qin Mian was taken aback. Now he believed his son's words. His daughter-in-law's mental prowess must indeed be at least A-class, perhaps even beyond the early stages of A-class. Feeling a surge of excitement followed by a hint of complexity, Qin Mian steadied his emotions before stepping out. In the living room, Qin Zhen was indeed present. Upon seeing Qin Mian, he instructed the robotic butler to inform the kitchen to serve the meal. Qin Mian took a seat opposite Qin Zhen. Brother, it's rare for you to have such a good sleep. Why not indulge a bit longer? Wake naturally, he suggested. Are you not required at the military today? Qin Mian inquired, his spirits high. The sensation of lacking the volatile elements within his body was indeed a revelation for him. He now felt that even his breath was sweet, and life had transformed into a delightful experience. Today, he had taken a leave of absence, cherishing the rare opportunity to spend more time with you, Qin Jin remarked. Just then, breakfast was served, and the two brothers began to eat. By the way, brother, how effective was Song Ruan's assistance in alleviating your irritability yesterday? Qin Jin suddenly inquired. Qin Mian, who was in the midst of his meal, froze momentarily. Quite remarkable, he finally replied. Little Song managed to reduce my irritability index from 82 to 0. With a clatter, Qin Jin's spoon struck the bowl. Your irritability index was previously at 82, how come? Why didn't you tell us? Qin Mian interrupted Qin Jin. Qin Jin chose not to respond. What benefit would there be in sharing that with you, aside from causing you worry? You are unwilling to accept Ji Yuan, and I have no desire to remarry Ji Qing. No one can resolve my issues with irritability. In truth, my visit here was not only to address Xiao Yin's matters, but also because I was on the verge of losing control over my irritability. It would be better to unleash it here, rather than at home, where it might end up making the news and becoming a ridicule. Instead, I could come here to the front lines, slay more star beasts and insectoids, and, incidentally, reunite with you and Xiao Yin. Qin Mian's tone was remarkably calm. However, Qin Jin felt an immense weight in his heart. It was unexpected. The situation was entirely different from what he had imagined. Suddenly, Qin Mian broke into a smile. The mate that Xiao Yin found was even better and more capable than I had anticipated. By the way, when did Xiao Yin and his wife leave last night? Do you know what level of mental power Little Song possesses?
Qin Mian asked.
Qin Jun repressed his emotions. They departed around 3 in the morning. As for Song Ruan's mental power level, that brat Lu Zhao informed me that she is at the mid-level of grade A. Upon mentioning the mid-level of grade A, Qin Jun intentionally glanced at Qin Mian. Qin Mian nodded. Mid-level grade A?
No wonder.
By the way, that Ji Yuan also seems to be at mid-level grade A. Doesn't she? Qin Mian suddenly directed his gaze at Qin Jun. Qin Jun immediately averted his eyes, nodding his head instead. A flicker of helpless amusement crossed Qin Mian's face. What more is there to misunderstand regarding my brother's intentions? Qin Mian sipped a glass of milk. After setting it down, he continued, in truth, whether it is Xiao Yin's child or yours, they can both inherit the Qin family in the future. Qin Jun was taken aback, raising his gaze towards Qin Mian. Xiao Yin alone may not be able to contend with Lu Zhao. If you also marry over, it would provide him with some support. Moreover, the two of you combined would have more time to share. At that point, the chances of Xiao Song's first child being of the Qin bloodline would be significantly enhanced. Qin Jun was astonished. Brother. Qin Mian raised his hand, interrupting Qin Jun. Xiao Zhen, please do not tell me you have no feelings for Little Song? As your elder brother, who has watched you grow, I can discern whether you like or dislike someone. Qin Jun remained silent. Seeing this, Qin Mian sighed. In truth, if Little Song's mental power level were merely at the pinnacle of grade B, even if she were to sense your feelings, I would not bring it up. But she is at grade A and moreover, at mid-level grade A. Perhaps she is the only female you can accept, the one who can save you. Furthermore, what grade of female is not a paragon, basking in glory? Even without you, she surely would not be limited to only Xiao Yin and Xiao Zhao as her mates. At this point, a hint of sadness crossed Qin Mian's eyes. Must my son endure the same hardships I once faced? Humph, how could that be possible? If she dares to continue her flirtations, I will break her legs. Qin Jun exclaimed angrily. Qin Mian couldn't help but chuckle. And, by what right would you break someone's legs? As a mate? There are indeed males who can be fierce with their mates, and females who are submissive to their partners. Given your character, if you were to marry Little Song, it is indeed possible that you could keep her in line. Qin Jun was momentarily at a loss for words, his face flushing slightly. All right, regardless of how you plan to discipline Little Song in the future, that discussion will have to wait until after you are married. I will have a word with Xiao Yin regarding this. I trust he will agree. However, how to win Little Song's heart is something you must devise yourself. The thought of his brother actively pursuing a female brought another smile to Qin Mian's face. The absence of irritability and the relief from having to constantly restrain his emotions felt truly wonderful. Seeing Qin Mian smile, Qin Jun felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Take your time, brother. I've finished my meal. With that, he turned and left. Ha ha. The sound of his elder brother's hearty laughter echoed behind him. Once outside the marshal's residence, Qin Jun finally exhaled. His elder brother supports his pursuit of Song Ruan. Could he really be marrying the same female as his nephew? It seemed that aside from Song Ruan, he truly could not accept any other grade A female. So, it must be her. Chapter 53. The Gift That Missed the Heart. In the Vanguard Army's medical office, early that morning, the two females arranged by Qin Zhen arrived on schedule. One was named Li Jiao, and the other Zhao Qing. With mental power levels of mid-level grade B and pinnacle grade B, respectively, both having signed long-term employment contracts with the Vanguard Army. After conversing with them, Song Wan learned that they had both graduated from the Imperial Star Military University S Department of Mental Comfort. Having previously participated in the talent subsidy program of the Fierce Tiger Corps, they had come to work for the Corps as per their pre-signed agreements. Working in the military is quite good, they remarked. Although the workload is heavy, the rewards are substantial. Our contract period is 6 years. After working here for 6 years, we will accumulate enough money not only to pay off our family debts, but also to save a considerable amount. Should we choose to renew our contracts after the term, the conditions offered by the military will be even more favorable, Zhao Qing stated. Song Wan nodded, admiring Qin Zhen's method of nurturing talent. At that moment,
Li Jiao chimed in.
if we don't wish to renew, we can leave as well. With our identities as grade B females and our experience working in the Fierce Tiger Corps, we can easily find jobs that are not only well-paying, but also relatively easy. A hint of pride flashed across the faces of the two females as they spoke. Song Wan, intrigued, asked, "So, will you both leave when the time comes?" The two females exchanged glances. "I'm not certain, but Qing Jia probably won't leave," Li Jiao suddenly remarked with a mischievous smile.
Why?
Song Wan laughed, becoming more curious. Because Qing Jia has already married 2 beast husbands here. One of her brothers-in-law is rather domineering. How could he let her leave? Zhao Qing's face turned crimson. Song Wan joined in the laughter, once again marveling at her little uncle's cleverness. The Vanguard Army has a plethora of quality beast men. Over 6 years, it will be easy to secure some females through marriage. Oh, dear. Please don't laugh at me.
Li Jiao exclaimed.
Vice Commander Zhang has been quite clingy to you lately, and I refuse to believe you aren't moved at all. And you, Lady Song Ruan, not only have you married Dr. Liu, but you also wed Captain Qin. Don't you have to stay as well? Song Ruan's expression stiffened. It only just dawned on her that she seemed to have been ensnared in a scheme as well. However, if it was a scheme, so be it. She found herself quite enjoying it. Li Jiao wore an expression of pride. What good is being clingy? I don't necessarily want him. Although she said this, the blush on her face betrayed her. Just then the medical assistant and nurse brought in an injured patient. Song Wan quickly said, "All right, let us get to work. We can chat later." Yes. The two females responded in unison. The 3 of them entered their respective treatment rooms and began to busy themselves. Around 10 o'clock, during a brief respite after calming the patient's irritability, Song Ruan's light brain vibrated. Upon checking, she found that someone had sent her a friend request. The verification message was simple, consisting of just 4 words, "I am Qin Zhen." After a moment's pause, Song Wan accepted the request. Just as she was about to switch to an unattended treatment room to continue her training, Qin Zhen sent her a message immediately. "What are you doing?" Song Wan paused. "Little uncle, I am preparing to calm the next patient's irritability." There was no reply from the other side. "Is there something my uncle needs from me?" With this thought, Song Wan sent a message. Qin Zhen, seated in the military office, contemplated for a moment before typing, "I have 2 generals under my command, both S-class beastmen. Could you provide them with mental comfort?" "Of course." Song Wan replied without a second thought. Last night, she had assisted her father-in-law with mental soothing. Though it had been somewhat exhausting, the rewards were plentiful. She felt that with just a bit more of her father-in-law's cultivation, she could surely advance to the divine transformation stage. Qin Zhen raised his eyebrows. "Then come by the military office this afternoon." After considering the usual quietness of the special treatment room in the afternoon, where Li Jiao and Zhao Qing could handle things, Song Wan replied affirmatively. At noon, Qin Yin brought lunch. The 3 of them, under the envious gazes of Li Jiao and Zhao Qing, entered the office to dine. Song Wan mentioned Qin Zhen's invitation for her to help his subordinates with mental comfort. Qin Yin exchanged a glance with Lu Chao. "I have nothing to do this afternoon. I'll accompany you," he offered. "All right," Song Wan agreed. After their meal, she sent a message to Qin Zhen. "Uncle, I've finished here. What time should I come to find you?" Qin Zhen, still enjoying his meal, couldn't help but smile upon seeing the message. "You can come over now. By the way, have you eaten?" "We just finished," she replied. "Then Uncle will set off now." Qin Zhen's expression stiffened.
"We?"
he muttered, and the smile vanished from his face. 10 minutes later, it was indeed the case that Qin Zhen saw not only Song Ruan, but also his dear nephew. "Uncle," the two greeted as they entered. Qin Zhen's face darkened slightly. "Have a seat," he said in a low voice. Song Ruan and Qin Yin exchanged glances and settled onto the sofa. "Uncle," Song Ruan began. Just then a notification came from the entrance. The items Qin Zhen ordered had arrived. "Come in," he commanded, and his aide entered, delivering the package to him. Song Ruan noticed that the packaging was from a well-known brand of premium nutritional liquid. This premium nutritional liquid, derived from the purification of natural foods, had a spiritual energy concentration that barely matched that of a first-level spiritual plant, making it highly favored among A-class females. The brand Qin Zhen had chosen belonged to the high-end category of premium nutritional liquids. She recalled having seen it by chance while researching. Why would Uncle buy premium nutritional liquid? For himself? No, such an expensive item surely wasn't for him. She had heard that an A-class female was pursuing her uncle. Could it be that he had changed his mind and decided to accept her? She had heard that this female was quite fickle and had a poor temperament. Would she cause trouble for them, considering her future aunt? "Stop staring, this is for you." "Take it," Qin Zhen suddenly spoke. "After you finish, let me know, and I will buy you more." Song Ruan was taken aback. "For me?" She pointed incredulously at herself. "Yes," Qin Zhen replied, frowning slightly. Song Ruan gulped nervously. "Uncle, this is very expensive. One bottle costs 200,000 star coins. This box must contain at least 20 bottles, which amounts to over 4 million star coins. How could I possibly accept this?" The key was that she had no use for it herself. Selling it would only result in a loss. "Just take it. No need for so much chatter." Qin Zhen frowned again. He had purchased it, so did he not realize its value? What if it's expensive? "I can afford it. With my means. Even if I let you consume premium nutritional liquid every day, I could sustain it." Song Ruan was taken aback. "Oh," she murmured, moving to retrieve the package. Qin Zhen's expression softened slightly. Chapter 54. Sealing deals. General Wang is in the room. Please go in and provide him with mental comfort. His current agitation level is at 787. You just need to reduce it by 20. The fee for calming him is 10 million star coins, which he will transfer to your account shortly. Song Ruan looked at Qin Zhen in disbelief. "How much?" Before Qin Zhen could respond, Qin Yin interjected. "Hurry up and go."
Softy.
"I'll have a chat with Uncle." Glancing fearfully at Qin Zhen, Song Ruan quickly slipped away. Qin Zhen shifted his gaze from her retreating figure, displaying a hint of helplessness. Upon entering, Song Ruan swiftly closed the door. Soon, she encountered General Wang, as described by Qin Zhen. After a brief conversation, she requested his cooperation, offering him a calming pill to facilitate the mental soothing process. She then took out the beast-taming ring and began her cultivation. Meanwhile, in the outer room, if Uncle wishes to win Softa's favor, he should drop the stern demeanor, Qin Yin suddenly remarked. Qin Zhen's expression stiffened momentarily. Also, that premium nutritional liquid is of no use to Softy. Qin Zhen's expression shifted to surprise. If Uncle wishes to know Softa's secrets, it can be arranged, Qin Yin continued. What are the conditions? Qin Zhen asked, his demeanor serious. You simply need to sign a contract with Softa, Qin Yin replied. A contract? Yes, a rather unique agreement. Both Lu Chao and I have signed contracts with Softa previously. Qin Zhen's gaze was filled with skepticism. However, you cannot sign it at the moment. Why not? Not that you can't, but rather you cannot for now. It may be possible in a few days, Qin Yin explained. Is Uncle willing to accept Softa's contract? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Zhen nodded. He wished to uncover Song Ruan's secrets and to grow closer to her. Qin Yin's face lit up with delight. Then when the time is right, I'll bring this up with Softy. Shouldn't it be discussed immediately? Although he trusted his nephew, he was eager to finalize this matter. Qin Yin hesitated. Let us wait a few days. Softy is quite afraid of you. In the future, you should be gentler with her. And I'll speak more of your good qualities. Qin Zhen was momentarily speechless. Given his previous temper, he would have dismissed it outright. Yet this time, he remained silent, refraining from refusal. Noticing that Qin Zhen's mood was not particularly good, Qin Yin consoled him. Uncle, perhaps you should be more patient. Softa deserves our kindness. After some thought, Qin Zhen nodded again, finally letting go of his internal conflict. Subsequently, Qin Yin shared numerous anecdotes about Song Ruan with Qin Zhen. Through Qin Yin, Qin Zhen discovered a side of Song Ruan he had never seen before. Gentle, kind, sometimes shy, yet at other times, remarkably bold. Qin Yin adorned her with all the most splendid descriptors, painting her through the lens of admiration. Qin Jin, while not wholly convinced, found himself believing most of it. Having already resolved to forge a bond with Song Ruan, he unconsciously began to idealize her. Before they knew it, an hour had passed. In the room, upon hearing the device signal the completion of her work, Song Ruan ceased her cultivation. She presented the antidote for the calming pill to General Wang, who inhaled it and quickly awoke. Upon learning that his agitation level had successfully decreased, General Wang expressed profound gratitude and immediately prepared to transfer funds. Song Ruan graciously presented her payment code. The substantial sum was quickly transferred, and Song Ruan beamed with joy upon seeing the notification. General Wang, how about we exchange contact information? Should you require mental soothing again, you can reach me directly. She was keen on establishing a connection with such a prominent client. General Wang was momentarily taken aback. Sure, that sounds great, he replied eagerly. I can directly contact Lady Song Ruan for mental soothing? That's wonderful. He hastily scanned her code. Having successfully befriended General Wang, a broad grin spread across his face, nearly reaching his ears. Just contact me directly, when the time comes. I will adjust the schedule according to the actual situation. For instance, if it's a reduction of 20 today, it can be accomplished in an hour. General Wang hastily bowed to Song Ruan. Thank you, Your Excellency. If it's not too much trouble, could you assist me in arranging a reduction now? I wish to lower it by 30, or perhaps even 40. I can gather the funds. I assure you I can raise the 2 million. Having been widowed for several years, he had the opportunity to receive A-grade female mental solace arranged by the Tiger Legion twice a year. However, with a mere reduction of 2.5 each time, it did little to curb the rising tide of his agitation. When the marshal unexpectedly contacted him, offering to reduce his agitation by 20, he initially doubted his own ears. It was only when he saw his agitation ratio genuinely drop to 587 that he began to believe. If he could further lower it by 40, combined with the annual mental solace quotas from the military, as long as his strength did not increase, he would not need to worry about his agitation for the next 3 to 5 years. At that moment, Song Ruan glanced at the door, hesitating. Perhaps it would be better to wait until next time. Her uncle had only permitted her to reduce General Wang's agitation by 20. And if she were to help him reduce it by an additional 40, it would contradict her uncle's arrangements. What if he were to become angry? General Wang's face fell with disappointment. No need to wait long, Song Ruan quickly reassured him. Tomorrow afternoon should suffice. Will you be available then? You can find me at the medical office. I can spare 2 hours to complete your mental solace. This will give you time to gather the funds. With someone at the medical office to assist, there was little chance of complications. Completing this task would bring her one significant step closer to transcending her current state. General Wang's disappointment vanished, replaced by excitement. I'll gather the funds right away. By the way, Your Excellency, does any time tomorrow afternoon work? Any time works. Song Ruan replied with a sweet smile. They then finalized their arrangement before exiting the room together. Marshal. General Wang saluted Qin Jin. Qin Jin replied. Have you made the payment? Then, unexpectedly, he posed a question that left everyone astonished. General Wang nearly faltered, struggling to respond. I have. Song Ruan interjected swiftly. Qin Jin cast a glance at Song Ruan, who promptly averted her gaze. Just as he was about to frown, recalling his nephew's earlier words, he adjusted his expression, attempting to appear less stern. Qin Yin, witnessing the scene, nearly burst into laughter. Qin Jin immediately resumed his serious demeanor. You may leave, he instructed General Wang. Yes. A somewhat bewildered General Wang saluted before departing. Chapter 55. Who would believe it? Song Ruan almost followed him, but fortunately, she realized at the critical moment that her uncle was referring to General Wang, preventing her from stepping outside. Qin Jin, sensing the situation, felt a mix of irritation and helplessness over Song Ruan's apparent fear of him. Go sit over there. I'll call General Liu over now, Qin Jin said. Song Ruan's face brightened. She recalled her uncle had indeed summoned her to assist the two generals with their agitation. She obediently approached the sofa and settled next to Qin Yin. Qin Yin glanced at his proper wife and couldn't he help but feel sympathy for his uncle. Given the circumstances, it seemed his uncle had a long way to go in winning her heart. Cough, let us head home for dinner tonight. Your father has some matters to discuss with you, Qin Jin suddenly announced. As they were already family, the Qin family could not neglect Song Ruan's affairs. After contacting him that morning, he had instructed his subordinates to handle certain matters. Just moments ago, they had yielded results. All right, Qin Yin replied. Song Ruan looked at him and nodded in agreement. Before long, General Liu arrived. Song Won promptly entered the room with him, subsequently engaging in an hour of training while also collecting 10 million star coins. Naturally, she did not forget to add General Liu as a friend to continue securing business opportunities. Once General Liu completed his mental solace, he departed swiftly, and Song Won followed Qin Yin in bidding farewell. With no reason to keep them, Qin Zhan allowed them to leave. Upon returning to the medical office, Song Won mentioned the Qin family's invitation to dinner. Lu Zhao expressed his interest in joining, offering to assist with the cooking. After consulting with Qin Yin and receiving his consent, they all proceeded to the Qin residence together. As anticipated, the cooking duties fell to Lu Zhao and Qin Yin. Song Won was called aside to chat with her father-in-law and uncle. Noticing that her daughter-in-law appeared somewhat nervous in front of her brother, Qin Mian cast a sympathetic glance at his younger brother. Little Song, thank you for your efforts in providing mental solace this time, Qin Mian began, producing a stack of documents and placing them on the coffee table. Given that your marriage to Xiao Yin was rather hurried, I wasn't able to prepare thoroughly. For now, please accept these. Dad, just take a look first, Qin Mian interjected. At last, Song Won reached for the stack of documents. The first was a debt clearance document from the Enforcement Bureau. To her astonishment, someone had assisted her in repaying the enormous debt of 100 million. This is Dad, help me pay off the 100 million debt? She exclaimed, realizing why she had received such a substantial sum today without any deductions from the Enforcement Bureau. You providing mental solace must have cost you a considerable amount of mental energy. Xiao Yin said the premium nutrient solution wouldn't be of much benefit to you. Since I wasn't sure what else to buy, I thought it best to help you settle the debt. Additionally, there's a property in the Imperial Star as a wedding gift for you, Xiao Yin and Xiao Zhao. If you feel uncomfortable staying there, you can reside here. Song Won hurriedly continued to flip through the documents, eventually uncovering a property deed along with several photographs and details. Upon seeing the contents, her composure faltered.
Dad.
Yu Qin Mian nodded. We've known about your situation for some time now. We also understand that you were wrongfully accused of the murder-for-hire charge. We have gathered evidence regarding your case, and the Qin family can hire a lawyer to assist with your appeal at any time. Song Won felt a surge of gratitude. Her father-in-law had treated her with such kindness, and though it was due to her marriage to his son, it still enveloped her in the warmth of familial love. Then please, Dad, assist me with the appeal. With the Qin family as support, her case should prove manageable. Now that an appeal could clear her name, she need not bear the stigma of a convict while remaining in the Tiger Legion. A thought occurred to her, and she turned to Qin Zhen.
Uncle.
If my innocence is proven after the appeal, can I continue to stay in the Tiger Legion? Such matters needed to be clarified in advance. Qin Zhen paused briefly before breaking into a smile. Most would be eager to escape the military camp, yet here you are. Nonetheless, this was indeed one of the charming aspects of this female. Indeed, he replied. Even if she wished to leave, he would find a way to persuade her to stay. Although 2 A-grade females had signed service agreements with the Tiger Legion, such agreements differed significantly from employment contracts, imposing far less constraint on A-grade females. Many officers of S rank or above were still affected by high agitation ratios, much like General Wang and General Liu, who had sought Song Ruan's assistance today. Having Song Ruan remain would hold tremendous significance for the Tiger Legion. When the time comes, I'll inform the military department and apply for national compensation, as well as for the military merits you should have accrued during this period of service. Song Won's eyes sparked momentarily. I meant your cumulative military merits. Qin Zhen added. The light in Song Won's eyes dimmed. All right, she conceded. It would indeed be rather unseemly to take the money along with additional military merits. However, cumulative military merits were still beneficial. If she were to remain in the Tiger Legion for long-term development, they could be utilized for rank evaluations and other purposes. As Song Won was contemplating her thoughts and preparing to rush to Qin Zhen to express her gratitude, Qin Zhen unexpectedly spoke up. If you require military merit, I can transfer some to you. With that, he activated his holographic interface and began to operate it. The last time, he had transferred half of his military merit to his nephew, and now he decided to bestow the remaining half upon her. Just as Song Won regained her composure, her device vibrated, signaling a notification. Upon checking, she was astounded by the staggering amount of military merit that had been credited to her account. Hundreds of millions, 200 million, to be precise. Was her uncle really so generous as to give her such a fortune? Surely, she must have miscounted. She counted again. On the opposite side, Qin Zhen observed Song Ruan's reaction with a smirk, finding it rare to see a female so unabashedly greedy, yet somehow endearing. Qin Mian, glancing at his younger brother, stifled a laugh. "What's going on, Dad? Uncle?" Just then, Qin Yan emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes. Noticing the unusual atmosphere, he hurried over. "Is everything all right?" Song Wan promptly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Is dinner ready?" She quickly redirected the conversation. "Almost. Just give it 5 more minutes, and we can eat." Qin Yan did not pry further, turning to place the dishes on the dining table. Song Wan sighed in relief. Observing this, Qin Mian felt a sense of comfort, realizing that his daughter-in-law was quite concerned about his son. Once Qin Yan left, Qin Mian spoke. "Why don't you take a seat and wait? Dinner will be served shortly."
All right.
Song Wan responded eagerly, following him closely. During dinner, Qin Mian brought up the matter of helping Song Wan with her case, whether intentionally or not. He mentioned some evidence that had been gathered by individuals hired by Qin Zhen. "Tomorrow, I'll have my lawyer contact you. He'll handle the contract signing and liaise directly with you," Qin Mian stated.
Thank you, Dad.
Song Wan expressed her gratitude. We're family, no need for such formalities. Qin Mian sighed. He had initially planned to stay longer, but an urgent matter had arisen back on Emperor Star, and he would have to leave the next morning. This trip had unexpectedly resolved some personal issues, and he felt a newfound lightness, rekindling his hope for life. It was time to return to Emperor Star and address the affairs of the Qin family. Everyone was taken aback. What could possibly be amiss on Emperor Star? Were the executives of the Qin family incompetent? Qin Yan expressed his frustration. "Dad, you rarely come here. It's only been a few days, and now you must leave?" Qin Zhen also wished to persuade his older brother to stay. Qin Mian glanced at his son before looking at his brother. "I must return to handle family matters. Once everything is settled, I can come back." Qin Zhen, seeing Qin Mian's resolve, ceased his attempts to dissuade him and simply nodded in agreement. After dinner, Song Wan and her family spent some time chatting with Qin Mian before he departed. Upon returning home, Song Wan quickly went to freshen up.
Meanwhile,
Qin Yan and Lu Zhao were in Song Wan's room, secretly playing rock, paper, scissors. Their wife was not anxious, but they certainly were. As newlywed males, they were responsible for catering to their wife's every need, especially in fulfilling her desires. They had agreed that the winner of this round would spend the night with her, while the loser would have to accept defeat graciously. "I'll take care of our wife. I'm off to bed," Lu Zhao stated, leaving after acknowledging the outcome. Once Lu Zhao was gone, Qin Yan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Although his father had provided him with ample study materials and the members of Team 8 had offered various dubious suggestions, this was his first time at such a task, and he was apprehensive about adequately serving his wife. Just then, Song Wan emerged from the bathroom. Dressed in a modest, traditional nightgown, her face flushed from the steam, she appeared alluring. Qin Yan, distracted by her presence, swallowed hard. Just as he was about to speak, Song Wan beat him to it. "Where's Lu Zhao? Has he gone back?" she inquired. Qin Yan quickly gathered his thoughts. "We agreed that I would take care of you tonight," he stammered, his face turning crimson. Song Wan, previously calm, felt her cheeks flush as well. I completely forgot about that." This morning, they had asked her to choose between them. "I'll go take a shower first," Qin Yan suddenly declared, hastening toward the bathroom. I'll grab a towel for you," Song Wan called after him, raising her hand. However, she hesitated and ultimately decided against it. Never mind, she could fetch a spare towel from her closet. Blushing, she approached the bathroom door and knocked. "Qin Yan, open up. I brought you a towel." Inside, Qin Yan stiffened at the sound. His mind raced with thoughts about his wife's intentions. Did she want to? As he remained silent, Song Wan continued to knock. Just as she was about to finish her thought, the door swung open, enveloping her in warm, humid air. Before she could react, a long arm seized her, pulling her inside. The bathroom was steamy, and Qin Yan's muscular chest was mere inches away, causing her heart to race and her mind to go blank. "Wife," he suddenly uttered.
Huh?
Song Wan looked up, and before she could process anything, his lips descended upon hers, passionate, fervent, yet remarkably restrained. Her eyes widened in surprise, but she soon surrendered to the moment. The following day, when Song Wan awoke, Qin Yan was no longer beside her. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, she felt an overwhelming urge to hide her face beneath the covers. Ultimately, her wedding night had been quite delightful, as she had not needed to rely on the advice given by Lu Mama during her initial entry into the bridal chamber. Instead, it was Qin Yan who had attended to her every need. When asked how to serve her, Qin Yan had simply said, "Just lie back and enjoy." Cleansing her thoughts, Song Wan decided not to dwell further on the matter as she rose from bed. After tidying up the sheets, she proceeded to wash up. In the bathroom, the reflection of the woman in the mirror was captivating. Perhaps a result of the previous night's indulgence, she appeared more enchanting than usual. After admiring herself for a while, she departed. In the living room, both beastmen heard the sound of the door opening simultaneously. "Soft, soft," Lu Zhao called out, his voice laced with a hint of grievance. Qin Yan followed suit, joyfully calling her name. Upon meeting Lu Zhao's gaze, Song Wan felt a twinge of guilt. However, upon witnessing her expression, Lu Zhao's previous sense of grievance dissipated. Even though Xiao Yin had seized the opportunity first, Song Ruan's heart still held a place for him. Wan, I prepared breakfast together with Lu Zhao. Come and join us. Qin Yin called out. Wan, hurry over. Lu Zhao urged, pulling out a chair. Finally setting aside her thoughts, Song Wan made her way to the dining table. After the meal, Qin Yin informed Song Wan that he would soon depart for a mission, which would take a minimum of 3 days. While Song Wan felt a pang of reluctance, Lu Zhao secretly reveled in the prospect. His wife would be solely his for the next 3 days. Following the meal, Qin Yin reluctantly accompanied Song Wan and Lu Zhao to the door. Once they had left, he returned to his room to gather his belongings before rejoining his team. Chapter 57. Liaising with the lawyer around 9 o'clock at the medical office, in a specialized treatment room. Song Wan had just helped a patient calm down when she checked her holographic device and noticed a friend request. "Greetings, Your Excellency Song. I am Lawyer Zhou, from the Qin Group." Song Wan promptly accepted the request. Just as she stood to exit the treatment room, a message arrived from the other side. "Greetings, Your Excellency Song. I am Zhou Chuan. President Qin has instructed me to contact you regarding your case. Would you be available for a video call now?" Upon checking her schedule, Song Wan noted that only one patient awaited her assistance. After revealing her mental power level to her uncle, Li Jiao and Zhao Qing entered the specialized treatment room. To enhance work efficiency, Lu Zhao had established a scheduling system for them. Before patients ascended to the 5th floor, they would be entered into the system and automatically assigned to one of the 3 of them. They could freely decide the upper limit for calming patients, while the lower limit was determined and inputted by a doctor. Compensation would be based on the actual calming rate achieved by them. Once they completed the calming process and submitted their results, the apparatus would automatically upload their calming rate, and the military department would promptly transfer the corresponding reward, military merit or star coins, to their accounts. As per Lu Zhao's explanation, the military would directly deduct the corresponding military merit or star coins from the patient's account afterward. If the balance was insufficient, the deduction would occur from the patient's future military earnings, alleviating concerns about recovering fees. In summary, the new system made her payment process swifter and more convenient. The benefits of the system did not end there. It also included a leave function and allowed for the transfer of patients to other attendants. For instance, if she had an urgent matter, she could request leave, and the system would cease scheduling her. Furthermore, she could transfer patients already assigned to her to Li Jiao and Zhao Qing, provided she communicated with them in advance. "How convenient," Song Ruan remarked. "The conversation shouldn't take long. I won't even need to request leave." After replying, she headed to the office. On her way, Zhou Chuan's video call came through. Song Wan answered, and the holographic device projected a refined-looking orc wearing glasses. Zhou Chuan, in turn, saw Song Wan on the screen. The female figure was strikingly beautiful, clad in a white lab coat, evoking a sense of respect. "Greetings, Your Excellency. I am Zhou Chuan, a lawyer from the Qin Legal Department." "Hello, Lawyer Zhou. I apologize for the trouble," Song Wan replied politely. Zhou Chuan, noticing her demeanor, felt an immediate increase in his respect for her. "Your Excellency, you are too kind. President Qin designated me to assist you with this matter, and I will do my utmost to ensure a favorable outcome and expedite your case. I will send you the power of attorney. Once you have reviewed it and find no issues, kindly sign and forward it to me." "Understood." As soon as Song Wan finished speaking, she received the power of attorney from Zhou Chuan. After quickly skimming through the document, she signed it and sent it back. Zhou Chuan received the document and proceeded with the next steps. With both parties working online, the matter progressed swiftly. "All right, Your Excellency, the paperwork is nearly complete. If you have no objections, I can begin following up on the procedures today. If all goes well, we should expect a court date within half a month." or at most no longer than a month. I will keep you updated on the case's progress and any related matters requiring your input. Alright, let us stay in touch. Song Won was quite pleased with Xiao Chuan's professional demeanor. After concluding the video call, she sighed in relief and returned to her duties in the specialized treatment room. Checking her schedule, she discovered that another patient awaited her attention, an A-level orc. Excited, she quickly immersed herself in her work. She had recently realized that high-level orcs, after refining the dark energy in their spiritual bodies, became pure, greatly benefiting her cultivation. Consequently, she had informed Lu Zhao that she would handle the calming of A-level orcs sent to the specialized treatment room. The morning swiftly passed. At noon, Lu Zhao brought her lunch, and they shared a meal together. In the afternoon, I believe the number of patients in the specialized treatment room will decrease, and I intend to only accept A-level orcs. Additionally, I will set aside some time to calm General Wang and General Liu. Song Won expressed her thoughts. Lu Zhao was taken aback. She then revealed that she had privately added General Wang and General Liu's contact information. After hearing this, Lu Zhao mentally applauded her. His wife had indeed taken a bold step, bypassing her uncle to engage in significant business. However, this was undoubtedly a boon for the Tiger Legion. Surely, her uncle wouldn't mind, would he? It would be strange if he didn't, Lu Zhao mused. But what of it? At least on the surface, he has no reason to be upset. I have a premonition that once I complete the mental soothing for both of them, I will be able to advance to the transformation stage, Song Won continued. After reaching that stage, the limited spiritual energy in the medicinal garden will no longer be an issue. By then, we will be able to produce the potions that my uncle needs in no time. Lu Zhao's eyes flickered with excitement. His wife's ascension to the transformation stage would not only resolve the potion issue, but could also address matters concerning her uncle. The thought of his wife forming a pact with her uncle stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. Leave the potion making to me. I have recently procured some new equipment, which will enhance our production efficiency, Song Won said, her face glowing with satisfaction. The little fox is indeed a tremendous help. Then I shall contact General Wang now. With that, Song Won activated her holographic device and sent a message to General Wang. To her surprise, he responded almost immediately. At that moment, General Wang, dining in the military cafeteria, was so thrilled that he forgot about his meal. Ignoring his colleagues, he dropped his chopsticks and rushed toward the medical office. Your Excellency, Song really meant it. She is willing to assist me with the mental soothing. 5 minutes later, Song Won received a video call from General Wang, who appeared slightly breathless as he reached the elevator door, seeking her permission to access the 5th floor. Taken aback by his speed, Song Won, having nearly finished her meal, granted him a one-time access pass. After informing Lu Zhao, she went to meet him, leading him directly to a specialized treatment room. Upon entering, she set the room's status to unavailable in the system before sitting down to discuss the mental soothing with General Wang. Your Excellency, if possible, could you help me reduce my agitation value to 0? My current agitation ratio stands at 587, and I have prepared a total of 30 million star coins for this purpose. General Wang's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Chapter 58. Ascending to the transformation stage. The market price for reducing agitation at 587 does not exceed 30 million star coins. However, the opportunity to enlist the assistance of an A-level female in this endeavor is exceedingly rare. It is not merely 30 million, even 40 million might find willing buyers. He does not believe he will encounter such an opportunity again, so when it finally arrives, he wishes to seize it tightly. Song Won feels a flicker of temptation. Yet, contemplating her future ascension to the transformation of the divine and her continued dedication to the fierce Tiger Legion, engaging in commerce with these high-ranking beast men, she relinquishes the desire for greater profit. Clearing the agitation value poses no issue. As for the remuneration, it shall be determined based on the actual circumstances. For an S-level beast man, with a reduction of agitation at 587, the fee should be 29,350,000 star coins. As Song Won recites this, she calculates the result using her light brain calculator. If there are no issues, we shall commence now. No, there are no issues. General Wang hastily replies. Feeling immense gratitude towards Song Won, this esteemed lady is kind and gentle. Were it not for her demonstrated abilities, he would scarcely believe she is an A-level female. Song Won beams with a smile. She retrieves a vial of level 3 half-brewed intoxication from her spatial ring, extracts a single pill from the bottle, and, under General Wang's pained gaze, administers the medicine to him. Aware of the value of half-brewed intoxication, General Wang hesitates to consume it.
Yet,
Considering that taking this medicine will make it easier for Lady Song Ruan to assist him in reducing agitation, he reluctantly swallows it. The beast man soon succumbs to unconsciousness. Rather than immediately providing General Wang with mental comfort, Song Ruan contacts Li Jiao and Zhao Qing within their small group. To clear General Wang's agitation value, she must cultivate for at least 3 consecutive hours. This afternoon, Li Jiao and Zhao Qing will have to manage the situation. They readily agree to the task, as they are currently under Song Ruan's command, and it is their duty to comply. Furthermore, the special treatment room is not as busy this afternoon as it was in the morning. Provided there are no unforeseen circumstances, the two of them can manage. With the arrangement settled, Song Ruan retrieves the Beastmaster ring and places it on General Wang. She then commences her cultivation. After nearly 2 hours of practice, Song Ruan feels the sensation of impending advancement. This time, she does not halt her cultivation to absorb the residual true energy within her dantian for her ascension. Instead, she chooses to continue her practice, striving for a breakthrough. The result is that she ascends even more swiftly. She achieves the transformation of the divine, much to her ecstatic delight, and finally ceases her cultivation, returning to reality. The treatment room is enveloped in silence. On the hospital bed, General Wang sleeps soundly. The instruments at his bedside indicate that his agitation value has been reduced to 68. With a thought, Song Ruan finds herself holding a level 3 spirit fruit. Without a moment's hesitation, she begins to consume it. 1 spirit fruit is insufficient to quell her hunger, so she retrieves another from her spatial ring. After a 3rd fruit, she finally feels a sense of comfort. With her physical discomfort alleviated, Song Ruan takes out the Supreme Edition Beastmaster Heart Sutra that her father gifted her. After memorizing the technique, she immediately begins to practice. Activating the Supreme Edition Beastmaster Heart Sutra, Song Ruan once again enters General Wang's dream. Utilizing the new technique to capture the black energy, she quickly realizes that her speed in doing so has significantly increased. Previously, she could only cast her spell to capture a single wisp of black energy at a time, needing to refine it before she could pursue the next.
but now,
She can directly capture 2 or even 3 wisps simultaneously. The refining speed, however, remains largely unchanged. It appears that the Supreme Edition Beastmaster Heart Sutra indeed enhances the efficiency of capturing black energy, but does not affect the refining speed. It is a pity that this means my cultivation speed won't see much improvement. After all, capturing black energy does not take much time. Refining it is what consumes the most time. After pondering this for a moment, Song Ruan suddenly finds the jade pendant of the medicine garden space in her hand. Without hesitation, she captures 2 wisps of black energy and directs them toward the pendant to conduct an experiment. As the black energy approaches the pendant, it is promptly absorbed. Song Ruan's face lights up with joy. The medicine garden space can indeed absorb black energy. Without further hesitation, she throws the pendant into the air, close to General Wang's spiritual form. Then she continues to cast spells, capturing the remaining black energy and infusing it into the pendant. In just over a minute, she manages to capture all the remaining black energy from General Wang's spiritual form and deposits it into the medicine garden space. Although her cultivation speed has not significantly improved, her efficiency in assisting the beastmen in reducing agitation has increased by several dozen times. That is quite commendable. After muttering a few words, Song Ruan stores the pendant away. Subsequently, she returns to the real world. The treatment room remains quiet, and the instruments at the bedside confirm that General Wang's agitation value has indeed been reduced to 0. A smile graces Song Ruan's lips as she concentrates, entering the medicine garden space. The space shows noticeable changes. The black energy she previously captured and stored in the pendant is now locked within the sky of the space. Upon entering, a luminous screen appears before her, inquiring whether she wishes to convert the captured black energy into spiritual energy. Song Ruan affirms her choice. The screen then presents conversion ratio options: A. 100 conversion, B. 50 conversion, C. 20 conversion, D. Custom conversion ratio. After a moment's hesitation, Song Ruan selects D. Following a prompt confirming her choice, she affirms. Immediately, a portion of the trapped black energy vanishes, while a significant amount of spiritual energy descends from above. The medicinal plants in the garden begin to tremble with comfort. The speed of this conversion of spiritual energy is impressively rapid, Song Ruan muses. She then clicks on the remaining black energy in the air, returning to the main interface as she entered. This time, When prompted whether to convert the captured black energy into spiritual energy, Song Ruan selects no. A new interface emerges, indicating that there are 586 strands of black energy remaining for cultivation. She hesitates briefly before entering the number 8. After confirming her choice, 8 strands of black energy coalesce in the air and fall into the palm of Song Ruan's hand. Her face brightens with joy as she attempts to refine them, and to her delight, she discovers she can indeed utilize this black energy for her cultivation. This is excellent. It seems she no longer needs to spend extensive time cultivating within the dream realms of the beastmen. After completing her experiment, Song Ruan refrains from further cultivation, converting the remaining black energy into spiritual energy and subsequently harvesting and replanting a batch of medicinal materials. Once all is accomplished, she exits the space. Retrieving the antidote for half-brewed intoxication, she awakens General Wang. Upon awakening, General Wang realizes that his agitation value has indeed been reduced to 0, and he expresses profound gratitude to Song Ruan. She politely responds and reminds General Wang that he can proceed with the payment. Chapter 59. She desires a vast amount of black energy. General Wang does not hesitate and promptly transfers the funds to Song Ruan. Upon seeing the transaction notification, joy radiates from her eyes. Thank you. Should you require further agitation reduction in the future, especially if the agitation rate is above 20, feel free to contact me directly. Furthermore, if you have friends or colleagues in need of such services, do not hesitate to reach out. Song Ruan is keen to continue expanding her business. Previously, she might have worried about taking on too many private commissions, fearing it would overwhelm the special treatment room. Now, however, she feels confident in her ability to clear the agitation values of 50 to 60 General Wangs in a single day without hindering the special treatment room's operations. General Wang is left in astonishment and readily agrees to her terms. After expressing his gratitude once more, he departs alongside Song Ruan. Once she bids him farewell, she promptly arranges a meeting with General Liu. Additionally, she shares the joyous news of her ascension to the transformation of the divine within their group chat. We are a loving family. Lu Zhao is the first to respond. Congratulations, Ruan. You are amazing. Love you. A big heart emoji. Song Ruan feels a surge of happiness within. Soft, I am coming to find you now. Shortly after, Lu Zhao sent another message. Wait a moment. I have scheduled an appointment with General Liu for some mental solace. I will message you once I am done. Song Ruan replied. All right. Upon reading the message, Song Ruan couldn't help but envision the little fox's exasperated expression, and she chuckled softly. After waiting for a while without receiving a reply from Qinin, a pang of disappointment struck her. The little tiger must be on a mission now. Hopefully, everything is going smoothly for him. A few minutes later, General Liu, much like General Wang, hurried to the medical office. Song Ruan granted General Liu temporary access, allowing him to ascend to the 5th floor. Following a familiar routine, she led him to the treatment room and discussed the cost of resetting his agitation level. After reaching an agreement, Song Ruan administered the medication, activated the Beast-Taming Ring, and then initiated the Beast-Taming Heart Sutra. As she entered General Liu's dream, Song Ruan refrained from further cultivation and focused instead on capturing the dark energy surrounding General Liu's spirit, storing it all within the medicinal garden space. Once the dark energy was stored, she could arrange it as she pleased, allowing for greater flexibility in her future cultivation. Thus, in a mere few minutes, she successfully gathered all the dark energy from General Liu's spirit. Returning to reality, Song Ruan glanced at the instruments by the bedside, confirming that General Liu's agitation level had indeed been reset to 0. With her task temporarily completed, she chose not to awaken General Liu but instead exited the treatment room, locking the door behind her. The fact that she managed to reset the agitation level of an S-rank beastman in just a few minutes would be hard for anyone to believe. To avoid unnecessary complications, it would be best to let General Liu sleep a little longer. She decided to seek out Lu Zhao for conversation. Just as Song Ruan sent a message to Lu Zhao, he promptly replied and made his way to the office to meet her.
Soft.
Lu Zhao beamed with a radiant smile. Were you supposed to provide General Liu with mental solace? Has he not arrived yet? As he approached her, he inquired while walking briskly. He has arrived. I have already completed the session, Song Ruan responded.
Ah?
Lu Zhao's expression froze momentarily, unsure if he had misheard. Song Ruan nodded, gesturing for him to take a seat. Lu Zhao sat down hesitantly. Why does the mistress seem so serious? I have advanced to the transformation realm, Song Ruan stated, looking at Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao nodded. He was aware of this. In our Beast-Taming Sect, once one reaches the transformation realm, they can transition to the supreme version of the Beast-Taming Heart Sutra. Lu Zhao nodded again, confirming his knowledge of this fact. Furthermore, the supreme version of the Beast-Taming Heart Sutra can expedite my ability to capture dark energy from beastmen spirits. Additionally, in my transformation stage, my control over the medicinal garden space has significantly strengthened, allowing me to directly store the captured dark energy into it. Lu Zhao understood this, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Yet, Song Ruan felt it was still insufficient. Thus, I managed to reset General Lu's agitation level of 58 in approximately 5 minutes. Lu Zhao's pupils dilated in astonishment. Song Ruan, satisfied with his reaction, smiled at him, waiting for her little fox to regain his composure. After a moment, Lu Zhao finally absorbed this revelation. Soft. Lu Zhao stammered, unable to suppress a gulp. Song Ruan teased, gazing at Lu Zhao. His heart raced. The mistress looked incredibly alluring. Noticing Lu Zhao's response, Song Ruan felt a sense of pride for a moment before finally tempering her enthusiasm. Alright, I merely wish to share this good news with you. Next, the medicinal garden space can replenish its spiritual energy, so we will no longer lack medicinal materials. We should promptly begin preparing the batch of pills that Uncle requires. The sooner we deliver them, the sooner he can put them to use, benefiting the soldiers as well. Having spent time with the Tiger Legion, she had heard many tales of these valiant soldiers who guard the territories and protect the Federation, and she held them in high regard. Oh, by the way, could you arrange for me to handle more patients daily to clear their agitation levels? The medicinal garden space needs upgrading, and I require a substantial amount of dark energy. Song Ruan suggested. Lu Zhao nodded. We can begin preparing the pills for Uncle. As for gathering dark energy, he hesitated, glancing at Song Ruan. Could we perhaps hold off on that for now? Song Ruan remained silent. It would indeed be challenging to freely collect dark energy without proper arrangements. Once Xiao Yin returns, we can discuss it further. What do you think, Soft? Lu Zhao continued. The other beast-taming ring belonging to the mistress was still with Xiao Yin, and it needed to be removed to form a contract with Uncle. Moreover, the contracting process would require Xiao Yin's assistance. This matter was of significant magnitude. Uncle must be one of their own for the mistress to remain safe within the Tiger Legion. Although Song Ruan did not believe that Qin Yin would provide any particularly advantageous advice, she had grown accustomed to listening to Lu Zhao, so she nodded in agreement. Then we shall wait for Qin Yin to return before proceeding. Lu Zhao felt relieved immediately. After conversing with Song Ruan for a little while longer, they parted ways. Once the time was right, Song Ruan went to awaken General Lu. As with General Wang, she collected her payment and requested General Lu to help introduce any friends or colleagues in need of agitation reduction. General Lu, filled with gratitude akin to General Wang, left the medical office with excitement. Song Ruan and Lu Zhao finished work on time that day. To celebrate, upon returning home, Lu Zhao headed straight to the kitchen to prepare a delightful feast for Song Ruan. She accepted his offer with pleasure. While Lu Zhao busied himself with cooking, she took the opportunity to browse the internet on her light brain. After a while, she opened the family group chat and noticed that Qin Yin had yet to reply. A slight wave of concern washed over her, prompting her to tap on Qin Yin's profile and send him a private message. Is the mission going smoothly? Please reply as soon as you see this message. Chapter 60. The Desire to Learn Alchemy. After staring at the page for a while, Song Ruan closed it. Surely nothing could go wrong. The little tiger's strength was comparable to that of the transformation realm. Additionally, since she had signed a contract with him, she would sense if he were gravely injured. With that thought in mind, she decided not to dwell on it further. After some time, Lu Zhao, alongside the household robot, finished preparing the meal. The table was adorned with an array of delicious dishes, complemented by 2 bottles of spirit wine. One bottle was of the 2nd grade, for Lu Zhao himself, while the other, a 3rd-grade bottle, was intended for Song Ruan. Elated by the joyous occasion, Song Ruan enjoyed her meal immensely. With Lu Zhao encouraging her to drink, she inadvertently became slightly tipsy, feeling a comfortable haze wash over her. She felt Lu Zhao escorting her back to her room, and upon coming into contact with her soft bed, she closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Time passed, and eventually, Song Ruan felt a weight pressing down upon her. There was also something warm nuzzling against her face and neck. Her lips were sealed, and with a sense of resignation, she opened her eyes to find herself staring at a stunningly beautiful face mere inches away. Soft, it's time to wake up, the beast man murmured in a low, husky tone. Realization dawned upon Song Ruan, but her mind felt clouded as if submerged in alcohol, making it difficult to recall the events. All she knew was that the person before her was someone she cherished. Thus, she reached out, wrapping her arms around the beastman's neck. Lu Zhao's eyes darkened, and all rational thought vanished. A fervent kiss descended upon her, swallowing all fragmented moans into silence. The following day, when Song Ruan awoke, she found herself alone once more. She stretched her hand to rub her forehead, gradually regaining clarity, and immediately recognized that everything that transpired the previous night had indeed been real. Reflecting on certain passionate moments, she quickly accepted the reality. Well then, the bridal chamber had been fully consummated, and both of her husbands had genuinely claimed her. As she rolled out of bed, Song Ruan nearly lost her balance. The effects of the spirit wine had yet to wear off. Just then, she caught sight of a sticky note on the bedside table. Penned by Lu Zhao. Dear Soft, I have used the third-grade materials you provided to concoct some female-specific detoxifying pills for you. As Ruan awakened, a sense of discomfort washed over her, prompting her to take a single pill. Beside the sticky note lay a small bottle of capsules and half a cup of water. A warmth spread through Song Ruan's heart. She reached for the capsule, extracted one, and swallowed it with water, subsequently storing the remaining pills away in her spatial pocket. After sitting for a while, she indeed felt much improved. Only then did she proceed to freshen up before heading out. In the living room, Lu Zhao, clad in comfortable loungewear, had already prepared breakfast. Ruan, upon seeing Song Ruan, Lu Zhao immediately approached her, taking hold of her arms and planting a kiss on her forehead. Recalling the events of the previous night, Song Ruan felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. But it was not overwhelming. Just as she lifted her head to speak with Lu Zhao, the beast man unexpectedly captured her lips in a kiss. Stunned, Song Ruan gasped as the beast man playfully nipped at her lips.
Ah!
A soft exclamation escaped her. The beast man had successfully breached her defenses. As if struck by lightning, Song Ruan once again experienced the formidable allure of the seductress. It was evident that today's work would be delayed. By 9 o'clock, Song Ruan finally made it to the dining table to eat. Lu Zhao attentively served her dishes, his beautiful peach blossom eyes exuding tenderness. Any lingering annoyance Song Ruan harbored dissipated under his gentle onslaught. At that moment, she felt she could understand the earthly emperors who, entranced by fox spirits, neglected their duties in favor of indulgence in a realm of softness. Let us eat quickly. If we delay any longer, we won't have to go to work this morning, Song Ruan remarked with resignation. Rest assured, I've already taken leave in advance. I also spoke to Li Jiao and Zhao Qing regarding the special treatment room. They can manage just fine, Lu Zhao replied. Surprised? Song Ruan glanced at Lu Zhao before letting out a sigh of relief. Alright, at least you gave them a heads up. Lu Zhao beamed brightly. By the way, Ruan, how effective was the hangover remedy you took this morning? He suddenly inquired. Song Ruan pondered for a moment. Quite good. The symptoms vanished quickly after I took it. You can concoct hangover remedies? Yes. Considering you might need it, and the herbs you provided were just right for it, I decided to give it a try. Your current prowess rivals that of an S-grade female. The medications available on the market for females should be ineffective for you. In fact, not only S-grade females, but A-grade females also rarely require medication, as the effects on them are negligible. Therefore, Ruan, I have an idea, Lu Zhao said, his expression turning serious. What idea? Song Ruan inquired. I would like you to utilize the medicinal space to cultivate some herbs. Then, I can use those herbs to create medicine specifically for you. This way, if you ever encounter danger, they might come in handy during critical moments. Song Ruan contemplated Lu Zhao's words and found them reasonable. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, Lu Zhao continued. Although I haven't studied pharmacology systematically, I believe I can manage to create some common pills through research. However, I still wish to delve deeper into the study of medicine. So, Ruan, once your case is resolved, let us return to the Imperial Star. At that time, we can both attend the Imperial Military University. You can study in the Department of Psychological Comfort, while I'll pursue pharmacology. Moreover, Xiaoyin, if he wishes to assist his uncle in managing the fierce Tiger Legion, will need to enroll in the command department. It would be wonderful for the whole family to go together. Are we leaving? Song Ruan felt reluctant. The fierce Tiger Legion was splendid, especially the vanguard, where the soldiers generally exhibited a higher propensity for aggression. As long as she didn't slack off, she could amass a significant amount of dark energy daily. Lu Zhao, well aware of Song Ruan's thoughts, refrained from suggesting an immediate departure. There's still about 10 months until the next academic year at the Imperial Military University. Ruan, aren't you able to use the medicinal space to store dark energy now? Take advantage of your time in the military camp to gather more. When we get to the Imperial Star, you can use the stored dark energy for cultivation. Your current identity is that of an A-grade female. And once you regain your freedom, you can sign a service agreement with the fierce Tiger Legion. You could still return to provide psychological comfort to the officers and soldiers. Service agreement? Song Ruan was not well versed in such matters. In truth, if it didn't interfere with her cultivation, going to the Imperial Star could be quite nice. She was not opposed to it. Yes, the Federation has regulations requiring all A-grade females to serve. They must sign a service agreement with one of the 4 major legions and provide at least 2 instances of psychological comfort to officers below double S-grade each year. Of course, the Legion will provide corresponding compensation. Currently, only 2 A-grade females have signed service agreements with the fierce Tiger Legion. Those 2 ladies visit only once a year, staying for about half a month to specifically alleviate the officer's aggression. Unfortunately, large-scale alleviation takes a significant toll on the female's mental state, so their alleviation rate is generally around 2. Song Ruan was astonished. Is 2 really effective? Here, on the front lines, aggression levels rise rapidly. Lu Zhao sighed. Chapter 61 had a mishap. It is indeed effective, but it can only slow the rate of aggression increase among the officers, not completely control it. After a pause, Lu Zhao turned his gaze back to Song Ruan. In fact, Ruan, your current performance has already surpassed the capabilities of an A-grade mid-tier female. Even an A-grade mid-tier female could not continuously alleviate the aggression of so many high-level beastmen. Even Princess Yulan, the only A-grade peak female in the Federation, would likely struggle to provide such a volume of mental energy continuously. Uncle must have begun to harbor suspicions, Lu Zhao continued. Generals Wang and Lu were likely arranged by him to test the mistress. However, he has underestimated the mistress, allowing the 2 generals only to alleviate 20 each. Little did he expect that the mistress would manage to reduce their aggression to 0. Regarding Uncle, they had not overly concealed the situation, as he was Xiao Yin's relative and they shared a good relationship. Furthermore, they needed to present something to entice Uncle willingly. Now that the mistress had advanced to the level of divine transformation, the timing was nearly perfect. They just had to wait for Xiao Yin to return, and they could plan and arrange for the mistress to contract with Uncle. Song Ruan was momentarily stunned. Will that have any impact? She asked, already knowing the answer. She and Lu Zhao, along with Qin Yin, shared the same sentiment, believing that as long as they did not overdo it, Uncle would likely turn a blind eye. What she assumed would be a minor issue was unexpectedly raised by Lu Zhao today. Lu Zhao glanced at Song Ruan. It's fine. Just maintain the current state. When Xiao Yin returns, I'll go with him to find Uncle, and things will surely be resolved. Last time, Xiao Yin mentioned that Uncle was willing to accept the mistress's contract. Once the contract is signed, there's nothing to worry about. Song Ruan felt reassured. She had unwavering faith in the abilities of the little fox and the little tiger. If we can gather enough dark energy, we can return to the Imperial Star. Thus, Song Ruan declared, returning to the Imperial Military University holds significant meaning for the little tiger and the little fox. I'll accompany them back to pursue their studies. Additionally, I wish to learn more about the utilization of abilities in this world. Although my magical powers differ from the beastman's abilities, there are many similarities. I plan to enroll in a tactical analysis program, which should provide me with ample knowledge. Lu Zhao's expression lit up with joy. Yes. After finishing their meal, the 2 set off together for the medical office. Li Jiao and Zhao Qing, having been busy all morning, breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that Song Ruan had arrived. Each of them transferred 2 injured patients to Song Ruan. She accepted them all, effortlessly extracting the dark energy from 4 patients' spiritual bodies. With some extra time on her hands, she retreated into the special treatment room to cultivate. The more she practiced, the more she realized that after entering the divine transformation stage, advancing her realm was not an easy feat in her previous cultivation sessions. She could distinctly feel her progress after each practice. Now, each outcome of her cultivation seemed to her like a drop falling into a deep pool, rendering the accumulation of her efforts almost imperceptible. In other words, she aspired to ascend to the void refinement stage, a long and arduous journey ahead. This was somewhat difficult for Song Ruan, who had grown accustomed to daily progress. Beyond the divine transformation stage lies the void refinement, and beyond that, the integration stage. Above integration is the Great Ascension. Only upon reaching the pinnacle of Great Ascension can one enter the higher realms and undergo tribulation, ultimately achieving immortality. The path of cultivation is long, and as one progresses further, shortcuts become increasingly scarce. Surely such achievements cannot be realized in just a few years. With a sigh, Song Wan accepted the reality of her situation. Fortunately, her father was at the divine transformation stage. If nothing had happened to him during the recent sect war, he still had several hundred years of life left. With a bit of effort, she could still have the opportunity to reunite with him. With this thought, Song Wan strengthened her resolve and cast aside her despondency. She would have to remain in this world for several hundred more years, so she needed to plan accordingly. The little fox's plan was quite promising. Once the dark energy accumulated sufficiently, she would accompany them to the Imperial Star. From that moment on, Song Wan no longer harbored any aversion to the idea of going to the Imperial Star. In fact, she began to look forward to her future life there. Finding a moment to check her holographic communicator, Song Wan noticed that Qin had yet to respond to her message, causing her brow to furrow. It had been an entire night and half a day, yet the little tiger still had not replied. What if something had happened? Hesitating for a moment, she decided to contact Lu Zhao. Do not worry, Wan. Xiao Yin may have ventured beyond the Federation's territories to carry out a mission. Those areas are beyond the reach of the Star Network, which is why we cannot reach him. Let us wait a little longer. Once he sees the message, he will surely respond, Lu Zhao reassured her, though a sense of worry lingered within him. A day and night without contact was indeed a possibility, but the odds were still relatively low. This mission of Xiao Yin's was likely no trivial task. All right, Song Wan replied, momentarily setting aside her concerns. In the afternoon, she found herself with more leisure time. She resumed her cultivation. After dinner, as she rested on the sofa, a sudden sense of urgency washed over her. Her beast companion was injured, and the wounds were severe. Lu Zhao, who sat beside her, was unscathed. The one in trouble could only be Qin. Quickly, Song Wan activated her holographic communicator. Indeed, Qin still had not replied to her message. Panic surged within her. Without pausing to consult with Lu Zhao, she located Qin contact and initiated a video call. What's the matter, Wan? Lu Zhao noticed something was amiss and approached her. Just then, the video call with Qin connected, and his figure appeared on the screen. The orc's expression was grave, and the background revealed a warship. Both Song Wan and Lu Zhao were taken aback. Uncle, something has happened to Qin. Can you send someone to rescue him? She implored. Having a contract with Qin, she could easily sense his location on the same planet. However, if he had traveled to another planet or even an alien system, her ability to perceive him became too vague for precise location. Moreover, even if she pinpointed his location, she would be unable to reach him in time. Even if she managed to arrive, she feared she lacked the strength to save him, who was at the same cultivation level. Once again, Song Wan felt a deep-seated frustration at her own lack of power. Qin paused for a moment. Understood, he said in a low voice. Wan, I am setting off for the battlefield where Xiao Yin is located. Rest assured, I will bring him back. After exchanging a glance with Song Wan, he ended the video call. Song Wan turned her gaze to Lu Zhao, who quickly sat next to her and took her hand. Your uncle is going personally. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Song Wan remained still. Just as Lu Zhao was concerned that she would continue to dwell on her worries, she spoke up. I need to cultivate. She had to grow stronger. Only by becoming more powerful could she protect herself and those she cherished. Lu Zhao's expression stiffened. Well then, diligent cultivation is certainly better than fretting.
Chapitre 62, à dire situation.
Watching Song Wan retreat to her room, Lu Zhao pondered for a moment before deciding to prepare some potions. In this household, it seemed his only contributions could be in potion making and household chores. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, Qin soon set sail. After more than 2 hours, the warship reported that they were nearing their destination and began to decelerate. Upon landing, Qin led his subordinates onto the battlefield. A massive white tiger leaped into the fray, claiming countless star beasts as its prey. The chaotic battlefield was forcibly carved a path by the bolts of lightning unleashed by the white tiger. The true battle had commenced. Qin unleashed a formidable onslaught, guiding the newly arrived soldiers in a sweeping assault across the battlefield. Medics mingled among the chaos, providing timely assistance. The battlefield, once disadvantageous for the fierce Tiger Legion, was quickly turned around. At this moment, several previously despondent vanguard troops recognized the shift and reignited their fighting spirit. Brothers, reinforcements have arrived. The moment to break through is upon us. Charge! A white tiger roared in beast language. In an instant, all the transformed soldiers began a counterattack against the encircling star beasts, unleashing various supernatural attacks upon them. Under the white tiger's leadership, the transformed soldiers swiftly tore open a gap in the siege. Suddenly, a star beast covered in spikes and possessing two heads charged forward. The white tiger faced it, and a fierce battle ensued. This star beast was the very one Qin had encountered earlier, the leader of the beasts that had besieged them. Its strength reached level 9, and was at the late stage of level 9. In their previous two encounters, Qin had not been a match for it. The first time, he had evaded in time and escaped injury. The second time, he had been struck by its fire-based attack, suffering severe burns on his back. The searing pain from the fire poison made it unbearable. Fortunately, he had taken the pain relief pills given by Ruan, which alleviated his suffering and prevented significant loss of combat power. These two probing encounters had made it painfully clear to Qin that the gap in strength between him and this star beast was vast. Even if he pushed his limits and unleashed a full-power attack, he doubted he could prevail against it. However, with his uncle now on the scene, he only needed to hold the two-headed star beast at bay for a moment, and it would be trapped. Before long, Qin indeed found himself at a disadvantage. As a stream of toxic fire surged toward him, and he found himself unable to evade, he swiftly gathered all the remaining supernatural energy within him, preparing to retaliate. Suddenly, a force of thunder, far greater than his full-strength strike, erupted nearby, interrupting the toxic fire aimed at him and obliterating it. Following this, a deafening tiger roar shattered the heavens as a colossal white tiger lunged at the two-headed star beast. From that point on, Qin was no longer able to participate in the battle. Qin, with an overwhelming presence, soon dispatched the two-headed star beast. Simultaneously, the tide of the battlefield had completely shifted. The fierce tiger legion unleashed a scythe-like harvesting mode, mercilessly slaughtering the star beasts that had no chance to flee. The fierce battle erupted quickly and ended just as swiftly. Once the fighting concluded, the soldiers were soon called back. Qin had thought that despite the difficulties, they had won a resounding victory. However, unexpected trouble befell Qin. After transforming back into human form, he retained the beast-like appearance of his right hand. This indicated that his rage value had exceeded the safe threshold. "How many pain relief pills do you have left? Hand them all over to me," Qin said, veins bulging on his forehead, struggling to maintain his composure. His rage value ratio had actually surpassed 80. It was for this reason that he had never personally stepped onto the battlefield again. Yet, tonight's battle was of great significance, and with Xiao Yin in danger, he had no choice but to engage. At this moment, he felt that he could scarcely contain his rage any longer. The pills that Ruan had given him had provided some relief, but unfortunately, he had already exhausted them all. At present, it appears that only Xiao Yin remains. "Yes. I still have 2.5 bottles," Qin hurriedly replied. Upon finishing his words, he retrieved 3 bottles of analgesics from the spatial ring. The efficacy of this medication is remarkable. Ruan had generously provided him with 3 bottles, of which he had consumed some over the past few days, leaving him with 2.5 bottles now. Qin's eyes flickered as he swiftly snatched a bottle from Qin Yin's grasp. After flicking off the cap, he downed the entire bottle of pills in one go. In the past, he might have hesitated, only taking a handful of the analgesics, and after realizing their effects were insufficient, he would gradually increase the dosage. However, at this moment, he could afford no such reservations. He needed to immediately quell the rising tide of agitation within him. After ingesting a bottle of pills, Qin soon felt a wave of comfort wash over him, and the volatile elements within him began to subside. Yet it was still not enough. Thus, he consumed a second bottle. Finally, the turmoil within him quieted down significantly, and the surge of agitation was temporarily stifled. Qin, anxiously watching Qin, dared not even breathe. Uncle was the backbone of the Tiger Legion. He absolutely must not come to harm. Qin cast a glance at the remaining half bottle of pills, hesitating for a moment before refraining from reaching for it. "Uncle, are you feeling any better?" Qin tentatively inquired, his gaze fixated on the tiger claw that Qin still bore. "For now, it is stable," Qin replied, glancing at his claw. However, he estimated that this state could only be maintained for another 4 to 5 hours. "Let's head back first," Qin concluded, using voice control to command the battleship to return. Qin was filled with apprehension. He retrieved 3 bottles of semi-drunken pills from his spatial ring. If you notice anything amiss later, take this. Given the current situation, if Uncle did not find a way to reduce the noise, once the effect of the medication wore off, it could become extremely perilous. At present, they could only hope that his wife had already advanced to the transformation of the divine stage. Fortunately, she had previously mentioned that she was very close to that level. He hoped that during the time he was absent, she had successfully ascended. Even if she hadn't, they could likely manage with the medication for a while longer. Yes, they certainly would succeed. Qin Jin cast a glance at Qin Yin but remained silent, fatigue overtaking him as he closed his eyes. Qin Yin activated his holographic computer and stepped aside to contact Song Ruoro. After some time, the holographic computer finally received a signal from the star network. Qin Yin saw the message Song Ruoro had sent him. There is hope, Qin Yin exclaimed aloud. With his eyes closed, Qin Jin turned his head to look over. Uncle, there is hope. Ruoro can help you reduce your agitation, Qin Yin said excitedly. Qin Jin's expression stiffened, his heart racing uncontrollably. Then, he quickly adopted a stern demeanor. Nonsense. She is your wife. He chastised Qin Yin. In the past, if Xiao Yin had been willing to let Song Ruoro assist him in calming his agitation, he would have been pleased. However, now, he could erupt at any moment. Having a female attend to him in such a deep, calming manner could very well lead to her demise. He could not afford to endanger others in his current state. Chapter 63. The contract. Qin Yin was taken aback, finally realizing that his uncle had misunderstood him. I did not mean it that way. Oh, Uncle, what I meant to say is... Under Qin Jin's scrutinizing gaze, Qin Yin abruptly fell silent, nearly letting slip too much. What I meant is, you can accept Ruoro's contract later. After the contract is established, she can assist you in reducing your agitation. Noticing the change in Qin Jin's expression, Qin Yin hurriedly continued, it's merely a form of spiritual comfort. Not what you might be thinking. I cannot explain it to you now, but once you accept Ruoro's contract, you will understand everything. Qin Jin furrowed his brow slightly, curiosity about Song Ruoro's secrets flaring up within him. Given the stakes involved in his life and death, he trusted that his nephew would not jest. After a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced with a grunt. Qin Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him as he quickly moved to respond to Song Ruoro.
Thorough.
I sincerely apologize for my delay in replying. We were engaged in combat outside the Federation's territory, where there was no signal, hence my inability to respond. Song Ruoro, who had been in the midst of her training, felt a vibration on her wrist, immediately concluding her practice and returning to reality to check her holographic computer. Upon reading Qin Yin's message, her heart, which had been in suspense, finally settled. At that moment, Qin Yin sent another message. There is an urgent situation. He proceeded to explain Qin Jin's circumstances. Ruoro, Uncle has agreed to let you contract with him. Do you have any objections? Song Ruoro paused for a moment, astonished by Qin Yin's words and the fact that Qin Jin had consented to be contracted. After all, he was the commander of the Tiger Legion, the war god of the Federation. Did he truly wish to contract with her? Under normal circumstances, even if Qin Jin were to agree, she would not dare to accept. However, given Qin Jin's critical condition, her contracting him and subsequently helping him reduce his agitation was indeed the best course of action. All right, she replied succinctly. Upon seeing her response, Qin Yin's expression brightened. He quickly deleted the text he had been composing and sent a new message. I will bring Uncle back home directly. We should arrive in about an hour. By the way, do you have any analgesics on your end? In case the pills Uncle takes do not last, he can continue taking the analgesics to hold on. Also, Song Ruoro replied, I will now seek out Lu Zhao to make preparations. Please bring Uncle back as soon as possible. After sending the message, Song Ruoro rose to her feet. Qin Yin replied with an affirmative, feeling considerably reassured. An hour later, amidst the anxious wait of Song Ruoro and Lu Zhao, Qin Yin and Qin Jin finally arrived. Both bore disheveled expressions, particularly Qin Jin, whose face glistened with beads of sweat, and his hands trembled. Just as Song Ruoro was about to step forward, Lu Zhao preemptively moved in to block her. He produced 3 bottles of analgesics, pouring them out and administering them to Qin Jin. Then, alongside Qin Yin, he assisted Qin Jin to a nearby sofa to sit down. With a larger dosage of analgesics entering his system, Qin Jin's complexion finally began to relax. Lu Zhao let out a sigh of relief. Uncle, time is of the essence. If you agree, Ruoro can sign the contract with you now. Qin Jin glanced at Lu Zhao and then turned to Song Ruoro. He gave a slight nod. Lu Zhao continued, there are two prerequisites for signing the contract. First, no matter what you see later, do not ask questions. Second, you must fully cooperate and be willing throughout the entire process. Qingjun paused for a moment before responding with another nod. Lu Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Stepping aside, Ruo, it's your turn now, he directed towards Song Ruo. With Qingjun's gaze upon her, Song Ruo felt a considerable amount of pressure. Yet, she did not hesitate, directing her gaze towards Qin Yin. I will first remove your beast mastering, she stated. All right, Qin Yin promptly replied. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance, he understood the gravity of the situation. Song Ruo swiftly performed a hand gesture, and in an instant, a glowing beast mastering flew out from Qin Yin's body. Upon witnessing this, Qingjun was taken aback. However, remembering Lu Zhao's earlier words, he refrained from inquiring further. As the beast master ring returned to Song Ruo's hand, she retrieved another from her spatial ring. With both rings in hand, the next step was to place them upon Uncle. Hand them over, Lu Zhao interjected, taking the rings from her grasp. Now for the first step. Uncle, you need to wear these two beast master rings, he instructed. Qingjun cast a glance at the two rings, displaying a hint of disdain. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement. Lu Zhao then proceeded to place the two rings around Qingjun's neck. Surprisingly, the fierce-looking uncle donned the rings quite well. He actually looked rather handsome. Unfortunately, it was a moment that could not be captured in a photograph. Qingjun shot a warning glance, prompting Lu Zhao to quickly stifle his thoughts. Ahem. For the next step, please transform into your beast form. Uncle, Lu Zhao resumed his serious demeanor. Qingjun frowned as he glanced at Qin Yin, who nodded in response. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to comply once again, eager to see what these three little rascals were up to. The three of them sighed in relief upon witnessing Qingjun's beast form. Song Ruan, momentarily astonished by Qingjun's transformation, quickly began to perform a hand gesture to condense her vital essence. She then gathered it at her fingertips and gently pressed it against the white tiger's brow. The white tiger's expression was complex. Upon looking at Song Ruan, it began to understand many underlying issues. Nevertheless, it bowed its head, willingly accepting the contract. As the contract was established, an influx of rules surged into Qingjun's mind, providing explanations for many of his previous doubts. All right, uncle, you can transform back now. I will assist you in calming your agitation, she said awkwardly under the gaze of the tiger's eyes. Uncle won't be angry, will he? Although they had deceived him into accepting the contract for his own good, it was undeniably somewhat detrimental for him. Qingjun finally averted his gaze and reverted to his human form. Beastmen of S rank and above can manifest clothing, so it's not too shocking. Without a glance at the others, he returned to sit by the sofa, his eyes directed towards Song Ruan, signaling her to come closer. He was beginning to believe that Song Ruan might indeed provide him with the mental solace he needed. After all, everything this female exhibited could no longer be explained by science. Lu Zhao suddenly brought over a stool and placed it beside Qingjun. Soft Ruan, sit here. He smiled at her. Song Ruan nodded and walked over to sit down. This is a bottle of level 3 half-step drunkenness. Uncle, you should take one. It will aid me in calming your agitation. With that, she handed him a bottle of the potion. In truth, given Uncle's current condition, one bottle of half-step drunkenness might not suffice to sedate him completely. However, even if it did not induce deep sleep, it would help him rest, allowing her to more easily enter his dreams later on. Chapter 64. Clearing Qingjun's agitation level. Qingjun accepted the pill and promptly swallowed it. All right, uncle. Now just lean back and rest. You need not resist the drowsiness. Once you fall asleep, I can help you calm down, Song Ruan instructed. Qingjun glanced at her, then complied, leaning back and closing his eyes. Song Ruan let out a sigh of relief, channeling her beast mastery heart technique to hasten Qingjun's slumber. Having consumed the half-step drunkenness, Qingjun, already feeling drowsy, quickly fell asleep. Moments later, Song Ruan successfully entered Qingjun's dream realm. In the realm of consciousness, she once again encountered Qingjun's spiritual form, a massive white tiger enveloped in thick strands of dark energy. Some of this energy swirled around the tiger, occasionally attacking it, while others clung to its body like leeches, attempting to corrode its form. Song Ruan swiftly approached the white tiger, employing her magical abilities to capture the dark energy. Due to the fact that the white tiger was a beast of the void refinement stage, the dark energy was particularly challenging to seize.
Song Ruan could only capture it strand by strand.
After capturing each strand, she would deposit it into her medicinal garden space before moving on to the next. The countless strands were not daunting. She was determined to eliminate them one by one. Time passed swiftly, and after an hour of her relentless efforts, the quantity of dark energy surrounding the white tiger had diminished. With fewer strands present, they could no longer easily merge and clash, rendering the atmosphere considerably calmer than before. Noticing the improvement in the white tiger's condition, Song-won decided to take a moment to replenish her strength. Thus, she interrupted her beast mastery heart technique and returned to reality. In the living room, Qin-in was still keeping watch, while Lu Zhao had mysteriously vanished. Just as Song-won was about to inquire about Lu Zhao's whereabouts, Qin-in spoke up. "Soft Wan, how is uncle doing now? His beastly claws have reverted to human hands. He must have surpassed the danger zone, right?" Lu Zhao went to fetch something to eat, saying that since you just contracted with uncle and are providing him with mental solace, you would surely be hungry shortly. Song-won produced a level 3 spirit fruit from her hand and began to munch on it. As for uncle, his condition has stabilized. His high rank made it tricky to capture the dark energy while it was in an agitated state. However, it seems we have passed the most difficult phase. With the reduction in dark energy, the remaining strands will become increasingly docile. I will eat something to regain my strength, then continue to help uncle calm down. Striving to clear his agitation levels in one go, Qin Yin's eyes brightened. Clearing agitation levels again? My wife is truly remarkable. She can even neutralize the agitation of a double S-rank beast man. Thank you, soft Ruan. I shall go assist in the kitchen, he exclaimed hurriedly. No need to do too much, just bring me something to fill my belly. Once I'm satiated, I can continue my work. Song-won reminded him. Understood. Qin-in replied with a smile before departing. Before long, he returned with Lu Zhao, bringing food with them. Song-won sat at the dining table and began to eat heartily. Having been hungry and finding the food delectable, she finished her meal with a round belly. The two beast men, witnessing her enjoyment, felt no disdain whatsoever. Instead, they looked on with satisfaction. It was their honor to fill their wife's belly. I will go help uncle calm down further. To completely clear his agitation levels will likely take 3 to 4 hours. One of you stay here to help me with food later, while the other should go rest. It is getting late. There is no need for everyone to stay up. Both beastmen eagerly voiced their willingness to remain. Just as Qin-in was about to speak, Lu Zhao interjected. We will wait for soft Wan together. I will cook and tend to Xiao Yin's wounds. By the time we finish washing up and tidying, you should be nearly done here. You're injured? Song-won immediately turned her gaze towards Qin-in. He moved his arm, feigning an injury on his forearm. It's nothing, just some minor scrapes. Song-won frowned, wanting to check on him, but Lu Zhao interrupted. Xiao Yin took a pain relief pill. I will apply some medicine, and he should be fine in a few hours. Beastmen have incredible recovery abilities, so soft one need not worry. Qin-in nodded in agreement. Song-won looked between the two beastmen and finally relented. She then returned to the sofa to continue providing Qin-zhen with mental solace. Activating her beast mastery heart technique once more, she entered Qin-zhen's dream realm. Now well-fed, Song-won felt invigorated as she continued to capture the dark energy. One strand after another, she persisted in her efforts. After some time, noticing the dark energy becoming increasingly gentle, she switched to capturing 2 strands at a time. Eventually, she was able to capture 3 strands simultaneously. Finally, after her relentless endeavors, Song-won successfully cleansed the white tiger of all its dark energy. Completion. She exhaled, returning to reality. In the living room, Qin-in and Lu Zhao were indeed still present, now dressed in comfortable home attire. As soon as Song-won opened her eyes, the 2 beast men stood up. Soft Ruan, I will serve the food. Lu Zhao smiled. Soft Ruan, as for Uncle Qin-in looked towards the peacefully sleeping Qin-zhen. Uncle's agitation levels have been cleared. Song-won said. Please take him to the guest room to rest. Since his agitation levels have returned to normal, even if the effects of the half-step drunkenness wear off, he should still sleep soundly. Qin Yin's expression brightened. All right, he responded, quickly moving to assist Qin-zhen. Song-won sighed, glancing at the time on her light brain, only to realize it was already past 4 in the morning. Lu Zhao brought the food, and Song-won decided to eat first. After you've eaten, soft Ruan, you should get some rest, Lu Zhao said, concern etched on his face. I will help you request a half-day leave from the special treatment room. However, Song-won waved her hand dismissively. After such an intense battle last night, Uncle personally took action. The medical office must be quite busy now. If I'm not there, Li Jiao and Zhao Qing surely won't manage. Earlier, while providing emotional comfort to Uncle, we have already delayed more than half the evening. How can we continue to procrastinate? Song Ruan sighed. After dinner, let us proceed there. We must lower the agitation levels of the patients before the effects of the half-step drunkenness wear off. Lu Zhao's eyes glimmered with gratitude as he nodded in agreement. After the meal, Qin Yin was left at home to care for Qinzhen, while Song Ruan and Lu Zhao made their way to the medical office. The situation at the medical office was even worse than Song Ruan had anticipated. On the 5th floor, Li Jiao and Zhao Qing had been summoned for an overnight shift and had not rested since. Out of 10 special treatment rooms, all were occupied by patients. Even in the corridors, there were numerous beds filled with the injured. Li Jiao, whose mental fortitude was somewhat depleted, was on the verge of exhaustion. Upon learning that Song Ruan had arrived, the burden on their hearts was finally lifted. Your Excellency Song Ruan, you have finally come. Zhao Qing hurriedly approached. Li Jiao followed closely, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, her complexion pale. Thank you for your hard work. From now on, transfer all the patients to me, and leave this to my care. As she spoke, Song Ruan conjured 2 second-tier spirit fruits in her hand. Please have some fruit. Take a moment to rest and regain your strength before returning to assist. Li Jiao and Zhao Qing, perceiving the fruits in Song Ruan's hand as ordinary natural fruits, expressed their gratitude and accepted them, retreating to a small room to recuperate. As an A-level female, Song Ruan's strength far surpassed theirs. They could no longer endure and needed to rest and replenish their energy. Once the 2 females had departed, Song Ruan swiftly entered into work mode. The patients had all consumed the half-step drunkenness. By channeling her Beast Master Heart Sutra, she could immediately enter their dreams. Calming the agitation of B-level patients was straightforward. She could harness her magic to capture swathes of dark energy in one go. With just a few efforts, she could completely cleanse the dark energy from a B-level beastman's spiritual body. However, alleviating the agitation of A-level patients was slightly more complex. The quantity of dark energy she could capture at once was considerably less than that of B-level patients. Yet, she could still capture a substantial amount in a single attempt. With a few more casts, she could swiftly bring an A-level beastman's agitation levels to 0. Currently, the special treatment rooms were only accommodating B-level and A-level patients, thus allowing Song Ruan to process them at an astonishing speed. Before long, she had addressed all the patients on the 5th floor, having already contracted with her uncle. With the little fox possessing significant control over the medical office, there was no longer a need for her to conceal her abilities. Meanwhile, in a small resting room, Li Jiao and Zhao Qing each consumed a can of premium nutritional liquid. Feeling revitalized, both women felt considerably better. When they tasted the fruit Song Ruan had provided, they thought little of it, adhering to the principle of not wasting food. However, after just 2 bites, their expressions changed. Qing Jie, Li Jiao halted her actions. Gazing at Zhao Qing, Zhao Qing's eyes shifted towards the fruit in Li Jiao's hand. Your fruit too.
Li Jiao nodda.
The energy contained in this fruit seems to surpass that of the premium nutritional liquid I just consumed. Perhaps I am too fatigued and imagining things. It is not an illusion, Zhao Qing quickly interjected. The energy within this fruit indeed exceeds that of the premium nutritional liquid. Your Excellency Song Ruan is of noble status. She would never provide us with mere ordinary natural fruits. I never expected there could be something in this world superior to premium nutritional liquid. A-level females must not all be consuming such food, right? Zhao Qing mused. Surely not. The Star Network indicates that A-level females also consume premium nutritional liquid? I've never heard of such fruits existing, Li Jiao speculated, believing Zhao Qing might be overthinking. The information on the Star Network is hardly reliable. The total number of A-level females in the Federation is fewer than 30. If they do not voluntarily disclose what they consume, who could possibly know? They might very well be eating such fruits. Zhao Qing's expression was filled with envy. This fruit is exquisite. Its flavor surpasses even the most expensive premium nutritional liquid I have ever tasted. At this, Li Jiao began to waver in her certainty. Staring at the fruit in her hand, she found it hard to bring herself to take another bite. All right, let us hurry and finish eating. After we're done, we'll go help. Zhao Qing urged Li Jiao, momentarily gazing longingly at her own fruit before continuing to eat. This is unbelievably delicious. How could such a wonderful fruit exist in this world? Watching Zhao Qing devour the fruit, Li Jiao hesitated briefly before also indulging. Eventually, the two of them even licked the fruit pits clean before stopping. I've made my decision. I will stay in the Vanguard medical office, following Your Excellency Song Ruan. Zhao Qing declared suddenly. Your Excellency Song Ruan is kind-hearted and treats her subordinates with warmth. Following her, there's a possibility my mental strength may even break through to A level. Li Jiao displayed a look of hesitation. She glanced at the fruit pit before appearing to make a significant resolution. I, too, have decided. Once the contract period is complete, I will continue with the Fierce Tiger Corps, following Your Excellency Song Ruan.
Count me in.
Remaining in the Fierce Tiger Corps might not be such a bad choice after all. Although the conditions were not as favorable as those on Emperor Star, they were still decent. Zhao Qing smiled at Li Jiao. Jiao, I have a premonition that we shall not regret today's decision. Li Jiao felt a jolt in her heart and nodded in agreement. After consuming the spirit fruit, both she and Zhao Qing quickly regained their vigor and resolved to assist. However, they soon discovered upon exiting that Song Ruan had already addressed all the accumulated patients. They activated their light brains to return to work mode and prepared to find Song Ruan, only to encounter her exiting a treatment room. Your Excellency Song Ruan. Upon seeing the two, Song Ruan smiled warmly. Have you both recovered so quickly? Yes. The fruit you provided exceeds the premium nutritional liquid after consuming it. We felt revitalized immediately, Zhao Qing replied, casting a meaningful glance at Song Ruan. Indeed, Your Excellency Song Ruan. Is that fruit available for purchase on the market? Li Jiao added. Song Ruan, choosing to overlook the probing nature of the two females, maintained her smile. That fruit cannot be found on the market. Now that you both feel rejuvenated, come and assist. There's no need to explain. Excessive clarification only breeds suspicion. Understood. The two females promptly agreed. Soon,
It was 10 o'clock.
in the guest room of Lu Zhao's house, Qin Zhen finally awoke. As he regained consciousness, there was a fleeting moment of blankness in his mind before memories flooded back. Raising his hand, he was relieved to find that his previously transformed tiger claw had indeed returned to normal. He felt a sense of lightness and comfort throughout his body, as if even his breath tasted sweet. A look of unbidden enjoyment spread across his face. After sitting quietly for a while, Qin Zhen took out the device to measure his agitation levels, only to discover that it was malfunctioning. It must be broken, otherwise, how could his agitation level be merely in the 20s, with a ratio close to 0? After the dark energy is captured, it automatically regenerates, and the agitation levels reflecting the dark energy would subsequently increase. Just as Qin Zhen prepared to retest, a knock echoed from the door. Uncle, are you awake? It was Qin Yin. Qin Zhen had no choice but to pause his agitation measurement. Yes, come in, he replied. Upon entering, Qin Yin noticed that Qin Zhen appeared in good spirits, and he felt completely reassured. I made some food in the kitchen. Uncle, would you like to freshen up before eating? After confirming that Qin Zhen was unscathed, Qin Yin inquired. Has Song Ruan left? Qin Zhen did not respond to Qin Yin's question, instead posing one of his own. Yes, Sua has gone to the medical office with Lu Zhao. After last night's battle, many injured soldiers have come down from the battlefield. It seems quite busy at the medical office. Only then did Qin Zhen rise from the bed. Go fetch the food. I will wash up and join you shortly.
All right.
Qin Yin hurriedly left. As Qin Zhen watched his nephew's retreating figure, he suppressed the myriad of questions swirling in his mind and proceeded to freshen up. After completing his grooming, he made his way to the living room for a meal. After taking a couple of bites, Qin Zhen inquired about a matter of great interest. What is the exact level of Song Ruan's mental power? Did you assess my volatility index last night? How much did she manage to alleviate it? Qin Yin was prepared with an answer. Song Ruan's situation was rather unique. Her method of calming the beastmen did not rely on mental power. Hence, evaluating her strength through the lens of mental power levels would be inappropriate. Qin Zhen's gaze turned inquisitive, recalling the scene from yesterday when Song Ruan contracted with her own spirit, along with the rules that surged into his mind. What was truly going on?
He decided to ask outright.
Qin Yin promptly relayed the details regarding Song Ruan. Qin Zhen was left astonished. Cultivating immortality? Transforming the divine? Was her current strength equivalent to an S-level mental power? Furthermore, the instrument he had used to test the mental power was not malfunctioning. Rather, his volatility index had indeed been reset to 0 by Song Ruan last night. Song Ruan was, astonishingly, an S-level female. At that moment, all of Qin Zhen's previous doubts found resolution. This answer, though absurd, was undeniably true. Uncle, Qin said, casting a worried glance at Qin. We did not intend to conceal the matter regarding Ruan from you. Qin raised a hand to interrupt Qin. Her circumstances are indeed exceptional. By saying this, he acknowledged Qin's actions. I had previously considered that her strength might exceed the mid-A level, but I never dared to think it could reach S level. Qin paused. Her abilities, along with the items she possesses, hold an immense allure for others. Previously, like my elder brother, I wished for you to leave the Tiger Legion and return to the Imperial Star for further cultivation. Now, however, I neither wish nor dare to let you return just yet. At the very least, you must prepare more before departing. Qin nodded. We will not be leaving so soon. Ruan intends to accumulate more dark energy. Ideally, she wishes to upgrade the medicinal space before we depart. Initially, we had refrained from showing too much, but now, Qin looked at Qin. Uncle, regarding Ruan collecting dark energy, could you perhaps? I can arrange for the officers to queue in the special treatment room at the medical facility for calming therapy, Qin interjected directly. If that proves insufficient, we can also involve soldiers. Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. With such arrangements, upgrading Ruan's space should not pose a challenge. Indeed, with Uncle S involvement, everything seems to become more manageable. Finish your meal, and then take me to meet Ruan, Qin suddenly stated. Certainly, Qin replied. At that moment, on the 5th floor of the medical department, Ruan was enjoying a brief respite in her office before entering the space to examine the dark energy absorbed from Qin's spiritual body. In the medicinal space, a substantial amount of dark energy gathered in the air, stored by levels. B level was the most abundant, followed by C and A levels, and lastly the S level, with the double S level being the rarest, all captured from Uncle S' spiritual body. Ruan manipulated the panel and retrieved a strand of double S level dark energy into her hand. She then attempted to refine and absorb it. As soon as she refined and absorbed a strand of dark energy, her eyes lit up. Indeed, the double S level dark energy, once refined, exhibited a higher purity, yielding better results in cultivation. Gazing at the double S level dark energy suspended in the air, disappointment crossed her face. Unfortunately, the quantity is far too scarce. Never mind. I shall temporarily set aside the matter of cultivation. Let me replenish the space's spiritual energy first, she muttered. Ruan accessed the panel and transformed all the B, C, A, and S level dark energy she had collected into spiritual energy. In an instant, a significant amount of dark energy vanished, and the medicinal space was suddenly filled with a potent spiritual essence. The crops in the medicinal field felt the overwhelming spiritual energy and shivered with delight. Regrettably, despite the influx of spiritual energy, Ruan noticed no signs of the space upgrading. It appears that the quantity of dark energy remains insufficient, she murmured. After some hesitation, she harvested all the medicinal herbs, vegetables, and spiritual fruits from the field and replanted anew. Upgrading must be approached gradually. The elixirs promised to Uncle need to be arranged by the little fox. Once she completed her tasks, Ruan returned to reality. Just as she did, her wrist vibrated a few times. She opened her holographic device to check the situation. It was a message from Qin, timestamped 2 minutes ago. Ruan, are you still at the medical department? Uncle has awakened, had his meal, and expressed a desire to see you. We are on our way to the medical department now. Upon learning that Qin was coming, Ruan felt a twinge of anxiety. She regarded this elder with both respect and a hint of trepidation. Previously, she feared he would discover her secrets and control her. Now, she feared his discontent with her contract, reducing him, an elder, to her beast pet. However, one must confront such matters. Thus, she steeled her resolve. Ruan engaged in a bit of self-encouragement and stood to greet them. Just as she rose, her wrist vibrated again. It was another message from Qin. Ruan, are you still busy? We have arrived at the medical department. I'm no longer busy. You may come up, Ruan replied via message, and then made her way to the elevator. Before long, the elevator arrived, and Qin and Qin stepped out. Uncle. As soon as her gaze met Qin's, Ruan quickly averted her eyes and respectfully bowed, addressing him. Let us find a quiet place to converse. Qin suggested, his expression inscrutable. Uncle, please follow me, Ruan urged, leading the way. She guided Qin and Qin into her office, which she shared with Lu Zhao, ensuring no outsiders could intrude. After closing the door, she explained, just a moment ago, I received a successful iris verification notification at the entrance. Then, Lu Zhao entered the room. Hello, Uncle, Xiaoyin, I just heard someone mention you were here. Lu Zhao greeted them with a smile, naturally shutting the door behind him and moving to stand beside Song Ruan. They exchanged a knowing glance. And Song Ruan felt a wave of reassurance. It seemed that the little tiger had informed the little fox in advance. Seeing the interaction among the three younger ones, Qin Zhen felt a hint of exasperation. Were they all so afraid of him? Uncle, please have a seat. Lu Zhao suddenly gestured toward the sofa nearby, inviting Qin Zhen to sit. Qin Zhen accepted the invitation without hesitation, taking a seat, followed by Song Ruan and Lu Zhao. Just as Qin Yin was about to sit, he caught Lu Zhao's eye and quickly exclaimed, "Oh, I'll go make tea." He turned and left. Qin Zhen sighed internally, reflecting on his nephew's precarious position in the family hierarchy. With Qin Yin gone, Lu Zhao spoke again. Uncle, regarding last night's incident, it was quite unexpected. Qin Zhen raised his hand to interrupt Lu Zhao. There is no need for explanations. Xiao Yin has already briefed me on the situation. You did nothing wrong, Qin Zhen stated. Lu Zhao and Song Ruan exchanged a glance, their tension dissipating considerably. I came here to discuss the matter of calming the soldiers. Qin Zhen continued, turning his attention to Song Ruan. Uncle, do you have any thoughts? Song Ruan promptly inquired. You need to gather dark energy to upgrade the space. While the soldiers of the Tiger Legion require calming to enhance their survival on the battlefield, this is a mutually beneficial arrangement. If possible, I hope you will no longer conceal your abilities and do your utmost to assist the soldiers in alleviating their volatility. Song Ruan's eyes widened in surprise. Each day, the military will assign personnel for this purpose. Furthermore, your identity will be kept confidential by the military. Additionally, your compensation will remain the same as before. You will not be shortchanged. Song Ruan's happiness grew. Who said uncle was cold-hearted and aloof? He was evidently quite affectionate and genuinely concerned for his younger relatives. Do you all have any opinions on this matter? Qin Zhen inquired. Song Ruan quickly shook her head. Seeing her response, Lu Zhao also expressed his agreement. Qin Zhen continued. Furthermore, I have a proposal that I wish to present for your esteemed consideration, Lord Song Ruan. The phrase Lord Song Ruan felt somewhat awkward on Qin Zhen's tongue, yet he uttered it nonetheless. Given Song Ruan's current prowess, she indeed warranted such a respectful address. Moreover, she had now become a cherished beast companion. You may simply call me by my name. Please, feel free to express your proposal directly. This uncle business feels a tad peculiar, she replied. Just call her Ruan. It feels more intimate, Lu Zhao interjected suddenly. Qin Zhen cast a glance at Lu Zhao but chose not to respond. Song Ruan also regarded Lu Zhao, but dismissed it without further thought. Ruan works just fine, she smiled at Qin Zhen. A subtle smile began to grace Qin Zhen's lips, albeit not overtly. Ruan, would you be interested in establishing a Beast-Master Sect within the Tiger Legion? Qin Zhen paused momentarily before repeating the name Ruan. Strangely enough, it sounded quite melodious. Song Ruan was momentarily taken aback. Establish a Beast-Master Sect? This notion had not crossed her mind. However, the idea was rather intriguing. In this world, high-ranking females wield considerable influence. If she could indeed establish a Beast-Master Sect and cultivate numerous elite females, wouldn't her sect then hold significant power? The sect she would create might even surpass the one her father managed in terms of prestige. As this thought crossed her mind, Song Ruan felt a surge of excitement. Noticing her enthusiasm, Qin Zhen continued, within the Tiger Legion, you may take any individuals you wish. In return, they would merely be required to assist in calming the soldiers. The expenses will be covered by the military. Song Ruan's interest intensified. Ruan, count me in, Lu Zhao suddenly proclaimed. Startled, Song Ruan felt her cheeks flush. Ruan, should you establish the Beast-Master Sect, I could contribute by creating and selling medicines. Lu Zhao added. Realizing she had misapprehended the situation, Song Ruan felt a bit embarrassed. I will join too. Ruan, I can serve as the sect's bodyguard, ensuring your safety and that of the disciples. Qin Yin chimed in, bringing tea. Upon hearing the two young men, Qin Zhen felt a twinge of envy. He too wished to join the Beast-Master Sect, but alas, his status did not permit it. Looking at Qin Zhen, Song Ruan noted his lack of objections, which only fueled her resolve. Then, shall I give it a try? She suggested. Establishing a sect on her uncle's territory, with his full support and the assistance of two formidable beastmen, would be a shame to pass up. The three beast men beamed with approval, expressing their support. Thus, Song Ruan promptly announced the founding of the Beast-Taming Sect, appointing herself as the sect leader. Lu Zhao was designated as the Grand Elder, overseeing the alchemy hall and responsible for potion crafting. Qin Yin was appointed as the second elder, managing the enforcement hall, responsible for maintaining security and order, as well as implementing punishments. For the other departments, Song Ruan requested the trio to recommend talents. To her surprise, Qin Zhen suggested numerous candidates, seemingly unfazed by her recruitment of personnel from his ranks. In the following days, the Beast-Taming Sect was established at an astonishing pace, culminating in a membership exceeding 50 individuals. Lu Zhao's alchemy hall recruited 6 members, while Qin Yin's enforcement hall enlisted 28, primarily comprising elite members from the vanguard army, alongside personnel for finance, logistics, and managing both the inner and outer sections. At present, aside from the disciples, the entire sect comprised beast men. Song Ruan accepted only 2 inner disciples, Li Jiao and Zhao Qing, while the outer disciples numbered a mere 8. As she aimed to maximize her space for upgrades and did not wish to accommodate too many individuals. The Beast-Taming Sect's guiding scripture was akin to a cheat device within this realm. Coupled with spiritual plants and an inexhaustible supply of cultivation resources, dark energy, she could swiftly produce a cohort of experts rivaling A-class spiritual strength. Moreover, should she be generous with resources, it would be feasible for others to advance to the divine transformation stage, just as she had. However, the divine transformation stage requires consumption of third-grade spiritual plants, which significantly drains spatial spiritual energy. She felt content with being the sole female in the divine transformation stage for the time being. With both inner and outer disciples established, Song Ruan began guiding them in learning the Beast Master Scripture. The disciples immediately practiced and cultivated on the soldiers, achieving rapid progress. Song Ruan herself did not cease her cultivation and the accumulation of dark energy. Qin Jin arranged for numerous individuals to provide her with specialized therapeutic sessions, with the lowest rank being A-class and most being S-class. Freely capturing dark energy, although it consumed considerable spatial spiritual energy, allowed Song Ruan to amass a substantial amount of dark energy. Before long, nearly half a month had passed. One day, Song Ruan finally received a video call from Attorney Zhou. Lady Song Ruan, the court has issued a summons. Your case will be heard next week. If you are interested, you may attend the trial. However, if you are too occupied, we can represent you entirely. I personally advise against your appearance to avoid being cross-examined by opposing counsel. We are quite confident in winning this case for you. Engrossed in accumulating dark energy and upgrading her medicinal garden, Song Ruan had little interest in attending the trial. With Attorney Zhou's suggestion, she was even less inclined. I will not attend. Please represent me fully. By the way, will Song Qing and Zhao Ming be present in court? Song Ruan inquired. Song Qing, her half-sister from the same mother, was the primary beneficiary of her imprisonment. Not only had she replaced her predecessor as the new chairman of the Song Corporation, but she had also taken over her former fiancé, Zhao Ming. The predecessor had indeed been foolish, manipulated by those two scoundrels. When the Song Corporation faced issues, they had coerced her into embezzling funds for bribery, and she had complied. Subsequently, she had unwittingly followed their directives, stepping into their trap. Song Qing and Zhao Ming will likely be present as witnesses, Attorney Zhou replied. However, please rest assured, Lady Song Ruan, we have already found evidence to discredit their testimonies. Furthermore, should we win the case, we can also pursue Zhao Ming for perjury. Will it only be Zhao Ming? Can we also pursue Song Qing? She asked. Both of them were her adversaries. Regarding Song Qing, it may be somewhat challenging. I reviewed the case files and discovered that her testimony did not directly influence your verdict. Moreover, her wording during her testimony was quite cautious, contrasting starkly with Zhao Ming's fabricated and slanderous statements. It would be difficult to accuse her of perjury based solely on those testimonies. Song Ruan felt a pang of disappointment. Let us address that when the time comes. First, let's focus on winning the case. Thank you for your hard work, Attorney Zhou. You are too kind, Lady Song Ruan. I will keep you updated on any progress, he assured her before ending the video call. As noon approached, Song Ruan felt disinclined to work any longer and prepared to message Lu Zhao to order her favorite dishes. Just then, Qin Zhen initiated a video call. Song Ruan opted to answer. Uncle, she greeted as soon as Qin Zhen appeared on the screen. A faint smile brightened Qin Zhen's face. I have a task for you. If you're interested, come to my house for dinner tonight. What task? Song Wan asked, curiosity piqued. During this time, due to the military's arrangements for calming her, her interactions with her uncle had increased significantly. She had gradually realized that he was not as aloof and domineering as he appeared. At times, he was rather approachable. To assist a dual S-class beastman in calming down, Qin Jun replied. Song Ruan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She now captures the dark energy daily to store in her spatial repository. The more she accumulates, the more she realizes that high-grade dark energy is the key to upgrading her space. The optimal choice is double S-grade dark energy, followed by S-grade, while A-grade only offers minimal benefits. As for B-grade and C-grade, they are nearly worthless for spatial enhancement, serving only to be converted into spiritual energy to nurture the spirit plants within her domain. As she gathers more dark energy, her perception becomes increasingly acute. At present, she recognizes that to elevate her spatial level, she requires a substantial amount of high-grade dark energy. Moreover, possessing double S-grade dark energy would significantly expedite the process. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Song Wan nodded eagerly. Observing her reaction, Qin Jun's smile broadened. He is a senior of mine. You may address him as Uncle Ao. Is his surname Ao related to the Divine Dragon Legion? Song Wan inquired with curiosity. The 4 major legions of the Federation are named after the Divine Dragon, Fierce Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird, corresponding to the 4 legendary beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird. The commanders of the Fierce Tiger Legion have always borne the surname Qin, corresponding to the White Tiger, while the commander of the Divine Dragon Legion is surnamed Ao, linked to the Divine Dragon. A double S-grade beastman with the surname Ao is likely affiliated with the Divine Dragon Legion. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Qin Jun's eyes. Indeed, Ao Guang was the former commander of the Divine Dragon Legion. 3 years ago, due to his exceedingly high aggression levels, he resigned and left the front lines. After 3 years of recuperation, although his aggression has slowed, it remains difficult to contain. I have negotiated with him. If you help reduce his aggression by 20, he has agreed to serve as your bodyguard for a year. With Xiao Yin yet to mature and the Qin family lacking anyone to succeed me, I cannot depart from the front lines. With Ao Guang's protection, I can feel more at ease. Another reason for choosing Ao Guang is that he has previously been married, and being a senior to Song Ruan, he is unlikely to harbor any improper intentions towards her. Song Ruan was somewhat taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that her uncle would ask her to help someone reduce their aggression in order to secure a bodyguard for her. Furthermore, it seemed her uncle might even wish to protect her personally. Although she had contracted her uncle, she found it hard to believe he would go to such lengths.
Oh.
My uncle is too kind. I used to misjudge him, thinking he had a terrible temper. Therefore, helping Uncle Ao reduce his aggression by just 20 is sufficient? Wouldn't that be a bit lacking? I want all of the double S-grade dark energy. Qin Jun chuckled, somewhat helplessly. If you truly desire the dark energy from him, you may increase it by 20. The remainder, we can consider later based on his performance. One cannot offer all the rewards at once. Doing so diminishes future motivation. After pondering for a moment, Song Wan found Qin Jun's reasoning sound. In that case, let's reduce it by 40. By the way, Uncle, since you can find Uncle Ao, can you also help me locate other double S-grade beastmen? The quality of double S-grade dark energy is exceptionally high and would greatly aid my spatial upgrade. Possessing a treasure is insufficient without connections. She now understood her father's words. Upgrading her space was indeed challenging. In the realm of cultivation, it seemed nearly impossible. Arriving in the beast world, without assistance, the difficulty remained formidable. Yes, however, this matter cannot be rushed. Once Ao Guang agrees to protect you, I will continue to seek out others for you. Moreover, if Ao Guang is assured you can genuinely assist him in reducing his aggression, he will likely help you as well, Qin Jun affirmed. The lifespan of double S-grade beastmen is generally short. Those with partners can benefit from the A-grade female's ability to reduce aggression to some extent, allowing them to live an additional decade or 2, while those without partners perish much sooner. Regardless of partnership, their fates are often tragic. Song Ruan's presence would alter the destinies of these double S-grade beastmen. Agreed. Song Ruan responded immediately, her heart warmed and filled. It felt wonderful to have someone strategizing and planning for her, along with the protection of elders. Consequently, after finishing work in the afternoon, Song Wan accompanied her 2 beast husbands to the marshal's residence. Shortly after entering, they were taken to meet Ao Guang. To her surprise, this Uncle Ao appeared remarkably youthful and striking. Alas, Perhaps due to his high aggression levels, a cloud of frustration lingered in his brow. Ao Guang was not alone. Accompanying him was his nephew Ao Qin, who appeared to be of a similar age to Song Ruan. Qin Zhen stepped forward to introduce everyone. It was then that Song Ruan noticed Ao Guang's concealed hand, now transformed into a dragon claw. Clearly, this Uncle Ao was nearing his limits. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to such measures by agreeing to travel to the fierce Tiger Legion at her uncle's behest. Realizing the situation, Song Ruan promptly offered to provide spiritual comfort to Ao Guang. This consideration was also for everyone's safety. Once a beast man begins to exhibit beastification, their condition can become exceedingly unstable. As a double S-grade beast man, should he suddenly lose control, it could spell disaster for all present. However, Ao Guang did not respond. He had come to the fierce Tiger Legion without much hope. After seeing Song Ruan, his hope dwindled even further. Even Prince Yulan had been powerless against his aggression. How could such a young female possibly save him? Perhaps perishing on the front lines was his best fate, sparing his family from the burden.
Notícia em Ao Guang's despondency.
Qin Zhen intended to persuade his friend, but Ao Qin interjected, urging his uncle. Lady Song Ruan has graciously offered. Why not give it a try, uncle? If it truly fails, we can abandon the effort, right? He, too, did not believe that this young female could alleviate his uncle's aggression.
Yet,
with his second aunt having been forced by his uncle to divorce, and no one else available to help, they could only resort to desperate measures. Only then did Song Ruan realize that they were concerned about her abilities. Thus, she retrieved a bottle of a sleep-inducing elixir from her spatial ring.
Cliao.
I have a bottle of tranquilizing pills that can alleviate the increase in aggression. Would you like to try it? This would likely be Ao Guang's first experience with the elixir, and if he had no tolerance, one bottle should be sufficient to put him to sleep. However, upon seeing the pills, Ao Guang's expression fell into despair. Thank you, my lady, he said weakly, gesturing for his nephew to take the medicine. Thank you, Lady Song Ruan. Ao Qin quickly took the medicine. Removing the cap, he prepared to administer it to Ao Guang. Pour it all out. At that moment, Qin Zhen offered a reminder.
Ao Qin que lhe compreende.
Although he harbored doubts about the pill's efficacy for his double S-grade uncle, what if it worked? As the pills were poured out, Ao Qin fetched a cup of water to help Ao Guang swallow the medicine. Ao Guang could no longer refuse and swallowed the pills. Then, to his astonishment, something remarkable happened. Despite his excruciating pain, he began to feel drowsy. Ultimately, within half a minute, Ao Guang fell into a deep sleep. Uncle! Ao Qin initially feared something had gone awry and hurriedly called for help. Qin Zhen quickly intervened. Do not alarm him. The medicine has taken effect. He has simply fallen asleep. Ao Qin was taken aback. The medicine truly works? Well then, from here on, I shall oversee Song Ruan as she helps alleviate Ao Shui's aggression. You younger ones may step outside, Qin Zhen instructed. Ao Qin glanced at Song Ruan, hesitating for only a second before bowing to both Qin Zhen and Song Ruan. I sincerely thank you both for your assistance with my uncle's situation. If Lady Song Ruan successfully aids my uncle, the Ao family will show their gratitude. You're too kind. I will do my utmost, Song Ruan replied. Ao Qin then departed with Lu Zhao and Qinin. With the trio's exit, the room fell into silence. Retrieve the beast master rings from my body and begin the process of alleviating his aggression, Qin Zhen prompted. Song Ruan glanced at Qin Zhen, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Subsequently, she formed a hand gesture and began to chant incantations. Soon, 2 beast master rings flew out from Qin Zhen's body in succession. Suddenly, Qin Zhen felt a jolt of energy. He realized that the ambiguous connection between him and Song Ruan had transformed. New rules had been instilled in his mind. A dawning comprehension flickered across Qin Zhen's face. Ruan, Song Ruan, having acquired 2 Beastmaster rings, turned her gaze towards him. Uncle, there's no need for confusion. The activation of the Master-Servant contract comes with its own stipulations. The Master-S level must not be lower than that of the Beast Companion for the contract to remain valid. Previously, the Beastmaster ring helped suppress you, allowing me to establish the Master-Servant contract with you. Now that I have removed the ring, the contract can no longer be upheld and has devolved into an equal partnership. Under this equal contract, practitioners can no longer dictate the life or death of the magical beasts, nor do they retain the power to suppress them. Both parties stand as equals, mutually supporting each other in life and death. She had always felt that entering a master-servant contract with an elder like her uncle was somewhat inappropriate, and now this issue had been resolved. So, If I put the beast master ring back on, can we revert to the master-servant contract? Qingjun gazed at the rings in Song Wan's hands, seemingly unenthused by the change in their contractual relationship. It won't work. We must re-establish the master-servant contract, he realized, sensing that Qingjun might be concerned about becoming her servant once again. Song Wan added, Uncle, I apologize for my previous actions. Rest assured, I will not pursue a master-servant contract with you again. Qingjun's expression darkened slightly. Was that truly his intent? Observing Qingjun's demeanor, Song Wan assumed he was still upset about the earlier master-servant contract and quickly shifted the topic. Ahem, Uncle, let me first help Uncle Ao calm down. With that, she walked towards Ao Guang. After sitting beside him, she fitted him with the Beastmaster ring and activated the Beastmaster Heart Sutra, beginning her work. Watching the scene, Qingjun felt a mix of frustration and regret. Had he known that the condition for Song Wan to assist Ao Guang in calming down was to dissolve their master-servant contract, he would have never called Ao Guang over. Wife, my dear wife, the wife is indeed the master of the beastmen. Song Wan truly regarded him with respect due to an elder, not as a male counterpart. With a resigned sigh, Qingjun compelled himself to accept reality. Accepting this reality, he retrieved a device for measuring agitation from his spatial ring and affixed it to Ao Guang. Declaring a reduction of 20 was simply a matter of fact. Once the calming was complete, he anticipated seeing Ao Guang apologize to Song Wan. An hour later, with the agitation reduced by 20, he called out, All right. You can stop now, Ruan. Song Wan, who had been engrossed in capturing the dark energy, heard Qingjun's voice. Forcing herself to suppress the impulse to continue, she returned to reality. Opening her eyes, she glanced at the device beside Ao Guang. The agitation ratio still stands at 648? It was no wonder he still harbored so much dark energy. Qingjun cast a glance at the still slumbering Ao Guang. This time, he had truly reached his limit. A month ago, he had compelled his wife to divorce him, intending to confront his own demise on the front line. Initially, his first choice had been to join the Divine Dragon Legion, but he feared being thwarted by his nephew, the Marshal. Thus, he accepted my invitation to come here. His encounter with you is indeed fortuitous. It is equally fortunate for me, Qingjun mused internally, his gaze towards Song Wan softening with warmth. Song Wan caught the tenderness in Qingjun's gaze and felt a bit awkward, averting her eyes. Downstairs, they were still awaiting their meal.
Oncle?
Shall we wake Uncle Ao and go eat? Song Wan suggested. Qingjun replied. A wave of relief washed over Song Wan. She would not have to continue sharing a room with her uncle alone. She retrieved the antidote and placed it beneath Ao Guang's nose. Once Ao Guang frowned and showed signs of waking, she tucked away the antidote.
Chapter 70. Ao Guang's calculations. Ao Guang quickly regained consciousness.
Seeing both Song Wan and Qingjun gazing at him, his mind swiftly returned to clarity. Raising his hand, he was astonished to find his dragon claw transformed back into a human hand, hardly believing his eyes. Take a look at your current agitation ratio, Qingjun urged, gesturing towards the device beside them. Ao Guang turned his head to inspect it. Upon seeing the numbers displayed, he doubted his vision once more. Is it truly decreased? The agitation ratio had dropped by a whole 20. Even if his wife had assisted him with 100 calming sessions, it wouldn't have produced such a significant reduction. If you don't believe it, you can check it with another machine, Qingjun retorted, slightly exasperated. Ao Guang finally came to full awareness. That wasn't my intention. Oh, dear. He quickly sprang to his feet. Lady Song Wan, Junior Qin, I underestimated you both. As he spoke, Ao Guang bowed an apology to Song Wan and Qingjun. Then, he turned his attention solely to Song Wan. Lady Song Wan, I am sincerely grateful for your assistance, and I shall forever remember this life-saving grace. Uncle Ao, you are too kind, Song Wan replied modestly. Ao Guang regarded her with admiration. Qingjun's niece-in-law possessed great skill, yet her demeanor was remarkably humble and agreeable. His own elder nephew and younger nephew were yet to find partners. If only. All right, the younger generation outside is still waiting, let us head out. We can discuss matters over dinner, Qingjun interjected. Ao Guang concurred, and the three of them exited the room together, making their way downstairs. In the living room below, Lu Zhao, Qin Yin, and Ao Qin were present. Upon hearing the commotion, Ao Qin looked towards the staircase, astonished to see his uncle descending unaided, and rushed to assist him. However, Upon noticing his uncle's hand no longer resembled a dragon's claw and his complexion was remarkably improved, Ao Qin halted in his tracks. Uncle, your hand. Ha, it's back to normal. Lady Song Ruan helped me reduce my agitation ratio by 20. I'm not only fine now, but some of my ailments are also gradually healing, Ao Qin exclaimed, his expression filled with delight. He quickly bowed to Song Ruan. Thank you, Lady Song Ruan. The Ao family will surely find an opportunity to repay this kindness. Uncle Qin was indeed telling the truth. This female truly achieved it. You are too polite. The conditions for calming were previously agreed upon with Uncle Ao. There is no need for further recompense, Song Ruan replied.
Ao Qin turnetou ao Guan,
who nodded in agreement. For a reduction of 20, I shall serve Lady Song Ruan as a bodyguard for a year. This was not merely a reward, but rather an opportunity. Lady Song Ruan had managed to reduce his agitation by 20 in just 1 hour, and she appeared unperturbed afterward. Her prowess likely surpassed even that of Yulan. Perhaps she possessed the legendary S-class psychic ability. If she could assist him in reducing his first 20, she could accomplish the second, third, and even more. The fate of the dual S-level beastmen being unable to live long might be shattered. Contemplating this, Ao Guang couldn't help but glance at Qin Zhen. His junior possessed remarkable talent, having been at the dual S level for several years. He was not yet married, so logically, he should have been unable to suppress his agitation by now. Yet he seemed relaxed and content, likely also aided by Lady Song Ruan's calming efforts. What was his current agitation ratio? 40? Or perhaps 10? Even just a few percent? Having a junior with S-class psychic abilities is indeed advantageous. There's no need to worry about agitation levels. With this thought, Ao Guang's gaze instinctively shifted to his young nephew. Ao Qin, in terms of looks, could not compete with the lad from the Liu family. In terms of strength, he was also inferior to the boy from the Qin family. Would he have the capability to attract Lady Song Ruan's interest? Perhaps it would require his elder nephew to take the lead. After all, his elder nephew was also at dual S level, and Lady Song Ruan would be his most ideal companion. Ao Qin felt somewhat uncomfortable under his uncle's scrutiny. Just as he was about to excuse himself, the chef emerged from the kitchen, bringing dishes along with a household robot. Let us go, Qin Zhen announced. Leading the way to the dining table, everyone promptly took their seats. On the table, Ao Guang expressed his gratitude towards Song Ruan once again, while Song Ruan responded with humility. During this trip, there remained numerous matters at home that required his attention. Your Excellency Song Ruan, I implore you to allow me a brief return to attend to some affairs, as well as to handle certain personal matters. I assure you, I shall return within a week to fulfill my promise of serving as your bodyguard for a year. Indeed, there were pressing matters to address at home, the most significant being his intention to reconcile with his wife. Previously, fearing for her safety, he had compelled her to divorce him, concerned that she might risk herself to save him. However, now that he was no longer facing death and might yet live for many more years, it was imperative that he sought to win her back. Oh, during my absence, I shall leave Xiao Qin behind to protect you in my stead. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to ask him, Ao Guang proclaimed, casting a promotional glance at his young nephew. Song Ruan and the others turned to Ao Qin, causing the latter's face to flush with embarrassment. What was his uncle implying? He was merely at the initial stages of B rank, barely stronger than the Liu dynasty. How could he possibly protect your Excellency Song Ruan? Qin Zhen's expression darkened, a warning gaze directed at Ao Guang. How audacious of him to promote his nephew when he himself had no intentions. That cunning serpent,
Ao Guan, Kachin King Shen's glari,
responded with an impudent smile. Was there any female who would marry 2 beastly husbands? Especially one as exceptional as your Excellency Song Ruan. The adage the sweet waters should not flow to the fields of outsiders rang true. Rather than letting another beastman benefit, it would be better if it were their family. After all, the relationship between the Ao family and the Qin family was quite amicable, was it not? Seeing this, Qin Zhen's irritation rose further. The Beast-Master Sect's law enforcement hall had ample bodyguards, all of whom were at least mid-B rank. Our Song Ruan does not require such weak protection, he stated. Upon hearing the phrase our Song Ruan, everyone turned to look at Qin Zhen. Lu Chao and Qin Yin struggled to suppress their laughter. A strange emotion flickered in Song Ruan's heart upon hearing those words. Surely, she was overthinking it. Her uncle's comment stemmed from regarding her as family. Ao Guang was taken aback, not expecting Qin Zhen to argue with him in front of the younger generation. The law enforcement hall indeed had enough manpower, and did not require the assistance of the Ao Qin brothers, Lu Chao interjected, proceeding to outline the general situation of the Beastmaster sect. What? Apart from your excellency Song Ruan, the Beastmaster sect has two additional A-rank females? Ao Guang almost dropped his jaw upon learning of the spiritual power levels of the females in the Beastmaster sect. Was he truly out of the loop? Had the number of A-rank females in the Federation surged dramatically? Ao Qin was equally astonished, his gaze fixed on Song Ruan, eager for her confirmation. Yes. Song Ruan nodded in acknowledgement. Thanks to the abundant resources she provided, both Li Jiao and Zhao Qing had successfully entered the nascent soul stage. Indeed, nascent soul cultivators could rival A-rank females. Ao Guang's expression turned to one of shock. Your Excellency Song Ruan, I was indeed presumptuous earlier. My young nephew is certainly unworthy of being your bodyguard. I shall return to the Imperial Star tomorrow, and, after attending to my matters, I will return promptly.
Ao Guang hastily declared.
A female with possibly S-rank spiritual power, accompanied by two A-rank females and a cadre of formidable beastmen, this Beastmaster sect was destined for greatness. Song Ruan smiled and replied, You may take your time with your affairs. I am in no rush. Remaining at the Tiger Group, I have little to worry about regarding my safety. Any potential dangers will only arise after I return to the Imperial Star, which I do not plan to do just yet. Very well. I shall definitely return within a week. Ao Guang seemed to disregard Song Ruan's words, pressing on. She was not anxious, but he was. He intended for Qin Zhen to disseminate the news. Undoubtedly, many would vie for the position of bodyguard. Having seized such a rare opportunity, he could not afford to let it slip away. Song Ruan found it somewhat amusing and exchanged a glance with Qin Zhen, choosing to remain silent. After their meal, the three members of Song Ruan's family did not linger at the marshal's residence. Once they departed,
Ao Guang approached Qin for a conversation.
Junior, I must thank you once again. Were it not for your invitation to this gathering, I fear.
Ao Guang sighed.
Qin Zhen glanced at Ao Guang, but remained silent. Ao Guang's gaze turned inquisitive. Junior, tell me honestly, is your Excellency Song Ruan's spiritual power truly S-rank? She appears quite young. How old is she? Her name does not seem to appear on the Federation's list of A-rank females. Is she one of the individuals cultivated by your Tiger Corps? Qin Zhen shot another glance at Ao Guang, impatience flashing in his eyes. This prompted Ao Guang to seal his lips. Given that he was aware Song Ruan was part of their Tiger Corps, why was he prying so much? Qin Zhen retorted sourly. Ao Guang's disappointment was palpable. Very well. It seemed he would have to investigate on his own. Since the tempest of emotions had subsided, perhaps Senior Ao should return to mend his injuries tomorrow. Furthermore, Song Ruan is my family, and I will not permit anyone to scheme against her. Be it your nephew from outside, or the elder nephew from the Divine Dragon Corps. None shall dare lay a finger on her. Ao Guang was somewhat taken aback. Your Excellency Song Ruan is merely your nephew's wife. Are you not overstepping your bounds? She is not your daughter. Qin Zhen's discontented gaze landed on Ao Guang once more. Who says she is merely my nephew's wife? He spoke in a steady tone. Ao Guang was struck with sudden realization, then pointed incredulously at Qin Zhen. You mean? Junior, you actually. Qin Zhen's unwavering gaze bore into Ao Guang. Song Ruan shall only gain one more beast husband. Should anyone dare to entice her, I shall not hesitate to turn him to dust. Ao Guang's heart trembled. By the heavens, could it be true? This fierce tiger harbored affections for a female. And it was his nephew's wife at that. In the past, how many females had ardently pursued this fierce tiger at the Imperial Star Military University? Yet he had turned a blind eye to them all. Even the few talented and beautiful females at school had failed to garner his interest. In the years that followed, he had heard no rumors of him growing close to any female. He had assumed he was genuinely disinterested in them. Yet now, perhaps it was best to let it be. This fierce tiger had a fearsome reputation, and his two nephews were no match for him. Better to avoid the confrontation. At least for now. Poor Your Excellency Song Ruan, to be targeted by such a fierce tiger, would likely have to be kept on a tight leash in the future. Well, I must admit my previous ignorance. Since Your Excellency Song Ruan is the one that Junior favors, we of the Ao family shall refrain from any advances. However, Junior, considering the historically good relations between our families, regarding the matter of my elder nephew's temperament, a union with Your Excellency Song Ruan would undeniably be an excellent choice. But obviously, that cannot be pursued at present. Therefore, let's aim for a secondary goal, fostering a good relationship with the Tiger Corps. As for the future, Should your Excellency Song-won truly take a liking to someone from our AO family, even if the fierce tiger tries to intervene, it may not prove effective, right? Besides, the Beast-Taming Sect is not solely comprised of your Excellency Song-won. Should she not be suitable, other A-rank females are equally admirable candidates for marriage. Qin Jun regarded Ao Guang, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. The issue of temper management was not insurmountable, provided that appropriate compensation was offered. Ao Guang's expression turned anxious. What kind of compensation? His elder nephew currently served as the Marshal of the Divine Dragon Corps and had no time to act as a bodyguard for your Excellency Song-won.
Kings em discernir alguns fortes.
If your elder nephew cannot provide the requisite compensation, you may do so on his behalf. A reduction of 20 in temperament for a year of bodyguard service is quite a bargain. When the next academic year at the Imperial Star Military University commences, Song-won will return to the Imperial Star for her studies. Over 4 years of university, plus the subsequent half-year, that totals 4.5 years. Should you be willing to shoulder the entire burden, Song-won can help you and your elder nephew achieve a total reduction of 90 in temperament. The 90 units. After deducting the 20 you have already utilized, leave you with 70 that you can allocate at your discretion. A flicker of excitement danced in Ao Guang's eyes. To serve as a bodyguard for 4.5 years in exchange for a total reduction of 90 in hostility levels is indeed a worthwhile bargain. Moreover, the latter half of those 4 years would be spent at the Imperial Star Military University. His beloved wife is the head of the Department of Psychological Comfort there. Surely, this arrangement would afford him frequent opportunities to see her. Splendid. I shall take on this bodyguard assignment for 4.5 years, without hesitation. Thank you, Junior. This favor will be remembered by this senior. Qin Jun averted his gaze with a hint of disdain. You need not wait for long. We can finalize the contract upon your return, he stated. Why wait so long? I can sign immediately. Ao Guang hastily interjected, fearful of losing this opportunity. Junior, do reach out to His Excellency Song-won at once. She will certainly heed your words. Please, ensure that this matter is settled for me. Thank you. Qin Jun feigned hesitation. I shall gift you the treasured 10th level Star Beast Crystal Core.
Alguns dele proposed.
The Star Beast Crystal Core is not easily obtained. Lower-tier Star Beasts do not possess them, and while higher-tier Star Beasts do, they tend to self-destruct when threatened. Thus, even on the front lines, crystal cores are a scarce resource. Such a rare item holds immense value. The Beastmen have discovered that they can enhance their own power by absorbing these cores. However, this practice has its drawbacks, as it leads to a rapid increase in their hostility levels. Consequently, under normal circumstances, Beastmen refrain from absorbing crystal cores for cultivation. This explains why Ao Guang possesses a 10th level core, yet has never utilized it. However, this does not imply that the 10th level core is of little worth. On the contrary, it bears great significance. The commanders of the 4 major military factions stem from 4 prominent families. Their stable succession is largely due to the existence of the 10th level cores. Should a marshal fall in battle and no one of double S-class strength is available to succeed them, the strongest of the younger generation within the family must absorb the 10th level core to swiftly ascend to double S-class. Chapter 72. Cloud and Mist. The 4 illustrious families enjoy boundless glory, yet they also bear substantial costs. Qin Jun's gaze flickered with interest. Very well. I accept. He indeed possessed a 10th level core. It was originally intended for Xiao Yin. However, its significance had shifted. With Ruan assisting him in reducing hostility, he might even advance further. An A-class psychic ability is not the limit for females, nor is double S-class the utmost for beast men. There remain several 10th level star beasts wreaking havoc in the southern war zone. If they could be vanquished, future border threats would be negligible. Ao Guang felt a pang of regret, yet his joy outweighed it. Qin Jun's acceptance of his gift signified an alliance between the Dragon Legion and the Tiger Legion. Casting a glance at Ao Guang, Qin Jun finally activated his holographic device to contact Song-won. At that moment, Song-won and her companions had already returned home. When she saw Qin Jun's video call request, she felt a twinge of confusion and opted to answer. As soon as the connection was established, the figures of Qin Jun and Ao Guang appeared on the screen. Noticing Ao Guang's eager expression, Song-won began to suspect something. Uncle.
Ignorem Ao Guang.
She greeted Qin Jun. Qin Jun acknowledged her. Ruan, your Uncle Ao has just brought up a matter and wishes to seek your opinion. Please go ahead. Song-won replied promptly. Ao Guang anxiously turned to Qin Jun. Qin Jun then spoke. It is thus. Even with the reduction of 20, your Uncle Ao's hostility levels remain quite high. Furthermore, your Uncle Ao's nephew, Ao Lai, is also a double S-class beast man with a considerable level of hostility. Your uncle's proposition is whether he can serve as your bodyguard for another 3.5 years in exchange for assisting both him and his nephew in reducing their hostility by a total of 70. A surge of joy overwhelmed Song Ruan. A total reduction of 70. Would that not yield a significant influx of double S-class dark energy? Though elated, she feigned hesitation. For her uncle had given her a knowing glance, and she knew she must comply. Observing this, Ao Guang grew anxious, ready to speak, but Qin Zhen interjected. The Dragon Legion and our Tiger Legion share a mutual assistance agreement, and the Ao family has a long-standing association with the Qin family. Ruan. If it would not place you in a difficult position, could you possibly extend a helping hand to the Ao family on my behalf? Qin Zhen's tone was earnest. Enough to move Ao Guang. Your Excellency Song Ruan, we truly require your assistance. If you feel that 4.5 years is too brief for serving as my bodyguard, I can offer an additional year. Song Ruan's expression shifted. 4.5 years is sufficient, she replied quickly. Having attained the divine transformation realm, it is quite challenging for anyone within the Federation to pose a threat to her. Were it not for her uncle's concerns regarding her safety, she would not have desired a bodyguard at all. In 4.5 years, even though the path to the void refinement realm requires vast accumulation, she should have amassed enough by then. Once she enters the void refinement realm, her strength would rival that of a double S-class beastman. Why would she need a double S-class beastman as her bodyguard? Regaining her composure, Song Ruan remarked that the compensation proposed by Uncle Ao was quite reasonable and did not require any further augmentation. I shall accept this matter. Ao Guang's expression brightened with elation. Thank you, Your Excellency Song Ruan. You are truly a generous and kind female. Despite the offer being too good to be true, it is undeniable that her kindness shines through. Uncle Ao, you are too polite. As for the subsequent matters, please discuss them with my uncle. Song Ruan turned her gaze towards Qin Zhen. She excelled in her craft, yet social interactions were not her forte. Ao Guang's gaze towards Qin Zhen transformed. Oh, splendid. I shall converse with the junior. Your Excellency Song Ruan, please rest well. Earlier, he had thought this ferocious tiger was harboring unreciprocated feelings, yet it seemed he had underestimated the tiger's charm. Song Ruan swiftly ended the video call. In the face of Ao Guang's ambiguous yet admiring gaze, Qin Zhen felt a surge of satisfaction. I will draft a contract and send it to you for your signature. Once you sign, I shall forward it to Ruan for her to sign. Once the contract is finalized, you and Ao Lai can schedule an appointment with me for Ruan to assist in reducing your hostility. Excellent. Thank you, Junior. After refreshing herself, Song Ruan received the contract sent by Qin Zhen. A brief glance was all it took for her to sign her name. Having completed her signature, she mentally commended Qin Zhen. Truly, her uncle was impressive. In such a short time, he had secured so much double S-class dark energy for her. The next day, bright and early, Ao Guang departed from the Tiger Legion with his young nephew, Ao Qin. In the afternoon, at the Imperial Star Military University. Upon returning to the Imperial Star, Ao Guang made his way directly to his wife Yun Xia's residence without even returning home, but to his dismay, found it empty. After inquiring with the neighbors, he learned that Yun Xia had likely gone to class, prompting him to hurriedly seek out the classrooms she might be in. Unfortunately, after searching several classrooms, he still found no sign of her. Encountering a colleague of Yun Xia's, Ao Guang learned that she had gone to the Ao family to find him. He quickly made his way home. His wife must be attempting to reconcile with him. Ao Guang murmured, his eyes misty. He had treated her so poorly before, forcing her to divorce him, yet she still cared for him. Without a moment's hesitation, Ao Guang boarded a hover car and sped home. Anxiety coursed through him as he feared missing Yun Xia once again. After much deliberation, he ultimately abandoned the idea of surprising her and reached for his holographic device to video call Yun Xia. After sending the call, he waited for quite some time before receiving no answer. Ao Guang's heart shifted from anxiousness to fear. Why would his wife not answer his call? Was she disappointed in him and choosing to ignore him? His fingers tightened as the thought of her possibly giving up on him made it hard for him to breathe. At that moment, the video call was unexpectedly connected. On the holographic screen appeared a dignified female figure. Yun Xia. Guang, where have you been? Where are you now? The Ao family said you left. Your current condition is not suitable for movement, let alone going out. Quickly send me your location. I'll come to help you. Just having exited the AO family home, Yunxia initially thought the AO family was lying about Guang not being home. Now, seeing Guang seated in a hovering vehicle, her heart raced. Upon seeing Yunxia and hearing her series of concerned inquiries, Guang's previously tense heart instantly relaxed. My dear wife, I'm fine, Guang responded hastily, wanting to alleviate her worries. Yunxia was taken aback for a moment. My dear wife. Ever since Guang had been clamoring for a divorce, he hadn't addressed her in that way. What was going on with Guang? Listen to me, Guang. I can absolutely help reduce your irritability further. The situation isn't beyond resolution. Please don't do anything foolish, Yunxia said, her throat tightening with anxiety. Chapter 73. She is strong. Guang realized that his wife was overthinking things, and a pang of pain struck his heart. My dear wife, I haven't done anything foolish, nor do I intend to. Forget it. I originally wanted to surprise you, but I'll just tell you directly. My irritability has decreased, and the beast transformation phenomenon has vanished. Look. Guang exclaimed excitedly, raising his hand for Yunxia to see. Yunxia was stunned upon seeing Guang's hand. After blinking to confirm, she wasn't mistaken. Her expression brightened with joy.
Yet.
Just as suddenly, her smile froze on her face. She understood her husband's condition all too well. Halting the beast transformation was no easy feat, let alone making it disappear entirely. Although her mental strength was at the mid-level of A grade, even providing him mental comfort yielded minimal results, and after multiple attempts, both she and her husband would be exhausted. It was precisely because Guang recognized her frailty that he had insisted on their divorce to prevent her from being burdened. But if she couldn't help him eliminate the beast transformation, could anyone else? Yunxia's mind involuntarily conjured the faces of two peak A-grade females registered in the Federation. Lady Yulan would never engage in such matters. Could it be Jiqing? That promiscuous female, having married so many formidable beast husbands, still sought to encroach upon her own. Remembering Jiqing's flamboyant face, Yunxia clenched her fists in anger. My dear wife, please stay at the AO family and don't move. I'm on my way back and will arrive in 10 minutes. Wait for me. I have so much to say to you. Guang, immersed in joy, failed to notice Yunxia's unusual demeanor. She suppressed her emotions. All right, she replied. They were already divorced, and it was understandable for him to seek another female. Life was more important than love, wasn't it? Yunxia consoled herself, but only she knew how painful and infuriating that consolation was, while telling herself not to care. She was also furious with Guang, feeling that his previous affection was a facade and that he had betrayed their bond. With conflicted feelings, Yunxia returned to the AO family. Avoidance wasn't a solution. She needed to confront Guang and ascertain whether he truly intended to abandon her for Jiqing. After all, they had been married for many years, and even though they were divorced, feelings still lingered. Even if Guang chose Jiqing, she had to remind him, fulfilling her duty as a wife. Upon arriving at the AO family and entering Guang's courtyard, Yunxia felt increasingly pathetic. Her male partner had divorced her to survive, only to seek solace with another female. Knowing this, she didn't confront him. Instead, she shamefully lingered to caution him about the new female's character. How disgraceful she felt. After 10 minutes of inner turmoil, Guang finally arrived. Yunxia thought she would explode with anger, but upon seeing the spirited beast man approaching her, her rage and the barrage of curses and questions she had prepared dissipated entirely. My dear wife, Guang exclaimed, running a few steps to grasp Yunxia's hand. His gaze filled with fervor. Their eyes met, and Yunxia's heart skipped a beat. She then shut her eyes for a moment. Admit it, Yunxia. Rather than witnessing him lose his life, you would prefer the current situation. After all, you love him dearly. My dear wife, Guang called out again, this time opening his arms and directly enveloping Yunxia in a warm embrace.
I'm sorry.
I was reckless before. I realized my mistakes. My dear wife, please give me another chance. Let us remarry. Guang held Yunxia tightly, fearing that this opportunity for happiness would slip away. Yunxia trembled slightly. Remarry? She whispered. He was asking her to remarry? Hadn't he caused such a scene to force her into a divorce, only to seek Jiqing afterward? Could it be that Jiqing didn't want him? The thought ignited a fire within Yunxia. How could the one she cherished be rejected by another? That despicable Jiqing. My dear wife. Guang waited for Yunxia's response, but when there was none, he lowered his gaze to the female in his arms. Yunxia quickly regained her composure. All right, let us go register now, she said firmly. Guang's eyes sparkled with delight. Let us go. He took her hand and led her outside. 20 minutes later, they emerged from the marriage registration office. Guang activated his light brain, eagerly checking his electronic marriage certificate once more. Upon seeing Yunxia's name re-entered in the spouse section, he smiled foolishly. Yunxia, observing Guang's reaction, felt a sense of helplessness. Let us go home, she said. Guang quickly went to fetch the vehicle. The couple raced back to Yunxia's residence at the Imperial Star Military University. As soon as they entered, Guang eagerly lunged at her. His dragon instincts had been pent up for too long. Startled, Yunxia quickly turned the tables. She wanted Guang to know she was 1,000 times better than that vile Ji Qing. Thus, the ensuing battle was exhilarating. At 2 in the afternoon, Yunxia awoke to find Guang had prepared a lavish spread of dishes and a large box of premium nutritional liquid. The premium liquid was her main meal, while the dishes were merely for tasting. Approaching the table, she began to gulp down the nutritional liquid, consuming over 20 bottles before feeling somewhat at ease. With her complexion pale, Yunxia regretted her indulgence from earlier. The strength of the beast man was overwhelming. The pressure on a female was indeed immense. Seeing her condition, Guang's heart ached. This was precisely why he had previously been reluctant to allow his wife to continue deeply reducing his irritability. A couple of times might be fine, but more frequent attempts could jeopardize both her safety and his, especially if he remained unevolved. Once Yunxia felt somewhat better, she noticed Guang's expression and quickly sat up straight.
Fine.
After drinking this nutritional liquid, I'm all right, she asserted. She was strong and would never be outdone by that vile Ji Qing. Guang chuckled at Yunxia's bravado, reaching out to hold her hand. It's all right. Next time we can try other methods, ones that won't harm you, he suggested. Yunxia's expression changed abruptly, and she immediately pulled her hand away from his. No need. As long as I'm here, I won't let your irritability rise again, she said firmly, thinking Guang intended to sneak off to Ji Qing for relief. She could overlook the previous incidents, but now that they were once again husband and wife, she would not permit her beast man to don the green hat again. Guang was startled by Yunxia's intense reaction. Why was her response so extreme? Understanding her concern for him, Guang once more took hold of Yunxia's hand. Dear wife, I have resolved the issue regarding my irritability levels. Currently, my irritability has diminished to a little over 60%. Moreover, in a few days, I anticipate a further reduction of 35%. Chapter 74, The Current State of Qinzhen. Having returned from the front lines, as long as I refrain from engaging in battle, it is conceivable that in 10 years, I might not encounter any problems. Lord Ruan has promised to assist both myself and my nephew in reducing our irritability by a total of 70. I plan to split this reduction equally with my nephew. Yunxia was taken aback. Is Ji Qing truly that formidable? No. It is improbable that even Lord Yulan could provide such a significant reduction for dual S-rank beastmen. How could Ji Qing possibly achieve that? During this period, you have managed to reduce your irritability by over 10%? Finally realizing something was amiss, Yunxia inquired. Perhaps I have underestimated the reduction, according to Guang. It might even be over 20%, but could it really be that much? Guang chuckled in response. Does my dear wife possess an irritability detection device? As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Yunxia. Yes, Yunxia replied. She retrieved an instrument from her spatial ring. Guang took it, and then, in front of Yunxia, he measured his own irritability levels. Yunxia watched Guang with curiosity about the outcome. When the irritability percentage displayed on the device appeared, Yunxia could no longer maintain her composure. What on earth is happening? How has your irritability level decreased so drastically?
Alguns millet broadly.
He did not rush to explain but first disassembled the device and returned it to Yunxia. Once she had stored the device in her spatial ring, he finally spoke. The esteemed individual who assisted me in reducing my irritability likely possesses S-level mental strength. Yunxia's pupils dilated. S-level. An S-level female has emerged in the Federation? How come I have not heard of this? An S-level female? How is that even possible? In the Federation's millennia-long history, there has never been a single S-level female. Although all A-level females have continuously strived to ascend to S-level, no one has succeeded in millennia. I am merely speculating. The individual did not provide me with a definitive answer, Guang stated gravely. However, this esteemed individual managed to reduce my irritability by 20 in just about an hour. Furthermore, after completing the task, she displayed no signs of fatigue, not even consuming any premium nutritional fluid. Yunxia was shocked, and then a flicker of anger crossed her eyes. At that moment, Ao Guang finally grasped the situation and quickly added, "My mention of reducing irritability merely refers to simple mental comfort.
I...
I only acknowledge you as my one true female. I would never commit an act of betrayal against my beloved wife." Yunxia was once again taken aback. Simply a matter of basic mental comfort? How could that be possible? Yet, despite feeling incredulous, Yunxia could not help but feel a surge of joy. Her beastly husband had not betrayed her. He remained an honorable male.
Yes. Ao nodded earnestly.
He then recounted how Qin Zhen had invited him to the Tiger Legion and how he had successfully reduced his irritability. Upon learning that Song Ruan was only 18 and would be attending the Imperial Star Military University next academic year, Yunxia suspected she might be dreaming. Surely, it must be a dream. Otherwise, how could her beastly husband have reduced his irritability to such an extent, distancing himself from danger, while also speaking of such outrageous matters? Ao Guang, noticing Yunxia's reaction, understood that his wife was likely in disbelief. Thus, he continued, "My dear wife, I assure you, it is the truth. In exchange, I have agreed to serve as Lord Song Ruan's bodyguard for 4.5 years. I have returned to attend to some urgent matters. Once these matters are concluded, I will return to the Tiger Legion. It will be after the next academic year begins that I will accompany Lord Song Ruan back to the Imperial Star." Unable to resist, Yunxia pinched her own arm. The pain quickly dispelled any lingering doubts. It is indeed true. Do we have her information? She has yet to enter university, and her mental strength has already reached S level. Is there still a need for someone of her caliber to continue studying?
No.
There is still a necessity. The mental comfort field not only guides students in enhancing their mental strength, but also includes practical courses. That esteemed Lord Song Ruan is still quite young and has much to learn. I had Xiao Qin look into it, and we only obtained some basic information. As he spoke, Ao Guang activated his light brain and forwarded the information he had received to Yunxia. Currently, Lord Song Ruan still bears a criminal record. But the case is undergoing a retrial, with court proceedings set to commence in the coming days. Yunxia accepted the information while listening to Ao Guang and simultaneously reviewing Song Ruan's circumstances. The more she examined, the more astonished she became. After just half a year, she had ascended from C level to the pinnacle of B level, and then within a mere month, from the pinnacle of B level to mid-A level. This was only the information publicly accessible. According to her beastly husband, Song Ruan's true strength might be S level. Such talent is truly extraordinary. Never mind S level. With the A-level information registered by the Tiger Legion, she could immediately enroll in the Imperial Star Military University. I could personally extend her an invitation. An S-level female represents an immense asset to the entire Federation. The significance for the Imperial Star Military University is even more profound. No need for that. The old tiger, Qin Zhen, will likely not release her back to the Imperial Star so swiftly. Following this, Ao Guang shared the relationship between Qin Zhen and Song Ruan. After hearing this, Yunxia felt a sense of amusement. It seems that Marshal Qin has quite an eye for talent. She remarked, "That esteemed Lord Song Ruan is certainly far superior to Ji Qing's despicable cousin, Ji Yuan." She could hardly wait to see Ji Yuan face humiliation as a result of this. She has publicly claimed that Qin Zhen is her fiancé. Ao Guang cast a glance at his seemingly gleeful wife and tentatively began, "This time, Xiao Qin accompanied me to the Tiger Legion. I initially intended for Xiao Qin to interact with Lord Song Ruan, but I was warned by Qin Zhen." Yunxia could not contain her laughter. Ao Guang wore an embarrassed expression. Yunxia reached out and patted Ao Guang's shoulder. "Perhaps it is best to avoid that. You know what kind of character Marshal Qin possesses. His words from back in the Command Academy are still circulated among students today. When Qin Zhen first entered the Imperial Star Military University, he quickly became a prominent figure, with many females casting their affections upon him. Ji Yuan was merely one among several A-level females registered with the Federation. However, Qin Zhen was indifferent to all of them, and when pursued incessantly, he declared that he would either remain unmarried for life or marry someone who cared solely for him. He even stated that should his future wife dare to stray, he would break both her and the lover's legs. Such pronouncements were astonishing, deterring many females. It was from that moment that Qin Zhen's circle of admirers quieted down. Many years have passed, and those who once idolized Qin Zhen have since married beastmen and started families, yet their attention towards Qin Zhen has not waned. They are all waiting to see whether Qin Zhen will persist until the end, even to the point of dying without marrying. In the past 2 years, Ji Yuan suddenly began proclaiming that Qin Zhen is her fiancé. In response, the public neither wishes for Ji Yuan to succeed nor desires Qin Zhen to truly remain single. Many are caught in a quandary. Chapter 75. The Court Hearing. Now, it seems that soon everyone will be free from their dilemmas. The beloved lofty flower has not been claimed by any of them, but has chosen a junior instead. Haha, if this news spreads, Ji Yuan will undoubtedly be laughed at by everyone. Just the thought brings joy. Ao Guang reminisced about the moment when Qin Zhen spoke those words before him and shivered. Although what Qin Zhen said reflected his true thoughts, he only dared to think but not to express or act upon them. Qin Zhen is indeed a paragon among males. Yes, I have relinquished any hope regarding that matter. While our Ao family is indeed prosperous, the primary lineage does not have many members. Both my elder and younger nephews are promising juniors whom I have my eye on. If that old tiger were to incapacitate one of them, what would become of the Dragon Legion in the future? However, Qin Zhen remarked that there are still 2 A-grade female beasts in Lord Song Ruan's Beast-Master Sect. Ao Lai and Ao Qin have both reached the age of marriage. It would indeed be advantageous for them to wed those 2 esteemed individuals. Yun Xia was momentarily taken aback, but soon accepted this information. With the emergence of S-grade females, what was peculiar about having 2 A-grade females by one S-side?
No. Wait.
Suddenly, Yun Xia realized something and sharply turned her gaze towards Ao Guang. Those 2 A-grade females have just recently advanced. As the director of the Psychological Comfort Department at the Imperial Star Military University, she was always well informed, yet she had never heard of A-grade females stationed in the Fierce Tiger Corps. She was acutely aware of the movements of all A-grade females registered with the Federation. Those 2 A-grade females could not possibly be anyone she recognized. Uncertain. However, I suspect they should be, Ao Guang replied. Yun Xia could no longer remain composed. One coincidence might be acceptable, but 2 or 3. Where could such a multitude of coincidences originate? I wish to take leave and accompany you to the Fierce Tiger Corps to meet Lord Song Ruan. If that esteemed individual truly possesses a method to rapidly enhance the mental strength of females, it would be a tremendous fortune for the Federation.
Ao Guang hesitated,
reluctant to refuse his wife. Yet, recalling the contract he had signed and the promise he made to Qin Zhen, he ultimately declined. My dear wife, I fear this may not be feasible. Yun Xia's expression fell, but she did not press the matter further. Then we shall wait a little longer. Did you not say she will be attending the Imperial Star Military University next academic year? We shall meet her eventually, Yun Xia said, almost as if attempting to reassure herself. Given Qin Zhen's character, her visit would not guarantee a meeting. Rather, it might embroil her beast husband in offending both Qin Zhen and Song Ruan. That would not bode well. Ao Guang let out a sigh of relief. Furthermore, regarding matters pertaining to Lord Song Ruan, I must implore you to maintain utmost confidentiality, he added, addressing Yun Xia. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Yun Xia's eyes. Understood, she replied. That evening, having nearly finalized his tasks, Ao Guang dialed a video call to his nephew, Ao Lai. The call was swiftly connected, revealing a handsome beast man on the screen. Second uncle, Ao Lai greeted respectfully, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. 3 days prior, he had confirmed his second uncle's precarious situation with the family and learned of the inherent dangers.
Ao Guang acknowledged.
Shall I, please prepare an itinerary in advance. 5 days hence, accompany me to the Fierce Tiger Corps. Ao Lai was taken aback. To the Fierce Tiger Corps? Before he could finish his sentence, he was stunned by the sight of Ao Guang's hand displayed on the screen. Second uncle, your hand. Ao Guang stifled the urge to laugh.
As you can see,
my volatility has returned to a safe range. This trip to the Fierce Tiger Corps will undoubtedly be worthwhile for you. Ao Lai's gaze towards Ao Guang grew complex. Ao Guang sensed something amiss. What kind of look is that, you rascal? I harbor only affection for your second aunt. Even in death, I would not betray her. You little brat, keep your thoughts clean. Ao Guang was quite irked. Ao Lai froze for a moment, taken aback that his second uncle had seen through his thoughts. His expression soon morphed into one of confusion. Could it be that he had overthought the situation? It shouldn't be. His second uncle and second aunt had already divorced. If his second uncle had not engaged in an in-depth calming treatment with another A-grade female, how could he possibly have reduced his volatility?
Ao Guang, noticing Ao Lai's expression,
felt increasingly vexed. Stop making wild guesses. I have not wronged your second aunt. This time at the Fierce Tiger Corps, I achieved a 20 reduction in volatility. Ao Lai was taken aback. 20%? Am I mistaken in hearing the figures? Ao Guang was finally pleased with Ao Lai's reaction. Now, do you have any objections? He inquired.
No objections.
I'll arrange it immediately and finalize the itinerary.
Ao Lai ri e responde.
A 20 reduction, regardless of how it was achieved. That figure alone warranted his personal visit. Very well, that settles it. Ao Guang concluded, disconnecting the video call. Ao Lai had intended to ask more questions, but found his expression frozen in place. 2 days passed in a blink. At the home of the Liang family in the fierce Tiger Core, today marked the day of the court hearing concerning Song Wan's case. Although Song Wan was not present in the courtroom, she could observe the proceedings through the publicly broadcast video. Thus, she contacted Qin Zhen in advance to request a half-day leave and awaited the hearing at home. After 9 o'clock, the hearing commenced. Song Wan watched as lawyer Zhou presented evidence and made statements, engaging in rebuttals with the prosecution. The more she observed, the more she admired lawyer Zhou. His thoughts were clear, his articulation sharp, and his command of legal statutes was masterful. With lawyer Zhou controlling the proceedings, the situation was remarkably favorable for her. Finally, the prosecution called their first witness. The first witness to take the stand was Song Qing. In the video, Song Qing, as she had during her previous identification, extended numerous unfavorable speculations about Song Wan based on the facts. Before Zhao Ji's incident, Ruan expressed considerable dissatisfaction with him. The night prior to the incident, on April 2nd, Ruan asked me whether it was true that if Zhao Ji died, the bribery matter would not be traced back to her. The following day, Zhao Ji met with misfortune, Song Qing recounted, wiping the corner of her eye. Had I known in advance that Ruan would take action against Zhao Ji to shift the blame of bribery onto him, I would have certainly stopped her. Objection. At that moment, Zhou Chuan interjected. I opposed the witness, making speculative statements. Objection sustained. The judge responded. Zhou Chuan smiled and continued. There exists considerable doubt regarding whether my client killed Zhao Ji. The witness, in her subjective judgment, believes my client to be guilty. I now question the credibility of the witness's testimony. Witness, did anyone else overhear your statement that my client asked you whether, if Zhao Ji died, the bribery matter would not be traced back to her? Additionally, do you possess any audio or video evidence? No, but Zhou Chuan raised his hand to interrupt Song Qing. No is sufficient. There's no need for but. Your Honor, I now oppose the court accepting Song Qing's testimony on the grounds that she is a party with vested interests in the case. A wave of shock rippled through the courtroom. Objection. This time, it was the prosecution's turn to voice an objection. Chapter 76. The impressive lawyer Zhou Chuan. Although Song Qing is Song Wan's sister, the testimony she provides is detrimental to Song Wan. Such a situation is permissible for testimony. However, Zhou Chuan forcefully articulated the reasons for his objection. As my client's sister, Song Qing can indeed testify when providing unfavorable evidence against my client. However, in her capacity as a party with vested interests in the case, she cannot. My client held 22 shares in the Song Group prior to the incident and is the chairman of the Song Group. Meanwhile, at that time, the witness, my client's sister, held 8 shares in the Song Group, making her the third largest shareholder. Just before my client was investigated, the witness suddenly purchased all of my client's shares in the Song Group at a price far below market value and subsequently became the largest shareholder of the Song Group. Please review the evidence documents. Zhou Chuan gestured to his assistant, who presented the evidence documents to the judge and the prosecution lawyer. According to the agency's valuation, although the Song Group was mired in a public relations crisis at the time, the estimated value of 22 shares was nearly 1 billion star coins. Yet, the witness acquired all of my client's shares for less than 100 million star coins. Following this, my client was convicted of bribery, incurring a fine of up to 200 million. The 100 million star coins received were directly confiscated by the Enforcement Bureau and appropriated into the Song Group. Meanwhile, the witness had become the new largest shareholder of the Song Group and its new chairman. The facts regarding the witness's vested interest in this case are indisputable. I implore the court to declare the witness's testimony invalid. After examining the materials, the judge indeed supported Zhou Chuan's motion. Song Qing attempted to explain herself, but was ultimately escorted out by the court police. The prosecution swiftly summoned the second witness, Zhao Ji's younger brother, Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming audaciously accused Song Wan of bribing officials and orchestrating murder. Zhou Chuan had been anticipating this moment, promptly activating his interrogation mode. He questioned Zhao Ming relentlessly. exposing numerous inconsistencies, causing him to falter at every turn. With corroborating evidence at hand, Zhao Ming was swiftly vanquished. Mr. Zhao, perjury is indeed a criminal offense. My client was once your fiancée. Immediately after her mishap, you annulled your engagement and hastily became betrothed to her sister. I now have reasonable suspicions that the true perpetrator behind Zhao Ming's demise is closely linked to you. Zhao Ming's complexion shifted dramatically. He vehemently denied any involvement, cursing Zhou Chuan for his baseless conjectures. The prosecution opposed Zhou Chuan's statements. Nevertheless, despite their objections, the scrutiny in their eyes towards Zhao Ming had shifted. The judge upheld the prosecution's objections. Zhou Chuan, unfazed, continued to exonerate Song Ruan. Throughout the proceedings, he adeptly maintained control over the pace, deftly maneuvering through the courtroom. Song Ruan watched intently, feeling a sense of exhilaration. By the conclusion of the trial, although the judge did not deliver an immediate verdict, Song Ruan felt a strong likelihood that her case would be overturned. During lunch, in a buoyant mood, Song Ruan indulged in an additional 2 bowls of food, not out of hunger, but to satisfy her palate. Shortly after 2 in the afternoon, Zhou Chuan initiated a video call. Song Ruan lavished him with praise and expressed her desire to offer him a token of gratitude. Zhou Chuan chuckled and declined, stating that the Qin family had already compensated him and there would be no additional charges. We should receive a verdict within a week, and the chances of our victory are quite substantial, Zhou Chuan assured her. Thank you once more, Song Ruan replied.
You are too kind, my lady.
This is merely our duty. Once the verdict is rendered, I will reach out to you immediately. Furthermore, based on today's hearing, there is a considerable possibility that the prosecution and police will pursue Zhao Ming and investigate him further. Zhao Ming and Song Qing may attempt to contact you. Rest assured,
I will no longer be swayed by them.
I have blocked them all. They cannot reach me, Song Ruan stated decisively. She was quite busy and had no time for the incessant chatter of those 2 scoundrels. Zhou Chuan chuckled at her candor, but quickly stifled his laughter, realizing it was not entirely appropriate. Actually, there's no need to block them, Zhou Chuan suddenly suggested. Song Ruan looked puzzled. When they call you via video, you could record the conversation. If you can steer them towards revealing the truth, the police would surely appreciate your efforts. Song Ruan's eyes lit up. Indeed. Why hadn't she thought of this? Song Qing and Zhao Ming had underestimated her, and she could cleverly use that to her advantage. While she could not physically reach the Imperial Star, her vengeance need not go unfulfilled. Haha, Lawyer Zhou, thank you for your insight. I will promptly unblock them, she declared. Zhou Chuan was once again amused by her enthusiasm. Excellent. If you manage to obtain any evidence, please contact me first. I will then assist you in reaching out to the police to submit the evidence. Song Ruan's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Great.
Thank you, Lawyer Zhou. She expressed her gratitude once more. After exchanging a few more words, Zhou Chuan concluded the video call. Once the call ended, Song Ruan indeed unblocked Song Qing and Zhao Ming. To her surprise, she found herself looking forward to their call. That evening, Song Qing indeed initiated a video call. Upon seeing the incoming call notification, Song Ruan's face nearly broke into a grin. She instructed Liu Zhao and Xin Yin to stay out of the frame and composed her expression before answering the call. When the connection was established, a female figure who bore a striking resemblance to her appeared on the screen. It was Song Qing. Sister, Song Ruan mimicked her previous self and greeted her. Ruan. Song Qing responded, her face adorned with a feigned smile. Why did you not inform me earlier that you had hired such a formidable lawyer? That Zhou Chuan is renowned for handling criminal cases. I heard that once he was engaged with the Qin family, no one could sway him to take another case. How did you manage to enlist his services? Do you know someone from the Qin family? Song Qing's expression betrayed concern, her hand clenching into a fist out of sight of the camera. This foolish girl was supposed to have perished in the clutches of the Tiger Legion. How had she not only survived but also become entangled with the Qin family? She had already investigated and discovered that Zhou Chuan was nominally employed by the Qin family, but in reality, he served their interests. Without the Qin family's directive, how could Zhou Chuan possibly take on Song Ruan's case? Damn it! How did this fool manage to connect with the Qin family? I intended to inform you, but I feared I might disturb you and Zhao Ming. Song Ruan feigned a sorrowful expression, nearly gagging at the mention of Zhao Ming. You were the one who told Zhao Ming to disregard me, and not to disturb you both. I was merely adhering to your wishes. Song Qing's expression flickered. At that time. Oh dear, I must have misunderstood you. Zhao Ming, how was I to know he would deceive and frame you? Chapter 77. Song Qing was consumed by jealousy. That scoundrel, Zhao Ming, had actually implicated you. I shall not let him go unpunished. Ruan, we're sisters. Do you not trust me? Song Qing's gaze was accusatory. Song Ruan felt disdain within but maintained an air of innocence. Of course, I trust you, sister. You are my only family. Only you can help me. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Song Qing's eyes. Fear not, with your sister by your side. I will surely rescue you. By the way, are you still in the Tiger Legion? Song Qing swiftly transitioned to the main topic. Yes, Song Ruan nodded. Song Qing's eyes narrowed. So, you know someone from the Qin family? Yes, Song Ruan affirmed again. Which member of the Qin family? By the time Song Qing had asked her third question, her impatience was palpable. This fool could only respond with single words. Could she not provide a few more details? Feigning ignorance to Song Qing's irritation, Song Ruan replied, Qin Yin, Qin Zhen, and Qin Mian. Song Qing was taken aback. You know the war god, and the head of the Qin family? She exclaimed. Song Ruan's mention of Qin Yin struck a chord of familiarity. While the names Qin Zhen and Qin Mian resonated with thunderous clarity. One was the famed war god, known throughout the Federation, while the other was the president of the Qin Group, one of the largest conglomerates in the Federation. If the Song family could collaborate with the Qin family, their worth would soar immeasurably. Yes, Song Ruan confirmed. Song Qing, momentarily forgetting her disdain for Song Ruan, hurriedly pressed for details about her connections with Qin Zhen and Qin Mian. Oh, I am married to Qin Yin. Qin Zhen is now my uncle, and Qin Mian is my father-in-law, Song Ruan stated calmly. What? Song Qing's voice became shrill. At that moment, she finally recalled who Qin Yin was, the sole heir of the Qin family. She had heard that he had been engaged to the eldest daughter of the Liu family but had fled on the eve of their wedding. To her astonishment, after fleeing, Qin Yin had ended up marrying this worthless Song Ruan. In that moment, Song Qing was consumed by a jealousy that bordered on madness. How could this fool have gained the affections of the Qin family's heir? Song Ruan reveled in Song Qing's envious expression, finding it exceedingly amusing. Yet, she maintained a facade of trepidation. Sister, are you not happy for me? She timidly inquired. Song Qing finally regained her composure, managing to mask her emotions. Of course, I am happy that you are married. However, such a significant event as marriage, and you did not inform me. I did not mean to keep it from you. It was you and Zhao Ming, oh no, Zhao Ming, who asked me not to intrude upon your lives. Song Ruan blinked her innocent eyes and lamented. Song Qing's initially accusatory demeanor swiftly transformed. I was wrong earlier. I should not have listened to Zhao Ming. Yet, I was also deceived by him. Ruan, you wouldn't hold a grudge against your sister for this, would you? Song Ruan quickly shook her head. Of course not. You are my dearest sister. I will always trust you. How absurd, Song Ruan added silently in her mind. Song Qing nodded in satisfaction. Xin Dao mused. This fool is still so easily deceived. In that case, bring your brother-in-law to meet me. Song Qing immediately made her request. Song Ruan put on a hesitant expression. What's wrong? Didn't you just say you trusted me? Song Qing's expression darkened. No, sister, you've misunderstood. I'm still serving in the military and can't return to the Empire Star for now. Also, Qin Yin has military duties as well, so he can't leave either. Song Ruan hurriedly explained. Song Qing's expression finally softened somewhat. You're still serving in the red tent. She feigned concern. No, but I've been reassigned to assist in the medical department. My service period hasn't ended, so I still can't leave. Song Qing looked regretful. After a moment's thought, she said, Then let Qin Yin come and greet me, as his aunt. Will that work? Song Ruan hesitated slightly. How could Qin Yin, who was in the room, possibly sit still? He immediately stood up. Lu Zhao, seeing this, quickly moved closer. Sister, I'm here. Qin Yin waved at the camera. Me too. Lu Zhao chimed in. In an instant, two extraordinarily handsome men appeared on the screen, leaving Song Qing utterly astonished. One was strikingly handsome, while the other was captivatingly charming. Both were the beast husbands of that fool. Which one is Qin Yin? Wait, wasn't Qin Yin supposed to be an ugly male? How could he possibly have fallen for someone as foolish as Song Ruan? What's going on? Song Qing stammered, her gaze fixed greedily on Qin Yin and Lu Zhao. Her desires almost written on her face. Both Qin Yin and Lu Zhao felt a sense of disgust within them. This Song Qing, who wasted a face that bore a resemblance to their wife's, was truly repulsive. However, despite their inner disdain, they maintained an air of respect. Sister? I am Qinin. Qinin spoke first. Sister, I am Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao followed, flashing a charming smile as he spoke. Song Qing was nearly struck dumb by the shock. I am also the beast husband of your sister. I am the second young master of the Lu family. And my sister is Lu Aoshang. I've heard my sister mention you before. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to your guidance. Song Qing felt her mind whirl in confusion. Upon hearing the name Lu Aoshang, she finally regained her senses. Lu Aoshang. Isn't she the eldest lady of the Lu family? The one betrothed to Qinin. How could this be? That foolish Song Ruan not only entangled herself with the young master of the Qin family, but also with the young master of the Lu family. These two exceptional males were 100 times better than that Zhao Ming. At that moment, Song Qing was consumed by jealousy, her heart twisting with envy. How could that foolish Song Ruan be worthy of such exquisite beast husbands with such formidable backgrounds? Ahem, greetings to you both. Forcing herself back to reality, Song Qing raised her hand to greet Qin and Lu Zhao. Soft Ruan isn't very articulate, and her character is rather gentle. She tends to be quite lazy. I appreciate your efforts in taking care of her. Upon hearing this, Qin and Lu Zhao paused momentarily. They thought to themselves, had it not been for the person on the other side of the video call not being present, they would have surely lost their temper. To slander their wife in front of them. This female must be tired of living. Just as Qin was about to retort, he was stopped by Lu Zhao's hand. Lu Zhao smiled and said, what sister said is true. Taking care of our wife is our responsibility. She has a kind heart and a pure mind, making her susceptible to being schemed against and used. We will protect her well. As he spoke, Lu Zhao subtly directed his gaze at Song Qing, making her tense up for a moment. Then, Song Qing finally restrained herself and ceased her disparagement of Song Ruan. Subsequently, Song Qing chatted with Lu Zhao and Qin for a while. The more they conversed, the more Song Qing realized that the two beast men were very protective of Song Ruan. Consumed by jealousy, she could only endure in silence. Qin maintained a rather cold demeanor towards Song Qing, and soon after, he ended the video call. However, Lu Zhao wore a regretful expression. He had wanted to provoke that female a bit more. Song Ruan also felt a twinge of disappointment. She hadn't managed to extract any information from Song Qing to record as evidence.
Chapter 78. Aulai. Such a person is best blocked.
You all don't mind being lazy in dealing with her, do you? Seeing that his wife and Lu Zhao were both looking at him, Qin remarked. Lu Zhao and Song Ruan exchanged glances, and both smiled. But I haven't managed to get her to spill anything to record as evidence, Song Ruan interjected. Qin was taken aback. Then, frowning, he said, if you can't get her to talk, just let it be. I'll video call Dad, and have him think of a way. That Song Qing has the appearance of a schemer, and it's evident she has done many wrongdoings. Let Dad find someone to investigate her secrets. Once they're uncovered, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with her. Also, as for the song group, Soft Ruan, do you still want it? If you do, I can have Dad think of a way to get it back for you. At this, both Lu Zhao and Song Ruan's expressions shifted to surprise. It seemed they had indeed overcomplicated the matter. Should I still block her then? After a moment, Song Ruan finally asked. Yes, both beastmen nodded in agreement. Song Ruan hesitated for a moment, then finally activated her light brain and blocked Song Qing. Imagining how Song Qing would react when she tried to contact her and discovered she had been blocked, Song Ruan felt quite pleased. The scene she envisioned soon came to pass. After more than 2 hours, Song Qing attempted to video call Song Ruan again. Upon realizing she couldn't get through, she was infuriated. Later, when she discovered she had been blocked, she was so enraged that she smashed everything in her room. After venting her fury, Song Qing sought help from others to contact Song Ruan and vent her frustrations. Unfortunately, Song Ruan had set her communication settings to block non-contacts, preventing anyone from reaching her. This left Song Qing in a state of extreme anger, nearly driving her to illness. Meanwhile, Song Ruan was unaware of all this. Tonight, she was accompanied by the little tiger, and after their exercise, she slept exceptionally soundly. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Ao Guang returned after completing his tasks, bringing Ao Lai to visit the fierce tiger core. Song Ruan's family was summoned by Qingjin to dine at the Marshal's residence. Little Lai, this is the Song Ruan I mentioned to you. Quickly, raise a glass to her. At the dinner table, Ao Guang went to great lengths to curry favor with Song Ruan, relentlessly showering her with attentions. As if that wasn't enough, he even dragged Ao Lai to join in. Ao Lai, now a marshal of the Divine Dragon Corps, held a prestigious position, making such behavior beneath him. Moreover, since Song Ruan was significantly younger than him, it was even more embarrassing for him. Second uncle, under the pressure of numerous gazes, Ao Lai exclaimed. However, as soon as he spoke, the back of his hand was slapped by his second uncle. What are you hesitating for? It is your honor to toast to Lady Song Ruan. Who can just casually toast to her? Ao Lai's face flushed with indignation, but he could not express his anger. His second uncle truly disregarded him as a marshal. Song Ruan felt increasingly awkward. She couldn't shake the feeling that she resembled a wealthy dog while Uncle Ao was forcing his nephew into servitude. Just as she was about to speak, Qin Jun interjected. Let us skip the toasting. My soft Ruan does not drink alone with males. Senior, have you forgotten what I said earlier? Qin Jun directed a warning glance at Ao Guang. Did he think he was dead? He had the audacity to set up a brothel in front of him. Ao Guang's expression stiffened. Ao Lai looked at his second uncle in confusion. He wanted to ask what Marshal Qin had said to his second uncle and how to proceed. Oh dear, Junior, you've misunderstood. I merely wanted to introduce Little Lai to Lady Song Ruan. There was no ulterior motive. This jealous old tiger, what was he thinking? He only intended for his nephew to curry favor, nothing more. Just introduce them properly. We don't engage in that sort of thing here. Qin Jun maintained his serious demeanor. Song Ruan's family of three nearly burst into laughter. Ahem, Uncle Ao, let us skip the toasting. I'm merely a junior and don't require such flattery from you. Saying this, Song Ruan raised a glass. Let us all drink together to celebrate our gathering tonight. Everyone raised their glasses. Ao Guang and Ao Lai both displayed expressions of admiration. With a cup of wine downed, the earlier unpleasant interludes swiftly faded away. Ao Guang began to delve into the topic, discussing the matter of enlisting Song Ruan's assistance for calming himself and his nephew. There remains a 70 reduction in agitation. I have already devised a plan. This 70 will be evenly split between Xiao Lai and me, with each of us reducing 35. Once you assist us in calming down, I shall commence my duties as your bodyguard for 4.5 years. Ao Guang articulated his intentions. Upon hearing this,
Ao Lai cast a glance at Ao Guang.
Following their meeting, his uncle had briefed him on the situation. Yet he still found it difficult to fully believe his uncle's words. After observing Ao Guang, he turned his gaze towards Song Ruan. Does this esteemed Song Ruan truly possess S-level mental prowess?
Well,
Song Ruan smiled and replied. Then after the meal, I shall assist you in calming down. Ao Lai's heart skipped a beat. Starting right after the meal? And with both him and his uncle? This esteemed individual is remarkably confident. What are you staring at? Shouldn't you express your gratitude to Lord Song Ruan? Suddenly, a hand struck the back of Ao Lai's head, jolting him back to reality. His face flushed with embarrassment. Despite having attained the rank of marshal, his uncle still regarded him as a child. Thank you, Lord Song Ruan. Even feeling awkward, Ao Lai managed to express his gratitude to Song Ruan. If this female can indeed help him reduce his agitation by 35, it would be worth any ridicule. Ha! Thank you for your efforts, my lord. Ao Guang added his thanks as well. Song Ruan smiled and replied, You're welcome, while stifling a laugh as she continued her meal. After dining, Song Ruan did not delay. She first assisted Ao Guang in calming down. Using a half-step intoxication to bring him down, she activated the agitation detection device. Then she affixed the Beast Master ring, channeling the Beast Master's Heart Sutra, plunging into the dreams of the Beast Man to capture the dual S-level dark energy. In less than 2 hours, Song Ruan accomplished her task. With an abundant harvest of dual S-level dark energy, she felt a sense of delight. After awakening Ao Guang, she instructed him to bring his nephew in. Upon regaining consciousness, Ao Guang discovered that his agitation level had indeed decreased by 35, nearly losing his composure in excitement. Lord Song Ruan, would you like to take a break, or perhaps have something to eat to replenish your strength? Assisting a dual S-level beast man in reducing agitation by 35, your performance seems remarkably effortless. 2 third-grade spirit fruits appeared in Song Ruan's hand. I will suffice with this. You go call for him. Once I finish calming you down, I can return home early, she said.
Ao Guang looked astonished.
Is that really enough? Those are natural fruits, right? You only consume natural fruits and not even premium nutrient solutions? Song Ruan did not respond. Realizing he had spoken too much, Ao Guang quickly said. I will go fetch, shall I? Please wait a moment, Lord Song-wan. With that, Ao Guang hurried off. After he left, Song-wan began to nibble on the fruit. After finishing 2, she took out another to nibble on. After consuming 3 third-grade spirit fruits, Song-wan felt pleasantly full. Before long, Ao Lai arrived. Chapter 79. Only strength can protect Ruan. Ao Lai entered, spotted Song-wan, and promptly greeted her. Lord Song-wan. At that moment, he no longer dared to doubt the esteemed female before him. Earlier, his uncle had shown him his latest agitation level detection results. In less than 2 hours, this remarkable female had indeed helped him reduce his agitation by 35. He had been observing closely, and now, she appeared to be in excellent spirits, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever.
Marshal Ao, Song Ruan replied courteously.
She produced a bottle of third-grade half-step intoxication pills and placed it on the coffee table. Did your uncle brief you on the situation? She then inquired of Ao Lai. Ao Lai glanced at the pills, realizing, these must be the sleep aid his uncle mentioned. Effective for dual S-level beastmen, not only aiding sleep, but also temporarily halting the increase of agitation levels. Such a miraculous medicine, he thought, he could certainly try it.
Yes,
he replied, moving towards Song Ruan. My uncle suggested I take the medicine first. After I fall asleep, it will allow you to better assist me in mental comfort. Please take a seat. Song Ruan smiled, guiding him to sit on the sofa. Ao Lai sat down, then picked up the cup of water and took the medicine. He had thought it would take a while for the medication to take effect. However, as soon as he set the cup down, he found his eyelids growing heavy. An overwhelming drowsiness flooding over him like a raging torrent. He barely registered a moment of darkness before losing consciousness. Song Ruan glanced at the slumbering beast man, repeating her earlier actions and continuing her work.
Entering Ao Li's dreams.
She observed his spiritual state and discerned that this martial Ao's strength should be in the early stages of dual S-level. The black energy surrounding his spirit was of slightly inferior quality compared to that of his uncle and Ao Guang. Nevertheless, being dual S-level dark energy, even if its quality is not the best among those of the same rank, it still surpassed that of S-level energy. Song Ruan set to work swiftly. In less than an hour and a half, she helped Ao Lai reduce his agitation by 35. Awakening to the scent of the antidote, Ao Lai realized that only an hour and a half had passed, nearly doubting the authenticity of the agitation detection device. Song Ruan perceived Ao Lai's thoughts and paid them no mind. Marshal Ao, you may retest your agitation level with your own device later. My uncle and his brother are still waiting outside. Let us proceed, Song Ruan suggested. Oh, right. Ao Lai quickly regained his composure, responding affirmatively. Together with Song Ruan, he exited the room and made their way to the living room on the first floor. As they approached the staircase, they were noticed by the people in the living room. Qin Yin and Lu Chao stepped forward, positioning themselves on either side of Song Ruan. Observing this, Ao Lai suddenly felt a twinge of envy towards the two. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed that the Federation's sole S-level female could be so young and yet so approachable. Among her 2 beast husbands, the strongest had only just entered S-level, while the other had yet to reach the pinnacle of A-level. They were her only 2 husbands at present.
Ao approached to Ao Lai.
The living room buzzed with renewed energy. After exchanging a few words with Ao Guang, Song Ruan took her leave. Uncertain if Song Ruan was fatigued, Ao Guang did not press to keep her. Qin Jun, however, instructed Qin Yin and Lu Chao to take good care of Song Ruan and allowed the trio to depart. Once Song Ruan had left, Qin Jun summoned Ao Guang to his study. In the study, he asked directly, have you brought the level 10 crystal core you promised last time? Ao Guang's expression reflected reluctance. Yes, I have, he replied, retrieving the crystal core from his spatial ring and handing it to Qin Jun. It was a luminous crystal, dazzling in its brilliance. Upon seeing it, Qin Jun reached out to accept it. After confirming its authenticity, he stored it in his own spatial ring.
Ao hesitated.
Then finally spoke, your strength should now be in the mid-stages of dual S-level, correct? Qin Jun glanced at Ao Guang without responding. Are you planning to absorb the level 10 crystal core yourself? You must understand that once a beast man reaches the dual S-level realm, the stronger they become, the more perilous it is. Although Lord Song Ruan can currently assist us in reducing our agitation levels should you advance beyond her capabilities, there will be no one left to aid you then. This was a warning he offered as a senior. Qin Jun looked at Ao Guang. I am well aware. Ao Guang replied in a low voice. The dual S-level strength was still inadequate for him. He must ascend to 3S level, becoming the strongest in the Federation. Only then could he safeguard Ruan, deterring those who would covet her. Even the royal family would not dare. Ao Guang's expression grew complex, and he chose not to elaborate further. Just as he was about to take his leave, Qin Jin spoke again. Remember to keep this confidential. Ao Guang paused for a moment, then acknowledged with a sound and turned to depart. After leaving Qin Jin's study, Ao Guang sought out Ao Lai. At this moment, Ao Lai had already completed testing his agitation levels using his own device. After multiple consistent results, he joyfully accepted the reality. His irritability ratio has indeed decreased by 35, leaving him with a mere 32. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a sound echoed from outside the door. Ao Lai snapped back to attention. Come in, he shouted towards the entrance. Ao Guang pushed the door open and entered. Second uncle, Ao Lai exclaimed, rising quickly upon seeing Ao Guang. Ao Guang gestured for Ao Lai to remain seated as he took a seat on the sofa opposite him. Second uncle, did you only chat with Marshal Qin for a brief moment? You just went to the study. How could you return so soon?
Ao Guang replied.
I promised him some items, delivered them, and thus made my way back. Ao Lai's expression turned curious. He longed to inquire about what his second uncle had given. But seeing Ao Guang's demeanor, which suggested he was reluctant to divulge, he suppressed his curiosity. Second uncle, I just tested my irritability ratio, and it has indeed dropped by 35. Could it be that Sir Song's mental strength has genuinely reached S level?
Ao Guang nodded.
Your second aunt and I have speculated thus. However, this is something you should keep to yourself. Externally, Sir Song's mental strength is classified as mid-tier A level. Ao Lai's gaze flickered slightly. I understand. Marshal Qin and Sir Song aim to temper the irritability of us, the Ao family, in a bid to win us over to their side, aligning us with the Divine Dragon Legion. Naturally, we must support the Tiger Legion. If the Tiger Legion thrives, the Divine Dragon Legion shall not falter. Perhaps this might alter the fates of many in our esteemed clan who have met with untimely demises. By the way, second uncle, do you know the name of the medicine Sir Song provided us? Its potency was remarkable. I felt dizzy almost immediately after consuming it. Moreover, it can halt the increase of irritability. If the Divine Dragon Legion could obtain such a remedy, it might significantly reduce the mortality rate of our soldiers. Ao Guang shook his head. That medicine appears to belong to Sir Song. I shall report to her tomorrow, and can inquire then. Chapter 80. You are more important.
Ao Lai nodded.
After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, why not let me accompany you? This trip is scheduled for 3 days, and it is only the first day. I still have 2 days of free time left. Since I am already here, I wish to tour the Tiger Legion. He had not anticipated that on his very first day at the Tiger Legion, he would achieve a reduction in his irritability.
Ao Guang agreed.
Then, do inform Qin Jun in advance. Since we are guests, we ought to behave like one. Qin Jun is quite forthright. Matters he wishes to share, he will not conceal. And those he does not wish us to know, we shall not uncover.
Indeed, Ao Lai responded.
The uncle and nephew conversed for a while longer before concluding their discussion. Meanwhile, Qin Jun, after Ao Guang's departure, returned to his chamber. He retrieved the 10th level crystal core that Ao Guang had given him. After a moment's hesitation, he placed his hand upon it, closed his eyes, and began to absorb its energy. As the absorption progressed, beads of sweat began to form on Qin Jun's forehead, soon spreading across his face and body. Half an hour later, his garments were thoroughly drenched. Suddenly, a cough escaped him. He leaned forward, opened his eyes, and clutched his chest, taking 2 deep breaths before finally concluding the absorption of the crystal core's energy. He glanced down at the crystal core on the table, once radiant, now dulled, having lost nearly half of its energy. Qin Jun swiftly stored the crystal core in his spatial ring. He then took out the irritability detection device to measure his irritability. This was the second crystal core he had absorbed, having already consumed the first. The results came swiftly. His current irritability ratio had risen to 60. A smile crept upon Qin Jun's lips. It appeared he could visit the medical office to find Ruan the following day. He put away the irritability detection device and rose to wash up in the bathroom. The next day, during breakfast, Ao Guang announced his intention to report to the medical office to meet with Song Ruan and begin serving as her bodyguard. Ao Lai also expressed his desire to visit the medical office of the Tiger Legion's vanguard. Qin Jun glanced at the uncle and nephew, indicating he would accompany them as well. The two, unsure of Qin Jun's intentions, exchanged glances and decided to gauge the situation. After finishing their meal, the trio set off for the medical office. Under Qin Zhen's leadership, they ascended directly to the 5th floor upon arrival. At that moment, Song Rulan had yet to arrive. But Li Jiao and Zhao Qing were present. Following Li Jiao and Zhao Qing's advancement to the nascent soul stage, the Special Treatment Department underwent a reform.
Now,
Nearly all the injured in the Special Treatment Department were attended to by Li Jiao and Zhao Qing. They operated on a shift system, one station during the day and the other at night, switching every morning. Although Song Rulan also visited the Special Treatment Room daily. Her role primarily involved alleviating irritability for the officers of the Tiger Legion and select A-level soldiers. As she was not dealing with injured patients, the urgency was less pressing, allowing her the flexibility to take leave whenever she desired. Thus, although the entire Tiger Legion's critically injured personnel were sent to the Special Treatment Room, it continued to operate smoothly without incident, granting Song Rulan significantly more freedom than before. Upon seeing Qin Zhen, the two females, taking advantage of a brief intermission between shifts, hurried over to greet him. Marshal. Qin Zhen nodded. This is General Ao Guang, the former Marshal of the Divine Dragon Legion, and this is Marshal Ao Lai, the current Marshal of the Divine Dragon Legion. General Ao Guang will remain by Rulan's side as her bodyguard, while Marshal Ao Lai has come to tour. Li Jiao and Zhao Qing were taken aback.
what?
The former Marshal of the Divine Dragon Legion is acting as her bodyguard? Her status is quite remarkable.
General Ao Guan, Marshal Ao.
The two females quickly composed themselves and greeted them. Ao Guang and Ao Lai were puzzled as to why Qin Zhen introduced them to the two medical personnel. Qin Zhen then proceeded to introduce the two females. This is Li Jiao and Zhao Qing. Both are disciples of Rulan and have attained mid-tier A-level mental strength, serving as doctors in the Special Treatment Room. Ao Guang and Ao Lai were both astonished, immediately comprehending Qin Zhen's rationale for introducing them to the two females. Lady Li Jiao, Lady Zhao Qing, greetings. Ao Guang promptly offered his salutation. Greetings, ladies.
Ao Lai followed suit.
The two ladies appeared quite youthful, seemingly not much older than Sir Song. Yet they had already achieved mid-tier A-level strength. It seemed that Sir Song's Beast-Taming Sect was indeed a treasure trove of talent. After exchanging pleasantries, just as Qin Zhen intended to wait for Song Rulan in her office, she arrived with her family. Following the greetings, arrangements were quickly made. Song Rulan would provide psychological comfort to Qin Zhen. Qin Yin would familiarize Ao Guang with Song Rulan's work and living environment, subsequently assuming his duties to ensure her safety, while Lu Chao would guide Ao Lai in touring the medical office. Li Jiao and Zhao Qing would adhere to their prior work assignments, with one finishing their shift while the other continued. Song Rulan led Qin Zhen into a specially renovated treatment room designated for her use. Uncle, your irritability has just decreased. How has it risen so rapidly? While directing Qin Zhen to lie down, Song Rulan retrieved the probe of the irritability detection device, preparing to measure his irritability data. Qin Zhen complied and lay down. To achieve rapid strength, one must inevitably pay a price. Additionally, did you not express a desire to collect the black energy of dual S levels? Moving forward, I can frequently provide it. Song Rulan paused in her actions. After a brief moment, she affixed the probe to Qin Zhen's wrist. While I aspire to collect black energy to upgrade the medicinal garden space, I do not wish for you to take risks. If the upgrade of the medicinal garden space requires your safety as a trade-off, I would rather proceed at a slower pace. She could not bring herself to sacrifice her loved ones for personal gain, nor did she wish to sow discord between her and Qin Yin. Qin Zhen's gaze flickered. Do you truly feel that way? He fixed his eyes intently on Song Rulan. Song Wan felt somewhat uncomfortable under the gaze fixed upon her. With a soft acknowledgement, she diverted her eyes. At that moment, the results from the instrument emerged, revealing that Qin Zhen's irritability ratio had indeed surged to 60. Upon seeing the outcome, Song Wan inexplicably felt a twinge of annoyance. In just a few days, had he not cherished his own health? Observing Song Ruan's reaction, Qin Zhen felt quite pleased. Rest assured, he reassured her, aside from the increase in irritability, my methods of enhancing strength bear no other side effects. Once I elevate my power to the late double S rank, I will be able to eliminate the dozen or so level 10-star beasts that frequently trouble our Tiger Legion. Once I acquire a sufficient number of crystal cores, I will devise a way for Xiao Yin to also ascend to double S rank. Frequent battles lead to a rapid growth in irritability. If Xiao Yin and I work hard together, even without collecting the dark energy from outsiders, you will still amass a substantial amount of double S rank dark energy. Previously constrained by the excessively high irritability ratio, he seldom ventured onto the battlefield. Even when he did, he rarely dared to unleash his full power.
But now,
He could finally embrace his strength without restraint. The mere thought of it filled him with exhilaration. Can this truly be achieved? Song Wan pondered, feeling somewhat tempted. Not relying on outsiders and inflicting no harm upon her own was indeed a favorable approach. Having previously assisted Uncle Ao and Marshal Ao in reducing their irritability, the experience of watching the dark energy accumulate yet only being able to extract a fraction was utterly disheartening. She much preferred the notion of taking as much as she could grasp. Qin Zhen's lips curled into a smile. Of course. Song Ruan's expression brightened as her gaze met Qin Zhen's. The humor in his eyes nearly captivated her. Her breath hitched momentarily, and she quickly averted her gaze. Subsequently, she retrieved 2 bottles of half-step drunk from her spatial storage to offer to Qin Zhen. However, he declined. Taking too much of this medicine diminishes its effectiveness. I shall forego it this time. Instead, keep me company, and once I feel drowsy, you can assist me in soothing my spirit. Song Wan was somewhat reluctant. But won't chatting only make us more awake? Qin Zhen fell silent. Just as Song Wan was about to concede, he spoke again. Then you may stay by my side, and do as you wish. When I drift off, you can help me reduce my irritability. It was the first time Song Wan realized how stubborn her uncle could be. Reluctantly, considering she had nothing else to occupy her time, she agreed. She moved aside, extracting dark energy from her medicinal garden to refine for her training. This marked the first time Qin Zhen witnessed Song Wan in her training state, and her serene and earnest demeanor nearly captivated him. Initially, she felt a bit uneasy under his scrutiny, but as she entered a meditative state, she gradually pushed Qin Zhen from her mind. After watching her for a while, he also closed his eyes. In the tranquil confines of the small space, the beastman's breathing gradually steadied. After an extended period of training, Song Wan suddenly remembered that she had yet to assist Qin Zhen in soothing his spirit. Returning to reality, she opened her eyes to find Qin Zhen already asleep, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Rising, she approached the bedside and began to alleviate his irritability. Entering Qin Zhen's dream, she encountered a spirit, the large white tiger, which immediately sprinted toward her. The tiger nuzzled against her thigh, nearly melting her heart. Initially, Song Wan hesitated to touch the tiger, reminding herself that it was her uncle's spirit. However, the tiger's insistence proved irresistible, and she ultimately reached out. The moment she extended her hand, things took an unexpected turn. The tiger suddenly exerted its strength, knocking her down and entangling her to play. Laughter burst forth from Song Wan as she succumbed to the tiger's playful antics. 10 minutes later, she found herself lying on the tiger's belly, utterly conquered by its charm. Who would have thought that such a serious person like my uncle would have such a mischievous spirit? After a brief pause, she realized she could not afford to delay any longer and prepared to rise. Yet, the tiger's tail wrapped around her, preventing her escape. Looking up into the tiger's adorable and innocent eyes, she nearly succumbed again. However, rationality ultimately prevailed. Dear White, be good and let me go. Once I help you capture the dark energy surrounding you, we can play again, all right? She implored in a coaxing tone. The tiger's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. As she gently stroked its fur, she added, with all this dark energy clinging to you, it must be uncomfortable. Let me help you get rid of it, how about that? The tiger's gaze wavered once more, and then the tail that had ensnared her was withdrawn. Song Wan exhaled in relief. After calming the tiger, she began capturing the dark energy from its body. With the recent practice, her speed had improved. Gradually, the dark energy surrounding the tiger diminished. Initially, the tiger interacted playfully with her, but as the dark energy lessened, it became increasingly comfortable and soon dozed off on the ground. Seeing this, Song Wan felt reassured and continued her task. After more than 3 hours, she successfully captured all the dark energy from the tiger. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping tiger, she reached out to stroke it a couple of times before returning to the waking world. In reality, Qin Zhen was soundly asleep. He appeared much softer in slumber than when awake. Nevertheless, Song Wan found it challenging to connect the beast man before her with the large tiger she had just encountered. Retrieving the beast master ring, she hesitated momentarily, but decided not to call out to Qin Zhen. Instead, she exited the room, closing the door behind her. Just as she stepped out, Qin Zhen opened his eyes. He had actually awakened moments earlier but was unsure how to face Song Wan, having dreamt of being a rather foolish tiger enamored with her, entangling her in all sorts of embarrassing antics. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Yin had taken Ao Guang to tour the residence where their family of three lived, as well as the places they frequented. Lu Zhao, in turn, had shown Ao Lai around the medical office. After the tour, Ao Lai expressed great admiration for the operations of the Vanguard Army's medical office. Upon learning about the special treatment room's functionality, he felt a twinge of envy. According to Dr. Liu, the pain relief pills and half-step drunk are your medical office's staple medications. May I inquire if these medicines are produced by your Tiger Legion?
Ao Lai Kikling Kirid.
Lu Zhao glanced at Ao Lai. They are not produced by the Tiger Legion, but by the Beast-Taming Sect. However, due to the scarcity of medicinal materials, current output is quite limited. While we have a considerable supply in our medical office, we have not sold many to the military, especially for half-step drunk. As it is classified as a narcotic, the Beast-Taming Sect does not sell it externally to prevent misuse. Currently, the sect has only sold some pain relief pills to the military. Lu Zhao did not conceal the information regarding the medical office's medications. Primarily, Uncle Ao would soon be accompanying his wife as a bodyguard, and such matters would eventually come to light. Pain relief pills? Ao Lai's interest piqued. Yes, Lu Zhao confirmed, proceeding to explain the effects of the pain relief pills to Ao Lai. Ao Lai's eyes brightened at the revelation that the Beast-Taming Sect had developed such an excellent medication. Dr. Liu, could you sell some of your pain relief pills to our Divine Dragon Legion? We can negotiate a fair price. Upon discovering that Lu Zhao was the elder in charge of the alchemy hall at the Beast-Taming Sect, Ao Lai immediately inquired. Lu Zhao feigned a troubled expression. I'm afraid that won't be possible for now. The medicinal materials required for crafting pills are quite scarce, and given the high demand from our military, we currently have no surplus to sell externally. Ao Lai's expression fell with disappointment. However, if I mention it to Ruan, I should be able to secure a portion for you. However, to pursue greater aspirations, we must await the growth of our medicinal herbs before we can expand production. Lu Zhao remarked. His uncle had previously advised them that when dealing with the Dragon Legion, one must adhere to a principle. Benefits should be provided, but in moderation. It is best to dangle even greater rewards as bait. Only in this manner can the members of the Dragon Legion unite in purpose with them. Ao Lai's countenance instantly brightened, sensing that Lu Zhao regarded him as one of their own. Really? I cannot thank Dr. Liu enough. He promptly grew more familiar with Lu Zhao. With a smile, Lu Zhao engaged with him, seemingly truly considering Ao Lai a friend. By midday, the group gradually returned to the 5th floor. Qin Zhen took Ao Lai away, while Ao Guang followed Qin Yin to learn the ways of a bodyguard. That evening, Ao Guang was supposed to stay at Song Ruan's residence, but was summoned by Qin Zhen instead. Qin Zhen had instructed that during the period of the Tiger Legion, Ao Guang should reside at the marshal's residence. Ao Guang, who had never wished to be a third wheel, gladly agreed. At the Song household, after dinner, the trio prepared to watch a film to pass the time when Qin Mian initiated a video call. Song Ruan accepted the call. Qin Mian's figure appeared on the screen. Father, Song Ruan, and Qin Yin greeted in unison. Uncle Qin, Lu Zhao chimed in with a smile. Qin Mian acknowledged them with a grunt, inquiring whether the family had dined before steering the conversation toward the main topic. Xiao Yin, regarding the matter you mentioned last time, I have results. I had someone investigate Song Qing and collected some incriminating evidence against her. After reviewing it, Lawyer Zhou informed me that if we present this evidence to the police, Song Qing could face a prison sentence of no less than 10 years. This sister-in-law of yours has quite poor moral character and has committed numerous offenses, all of which she managed to suppress due to her status as the eldest daughter of the Song family. However, no one can act without leaving traces behind. The investigators encountered no difficulty in obtaining her evidence. Xiao Song, are you certain you wish to submit the evidence to the police? Qin Mian turned his gaze towards Song Ruan. Yes, she replied without a moment's hesitation. Qin Mian nodded. Then I shall instruct Lawyer Zhou to handle it. Furthermore, the acquisition of the Song Group has been arranged. If you confirm your side, I will give the order to proceed. If all goes well, we can bring the Song family to bankruptcy within a week. At that point, we can acquire a substantial portion of their shares at a low price without spending much. Song Ruan looked at her father-in-law with admiration. Despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, he was decisively ruthless in action. I am certain. Please proceed, father. I will fund the acquisition of the Song family. I will transfer 2 billion to you shortly, and I will ensure the remainder is covered as soon as possible. During this period, she had made quite a sum helping the officers with their emotional support, and with the income from the Beast-Taming Sect selling elixirs, she was no longer the destitute person she once was. Qin Mian smiled, increasingly pleased with his daughter-in-law. Very well, he acquiesced. Afterward, he inquired about the three younger generations before ending the video call. Just as Song-won thought they could resume their movie, Qin Yin's wrist vibrated. Both Song-won and Lu Zhao turned to him. "It's my uncle calling," he informed them before answering the call. When the video connected, Qin Zhen's figure appeared on the screen. Noticing all three present, he spoke directly. "Tomorrow, I will be heading to the X-Star battlefield in Shaoyin. You will accompany me." He then turned to Lu Zhao. "Xiao Zhao, your strength is insufficient as well. It would be best for you to join Shaoyin and train on the battlefield. You all must prepare to return to the Imperial Star with Ruan in just over 6 months, and your strength must be enhanced." Although Ao Guan will serve as Ruan's bodyguard, he cannot remain by her side at all times. After all, who can be more reliable than one's own kin? Understood. Qin Yin replied, casting a glance at Song Ruan, already inclined to accept his uncle's invitation. He had intended to participate from the outset. Lu Zhao hesitated for a moment before also agreeing. "I will contact the medical department to make the necessary arrangements." He recognized his own weakness. While he did not expect to protect his wife fully, he at least did not wish to become a burden, especially at critical moments when he might hinder her. Qin Jin nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze toward Song Ruan. Ruan. Their eyes met, and she quickly averted her gaze, concerned that Qin Yin and Lu Zhao might misinterpret her feelings. "Uncle, do not worry, I will perform my duties diligently. I can manage on my own," Song Ruan declared loudly. A flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Jin's eyes as he observed her evasiveness. After a soft grunt, he ended the call. As the screen faded away, Song Ruan felt a twinge of guilt. "I hope Uncle isn't upset with me." But how could she respond to him? She already had Qin Yin and Lu Zhao, who treated her exceptionally well. She could not bear to cause them distress. Perhaps she was overthinking it. His concern was likely just a reflection of a senior's care for a junior. Lu Zhao and Qin Yin exchanged knowing glances, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Their wife likely realized that her attitude toward her uncle had subtly shifted. The following day, after breakfast, Qin Yin and Lu Zhao hurriedly departed.
The 10 o'clock.
At the X-Star battlefield, Qin Jin transformed into a white tiger, engaging with a level 10 star beast. His lightning abilities unleashed a barrage of strikes, forcing the typically dominant level 10 star beast into a retreat. Qin Yin and Lu Zhao also shifted into their beast forms, battling star beasts of equal rank with fervor. With their low agitation levels, they did not need to worry about crossing safety thresholds, and they fought with unrestrained vigor. With their primal instincts awakened, Qin Jun relentlessly pursued the level 10 star beast, while Qin Yin's onslaught sent the surrounding star beasts fleeing in terror. Even Lu Zhao, experiencing his first battle, became enraptured by the thrill of the kill. The once arrogant level 10 star beast, initially seeking revenge, soon realized the futility of its efforts as Qin Jun continued an unyielding assault without any indication of respite. After several relentless attacks, the level 10 star beast finally grasped the severity of its situation and attempted to flee. However, Qin Jun would not allow it to escape. Seizing the opportunity, he prepared a formidable strike aimed directly at the level 10 star beast. In its enormous eyes, it saw a bolt of lightning, over a meter in diameter. Rushing toward it, evasion was no longer an option. Desperate, it contemplated self-detonating its crystal core to perish alongside the nearby beastmen. Unfortunately, the speed of the lightning was too swift. The bolt struck the beast just before it could trigger its explosion. A deafening crack echoed as the electrical current surged, unleashing a tempest of lightning. The beast's head was obliterated, and the surrounding star beasts were caught in the maelstrom, many electrocuted and sent flying. The white tiger let out a roar that reverberated across the battlefield. Upon hearing the sound, the soldiers of the Tiger Legion were invigorated, with their marshal vanquishing formidable foes. Victory was assured. Chapter 83. Return to Song Ruan's home. Qin Yin and Lu Zhao also heard the tiger's roar, their excitement intensifying. Together with the surrounding beastmen, they resumed their slaughter of the star beasts. Following this, they pursued and eliminated the star beasts that had failed to escape. Ultimately, the battle concluded within half a day, with the Tiger Legion achieving a resounding victory. Qin Jun had slain a level 10 star beast and claimed a level 10 crystal core as his prize. The soldiers also reaped their rewards, earning commendations for their valor. As the battle wrapped up and the logistics team began to clear the battlefield, the victorious army returned to the Tiger Legion's base. Upon their swift return, Song Ruan, who had yet to finish her shift, noticed the three of them arriving in high spirits, which elevated her own mood. "Did you fare well in battle?" she inquired with a smile, her gaze shifting to Qin Yin and Lu Zhao. "Yes." Uncle initiated the fight by killing that level 10 star beast, and with their commander gone, the star beasts were easily dispatched, Qin Yin exclaimed, still buzzing with excitement. "This battle has been the most exhilarating of the past 6 months. Lu Zhao concurred. This time can be considered a resounding victory, with a number of both seriously and lightly injured personnel likely lower than usual. A smile graced the corners of Song Ruan's lips, alleviating some pressure from the medical department. Qin Jun cast a glance at Song Ruan. "It's getting late. Let us tidy up and call it a day," he stated. Song Ruan paused momentarily. "Is it that late? It's not even 5 yet." However, since her family had returned, it would indeed be pleasant to go home with them. "Oh, all right," she replied. "I'll go gather my things. Please wait a moment." With that, Song Ruan turned back towards her office. Lu Zhao and Qin Yin exchanged a knowing glance. "Ahem, Uncle, Xiao Yin, I'll take my leave first to prepare dinner." "Uncle, please join Ruan and Xiao Yin at our home for a meal later." Lu Zhao extended the invitation. Qin Jin glanced at Lu Zhao and merely nodded. Even without the invitation, he would have gone. It seemed this young man was quite adept at navigating social nuances. By the time Song Ruan emerged with her belongings, Lu Zhao had already departed. Upon learning that Qin Jun would also be dining at her home, Song Ruan glanced at him. "Shall we go?" Yet Qin Jun, with a commanding tone, simply replied, "Let us go." Song Ruan, feeling somewhat helpless, followed suit. As they walked outside, she activated her holographic device to message Ao Guang, informing him that she had finished her shift and that he could also clock out. Upon returning home, Qin Yin busied himself with brewing tea and slicing fruit, while Song Ruan and Qin Jun each found a seat by the sofa. Qin Jun's eyes swept around the room, and he couldn't help but feel that it paled in comparison to his martial residence. Noticing Qin Jun's demeanor, Song Ruan felt an inexplicable awkwardness. After a brief hesitation, she decided to initiate a conversation. Uncle, do you have any missions tomorrow?" Qin Jun directed his gaze at Song Ruan. "Xiao Yin will accompany me to the battlefield. As for Xiao Zhao, he can remain at home." He acknowledged that Lu Zhao, despite his commendable fighting spirit and tenacity, was more inclined to stay home and care for Song Ruan. Considering that her daily needs indeed required someone's attention, and recognizing Lu Zhao's limited strength, he consented. Song Ruan was somewhat taken aback. Just then, Qin Yin brought in the tea. "We have already discussed it. Before we depart for the Imperial Star, I will strive to break through to double S rank, while he aims for single S rank. Furthermore, he will manage all logistical matters at home from now on." Song Ruan responded with a gentle, "Oh," feeling a warm sensation in her heart. It was comforting to have someone by her side. She certainly did not wish for both of her beastly husbands to be away frequently. Qin Jun cast a sidelong glance at Song Ruan before suddenly standing up. "I will go absorb some crystal cores in the guest room. Call me when dinner is ready." With that, he exited. Qin Yin looked at the stunned Song Ruan and took a seat beside her. "Does Uncle still need to absorb crystal cores?" Song Ruan immediately inquired. "When absorbing crystal cores, aside from increasing the volatility index, are there truly no other side effects? If he can easily slay 10th level star beasts, his strength should be considerable, right? What if he continues to absorb crystal cores and elevates to 3S rank? I may no longer be able to help him manage his volatility." Seeing Song Ruan's genuine concern for his uncle, Qin Yin felt a mix of happiness and helplessness. Although he and Lu Zhao had agreed to accept Qin Jun as a member of their family, he was still a typical male who did not wish for another to share his beloved's affection. Rest assured, there should be no other side effects. Uncle mentioned that once he becomes stronger and can effortlessly dispatch 10th level star beasts, he would allow me to absorb crystal cores for advancement. If there were any adverse effects, he wouldn't suggest that I also absorb them. Slaying 10th level star beasts is exceedingly challenging. Acquiring 10th level crystal cores necessitates not only strength, but also luck. This time, if Uncle had not seized the opportunity promptly, even after defeating the 10th level star beast, he wouldn't have been able to obtain its crystal core. For the long term, it is indeed best for Uncle to absorb the crystal cores. After all, the stronger he becomes, the greater the likelihood of acquiring 10th level crystal cores. Song Ruan found Qin Yin's reasoning sound and felt reassured. "By the way, after dinner, you'll need to provide some emotional comfort to Uncle. He fought recklessly against that 10th level star beast today, and now he's going to absorb crystal cores. His volatility index will undoubtedly rise significantly," Qin Yin remarked. Song Wan agreed. Suddenly remembering something, she turned to Qin Yin. You and Lu Zhao should also check your volatility index later. If it exceeds 20, you must take measures to clear it. Don't conceal anything from me. Qin Yin, satisfied, patted the back of Song Ruan's hand. All right, I'll go speak to Lu Zhao and bring you some sliced fruit as well. With that, he stood and headed toward the kitchen. With the assistance of a housekeeping robot and upgraded cooking tools, it took less than half an hour for Lu Zhao to prepare the meal. As Lu Zhao organized the dining setup, Qin Yin went to summon Qin Zhen. Just as Qin Zhen felt he was nearing his limit, he paused his absorption of crystal cores. I'll take a shower and be out shortly, he called toward the door, rising to head to the bathroom. By the time he finished showering and entered the living room, Song Ruan and her two companions were already seated at the dining table waiting for him. Upon hearing the commotion, Song Wan turned and was met with the sight of Qin Zhen in casual home attire. The casual wear softened the otherwise stern demeanor of the beast man, contrasting sharply with his military uniform. His hair, slightly damp from the recent shower, and his face, flushed from the steam, rendered his complexion somewhat fairer than usual. Ignoring his fierce gaze, it was difficult to associate this man with the austere marshal. Uncle, please sit and eat, Qin Yin cheerfully called to Qin Zhen. Qin Zhen responded with a simple taking a seat opposite Song Ruan. As everyone began to eat, the atmosphere was less relaxed than during their usual family dinners, at least in Song Ruan's perception. After a few minutes, having eaten her fill, Song Ruan noticed the three beast men were still enjoying their meal. Not wanting to leave the table, she picked up her chopsticks to nibble on some snacks instead.
Moments latte.
Qin Zhen discerned the situation. A wave of resignation washed over him as he set down his chopsticks. Qin Yin and Lu Zhao immediately turned their attention to him. I'm full, Qin Zhen announced, rising from the table. Song Wan let out a sigh of relief and quickly followed suit with her chopsticks. Qin Yin and Lu Zhao exchanged knowing glances, understanding the unspoken communication. Wan, come with me. Qin Zhen suddenly spoke as he left the table and headed towards the guest room. Qin Yin and Lu Zhao looked at Song Ruan, who froze momentarily. Oh, she replied, then rose to follow Qin Zhen. Inside the guest room, as Song Ruan entered, she saw Qin Zhen already seated on the sofa. Upon observing Song Ruan's timid demeanor, Qin Zhen felt a fresh wave of resignation. Close the door, he instructed. Song Ruan's eyes widened in surprise, hesitatingly glancing towards the door. She wrestled with her thoughts for a couple of seconds before ultimately shutting it. Surely, Qin Yin and Lu Zhao would not overthink this. Come here, Qin Zhen called again. Oh, Song Ruan responded, moving to sit on the opposite sofa from Qin Zhen. Noticing that she was avoiding his gaze, Qin Zhen felt a twinge of irritation. Straighten your back and look at me, he commanded. Immediately, Song Ruan sat up straight and met Qin Zhen's eyes. However, just as their gazes locked, he averted his own. A flicker of anger crossed Qin Zhen's face. Are you that afraid of me? He asked in a low voice. Song Ruan's heart skipped a beat. And no, she replied hastily. Qin Zhen frowned. Speak honestly. Song Ruan fell silent. After a prolonged moment, she mustered the courage to look up at Qin Zhen. I am not afraid of you. It's just that, uncle. You are a senior to both Qin Yin and me, and we hold you in great respect. However, some of your actions have left me quite troubled. I'm already married, and with both Qin Yin and Lu Zhao out there, your behavior. Song Ruan found herself voicing several thoughts in quick succession. Once she finished, she couldn't bear to meet Qin Zhen's gaze any longer. Had she said something too hurtful? Perhaps it was all merely her own overthinking. Did uncle really only see her as a junior, with no other intentions? Damn it, her mouth was too quick. Song Ruan felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Upon hearing her words, Qin Zhen paused for a moment, surprisingly not angry. So you actually did notice, he suddenly remarked. Song Ruan's eyes widened in shock as she lifted her gaze, locking eyes with the depths of Qin Zhen's enigmatic stare. A faint smile graced Qin Zhen's lips as he spoke softly. Are you truly that troubled? Song Ruan's heart skipped a beat, prompting her to avert her gaze once more. Just as she was about to speak, Qin Zhen continued. If you are worried about Xiao Yin and Xiao Zhao, then you are overthinking it. Song Ruan was taken aback.
What did uncle mean by that?
Xiao Yin and Xiao Zhao accepted me, Qin Zhen added. Song Ruan's heart raced in confusion. However, Song Ruan immediately turned her attention back to Qin Zhen. Aside from me, our family cannot take in any more members. As she spoke, a glint of danger flickered in the beastman's eyes. Song Ruan was startled. No more members. I do not need that many beast husbands, she exclaimed hurriedly. Just managing the little tiger and little fox was already more than she could handle. She certainly could not bear such a lavish fortune. Unable to suppress a smirk, Qin Zhen beckoned her over with a wave of his hand. Song Ruan, on high alert, remained still. Seeing this, Qin Zhen's expression darkened. He stood up and moved to sit beside her. Then, with a swift motion, pulled Song Ruan into his embrace. "Uncle!" Song Ruan gasped, nearly jumping out of her skin. With a single glance from him, she fell silent. Covering her chest, she gazed at Qin Zhen with a mix of caution and nervousness. Humph. Bold enough to covet but lacking the courage to admit it? Qin Zhen's voice was somewhat cold. Song Ruan's face flushed crimson. How did he see through her secret longing? Observing Song Ruan's reaction, Qin Zhen finally felt satisfied. He pulled her closer and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Song Ruan felt as if her head might explode, her cheeks burning with enough heat to boil water. Who could explain how things had escalated to this point? Just as she was processing the reality of the situation, another kiss landed, this time on her lips. Song Ruan's eyes widened in shock, momentarily forgetting how to react. The beast man, undeterred, pried her lips apart, his kiss fiery and filled with a possessive hunger, starkly contrasting with the playful charm of Qin Yin and the seduction of Lu Zhao. Song Ruan attempted to push him away, only to find her resistance futile. Qin Zhen only intensified his pursuit, drawing her deeper into his embrace. Fine, she admitted it. She was indeed infatuated. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Zhen finally released her, panting heavily. Observing the female lying on the couch, her complexion flushed. He struggled to suppress the rising desire within him. "From now on, do not tempt me," the beast man declared, his voice hoarse. Song Ruan's heart fluttered. She desperately wanted to retort, asking who was truly tempting whom, but she held her tongue. The beast man before her was domineering and unreasonable. Engaging in a battle of wits would yield no benefits. So, she chose silence, and Qin Zhen appeared quite pleased. He lifted her effortlessly and carried her towards the bed. Song Ruan's expression shifted to one of alarm. "No way, uncle wouldn't mean to." Qin Zhen glanced at her apprehensive face, his expression one of disdain. "Stop overthinking. I'm going to sleep. You help me calm down. Once I've settled, I'll sleep right here." Song Ruan breathed a sigh of relief, unsure whether it was from ease or disappointment. Qin Zhen chuckled softly as he laid her on the bed before joining her, sliding in from the inner side. "I'm going to sleep, so don't entertain any improper thoughts." With that, he closed his eyes. Song Ruan longed to protest that she had no such thoughts. Yet she refrained. It was better to let things be. Arguing would only lead to trouble. This was the best outcome for now. After closing his eyes, Qin Zhen did not immediately fall asleep. Instead, he listened intently, curious about Song Ruan's reactions. Sleeping was merely his disguise. The fearless warlord was experiencing fear for the first time, fearful that the female he cherished might not return his feelings, or might even despise him. Not hearing a response from Song Ruan left Qin Zhen feeling disappointed, yet he also thought that perhaps this was for the best. After lying there for a while, he finally began to drift off. Meanwhile, Song Ruan sat quietly beside him, attempting to organize her chaotic thoughts. Uncle truly liked her. Did Qin Yin and Lu Zhao really know about this? And did they support it? What should she do next? After much contemplation, Song Ruan still could not devise a plan. When she finally came to her senses, she noticed that the beast man beside her had already fallen asleep. Oh well. Time to get to work. Clearing her mind, Song Ruan retrieved the rage detection device and began to assess Qin Zhen's agitation levels. When she saw that his agitation ratio reached a staggering 44, she was taken aback. It seemed that Uncle's earlier words might indeed hold some truth. Relying on their family, perhaps she could gather enough double S-class dark energy. With this thought in mind, Song Ruan took out the Beast Master Ring, placed it on Qin Zhen, and activated the Beast Master Heart technique. Chapter 85. Angered. Once again, she entered Qin Zhen's dream. As soon as she stepped into the dream, a large, white tiger lunged at her. Song Ruan was knocked over by the tiger, bursting into laughter as she quickly began to play with it. She couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast between her usually stern and fierce uncle and the warm, lovable spirit he embodied in dreams. Unbeknownst to her, the slumbering Qin Zhen wore a slight smile, the corners of his mouth curving upward. After playing for a while with the large tiger, Song Ruan began to capture the dark energy. By the time she finished her task, the tiger had already fallen asleep. She reached out to stroke the sleeping tiger a few times before returning to reality. On the bed, Qin Jun remained in deep slumber. The beastman's features appeared even softer in sleep, handsome and captivating, making one feel a sense of longing. Just as Song Ruan was about to reach out, she suddenly recalled Qin Jun's warning not to entertain any improper thoughts. She quickly withdrew her hand, gathered her belongings, and hastily left the bed. Taking one last look at the slumbering beast man, she hurried out of the room. As she exited, the hallway lights illuminated her path, and she noticed that Qin Yin and Lu Zhao were no longer in the living room. Song Ruan let out a small sigh of relief as she made her way back to her room. Turning on the night light, she headed to the bathroom to wash up before returning to bed. However, as soon as she lay down, a pair of hands wrapped around her waist. Startled, Song Ruan turned to find herself face to face with a strikingly handsome face. Lu Zhao was unexpectedly in her bed. What kind of expression is that soft? Are you unhappy to see me? The enchanting beastman pouted. No, Song Ruan quickly replied. I just got back and didn't hear any noise. So, I thought no one was home. Lu Zhao pulled her tightly into his embrace. Does soft wish that no one was waiting for you today? He asked, his expression still forlorn. No. Why would you think that? Song Ruan exclaimed, her gaze instinctively shifting away. Earlier, when she hadn't seen the two beastmen in the living room, she had indeed felt a sense of relief. Seeing the expression on Song Ruan's face, Lu Zhao understood everything. Realizing that his wife was considerate of them and hadn't stayed over in Uncle's room, he suppressed the bitterness in his heart. Lying down with Song Ruan, Lu Zhao held her tightly. Dad told me that females are fickle, easily swayed by novelty. No matter how good the males at home are, they can't compare to those outside. My mom, she has considered a good female, right? Besides the arranged marriage with Uncle Xiao, she only married my dad. But just because she didn't marry again doesn't mean she truly settled down. Dad mentioned that she still played around outside. She just never brought anyone home. Lu Zhao's voice was low, filled with sadness. Song Ruan felt a pang of sympathy, wrapping her arms around Lu Zhao. I don't care about how other females behave, but I will be responsible to you and Qin Yin and remain loyal to our marriage. If you're concerned about Uncle, I can clear things up with him tomorrow and keep my distance from him. When her uncle mentioned that Lu Zhao and Qin Yin had accepted him, she indeed felt a flicker of interest. Yet, upon reflection, it became evident that her uncle had misinterpreted her feelings. In comparison to a captivating male figure, her married beast husband undoubtedly held greater importance. Moreover, she had no desire to wed multiple beast husbands. In this light, it would be best to sever ties with her uncle. Lu Zhao was taken aback. Realizing he had overstepped, he quickly interjected, No, Roro, that is not what I meant. Song Roro looked up, puzzled. What do you mean? She sensed something amiss. Noticing the sharpness in her gaze, Lu Zhao recognized he had gone too far. What I meant is, regarding Uncle's words, you are still free to marry him. As for other males, that is out of the question. He raised his voice slightly. Song Roro was astonished. She finally understood that the little fox had deliberately tried to provoke her guilt. Feeling slightly annoyed, yet empathetic, she decided to let it go. Having you and Qin Yin is sufficient for me. I do not need to continue marrying beast husbands. Too many husbands would only complicate matters, just like now. It is indeed fortunate that Qin Yin and Lu Zhao get along well. The current arrangement is quite satisfactory. Marrying another beast husband may not necessarily yield positive results. Lu Zhao's expression changed drastically.
No, Ruo.
I was just speaking foolishly. I am not jealous of your uncle. Long before I and Qin Yin married you, we had already accepted your uncle. However, aside from him, we cannot accept anyone else. The thought of his wife not marrying her uncle was simply unacceptable. If her uncle were to find out that the situation was instigated by him, it could be disastrous. Song Ruo furrowed her brows, astonished by the feeling of being manipulated. Upon noticing her reaction, Lu Zhao finally realized he had crossed a line. Ruo, I was wrong. The more I try to explain, the more tangled it becomes. I might as well admit my fault. However, Song Ruo's expression had grown cold. She turned over and closed her eyes. Lu Zhao reached for her, but was brushed aside. A pang of panic surged within him as he leaned closer, only for Song Ruo to shift towards the edge of the bed. Alarmed, Lu Zhao moved forward again. Song Ruo shifted once more, and this time, he hesitated to act, fearing she might fall. Gazing at her back, Lu Zhao felt a mixture of sorrow and bitterness. He raised his hand slightly but ultimately let it fall. With her eyes closed and her mind in turmoil, Song Ruoro could guess Lu Zhao and Qin Yin's intentions. As a visitor from another world, she lacked a sufficiently powerful identity and background for self-preservation. Her uniqueness made her susceptible to others' attention. Forming a genuine familial bond with her uncle seemed to be their most effective and reliable solution. Yet, understanding did not equate to acceptance. After some inner turmoil, Song Ruoro finally reached a conclusion. She must expedite the upgrading of her medicinal garden space, swiftly advancing to cultivate her abilities and strengthen the Beast-Taming Sect. Only by becoming powerful enough could she prevent such situations from recurring. In the end, Song Ruoro was unaware of when she had fallen asleep. All she knew was that upon awakening, the sky had not yet lightened. She found herself shifted from her previous position near the edge of the bed to being cradled in Lu Zhao's arms. After a restful slumber, her anger had nearly dissipated. Lifting her gaze to admire Lu Zhao's jawline for a moment, she closed her eyes and chose to drift back into slumber. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after she closed her eyes, Lu Zhao opened his. A relieved smile graced the beastman's face as he leaned down to kiss her forehead before comfortably closing his eyes once more. When dawn broke, Song Ruoro awoke to find no one beside her. After freshening up and stepping out, she entered the living room. Lu Zhao had, as usual, prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Qin Zhen and Qin Yin were also present. Upon seeing Song Ruoro enter, Qin Zhen called her to join for breakfast. She averted her gaze from him and sat at the table, not looking at anyone as she began to eat. Noticing this, Qin Zhen frowned slightly. Qin Yin and Lu Zhao exchanged worried glances. Evidently, their wife had not yet calmed down. Qin Zhen picked up a poached egg with his chopsticks and placed it in Song Ruoro's bowl. "Eat this," he said. Song Ruoro paused momentarily, not lifting her head. After a brief she obediently ate the poached egg. Qin Zhen frowned again. "After breakfast, we need to talk," he stated. Song Ruoro hesitated again but responded with another There were indeed matters she needed to clarify with her uncle. Tension hung in the air as they all finished their meal. Afterward, Qin Zhen called Song Ruoro into a room. Seated opposite each other by the sofa, Qin Zhen asked, "Still sulking?" Song Ruoro remained silent. He nodded. "Are you angry with Xiao Zhao and Xiao Yin, or are you upset with me?" He inquired again. Song Ruoro still did not respond. "It seems you are upset with all of us," Qin Zhen continued, sighing as he got up and moved to sit beside her. As Song Ruoro instinctively tried to shift away, Qin Zhen caught her and pulled her into his embrace. She attempted to struggle but found herself unable to break free. Looking down at the averted gaze of the female, he wore a wry smile. "I want to preach to you. This situation was indeed caused by Xiao Zhao and Xiao Yin. They schemed against you and me alike." Finally meeting Qin Zhen's gaze, Song Ruoro listened as he continued. "I too have plotted against you before, yet I did not expect to willingly give you my heart in the end." Song Ruoro was taken aback. Her uncle had also schemed against her? Was that considered scheming? Wasn't it a mutually beneficial arrangement? No, was that even the point? The notion of her uncle giving her his heart struck her. Pleased with her reaction, Qin Zhen continued, "If you find it hard to move past the past, we will accept our punishment. Additionally, I can offer you two promises. First, we will no longer arrange any meals for you. Second, for major family matters, decisions will be made by you and me together, fully respecting your rights as the head of the family." Song Ruoro's gaze flickered. What if I'm a bit swayed? She thought. Qin Zhen looked at her. "If you agree, just nod," he said. Feeling her cheeks flush, Song Ruoro hesitated for a moment before eventually nodding. Qin Zhen finally released her, allowing her to return to the sofa. "I must head to the battlefield today. Xiao Yin will accompany me. If you wish to punish Xiao Zhao, just say the word." "He wouldn't dare to resist," Qin Zhen declared. Song Ruoro regarded him thoughtfully, internally questioning if this was merely a personal vendetta. "Oh," she replied. Qin Zhen leaned down and kissed her forehead. "We'll see you when we return," he said before departing. As Song Ruoro watched Qin Zhen leave, her mindset had shifted completely from when he had entered. Moments ago, she had resolved to draw a clear line with her uncle and stand firm on her own. Yet, now she found herself contemplating the acceptance of her uncle's arrangements, her thoughts lingering on him heading to the battlefield. Perhaps it was time she faced her own feelings. As she stepped out of the room, Lu Zhao awaited her in the living room. Upon seeing her emerge, the beast man looked at her anxiously. Song Ruoro's heart softened. "Let us go. It's time to head to the medical office," she said. Lu Zhao's expression brightened with joy. "Okay, I'll go get the car," he replied eagerly. At the medical office, upon their arrival, Ao Guang had already come, bringing Ao Lai with him. Ao Lai was engaged in conversation with Li Jiao and Zhao Qing, laughing and chatting. As soon as they noticed Song Ruo's presence, the conversation came to an end. After exchanging greetings, Li Jiao and Zhao Qing completed their handover, with some heading to work and others finishing their shifts. Ao Lai and Ao Guang then accompanied Song Ruo and Lu Zhao to the office. Lady Ruo, regarding the batch of pills you previously agreed upon, I have prepared the payment. Is it convenient for the Beast-Taming Sect to deliver today? I must depart for the Dragon Legion by tonight at the latest, Commander Ao Lai stated, clarifying his intentions. Song Wan turned her gaze towards Lu Zhao. The matter of pharmaceuticals falls under Lu Zhao's supervision at the Dan Hall, where she regularly supplies medicinal materials for processing. The resulting pills are also traded externally by the Dan Hall, currently only with the Tiger Legion's military department and the medical office. Lu Zhao promptly interjected, stating that the goods were ready. Once the transfer to Commander Ao's account was completed, they could deliver immediately. As she spoke, Lu Zhao brought up her holographic device and sent the account details to Ao Lai. Make the transfer to this account, she instructed. Ao Lai activated his device. I will transfer it right away, he replied, completing the transaction without delay. Lu Zhao's corporate account quickly reflected the incoming funds. It has been credited.
Now,
I shall provide you with the goods, Lu Zhao announced, proceeding to retrieve the items from her spatial ring. A total of 4 boxes, though not large, contained a staggering value of 80 million star coins. Both Ao Guang and Ao Lai were taken aback. It was astonishing that Dr. Lu carried such precious medicines with her. However, considering they were on the Tiger Legion's territory, both men soon felt at ease. Ao Lai stepped forward to inspect the inventory, while Lu Zhao provided explanations and clarifications. Everything is in order. I appreciate your efforts, Dr. Lu. Ao Lai expressed his gratitude after completing the inspection and stored the goods in his spatial ring. Commander Ao is too courteous. After receiving the items, Ao Lai turned his attention back to Song Wan. I must extend my gratitude to you, Lady Song, for assisting me in calming the situation and facilitating the sale of this batch of pills to our Dragon Legion. I hope that our Ao family and the Dragon Legion will have further opportunities to collaborate with you and your beast cult in the future, Ao Lai said, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Song Wan smiled and nodded. Commander Ao, you are too modest. With the bond of friendship we have established, I am certain that there will be many more opportunities for collaboration between us. Ao Lai's eyes brightened at her words, and he promptly declared his intention to cherish this friendship. After conversing with Song Wan for a while longer, he took his leave,
Ao escortado ao layout,
leaving only Song Wan and Lu Zhao in the office. Could you check the current balance in the Beast Cult's corporate account? Last time, I only transferred 200 million star coins to my father. I fear that may not suffice for the acquisition of the Song Group. Even if the Song Group is facing difficulties, its valuation cannot have plummeted drastically. Lu Zhao immediately conducted the inquiry. The account currently holds over 300 million. Tomorrow, a shipment is due for delivery to the military department, and if the payment arrives, the total will exceed 400 million. Then let's transfer 300 million to my father for now. When we have more funds, we can continue to transfer. Additionally, inquire with the military department if they require more pills. We can produce an additional batch for them. Currently, she is able to calm approximately 15 S-class orcs daily, while the black energy consumed by her spatial ring accounts for only a quarter of what she captures. The amount used for her daily training is negligible. Thus, the quantity of black energy she accumulates each day is quite substantial. Unfortunately, despite this, she has not noticed any signs of her spatial ring upgrading. Perhaps it will only upgrade once she captures enough black energy to fill it completely. Accumulating black energy requires either cutting expenditures or increasing income. At present, she must earn money, and since the Tiger Legion is in need of pills, cutting expenditures is not an option. To increase her income, she may need to work overtime and keep herself busy. Chapter 87. Upgrading the space first. Having formed a plan, Song Wan immediately set it into motion. After Lu Zhao departed, she activated her holographic device and entered the system to summon individuals. She called 3 people at once, intending to provide mental comfort to whoever arrived first. Once one session concluded, she would move on to the next. In summary, she aimed to expedite her collection of black energy. Engaging in her tasks made time fly by. At noon, Lu Zhao delivered meals, and Song Wan was still busy providing mental comfort to the orcs. From Li Jiao, Lu Zhao learned that Song Wan had not taken a break in the special treatment room all morning, which made him both concerned and anxious. He understood that her diligence stemmed from the events of the previous night. Lu Zhao sought out Song Wan, urging her to eat. After a considerable time, Song Wan emerged from the treatment room alongside the orc she had been assisting. Throughout the morning, she had provided mental comfort to 10 S-class orcs, rather than feeling fatigued. Her busyness had invigorated her. She had weighed her options and realized that advancing her virtual refining and upgrading her medicinal garden space would be challenging. Attempting both simultaneously would only slow their progress. To maximize efficiency, she decided to focus on the relatively easier task of upgrading her medicinal garden space. With over 1 million soldiers in the Tiger Legion, including 7,000 to 8,000 S-class individuals, she was confident that capturing enough black energy from such a large population would fill her space. After the orcs departed, Song Wan and Lu Zhao went to have lunch. After a busy morning, Song Wan had a hearty appetite and consumed a considerable amount of food. Song Wan, I heard you didn't rest at all this morning. After lunch, why not take a nap?
Lu Zhao suggested.
Song Wan glanced at Lu Zhao. No, I wish to capture more black energy. By the way, after work this afternoon you should leave first. I'll stay a bit longer and return home later. Lu Zhao's expression turned worried. He wanted to persuade her. But Song Wan stood up. I must return to my tasks, she said, leaving him with that. Lu Zhao raised his hand as if to call her back, but ultimately let it fall. Upon returning to the special treatment room, Song Wan resumed her busy schedule. Without taking a break at noon, by 5 in the afternoon, she had assisted 12 more orcs with mental comfort. Just as she was about to awaken the orc on the bed to instruct them to call in the next individual, her wrist vibrated. Opening her holographic device, she saw it was a call from Qingjun. After a brief pause, she decided to answer. Uncle, there has been an incident on the battlefield. Xiao Yin and I probably won't return until late at night. You can work overtime if you wish, but there's no need to overexert yourself. You must be home by 9:30. Ao Xuechong will take you back then, Qingjun explained. It was clear he had already consulted with Lu Zhao. The approval for her overtime made Song Wan feel quite at ease. However, hearing about the incident on the battlefield made her anxious. Just as she was about to inquire further, Qingjun reassured her, don't worry. The situation on the battlefield is still under control. I will look after Xiao Yin and do my best to avoid injury. Please be safe, Song Ruan urged. Her earlier worries dissipated with Qingjun's words. He was like a steadfast anchor, providing her with assurance and tranquility. Qingjun's gaze softened. All right. The two quickly concluded their video call. A smile crept onto Song Ruan's face as she prepared to continue her work, only to notice a notification on her holographic device. Upon opening it, she discovered messages from their family chat group. Qingjun had been invited into the group by Lu Zhao and had taken over as the group administrator. Once we finish here, we'll return home. Xiao Zhao, take good care of Wan and ensure she eats on time, Lu Zhao instructed. Wan, remember your promise to me. You must be home by 9:30. I've already contacted Ao Xuechong, and he will accompany you during your overtime. He will take you home before returning to the Marshal S residence, Qingjun added. Song Wan was about to respond with an affirmative when Lu Zhao beat her to it. Understood, uncle. Song Wan sighed internally, realizing her uncle was truly endearing and followed up with a simple okay. With no further objections regarding her overtime, Song Wan continued her busy work. Lu Zhao came by once to deliver a meal, and before she knew it, she had been occupied until 9 o'clock. At that moment, only one orc remained waiting for mental comfort. Remembering her promise to Qingjun, she refrained from calling in more individuals. After providing mental comfort to the last orc, it was still before 9:30. Song Wan decided not to continue working and exited the special treatment room alongside the orc. Outside, Ao Guang was engaged in a conversation with his wife, waiting for Song Wan to emerge. Upon hearing movement, he quickly wrapped up the chat with Yun Xia and approached Song Wan. Lady Song, Uncle Ao, I apologize for the trouble. I have finished here. Let us depart. Song Wan stated directly. Very well, Ao Guang replied, joining Song Wan and the awakened beast man as they exited the infirmary. Given that Lu Zhao's residence was adjacent to the infirmary, the two walked home together. Your Excellency Song Wan, may I ask you something?
Algum sudenin querido.
What is it? Song Wan smiled as she asked. Are you truly planning to attend the Imperial Star Military University next academic year?
Algum questioned.
Observing her over the past few days, he noted that her aptitude for providing psychological comfort was unparalleled. Did she genuinely require further education in that field? Indeed. Song Wan responded without a moment's hesitation. Noticing Ao Guang's astonished expression, she continued, I have a keen interest in tactical analysis. However, it appears that females can only apply for the psychology program to subsequently minor in tactical analysis. Thus, I shall likely enroll in the psychology department and, upon admission, submit a request to take on tactical analysis as a minor. In truth, she wished to study individual combat and battlefield command, but those fields were inaccessible to females even as minors. Therefore, tactical analysis was the only area of genuine interest available to her. Tactical analysis? Do you intend to assist in post-battle reviews from the rear?
Algum pondered.
Major military groups recruit tactical analysts, some of whom aid soldiers and teams in reviewing battles after the fact. A select few particularly skilled individuals are deployed to the front lines to collaborate with tactical commanders during combat. Yet nearly all tactical analysts in major military groups are male. And while females are not entirely excluded, their numbers are exceedingly rare. With her formidable mental prowess, it seemed a waste for someone like Song Wan to become a tactical analyst. Song Wan cast a knowing glance at Ao Guang but refrained from responding, who said that studying tactical analysis necessitated becoming a tactical analyst. She merely sought to acquire knowledge about the combat methods and techniques of the beast men in this world. She had never defined herself solely as a female who could only assist the beast men in calming their agitation. She was a warrior, a cultivator in the transformation stage. One day, she too would join her uncle and Shin In on the battlefield, fighting alongside them. Noticing Song Ruan's lack of response, Ao Guang decided to steer the conversation back on track. Chapter 88. Let us register. Your Excellency Song Ruan, you may be unaware but my wife, the head of the psychology department at the Imperial Star Military University, is Yun Xia. She has heard of you and wishes to converse with you. If you consent, I would like to share your contact information with her. He had been urged several times by his wife to facilitate a discussion with Song Ruan, yet he had not mentioned it until now. Surprised, Song Ruan replied, of course, that's absolutely fine. It was quite convenient to have a familiar connection in the head of the psychology department when she attended the Imperial Star for her studies. Ao Guang's expression brightened. I will send your business card to her right away. With that, he promptly activated his holographic device to send a message. As soon as the message was dispatched, Song Wan felt her wrist vibrate. Upon checking her holographic device, she indeed found a friend request awaiting her. The sender's note was simple, just 2 characters. Yun Xia. Song Wan accepted the friend request. At that moment, she had returned home, where Lu Zhao awaited her arrival. After bidding farewell to Ao Guang, she entered the house. Just then, a message from Yun Xia arrived. Greetings, Your Excellency. I am Yun Xia. Thank you for accepting my friend request. Taken aback, Song Wan quickly replied, Auntie, you are too gracious. Please just call me Song Wan. In the interstellar beast world, the status of females was notably elevated, and those with strong mental abilities held an even higher standing. This was why Ao Guang, despite being her elder, addressed her with such reverence. She had not anticipated that even the head of the department would refer to her in such a manner. Once she sent her message, Yun Xia promptly responded. Titles should not be taken lightly. You are the Federation's only S-class female, deserving of everyone's respect. Song Wan was momentarily taken aback. This person truly understood her status. Your Excellency Song Wan, I have heard you plan to apply to our psychology department at the Imperial Star Military University. I can arrange for you to receive a waiver for the entrance exam. If you wish, you may transfer to the academy at any time. Your presence would be an honor for our psychology department. If you do not mind, I would be happy to serve as your mentor and personally guide you through some theoretical knowledge in the field of psychological comfort. Song Wan was astonished by Yun Xia's enthusiasm. After a brief hesitation, she responded, Thank you for your kind invitation, Auntie. However, I cannot return to the Imperial Star just yet. My current plan is to enroll next academic year. If it is convenient, could you assist me in applying for the waiver closer to that time? Once I am enrolled, I would be delighted to be your student. Upon reading the message, Yun Xia nearly exclaimed in joy. She quickly replied, Of course. The waiver will be reserved for you. You may use it whenever you wish. Additionally, I can send you some relevant books on psychological comfort that you can review at your leisure. I believe they will be beneficial to you. Song Wan smiled, growing increasingly fond of Yun Xia. All right, thank you. You are too humble, Your Excellency. Yun Xia replied, followed by several electronic books. Song Wan accepted all of them, saving the books to her holographic device's bookshelf. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Yun Xia, she concluded the conversation, putting away her holographic device. Song Wan proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. After finishing, she was surprised to find Lu Zhao waiting for her. Softy, Xiaoyin isn't here. Why don't I keep you company tonight? The little fox, clad in light attire, wore a mischievous expression, his intentions unmistakably impure. Song Wan resolutely averted her gaze. I wish to read for a while, she stated. Distracted by his allure, she sought to invest more time in her studies. Lu Zhao's beautiful peach blossom eyes reflected disappointment. Then let me read with you, he suggested. Casting a skeptical glance at Lu Zhao, Song Wan questioned, really? Of course. He blinked innocently with those enchanting eyes directed at her. Reluctantly, Song Wan acquiesced with a slight nod and climbed into bed. Once settled, she indeed opened her holographic device to read the books Yun Xia had sent. Lu Zhao initially assumed Song Wan was feigning seriousness, but as he observed her engrossed in her reading, he found himself growing drowsy. After all, the previous night had been uneventful with his wife, and he was reluctant to spend another evening in such a manner. Thus, he began to entertain mischievous thoughts, initiating subtle advances. Song Wan, however, was no match for him, and it wasn't long before she succumbed to his charm. This cunning fox was in dire need of discipline. The following day, the family sat together for breakfast. It was then that Song Wan learned that Qin Zhen and Qin Yin had returned home shortly after midnight and had not stayed out too late. Uncle, do you have plans to go out today? Song Wan inquired. Yes, but we won't leave until the afternoon, Qin Zhen replied, his gaze shifting to Lu Zhao.
Today.
Xiao Zhao will accompany me. Xiao Yin will stay behind. Lu Zhao's expression fell upon being singled out. He suspected that his uncle had intentionally invited him along to leave Qin Yin behind. However, he had no proof, and even if he did, he could only comply.
Oh.
He sighed, casting a resentful glance at Qin Yin. Qin Yin struggled to suppress a laugh. Qin Zhen pretended not to notice Lu Zhao's expression and continued conversing with Song Wan. Are you going to the infirmary today? He asked. Song Wan hesitated. She had intended to say yes, but before the words left her mouth, she paused. Uncle, do you have any plans? She asked instead. Well, if convenient, we should go and register. Song Ruan's mind went blank. How could he express such a significant statement so casually? Qin Yin and Lu Zhao were equally astonished. When they had sought to marry their wife, they had resorted to pressuring their family. Arriving at Uncle's place, she took the initiative to propose. Indeed, the disparities among individuals are quite significant. Unwilling? Qin Zhen furrowed his brow. He had not compelled her to propose nor demanded a betrothal gift. Everything had been arranged in a simplified manner, yet she remained discontented? No, Song Wan quickly interjected. As the words escaped her lips, her gaze flitted over to Qin Yin and Lu Zhao. Noticing their lack of anger, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, summoning her resolve, she stated after dinner, we shall go. It's an inevitable matter. Why must we be coy? It would be prudent to establish our status sooner rather than later, which would also reflect positively on Uncle's reputation. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Qin Zhen's lips. Eat an egg, he said, extending his chopsticks to serve her a fried egg. Oh, Song Wan complied. Qin Yin and Lu Zhao exchanged glances, silently continuing their meal. After dining, Qin Zhen personally drove Song Wan to the registration office. In the luxurious hovering vehicle, Song Wan sat quietly in the passenger seat, not uttering a word. However, Qin Zhen was not as composed as he had anticipated. Ruan, he suddenly spoke. Song Wan thought she had misheard. Turning her head, she tentatively responded with a hmm. Qin Zhen tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Once married, divorce would be out of the question. I am a man of principles. In my dictionary, there is no such term as divorce, only widowhood. I possess a strong sense of jealousy. Song Ruan's heart tightened. Aside from Xiao Zhao and Xiao Yin, I cannot accept you marrying another male or having ambiguous relations with other males. At that moment, Song Wan exhaled in relief. As long as I need not be jealous of the little fox and the little tiger, it is acceptable. If I discover that you have wronged us, I swear, it will only be the three of you for this lifetime. Song Wan hastily responded. With just these three, she was already struggling to manage. How could she possibly entertain thoughts of infidelity? Qin Zhen relaxed, glancing at Song Wan. There are still 15 minutes until we arrive. If you have any regrets, I can pretend this journey never happened. In the future, I shall never entangle you again. Saying this, Qin Zhen exerted great effort. If the other party was not the person he desired, he would let go, even if it pained him. Without love, He remained her elder and would continue to care for her. If the other party was indeed the one he sought, he would protect her at all costs, even to the point of self-sacrifice. Song Wan fell silent, pondering. It was a mark of respect towards uncle, as well as towards herself. Qingjun's grip on the steering wheel tightened once more, yet he remained silent. After an interminable 3 minutes, Song Wan finally spoke. I grant you the next 12 minutes. If uncle wishes to change his mind, I shall consider this outing non-existent. Qingjun paused, realizing Song Ruan's intention, and his eyes sparkled with joy. There are no 12 minutes left, he uttered, accelerating the hovering vehicle. Song Ruan's body lurched forward due to inertia, casting an annoyed glance at Qingjun. The beast man, now smiling, had shed his previous calm demeanor. Seeing this, Song Wan felt her irritation dissipate. Never mind, as the future mistress of the household, she would not quibble with her beast husband. 8 minutes later, Qingjun arrived at the marriage registration office. Upon parking, he wasted no time and ushered Song Wan to the queue. At that moment, his status as a marshal proved advantageous. As a marshal of the highest rank, he possessed priority. Under the gaze of numerous couples, they were allowed to proceed with their registration. Once the formalities were completed, the household registration on Song Ruan's mind underwent a transformation. She remained the head, and now her beast husband was officially listed as Qingjun. His personal information had also changed. He now had a wife. As they exited the registration office hand in hand, Qingjun's mind was still in a daze until Song Wan gently shook his hand and looked at him. Uncle, where shall we go next? Qingjun snapped back to reality. You still call me uncle? He asked. Song Wan smiled brightly. I am accustomed to it. Qingjun chuckled in response. Like a snow lotus blooming. Then let it remain. With that, he took her hand and began to walk. Following Qingjun, Song Wan gazed at his handsome jawline. A wave of security washing over her. Uncle, she suddenly spoke. The beast man momentarily stiffened. He replied. Song Ruan's smile radiated warmth. Let us return home. All right, Qingjun said, leading her to the vehicle. In no time, they arrived home. Lu Zhao and Qin Yin had not ventured outside. Upon seeing them return, Lu Zhao boldly approached to inquire about the situation. I have registered with Ruan, Qingjun stated directly. Lu Zhao and Qin Yin exchanged glances, responding with a simple, oh. Now that everyone is here, let us sit down and discuss, Qingjun proposed. Thus, they all settled into the sofa area. Qingjun sat beside Song Ruan, his large hand enveloping hers as they occupied the main position. Now, we can truly consider ourselves a family. From now on, the wife shall be our priority. We must all be united as one. Intrigue and discord shall not be permitted within our home. Furthermore, household matters can be discussed collectively. Decisions will be made by me and my wife. Neither Qin Yin nor Lu Zhao spoke up. Uncle was the one they had jointly selected as the rightful husband for their mistress, and they respected that. Pleased with their response, Qingjun continued, seizing this opportunity. Let us discuss our plans for the near future. I will begin. Recently, I have absorbed 3 level 10 crystal cores, and my strength is nearing the late double S rank. Over the next 3 months, I aim to acquire 3 or 4 additional level 10 crystal cores, elevating my strength to the peak of double S, close to triple S. Song Ruan's expression shifted. The peak of double S, nearing triple S? Are you sure you can handle it? Currently, she could only help him temper his volatility with the beast mastering. She had no confidence in her ability to assist him in managing his temperament should he ascend to triple S. Qingjun's lips curled upwards as he gazed at Song Ruan. Ruan, have faith. I know my limits. Song Ruan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she refrained from further comment. Qingjun's gaze turned to Qin Yin. Xiao Yin, your talent is commendable. Even without crystal cores, your probability of reaching double S is substantial. During this period, engage more in battle. Within 3 months, see if you can achieve double S. If not, I will procure a level 10 crystal core for you to advance. Although the rapid increase in volatility from absorbing crystal cores was the only side effect, it was not without its drawbacks. Xiao Yin had only recently entered S rank, and his practical experience had yet to catch up. Prematurely advancing to double S might not be beneficial for him. After all, for beast men, practical experience is as crucial as rank. Excitement flickered in Qin Yin's eyes. I will do my utmost, he responded earnestly. Qingjun then turned his attention to Lu Zhao. Zhao, your aspirations do not lie on the battlefield. In terms of combat prowess, I hold no high expectations of you. However, as a member of this family, You have the duty to protect the mistress and not become a burden to the family. Currently, your strength stands at mid-A rank. Within 3 months, you must at least elevate your power to mid-S rank. As he spoke, Qin Jun retrieved 2 level 9 crystal cores from his spatial ring. The elevation before double S does not significantly impact strength. You may absorb these cores while simultaneously adapting to real combat. These 2 level 9 crystal cores are for you. Once absorbed, they will be sufficient for you to advance to S rank. Manage your pace accordingly, adhering to the principle of steady progression, and avoid recklessness. Lu Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Understood. Thank you, uncle. He hurried to retrieve the crystal cores. Qin shot a glance at Lu Zhao, a hint of envy gleaming in his eyes, though he quickly suppressed it. With arrangements made for the 2 beast men, Qin Jun turned to Song Ruan once more. Ruan, what are your plans moving forward? He inquired. Song Ruan paused, scanning the 3 beast men before she spoke. I wish to upgrade the spatial ring as soon as possible. After weighing my options, I believe upgrading the spatial ring will require less time than cultivating to advance my own abilities. Thus, I wish to pause my cultivation to concentrate my efforts on upgrading the space. Once the space is enhanced, there may be unforeseen surprises that could potentially aid my cultivation. Moreover, if the Beast-Taming Sect desires to expand, upgrading the space is imperative. After a moment's hesitation, Song Ruan continued. Before I depart from the Tiger Legion to return to the Imperial Star next year, I intend to leave 2 Transformation Realm cultivators with the Tiger Legion. These Transformation Realm practitioners, on par with her in rank, are comparable to S-class females. Even in the absence of beast rings and a medicinal garden space, Transformation Realm cultivators can still help alleviate the agitation of S-class beast men. Having 2 Transformation Realm cultivators stationed long-term with the Tiger Legion, they may not match her current efficiency. Yet collectively, they should achieve at least 30% of her effectiveness. A 30% efficiency is sufficient to ensure that the overall agitation value of the S-class beast men within the Tiger Legion trends downward gradually. In fact, with the resources currently available in the medicinal garden space, Song Ruan could also facilitate the advancement of her disciples to the Transformation Realm. Particularly, Li Jiao and Zhao Qing have both reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Their stagnation in advancement is due to Song Ruan not providing them with second-tier spiritual vegetables and fruits. The energy contained within first-tier spiritual vegetables and fruits is roughly equivalent to that of special-grade nutrient solutions, which is insufficient to support nascent soul cultivators in advancing to the Transformation Realm. It can be said that as long as Song Ruan provides the necessary resources, second- or third-tier spiritual vegetables and fruits, Li Jiao and Zhao Qing could immediately advance to the Transformation Realm. However, once they ascend, they will be reliant on Song Ruan for sustenance. Without her second- or third-tier spiritual vegetables and fruits, they would be unable to satisfy their hunger with the food of this world, ultimately leading to their slow demise from starvation. The reason Song Ruan has not granted Li Jiao and Zhao Qing the opportunity to advance to the Transformation Realm is twofold. Firstly, she does not wish for them to compete with her for the S-class dark energy resources. Secondly, she intends to wait for the right moment to reveal the truth to them, allowing them to decide for themselves whether or not to advance. Qin Jun gazed at Song Ruan in astonishment. Can you bear the burden? He inquired. Although he felt he was aware of his wife's secrets to a considerable extent, he realized he had underestimated her capabilities. Indeed, Song Ruan affirmed. Seeing everyone's attention fixed upon her, she continued, I could sustain not merely 2 Transformation Realm cultivators, but even 7 or 8 more if need be. However, I wish to upgrade the medicinal garden space first, as the demand for medicinal materials in the alchemy hall is quite substantial, which is why I have not pursued this thought further. The 3 beastly husbands were left in shock. The notion of accommodating 7 or 8 more Transformation Realm cultivators was astounding. Transformation Realm practitioners are S-class females, after all. Could it be that S-class females, previously unseen in the annals of the Federation's history, could be produced in bulk? I have some ideas regarding the upgrade of the space. Song Ruan added, before the others could recover from their amazement. Qin Jun turned his gaze toward her, prompting her to speak. Our Beast-Taming Sect profits significantly from supplying elixirs to the military. Once my father assists me in acquiring the Song Corporation, I should not find myself lacking in funds. Therefore, I am contemplating whether we could negotiate with the Shenlong Legion to settle transactions with Star Beast crystals. Lu Zhao can ascend to S-class by absorbing these crystals. And similarly, other A-class beastmen within the Tiger Legion could also advance to S-class by absorbing 9th-tier crystals. Although there are already numerous S-class beastmen in the Tiger Legion, there is always room for more. As long as we can secure a sufficient quantity of 9th-tier crystals, the strength of the Tiger Legion can be further amplified. Moreover, 10th-tier crystals can enable S-class beastmen to ascend to double S-class, yielding even greater effects. If the Tiger Legion could gain several powerful individuals at the double S-class level, their prowess would far exceed that of the other 3 major legions. Speaking of crystals, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy toward the beastmen of this world. Ascending from transformation to void refinement requires only a single 10th-tier crystal, at most 2. Yet her aspirations to reach the void refinement stage seemed a distant dream.
Cliao.
Qin Zhen remarked, directing his attention to Song Ruan. Ahem, I mean General Ao Guang. He and Marshal Ao Lai must still possess some 10th-tier crystals. While they may not agree to exchange crystals for elixirs, I believe they would be amenable to the idea of offering their 10th-tier crystals in return for my spiritual consolation. Primarily, she was quite fond of the double S-class dark energy possessed by General Ao Guang and Marshal Ao Lai, particularly the high quality of the dark energy emanating from General Ao Guang. Qin Zhen pondered this. Additionally, I should be safe at the garrison. General Ao Guang accompanying me would not be particularly effective. If possible, Uncle, would you consider inviting him to join you on the battlefield? If you work together, the likelihood of obtaining 10th-tier crystals would increase. Based on her gathered information, acquiring 10th-tier crystals posed the greatest challenge. One must defeat the 10th-tier star beasts or insect beasts before they self-destruct. Though her uncle's current strength could handle 10th-tier star beasts without difficulty, securing a 10th-tier crystal was not a guaranteed outcome. Qin Yin and Lu Zhao were both astonished and impressed by Song Ruan's thoughts. Their wife displayed clarity of thought, audacity, and practicality, truly insightful. Qin Zhen too was taken aback by Song Ruan's ideas. A splendid notion, he affirmed without hesitation. I will contact Ao Lai shortly to discuss these matters. As for my senior, I must confer with him as well. If this is to be a collaboration, we must strategize the distribution of spoils in advance. Furthermore, both he and my senior possess strength far exceeding that of typical double S-class beastmen. Perhaps they could venture beyond the border to hunt 10th-tier star beasts. The occurrences of 10th-tier star beasts causing turmoil along the border are relatively few. However, they are more abundant in the wilderness. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, the wilderness is conquerable. Indeed. Song Wan responded eagerly, pleased with the support and satisfied with Qin Zhen's efficiency. Additionally, in the upcoming period, she wished to dedicate more time to collecting S-class dark energy. Although the effects of double S-class dark energy on space upgrades are significantly greater, the supply is exceedingly scarce. The resources of S-class dark energy are relatively ample, and she aimed to gather as much as possible. As she spoke, Song Wan turned her gaze toward Qin Zhen. This is also a boon for the officers of the Tiger Legion. While providing them with spiritual consolation, I discovered that many among them have agitation values exceeding 70. To accommodate those with more severe conditions, I was contemplating whether the military could arrange a priority system based on their agitation values, allowing those with higher levels to receive treatment at the medical facility first. This way, not only can we maximize their safety, but my efficiency would also improve. Qin Zhen nodded once more. I will communicate this to the military personnel shortly. A glimmer of joy illuminated Song Ruan's eyes. Indeed, marrying her uncle was advantageous. He was always ready to assist her ideas. However, regarding her work hours, Qin Zhen suddenly added, we can establish a firm schedule. Qin Yin and Lu Zhao looked at Qin Zhen, nodding in agreement. They certainly did not wish for their wife to work overtime every day. On one hand, it pained them to see her so fatigued, and on the other, they wished to spend more time with her. Song Ruan scanned the faces of her 3 beastly husbands, a hint of helplessness flickering in her heart. How about working overtime until 9:30 from Monday to Friday, with normal hours on Saturday and Sunday? Song Ruan proposed. The expressions of the 3 beast men clearly conveyed their disapproval. How about working overtime on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, with normal hours on Tuesdays and Thursdays? 1 day off on the weekend, and no overtime during the weekends? Qin Zhen suggested. Qin Yin and Lu Zhao appeared somewhat appeased, yet still not entirely pleased. They genuinely did not want their wife to be so overworked. Song Ruan's expression mirrored their discontent. She had initially intended to work extra days. However, considering the emotions of her 3 husbands, she ultimately nodded. Let it be settled then, she acquiesced. Qin Zhen nodded with satisfaction. We shall proceed according to this arrangement for the time being. After the family discussed various matters for a while longer, they concluded the family meeting. Chapter 91. The verdict has been rendered. After the meeting, Song Wan provided spiritual consolation to Qin Jin and Qin Yin, and the morning slipped away in such a manner. At noon, Lu Zhao prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome Qin Jin into the family. After the meal, Qin Jin took Lu Zhao away. Meanwhile, Qin Yin found himself with a rare half-day of leisure. Yet, he could not remain idle and accompanied Song Wan to the infirmary to lend a hand. Upon their arrival, Song Wan immediately plunged into a whirlwind of activity until she received a video call from Zhou Chuan. Your Excellency Song Wan, I bear good news. The verdict has arrived. Your case concerning the hired murder has been successfully overturned. The charges of bribery and embezzlement have been mitigated due to your restitution of the execution funds. As you have already served nearly 3 months in the red account, you shall no longer need to continue your sentence. By tomorrow at the latest, the execution documents will reach the Tiger Brigade. Congratulations, Your Excellency, on regaining your freedom. A smile blossomed on Song Ruan's face. I appreciate the hard work, Attorney Zhou. I will need you to follow up on the remaining details. Additionally, please liaise with the police regarding Zhao Ming's perjury, the leads on Zhao Zhi's murder, and the evidence of Song Qing's crimes. Rest assured, Your Excellency, Zhou Chuan replied, sending over some documents for Song Wan to sign before concluding the call. At that moment, in the office of the president of the Song Star Group, Song Qing was overwhelmed by the series of mishaps plaguing the company. President, Zhou Mingren from the Zhou Corporation just called to urge payment for the goods. Tomorrow marks the deadline if the payment is not received. He will withhold future shipments and personally come to our market to reclaim the goods, the anxious secretary reported. Damn it, Zhou Mingren. Song Qing fumed, hurling the report she held across the room. Please calm down, President, the secretary implored, cautiously moving aside to avoid any collateral damage. After a moment of deep breathing, Song Qing managed to compose herself. How much does Song Corporation owe Zhou Corporation? She asked coldly. 120 million, the secretary replied, trembling. Song Qing frowned, realizing the formidable background of the Zhou family. If they did not settle the debt promptly, they might indeed come to reclaim their goods. After a moment of silence, she ordered, instruct finance to transfer the funds. 120 million was neither a trivial sum nor excessive. Given that Song Corporation's bank loan would be approved the day after tomorrow, it should not pose a significant issue. However, the secretary hesitated, but if we pay Zhou's, what about the others? During this period, various suppliers had been demanding payment, and their demands were increasingly insistent. Initially, it was the smaller suppliers. To avoid trouble, Song Corporation settled their dues, while procurement scolded them, vowing never to collaborate again. To her shock, this led to unforeseen complications. Some small suppliers contacted larger ones, spreading rumors that Song Corporation was insolvent. Consequently, the larger suppliers began to come forward to collect their debts. Song Corporation's accounts could hardly accommodate such vast withdrawals, forcing them to delay payment. The rumors escalated to absurd proportions, suggesting that Song Corporation was on the verge of collapse and unable to meet their financial obligations. As a result, all the suppliers converged upon them, throwing the finance department into chaos. Among them, Zhou Corporation was the most disruptive. Let the others wait for now. When transferring the funds, remind Zhou Mingren to keep his mouth shut, Song Qing instructed sternly. Understood, the secretary replied before departing. Later that afternoon, as the funds were finally transferred to Zhou Corporation's account, Zhou Mingren announced publicly that Song Qing had settled her debt, securing her own safety while leaving others to fend for themselves. This prompted an influx of creditors at Song Corporation, demanding their payments. With no other option, Song Qing was compelled to make an appearance, promising everyone that once the bank loan was disbursed the day after tomorrow, she would settle all outstanding debts. This reassured the creditors for the time being. Upon returning to her office, Song Qing was nearly beside herself with rage, cursing Zhou Mingren's ancestors. After striving to calm herself, she prepared to resume work, only to receive notification that several of Song Corporation's markets were in trouble, facing closure for non-compliance. Moreover, numerous problematic products had been discovered, leading to hefty fines. To make matters worse, negative news regarding Song Corporation had begun circulating on Starnet. Pale with shock, Song Qing could no longer peruse the details and hurried to the public relations department. By this point, it was clear to her that someone was orchestrating these attacks against Song Corporation. The PR department quickly identified the perpetrators, pointing fingers at the Qin Corporation. The Qin Corporation was on an entirely different level than Song Corporation. The PR manager suggested that Song Qing find a way to apologize and seek forgiveness from the Qin family. Otherwise, their public relations tactics would only backfire. In a fit of rage, Song Qing slapped the PR manager, demanding their dismissal. The PR manager retaliated by calling the police and declaring that they would pursue charges against Song Qing for assault. By evening, yet another scandal had erupted involving Song Qing's assault on the PR manager, who subsequently led a mass resignation of staff, garnering media attention. The relentless stream of negative news sent the shareholders of Song Corporation into a panic, with mounting dissatisfaction towards Song Qing as the chairwoman. By the following afternoon, Song Qing was finally released from detention. Upon returning home, she was confronted by the shareholders, each laying blame at her feet for the mismanagement of Song Corporation, questioning whether she intended to lead the company to ruin. Some even compared her unfavorably to Song Ruan, igniting Song Qing's fury, leading to a heated argument.
Fortunately,
it remained a verbal altercation, and they parted ways in discontent. Not long after the shareholders departed, Zhao Ming unexpectedly arrived, bearing news of Song Ruan's case being overturned, as well as the possibility of his own prosecution for perjury. Sister Qing, you were the one who urged me to frame Song Ruan and Zhao Zi's death. Shut up, Song Qing shouted, her voice laced with fury. Zhao Ming's bravado wavered. Sister Qing, please. Song Ruan won't let this go. She will surely hold me accountable. If the police catch wind of this, I can't go to prison, please save me. Frustrated to her core, Song Qing shoved Zhao Ming away. The police haven't come for you yet, so why the panic? Just go home. There's no need to seek me out or call me. As long as I'm fine, you'll be too. Get that into your thick skull. Zhao Ming, chastened by Song Qing's outburst, steadied himself. Just go. Once Song Corporation's issues are resolved, I will come to see you at the Zhao family. With that promise, Zhao Ming left, feeling somewhat reassured. Alone, Song Qing let out a primal scream, smashing objects around her home. Chapter 92. Song Ruan is truly formidable. Damn, that's Song Ruan. Why is she still alive after being sent to the red account? How could that foolish girl ascend to the Qin family? She dares to challenge me.
No.
A family of such high stature as the Qins would never take notice of such a simpleton. There must be some misunderstanding. I must confront the president of the Qin Corporation and expose Song Ruan's true nature. I want her dead. A dark glint flickered in Song Qing's eyes.
Yet,
the next day, she found herself unable to even enter the Qin Corporation's office building. In desperation, she attempted to reach Lu Zhao's mother, Lu Hongxia, only to face the same barriers. With no other options, Song Qing resorted to contacting Lu Aoshang via video call. Lu Aoshang was Lu Zhao's sister and had nearly been engaged to Qinin. Surely, she couldn't harbor any ill feelings towards Song Ruan. As the video call connected, Lu Aoshang appeared on the screen. Sister Shuang, it's Song Qing, the president of Song Corporation. Do you remember me? Song Qing's expression was overly flattering. Lu Aoshang cast a haughty glance at Song Qing.
Oh, what brings you to me?
She inquired. Song Qing eagerly embellished the tale of Song Ruan marrying Qin and Lu Zhao, hoping to sway Lu Aoshang's sentiments. The allegations against Song Ruan suggest that she employed unscrupulous tactics to deceive Qin and Lu Zhao into marrying her. From a young age, Song Ruan has exhibited duplicitous intentions. Even when my mother was alive, she would often feign vulnerability to elicit sympathy from her father.
It is astonishing that,
despite her current predicament, she remains unrepentant. Sister Shuang, I am presently outside your Lu family villa. Please convey a message to Mr. Lu on my behalf, allowing me entry. I am determined to reveal the truth to him. Lu Aoshang's demeanor shifted from indifference to disdain. How could such a venomous and foolish individual rise to the position of CEO of the Song Group? Lu Aoshang scoffed. If I were you, I would hastily return to manage the assets of the Song Group, liquidating whatever I could, rather than acting like a mad dog at someone else's door. Song Qing's expression changed drastically. In light of our acquaintance, allow me to speak candidly. Lu Zhao and Qin Yin's marriages to your sister were mutually agreed upon by both families. My mother and Chairman Qin were quite pleased with Song Ruan as a daughter-in-law. Therefore, even if you were to confront my mother, she would not be inclined to listen, and might even humiliate you. Furthermore, I have recently learned that Song Ruan has not only married Qin and my brother, but has also secured the formidable war god. Indeed, the legendary Marshal Qin from the Tiger Corps. You incessantly declare that your sister is both foolish and malicious. Are you certain you are not describing yourself? Previously, She harbored no goodwill towards Song Ruan, who had usurped her mates. She even contemplated delivering a harsh lesson should the opportunity arise. However, those thoughts have since evaporated. If even the most elusive war god has fallen under her spell, she indeed possesses remarkable prowess. Seeking trouble now would be akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, futile and self-destructive. Song Qing felt as though struck by lightning. What did you say? She doubted her own hearing. If your ears are failing you, consult a doctor. I shall not waste my time here. With that, Lu Aoshuang abruptly ended the video call. Song Qing's mind was in turmoil, her head about to burst. Just then, a video call came through. It was from her secretary. Trembling, she answered. It's bad news, President. The bank has denied our loan. Suppliers and several merchants in our market have surrounded the Song Group. Song Qing's vision darkened, nearly causing her to collapse. President, are you still there? Several shareholders are waiting for you in the office, hoping to speak with you. Song Qing struggled to catch her breath before disconnecting the call. However, her video call rang again, this time from one of the shareholders of the Song Group. Panic surged within her as she swiftly switched to Do Not Disturb mode. Then, stumbling, she boarded her hover car and rushed home. Lu Aoshuang was right. She needed to liquidate her assets and retain as much capital as possible. Unfortunately, Song Qing was already too late. Upon arriving home to manage her affairs, the police arrived instead. With no time to organize or secure her belongings, she was taken away by the authorities. The outcome was predictable. Song Qing was detained, and the Song Group teetered on the brink of bankruptcy. Meanwhile, Song Ruan, who typically paid little heed to Star Network News, encountered the reports regarding the Song Group upon activating her light brain. She clicked on the headline and learned of Song Qing's arrest and the impending collapse of the Song Group. Internally, she commended her father-in-law and subsequently initiated a video call with Qin Mian. The call was answered promptly. Qin Mian, clad in a suit and seated in the opulent Qin office, appeared more serious and distinguished than usual. Xiao Song, he greeted warmly, the coldness dissipating from his demeanor upon seeing her. Father, Song Ruan responded. I saw the news about the Song Group. Thank you for your assistance. A look of affection filled Qin Mian's eyes. We're family. There's no need for formalities. He continued, regarding the Song Group, shareholders are currently selling their stocks. The price is still reasonably favorable. I intend to acquire a significant portion, approximately 80. When the time comes, I will transfer whatever you require. If you don't need the entirety, the Qin family can retain a portion. With the Qin family holding shares in the Song Group, this would also serve to bolster his daughter-in-law's standing. He believed that soon, the Song Group would regain its vitality. Song Ruan felt a surge of excitement. May I request 51? She inquired. She understood that in corporate matters, control lies with those who hold the majority shares. Possessing 51 would grant her full authority over the Song Group. Certainly, Qin Mian nodded with a smile. What would that entail cost-wise? Qin Mian chuckled. No need for additional funds. Upon your marriage to Xiaozhen, the Qin family is obliged to provide a dowry. I have already issued a stock transfer document to him, gifting him 5 of the Qin Group as part of his dowry. Additionally, for the shares acquired from the Song Group, I shall transfer you 51, and the surplus funds will be considered a wedding gift for you and Xiaozhen. He looked increasingly pleased with his daughter-in-law. This Xiao Song is indeed meant to be part of our Qin family. We shall protect her. Father, thank you. Song Ruan quickly accepted his generous offer. Qin Mian was satisfied with her decisiveness. Within half a month, the share acquisition would be finalized. Await my updates. After a brief discussion, they concluded the video call. Following this, Song Ruan retrieved Qin Zhen's contact ID and sent him a message. Uncle, I just spoke with Dad. He mentioned he would be giving us some shares in the Song Group as a wedding gift. Song Qing has been detained, and the Song Group is nearing bankruptcy. Dad will complete the acquisition soon. What is the situation on your end? Can you return home today? Uncle had been away with the little tiger and little fox for 3 days. Had they not reported their safety daily in the group chat, she would have been unable to sit still. Chapter 93, The Return of the Great Battle. After sending the message, Song Ruan did not expect an immediate reply from Qin Zhen. She activated her program to notify those scheduled for mental counseling to head to the medical office.
Subsequently,
she awakened the orc who had already undergone counseling and invited him to leave, allowing those waiting for their turn to enter. Soon, Song Ruan began her next session of mental counseling. Little by little, these efforts would accumulate, ultimately leading to an upgrade of her space. Today was Friday, and with no one at home, Song Wan adhered to her agreement with Qingjin, working until 9:30 p.m. before having Ao Guang drive her back. Upon returning to her residence, she found the three orcs absent, leaving the home eerily quiet. A sense of loneliness washed over her. If the little fox were present, she would have surely prepared a midnight snack for her. If the little tiger were here, he would have sought her out to share amusing stories from his day. And Uncle would have likely called her in for a counseling session. She missed them. Upon checking her light brain for messages, she found no updates in the family group chat, nor had any of her orc husbands sent her personal messages. Disappointed, she closed her light brain. Lacking the desire to linger in the living room, she retreated to her bedroom. After freshening up, she lay down and quickly fell asleep. In the later hours of the night, Song Wan was awakened by a sensation of suffocation, only to discover someone was kissing her. Initially startled, she soon recognized the identity of her assailant. As the orc paused, she took the initiative to return the kiss. The orc quickly regained control, combining fervor with gentle exploration, culminating in a passionate embrace. This long-overdue wedding night, delayed by 3 days, was finally fulfilled. The following day, Song Wan awoke late for the first time since joining the Tiger Corps. She understood the reason behind her tardiness. Like the females in this world, she could deeply soothe an orc during intimate moments. Moreover, the effects varied depending on the orc's rank. For instance, her cohabitation with the little fox and the young tiger had little impact on her. However, her uncle, due to his superior realm, significantly drained her mental energy when they were together. Last night, she had to rise in the middle of the night to consume spirit fruits for this very reason. Fortunately, sharing a room with her uncle was not devoid of benefits. She noticed a slight increase in her cultivation. The extent of this growth was approximately equivalent to 4 continuous hours of training with dual S-class dark energy. Well, if calculated by sessions, one session equates to about an hour? Alright, the efficiency is indeed quite commendable. If she could spend time with her uncle daily, perhaps she could train without hindrance. Just as this thought surged forth, Song Wan hastily extinguished it. If this became a frequent occurrence, she would not be able to bear it. Moreover, she had 3 beastly husbands. How could she favor one over the others? Never mind, she decided to let things unfold naturally. With her thoughts in mind, Song Wan slowly rose from her bed and began her morning routine. It was Saturday, and since the work hours had passed, she decided today would be her day of rest. After finishing her grooming, Song Wan stepped out of her room. In the living room, her 3 beastly husbands were present. Soft Ruan is awake. I'll go get breakfast. Lu Zhao exclaimed first. I'll help. Qin Yin followed, chasing after Lu Zhao. This left only Song Wan and Qin Zhen in the living room. With a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Qin Zhen approached her. Why not sleep a little longer? His strides were purposeful as he walked towards her. The burning intensity of his gaze made Song Wan instinctively avert her eyes. I've already woken up. Let us eat, she replied, heading towards the dining table. Qin Zhen reached out to grasp her hand, the warmth of his palm radiating a slight heat. Song Wan glanced at the beast man, not pulling away, allowing him to guide her to the table. Lu Zhao and Qin Yin soon returned with breakfast, and the family began to eat. Upon learning that Song Wan planned to take the day off, all 3 beastly husbands expressed their delight. They had just returned from a mission, and were also preparing to rest for the day. Later, I'll help you all with some mental soothing, Song Wan quickly added. After being out for 3 days, their battle must have been arduous. Yes, Lu Zhao responded first, with Qin Yin and Qin Zhen echoing his agreement. By the way, my beloved wife, I have some wonderful news to share, Lu Zhao suddenly announced. Qin Zhen and Qin Yin exchanged glances, their expressions bemused. Yet Song Wan was intrigued. What good news? I've advanced to S-class, Lu Zhao declared, his face alight with joy. After 3 days of fierce combat, he had pushed his potential to the limit. Coupled with the absorption of crystal core energy, he had remarkably reached S-class. Song Wan gasped in surprise. What's your rage value ratio now? She quickly inquired. Lu Zhao's lips curled into a smile, touched by her concern. It's a bit high, but not yet at 80. Soft Ruan, you just need to help me with some mental soothing later. Song Wan breathed a sigh of relief. Advancing on the battlefield was perilous. Do not do that again, she admonished Lu Zhao. Yes. He obediently nodded. He would never engage in a fight without assurance. He had pain relief pills on hand. If he truly could not control the rise of his rage value, he would take the medication and return early. You all should do the same, she said, shifting her gaze to the others. Qin Zhen and Qin Yin exchanged a glance, both affirming her words with a nod. Soon after, Song Ruan set down her chopsticks, urging her 3 beastly husbands to prepare so she could help alleviate their stress. All 3 complied. Qin Zhen, who did not require medication, chose to naturally fall asleep and returned to his room to wait. Qin Yin and Lu Zhao each took a half-step drunken pill and lay down, awaiting Song Ruan's attentions. Song Ruan first assisted Lu Zhao in soothing his rage. Upon using the rage value detector, she found that his ratio was shockingly high at 78. Song Ruan felt both anger and pity, hastily helping him purge all the dark energy from his spiritual body. Once Lu Zhao was settled, she moved on to assist Qin Yin. The rage value detector revealed that Qin Yin's ratio had also reached 30. This provided Song Ruan with a clearer understanding of the ferocity of the battle her 3 beast men had faced. Without pause, she quickly brought Qin Yin's rage value to 0 as well. Having completed her soothing for the 2 beast men, Song Ruan chose not to wake them. They were exhausted after 3 days and had returned late. She wanted them to rest well. Exiting the room, she headed to find Qin Zhen. Upon entering, she discovered that he had already fallen asleep. Gently, she adjusted her movements and tested Qin Zhen's rage value ratio before beginning to soothe him. His rage value had risen to 15. While it seemed insignificant, such an increase from a single battle was actually considerable. After around 40 minutes, she finally cleared Qin Zhen's rage value. Upon finishing her work, she did not rouse him, instead gathering her belongings to leave the room. However, just as she prepared to depart, Qin Zhen caught her hand. Caught off guard, she was pulled onto the bed. A fervent kiss met her lips.
Oncle,
Please don't tease, Song Ruan murmured softly. Wasn't he last night enough? Why this in broad daylight? In response, the beast man relished in unrestrained possession. His voice muffled as it drowned out her protests, his small frame ensnared tightly. Song Ruan admitted her lack of resolve, unable to resist. She adapted and found enjoyment in the encounter. Ultimately, she nearly felt completely drained. Fortunately, with an abundance of spirit fruits, she quickly recovered, and even after 2 consecutive rounds, she was not exhausted to the point of unconsciousness. Once Qin Zhen calmed down, he tended to Song Ruan, feeding her spirit fruits with satisfaction filling his eyes and heart. In contrast, Song Ruan felt a bit overwhelmed. One Qin Zhen was more than enough to challenge her compared to the combined efforts of Qin Yin and Lu Zhao. It was no wonder that books advised against females marrying too many high-ranking males. The burden was indeed too great. I have been too indulgent. I must be more mindful next time, she thought, perhaps sensing her state was rather poor, leading Qin Zhen to feel a tinge of regret. Previously, someone had warned him that beast men, once they succumbed to their desires, could easily become addicted, with it spiraling out of control. The later they indulged, the more they would find themselves ensnared. At the time, he had scoffed at such claims, but now he realized those individuals may have understated the situation. If not for his wife's delicate constitution, he would have desired to continue. Song Ruan shot him a glare but refrained from responding. Qin Zhen quickly shifted the topic. I need to visit the military headquarters and stop by the Marshal's residence to discuss inviting my senior to join us on the battlefield. I might not return until evening. His gaze was reluctant. So busy? Having just felt exasperated with the beast man before her, upon hearing his words, Song Ruan couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. After being away for 3 days, he had accumulated matters to address. Qin Zhen offered her a peeled spirit fruit, feeding it to her. From now on, I will spend more time on the battlefield. While I have this break, I'll make more arrangements to reduce unnecessary duties. Song Ruan nodded. By the way, let us have Xiao Yin and Xiao Zhao move to the Marshal's residence this afternoon. There are more rooms and greater space there. A moment of hesitation crossed her mind. She felt tempted but also considered that their current location was closer to the medical facility, making it more convenient. If we move to the Marshal's residence, I'll arrange for a driver and a hover car, Qin Zhen added. Let us skip the driver. I want to learn to drive the hover car myself. She had long been interested in hover cars but had never had the opportunity to learn. Qin Zhen paused for a moment. Then I'll tell Xiao Zhen and Xiao Zhao to teach you. Once you learn, you can take the driving test at the military headquarters. Only after obtaining your license will you be allowed on the road. Yes. Song Ruan immediately nodded. Additionally, if my senior joins me on the battlefield, you won't have a bodyguard. No need for a bodyguard, Song Ruan interrupted directly. I've reached the divine spirit realm. Not only do I possess mental energy comparable to that of an S-class female, but I also have magical power. If you let me fight Qin Yin, I might not be able to win against him. However, when it comes to confronting Lu Zhao, he may not stand a chance. Having spent considerable time in the interstellar beast realm, she has not only cultivated the beast control heart sutra, but has also engaged in occasional practice of other combat techniques. Qin Zhen's expression was one of skepticism. Do you doubt me? If you do, take me to the battlefield, and I shall slay a star beast for you to witness. Song Ruan promptly asserted. She had long harbored a desire to join the battlefield, yet her eagerness to upgrade her medicinal garden space had restrained her from voicing it. At last, Qin Zhen retracted his doubtful gaze. No need to go to the battlefield. There is a practical training room in the basement of the marshal's residence. We can test your abilities there, and I shall know for certain. Song Ruan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was immediately receptive to the idea of visiting the marshal's residence.
All right.
This afternoon, I will move in with Qin Zhen and Lu Zhao. Qin Zhen's lips curled into a smile. There is one more matter. Aolai has already replied to me. He has agreed to purchase your pills with crystal cores. Furthermore, he has also consented to exchange level 10 crystal cores for your assistance in providing mental comfort. I have entrusted the details of the pricing to the military department for negotiation. The price will be kept as fair as possible. When the time comes, you will receive the crystal cores, and the military will purchase them from you using star coins. Is there any issue on your end? While the mistress of the house was exchanging crystal cores for the benefit of the Tiger Legion, he certainly would not accept them without merit. Absolutely. Song Ruan replied without hesitation. Suddenly recalling something, she added, Have you seen the message I sent you? Father said he wishes to give me shares of the Song family as a wedding gift. Qin Zhen nodded. Indeed, I have seen it. Not only the shares of the Song family, but my elder brother also granted me shares of the Qin family as well. Those shares are of little use to me. I will sign them over to you shortly. If you have time, please manage them. If not, let Xiao Zhao handle it. In our family, he seems most suited for the roles of steward and financial manager. Song Ruan was taken aback. Shares of the Qin family? Their value surpasses that of the entire Song family. Your uncle just casually gives them to you? And you want Lu Zhao to manage them? This is a wedding gift from father to you. You should manage it yourself. The wedding gifts for Qin Yin and Lu Zhao are also under their names. Qin Zhen's smile widened. Accept them graciously. Their wedding gifts are all real estate, and their circumstances differ from mine. Song Ruan was curious about the differences. But Qin Zhen stood up. Time is of the essence. I must take my leave. Song Ruan felt a pang of reluctance, wanting to say something. Qin Zhen lowered his head, placing a kiss on her forehead. I shall be off. After she responded with a soft Qin Zhen turned and departed. In the military office, upon arrival, Qin Zhen promptly summoned his subordinates for 2 meetings. Afterward, he made additional deployments and arrangements. By the time he finished, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Only then did he contact A.O. Guang via video call. The connection was established quickly. The holographic image projected into the air, revealing A.O. Guang in casual attire, situated within his marshal's residence. Junior, you finally decided to video call me. I just encountered Lady Song Ruan and the others moving in. They mentioned. Oh dear, they mentioned that you. Junior, you aren't truly marrying Lady Song Ruan, are you? Although Qin Zhen had already conveyed his feelings for Lady Song Ruan, the speed at which things were progressing seemed rather swift. Indeed. Are you preparing a gift for me? Qin Zhen responded, half-jokingly. When you married Senior Yunxia, your gift was quite substantial. This time, however, I have the opportunity to reclaim that. A.O. Guang's expression froze. A gift? Yes, of course, I must send you a gift. However, time is a bit tight for me. No worries, you can send it a few days later. Qin Zhen reassured him, feeling rather understanding. A.O. Guang regretted having brought it up. Why did he even mention it? Since you are at the marshal's residence, I shall come to find you. There is something I wish to discuss in person. Qin Zhen shifted to a serious tone. What is it?
I'll go ask it. His gaze wary.
Qin Zhen smiled. I will soon return to the marshal's residence. You will know upon my arrival. With that, he ended the video call. Chapter 95. Confrontation with Qin Zhen. Minutes later, Qin Zhen returned to the marshal's residence. Song Ruan, Qin Yin, and Lu Zhao were practicing with a floating hovercar in the space in front of the residence. It was evident that his little mistress was learning diligently, nearly mastering the driving skills. Upon seeing Qin Zhen's return, the trio paused their practice to provide guidance. Continue your training. I need to speak with my senior. Qin Zhen waved to the 3. They acknowledged him and resumed their activities. Qin Zhen then sought out A.O. Guang. The 2 entered the study, where Qin Zhen got straight to the point. Senior, I wish to invite you to accompany me into the wilderness to hunt level 10 star beasts. Ao Guang's eyes widened in shock. The wilderness? Indeed. First, we will eliminate the level 10 star beasts along the borders, then proceed into the wilderness for hunting. I require a substantial amount of level 10 crystal cores. Ao Guang paused, quickly deducing Qin Zhen's intentions. Ao Lai must have contacted you, right? My mistress has set forth conditions, agreeing to assist you and Ao Lai in providing mental comfort in exchange for level 10 crystal cores. You shall accompany me. And we will share the spoils 7-3. Ao Guang looked displeased at Qin Zhen's proposition. Fine, I will take 6, and you shall have 4. Qin Zhen conceded. My current strength surpasses yours. Moreover, technically, you should be serving as my wife's bodyguard. Allowing you to accompany me to the battlefield is akin to granting you 2 jobs. Think about it.
Ao Guan remained silent.
After a moment, he finally nodded. Agreed. When do we depart? With Lady Song Wan present, the value of level 10 crystal cores will only continue to rise. It is always wise to be prepared. A smile spread across Qin Zhen's face. I will notify you. Upon reaching a cooperative agreement, the two began discussing the necessary preparations and more specific details of their collaboration. By the time they concluded their discussions, it was nearly 5 o'clock. After Ao Guang left, Qin Zhen decided to check on Song Wan and the others. Opening his communicator, he noticed a message from Song Wan in the family group chat, indicating that half an hour prior, she and the others had gone to the military department to take the hovercar driving test. Qin Zhen contemplated the timing and estimated that his wife must be nearing the completion of her test, so he sent a message in the group. Has Soft finished the test? How did it go? Almost immediately, a reply popped up in the chat. Finished. The certificate is already in hand. Accompanying it was a screenshot of her electronic driver's license. Seeing Song Ruan's driving license, Qin Zhen couldn't help but smile broadly. His little mistress was indeed a woman of action. She had gone from learning to obtaining her license in just half a day. Consequently, he sent several thumbs-up emojis to her, prompting Song Ruan to feel a sense of pride. Uncle, we are on our way back. I ordered some ingredients online in advance. Tonight, Xiao Yin and I will cook. What would you like to eat? Lu Zhao's message appeared in the chat. Just listen to Soft, Qin Zhen replied. Lu Zhao's culinary skills were quite remarkable. It seemed he would be in for a treat in the future. Song Wan immediately sent a lengthy list of dishes into the group. Watching from the back seat of the hovercar, Lu Zhao and Qin Yin found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Within 10 minutes, the three returned home. Qin Zhen waited in the living room for Song Ruan's arrival, calling her over to sit. However, Song Wan had no intention of sitting down. Once Qin Yin and Lu Zhao headed to the kitchen, she leaned towards Qin Zhen and exclaimed, Uncle, let's go to the basement. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Were it not for Qin Zhen's awareness of his wife's intentions for the basement, he might have pondered more deeply. Quite confident, he remarked with a smile. Rising to his feet. Let us go, he said, turning to leave. Song Wan hurriedly followed suit. The two descended the staircase and soon reached the basement level. Qin Zhen flipped the switch, illuminating the entire space. Indeed, there was a closed training arena here with only a few testing devices on the walls. Otherwise, the training area was quite empty. The walls of this training arena were constructed from the bones of level 9 and above star beasts. Attacks below double S rank would be incapable of inflicting any damage upon the walls. Regarding the instruments affixed to the wall, they possess the capability to measure the force of the assaults directed against the surrounding surfaces. After articulating this, Qin Zhen strode towards the center of the training ground, while Song Wan surveyed her surroundings and followed suit. Upon reaching the heart of the training area, Qin Zhen halted and turned to face Song Wan.
Come.
Allow me to test your skills. You attack, I shall defend, and do not hold back, he declared with an air of unwavering confidence, instantly ignited by the challenge. Song Wan replied gravely, then you had best be cautious. With a deft gesture of her fingers, she unleashed a wind-based spell, directing it towards Qin Zhen. Qin Zhen's eyes flickered as he deftly sidestepped the assault, causing the wind blade to crash into the nearby wall. A glance at the instrument's readings brought a smile to his lips. Not bad. However, your speed leaves much to be desired. Oh, is that so? Song Wan retorted, her voice steady. She conjured 4 wind blades to strike at Qin Zhen, followed by 6, then 8. Now this is starting to get interesting, Qin Zhen remarked, hands clasped behind his back as he evaded her attacks while offering praise. Song Wan furrowed her brow. amplifying her magical output to double the previous strength of her wind blades, continuing her onslaught. Observing this, Qin-jun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He deftly evaded the approaching wind blades, effortlessly neutralizing them while simultaneously monitoring the rising readings on the wall's instruments. Noting the increase, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Very good. But can your wind blades become even stronger? He inquired. With a determined expression, Song Ruan pursed her lips and spread her hands, maximizing her magical output. The wind blades, forged anew, took on an even more formidable form, seemingly on the verge of becoming tangible. Qin-jun's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. As she released a flurry of wind blades, he conjured a shield of lightning. The collision between the blades and the shield erupted in a cacophony of sound, creating a dazzling display. Song Ruan initially believed that, even if her wind blades could not penetrate Qin-jun's lightning shield, at least some might manage to inflict a minor wound. However, to her dismay, all her wind blades were thwarted, unable to breach the shield's defenses. Frustration welled within her, prompting her to alter her spellcasting technique, transforming her wind magic into water magic. Qin-jun, preoccupied with deflecting the wind blades, registered a flicker of surprise upon witnessing a colossal water dragon surging towards him. He quickly retracted his lightning shield and evaded. Unexpectedly, the water dragon seemed to possess a will of its own, pursuing him relentlessly. With little choice, Qin-jun hesitated only briefly before bracing himself for impact. As the water dragon drew near, it abruptly froze, morphing into an ice dragon that ensnared him within its icy grasp. Not far away, Song Ruan beamed with triumph upon seeing Qin-jun encased in ice. Just as she contemplated approaching to gauge his condition, the ice suddenly trembled and then shattered explosively. Qin-jun emerged unscathed from the ruins of the ice, not a single mark upon him. Song Ruan's smile faltered, frozen on her face. As she prepared to switch to earth magic for her next attack, Qin-jun abruptly appeared before her, seizing her hand with a firm grip.